Chapter 451. The next day, Felix woke up with a yawn. He did not sleep well last night, lying in bed and tossing around for half a night, when he suddenly realized a matter: he is shouldering too many responsibilities, and many of these responsibilities have suddenly appeared in his hands without being his problem, and he has never tried to shrink away from them, or even resistance to them mentally. Since when? Felix pondered this question as he brushed his teeth in the mirror. In his mind some people and things flashed by. In just over 2 years, he has experienced a lot. Felix knew in his mind that Dumbledore had never rejected his mystery-solving behavior, or rather he even took the initiative to tell him a lot of hidden information, something that Dumbledore probably never revealed to someone before. Well, from what Felix had tested, at least, Severus did not know much about the secret of the Horcruxes. The few people who knew Harry, Ron, Hermione, Sirius were under a hush order, and even Remus did not know the truth. Why would a wise man who had lived through great turmoil and kept his secrets so closely with him tell him so much information readily? Felix could only think of the possibility that Dumbledore wanted to drag him along in the fight against Voldemort. There is nothing wrong with that. Felix does not reject this idea. His thought process before entering the job is he is strong. Only Dumbledore and the wandering spirit like Voldemort can truly bring him pressure. Even if Voldemort is resurrected, Hogwarts is safe enough. After all, there is Dumbledore around, and he also does not mind being sheltered while offering some assistance. If he happens to find that Voldemort's strength is just so-so, he naturally does not mind solving the trouble personally. But over the past 2 years, his strength and mentality have changed dramatically. Before joining, he relied more on his talent, using his high level of magic spells to pressure people with great strength, but in essence, the difference between his strength and those elite aura is not that great. At most compared to them, he had a few more ancient magic and level 6 magic spells, along with some trump cards, but they also have decades of more combat experience than he did. Felix thought he would have fainted if he had been struck by a few stunning spells. Felix reckoned that he might have been able to beat Moody in his heyday one-on-one, which he understood during the healing, but if Moody brought a well-trained Auror squad with him, the result is not easy to predict. He certainly can use his immature thought acceleration to perform his instant kill tactics, which he had successfully carried out against those American students, but once his trump card failed, the disaster will be greater. Now the situation is completely different. He perfected the instant kill tactic, by which he can move around to come and go as he likes. Thinking room magic started to gain battle power. With it, he no longer needs to be concerned with group offense. Memory magic is at the top of his list, and soon he will play with it. Patroness's flying cloak is not very useful. At most, it eliminates the need for a flying broom. With a humanoid shield charm he no longer needs to be afraid of stray bullets, but it can't resist powerful spells. In addition to this, there is also his bottomless deep attainment in runes. Frankly speaking, Felix hardly has any psychological pressure. Even when he knew that there is whole new scenery ahead of him, let's say magical being, or legend, he remained calm. It is always easier to run away when you have no family to worry about, and the records of the last war show that, although rare, there were some people who managed to escape from Voldemort's hunt. Which includes the Longbottoms, which Felix learned about in detail from the two when he visited the Longbottoms during the summer break of the previous year, not just from memory, but also from the two Aurors' analytical train of thought. He came to the conclusion that he is much more skillful than the Longbottoms when it comes to escaping. Considering the worst possible scenario, Dumbledore is no match for the resurrected and reborn Voldemort. He also fell short of fire. He will withdraw as soon as he sees that the situation is irreversible, to wait for the opportunity, as well as for his own ability to cross that threshold. Felix has both patience and self-confidence in his ability to go further than anyone else on the path of magic, but he needs time. He had always planned ahead, with calmness, rationality, and self-discipline, in line with what he always wanted for himself, but when Felix stood at the podium of the Ancient Runes classroom, his both fists clenched hard when he saw a familiar face, and then he wasn't that sure anymore. If one day, it is necessary for someone to take over Dumbledore's burden to face what he had faced, what should I do? Thinking about this question, Felix swept his gaze across the classroom, lingering slightly on the very back of the room. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, "We have 2 more people in the classroom today. One is Professor Griselda Marchbanks from the Wizarding Examinations Authority." The young wizards clapped enthusiastically while looking back at the very small, hunchbacked witch in the last row, who had so many wrinkles on her face that ants could get lost in it. She waved her hand in response. "We have a lot to talk about. But I think it's more important to focus on class. The short Marchbanks shouted energetically. Ron clapped his hands while looking hard at the back row. She's our examiner for next year, isn't she, isn't she? Harry also stared at Professor Marchbanks, but he also divided his gaze a little towards the half-bald old man next to her, who, although not as exaggerated, did bear some resemblance to Uncle Vernon's figure. Especially when he did not speak and stared at them with a pair of bull eyes, these two are simply identical. Harry dreaded that this man would suddenly jump up and roll his tongue into a ball and mutter words that no one could hear, just like how Uncle Vernon couldn't say a complete sentence when he was very angry. Hermione seemed to want to leave a good impression, sitting properly, although her eyes almost darted into her eyebrows. And next to her, Neville sat red-faced, still recovering from the shock before class. Professor Marchbanks knows Neville's grandmother personally, and before class, she asked loudly about Neville's grandmother and his parents, and Marchbanks kept telling Neville to speak louder. As a result, her voice got louder and louder, but Neville's voice got smaller and smaller. The other one is Mr. Vera, the vice president of the Ancient Rune Society. Felix waited for the applause to die down, and continued, while the old man gave a hum from his nose, as a greeting. The applause lessened this time, and the students exchanged puzzled glances with each other. What is Ancient Rune Society? Can't you guess it with its name? Is it an organization? How come I've never heard of it? Probably a private club created by a group of ancient rune enthusiasts, similar to the Gobstone Club at school. There is such a club in the school. I can assure you, there definitely is. Felix unhurriedly took out the textbook and said cheerfully, "Today we will proceed with the part we left in the last class, and this part of knowledge is likely to appear in the O.W.Ls exam." Chapter 452. The rune sun wheel describes a dynamic process of rising, of change, can indicate the rising of the sun, the change of will, in particular, it refers to the change of will influenced by magic. And the path to success, the honor achieved by the strong will of the individual. While Felix spoke eloquently from the podium, Professor Griselda Marchbanks, who is seated in the back row, stared in amazement. She is very old, a bit deaf, so she was about to use a magic spell to improve her hearing, a spell that would put her in an irritable mood after using it for a long time, like 1,000 bees buzzing in her ears, so she only uses it on important occasions, such as the annual wizarding level tests. But she suddenly realized that before she could draw her wand, Felix's voice was already ringing loud and clear in her ears. The key point is that as she looked around, no one else felt any discomfort at all, which meant that Felix had silently managed to reach her alone. In addition to that, as she looked at a bright symbol that Felix held in his palm, she also solved a doubt as to why this young kid dared to state in front of her, the examiner, that this part of knowledge may appear in the O.W.Ls exam a while before. Because this is a practical ancient rune. There are not many people who can be more vocal in this field other than this young professor and his students. At best, there are some alchemists, but they are only slightly dabbled in it, and their research direction is still the application of runes in alchemy. Except for these people, no one even from the Wizarding Examinations Authority could participate in the test question selection. What about the people from the Ancient Rune Society? She glanced at the old man, whose eyes also widened, knowing full well in her heart they couldn't either. A student raised her hand. Miss Greengrass. So it's a dual-purpose rune? Both a translational and a practical kind? Daphne asked. That's right, Felix nodded towards her, you can interpret it that way. At that moment, the headstrong Vera sitting in the back row stared at the rune in Felix's hand and froze for a moment, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then with an ecstatic expression on his face, he followed Daphne's example and also raised his hand, looking at Felix with bated breath. Well, what do you think about this, Mr. Vera? Felix stifled a smile and asked. It's like this, Headstrong Vera said in a smug tone as his eyes widened, I also studied this rune, only the way I taught myself to write it wasn't quite the same as yours. He held out his chubby fingers and pointed to the rune and said, and I'm pretty sure this one of yours is different from the one marked in the ancient rune book too, the correct way would look like, er. From the podium, Felix matched the speed of his speech and angled the rune in midair slightly, with a little added curvature on either side of it. Is this right? Strangely enough, when he did so, the rune immediately became dull and lost its luster. Is correct. The old man showed an uncomprehending expression. Felix looked at the crowd below the podium. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Vera, he said happily, seemingly genuinely grateful, and that's what I need you all to notice. The students stared at him with wide eyes. I have recently made a new discovery, many runes that are considered to be a translational kind of rune are actually a variation or typo of certain practical runes, and I guess it may be the result happened due to a long time, so I intend to give you a quick recap of what you have learned in the past in the near future. For example, take this sample in front of you. The translatable rune looks like a slightly curved stroke of lightning, or a flat, angled letter S, and the practical rune. Felix readjusted the rune in his hand so that the students could see the whole change, with the curved lines were gradually straightened, like flipped over capital letter N with top and bottom tips slightly out. He said. The symbol in his hand was also relit, shimmering with hazy light. Hedstrom Vera's face stifled red, and he couldn't utter a word. The proof for this is in the grimoire of two medieval wizards in the library, the Will to Magic and Derek Auditland's notes, which come from a wizard with high-level magical attainment and an apprentice wizard respectively, and this can be judged from the depth of the content recorded by both. They wrote the same runes, but with slightly different writing styles in their notes. A reasonable guess is that the former knew what those runes really looked like, while the latter just copied it, or was simply a lazy kid. Hedstrom Vera looked around. The students are all busy looking down and taking notes, only he had nothing in front of him. He suddenly thought of a good idea. Crabbe felt his back being poked hard, and then heard a muffled voice saying, "Fatty! Fatty?" He turned back in annoyance, staring at the similarly disproportionate Hedstrom Vera with unkind eyes, and it took him a few seconds to realize that the man behind him had come to observe, and he looked blankly at the vice president of the Ancient Rune Society as if he had been under a confundus charm. "Fatty! Hey!" Old Vera waved his wand in front of Crabbe. "Lend me your parchment and quill to copy." Crabbe looked confused, as if he didn't understand him. Old Vera stared at him, and after a few seconds of stalemate, his wand pointed nimbly, "Oxio parchment, Oxio quill." "Nice, Geminio." "Geminio." Old Vera looked at the replica in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. "Here, your stuff." He handed Crabbe's stuff back to him. With that, he began to take notes. He must check all the information that the boy mentioned, who knows if it was made up along the way, must not let the boy get away with it. He thought indignantly as he took notes and soon filled a parchment. Felix looked at everything from the podium, and spoke in a pleasant tone. He anticipated this scene already, and he knew that Professor Marchbanks and Old Vera intended to stay for a short period of time, which meant he should prepare a few more lessons like this. The thinking room class, the stone basin, even the classroom 7, all of these could be considered. The only thing that made him hesitate was that Felix hadn't thought about whether to show the true level of the students. He figured that he had the power to suggest practical runes for the test, but he might not be able to intervene when it came to the translation part. If they really raise the difficulty, the student will have to worry about they. Hey? It doesn't seem like a big deal. Felix pondered. There are only so many translatable runes, and the range of exams from left to right is not beyond what is already uncovered in the Magic Handbook. In addition, the Ancient Rune Society publishes a magazine every once in a while, and the release interval mainly depends on when new findings are available. The library at Hogwarts had ordered a few copies, but as far as he could see, no one read them, and they are still as good as new, as they were 20 years ago. He can read them all in one morning on a weekend. Finally, the bell rang and the students streamed out, leaving only 3 adults in the classroom. Felix is just about to say something when the short Professor Marchbanks comes up with a rush, grabbing his hand and busily inquiring. "What was the spell you just used?" "Just a simple adaptation of the amplifying charm." Felix replied with uncertainty. "A simple adaptation?" Professor Marchbanks looked at him in surprise. "It seems you haven't fallen behind in your study of magic spells. But do you have any better remedies for elderly folks with weak ears?" "Of course, I know a spell, Clarity Ear." Professor Flitwick researched this one. Felix smiled as he talked with Professor Marchbanks, which somewhat relieved the embarrassment of the other man in the room. Hedstrom Vera breathed a silent sigh of relief. All of a sudden he felt afraid of facing this young man alone. Felix Happ had shaken the career that had sustained him for half a century with a single lesson. He lost some of his composure. His own granddaughter would chatter and yap about the scenes in the company of Future World vividly each time she returned. "Mr. Vera! Mr. Vera!" A voice seemed to come from beyond the sky. "What is it?" Old Vera responded casually. "Nothing." Felix measured him impassively. "Just now Professor Marchbanks asked your opinion. After all, she doesn't really know much about ancient runes, and it is said that you volunteered to join." "Oh, said Old Vera, straightening his body, assuming the face of one who is preparing for a duel, and saying righteously, ahem. We can't jump to conclusions just yet. There's a lot of vagueness that I need to look up, I need to sort through. Sure, no problem. Felix said with a smile, then it's a deal, I'll be waiting for your report. He sighed in a feigned manner, Professor Marchbanks, Mr. Vera, you two may not know that I have been carrying a tremendous amount of pressure for the past 2 years. Pressure? Professor Marchbanks looked at him skeptically. Old Vera also showed an astonished expression, with the intention of listening properly. Yes, you two may not be aware that I didn't choose the Advanced Ancient Rune class when I was in school, and I have improved over the past few years by self-study, and correspondence with Professor Babbling, so when I first joined, I was afraid that I would teach my students poorly. Professor Marchbanks looked at him with an odd expression, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes stretched out because of her widened eyes, and she confirmed it with a rare hesitant tone, you said you were afraid that you would teach your students poorly, yet consequently, all the students who graduated last year received O except for one student who got E. And as far as I know, a third of the students who took the exam at that time finished answering their papers a little early. Professor Marchbanks said slowly, I'm deaf, but I still remember some chatter between a young couple very vividly near the end of the exam. What did they say? Felix asked briskly, as if he was genuinely curious. One of them said, the paper was so easy, I'm about to throw up after checking it 5 times. The other said, just this once, bear with it, I've checked it 6 times, Professor Marchbanks pursed her lips and repeated dryly. Old Vera also stood frozen in place. A portion of the annual O.W.Ls exam questions were prepared by the Ancient Rune Society. He couldn't help but clench the parchment in his hand, which had a bunch of questions waiting for him to confirm it. For the next few minutes, the three acted as if that conversation hadn't happened at all. Chapter 453. Professor Marchbanks extremely stiffly changed the subject to her friend Gilbert Wimple of the Committee on Experimental Charms, and she said in a loud voice, Wimple wants to come over. But I've persuaded him to fix those horns on his head first for some time, and I happened to know that Dorothea was at St. Mungo's yesterday, so I told him to hurry over there. Then he asked me to bring you this file. Felix took the file. When Marchbanks casually said, there are some questionnaires inside, to evaluate the danger of the spell, the learning difficulties, and the potential risks and whatnot, just give it to those students and have them fill it out and send it back to the Ministry of Magic's Committee on Experimental Charms. The Ministry will send someone to verify it when the time comes. Before leaving, she asked tentatively, are you sure you don't want to write your name? It's possible that those new spells will be named after you. Oh, no, I have a problem with naming. Felix replied. Old Vera stopped as he walked to the door and asked casually in a careless tone, by the way, those ancient rune books in the library. Still in the usual place, the second to last row of bookshelves. Felix immediately replied. Old Vera froze for a moment, and waved his hand, mumbling a thank you under his breath. Felix walked out of the ancient rune classroom, thinking about what had just happened, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Today I stimulated that stubborn old man, tomorrow I'll stimulate him again, and then I will just sit back and watch what happens. After all, I have to consider his relationship with Clammy. I'm really a nice guy. Prof. Sir. From the corridor, a head poked out and stuttered. It is Neville. What did you hear? Felix asked him with a smile. You are a nice person, Neville replied dumbly, and the next second he showed a horrified expression as he desperately tried to cover his mouth. Felix, don't tell anyone. Neville looked at the stern face of the professor and nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Is there something wrong? By the way, how's your parents' situation? I heard from the St. Mungo's staff that they have been discharged from the hospital. Yes, they've healed. Neville replied quickly. The head of the Auror office came over to visit them a while back, hoping that they would rejoin the Auror squad, still as squad captains. Scrimgeour. Felix frowned slightly. It's him, Neville said, but Mom and Dad decided to take a break for a while. They went on a trip abroad and would be doing some rehabilitation training on the way. They'll be deciding when they get back. Felix nodded slightly. That sounds good. Well, Neville, what did you want to ask me when you were specifically lurking in the hallway? Neville suddenly stammered again, his face turning red as he swallowed frantically and said, I was gulp. I wanted to ask, is there any magic that can make a person brave? To brave? Felix looked at him strangely, what do you want to do? I found that my talent got better and my grades improved a lot, but my guts are still so small that I don't even dare to speak up in front of people for fear of being ridiculed, Neville cried. And the tournament? You also want to participate in the tournament? Only the selected teams are in the position to do so. No, I mean, the last two tasks, no matter which one, I do not have the courage to challenge, not an ounce of courage, whether it is the dragon, or swimming under the deep lake, just the very thought of that, makes me shiver uncontrollably, Neville said with teardrops in his eyes. So I want to ask, is there any magic that allows me to block these negative emotions, including the judgment of others about me? Neville looked at Felix with hope. Of course, there is, Felix thought to himself, a clemency is practically what you asked for. But if your whole purpose is to rely on blocking emotions to gain courage, then you're putting the cart before the horse. You got me there. Felix looked Neville up and down, looking at him for a moment and making him feel uncomfortable. Your idea is unique. Is curse okay? Curse se? Neville looked taken aback. Yes, Felix scratched his chin carelessly and said gloomily, if I curse you, after this moment in every second of your life, the insults, slanders, ridicule, complaints, and grumblings you hear will change into the most beautiful praise in the world. You can't hear any advice that is contrary to your heart. You can't hear any half-baked counseling. You can't hear any well-intentioned criticism. Neville's body went cold as if something dirty coiled around him, and he couldn't help but wince. Professor! Neville cried and said desperately, you really cursed me? Well, at least asked me about. Felix's face looked serious as he said, you are dull. Neville froze. His first eyes widened until he could not resist the dry and sharp blink. I'm fine? I heard you call me a dull, so I'm not cursed. Felix laughed. Neville's round face couldn't help but tense up as Felix patted his shoulder comfortingly. Remember what happened when you got your invitation card at the selection of the champions? I saw. Hogwarts. England. Ocean, world and the bright starry sky. Neville said. He recalled his shock when he wandered in the vast universe of stars. It was a wordless comparison, without any words, to feel their own smallness. Thinking about it, his thoughts suddenly deviated, and incidentally, he remembered the previous hurdle he had to break through the scene when he stood on stage and sang to the row of Professor Snape below the stage. It was a nightmare, Snape smiling and tapping the beat, Snape clenching his fists and glaring at him, Snape with a black cloak and a cold look in his eyes, and Snape striding up to the stage and trying to grab him. That scene was so impactful that he was in a strange mood when he saw the real potions professor after that, and he was afraid that Seamus or Dean next to him would suddenly turn their heads and reveal an expressionless face with a long hawk nose. But in any case, he really is not afraid of the potion class now. He heard a snap of fingers and looked up to see Professor Hap looking at him. Sorry, Professor, I was lost in thought, Neville said nervously. Felix gave an understanding expression. He didn't need legilimency to understand that Neville was lost in the memories associated with the magic that was attached to the invitation card. Do you have any plans for the future? He asked casually. It was just a lead into the next topic. But surprisingly, Neville nodded and answered it, I've thought about it. I want to become a professor of herbology class or an auror. And the reason? Felix asked with some surprise. It is rare for a student to consider this so early in life. Usually, the realization dawns on them only when they are in fifth-year career counseling. I like herbology. Neville said aloud, then glanced at Felix with embarrassment and muttered in a small voice, and I want to capture Crouch Jr. Felix nodded lightly, fully understanding his thoughts of the 4 Death Eaters who used the Cruciatus curse on the Longbottoms. Only Crouch Jr. is on the loose, while the other 3 are still holed up in Azkaban. Speaking of Azkaban, he seems to have thought of something. Azkaban. Death Eaters, what exactly is it? He tried to grasp this ray of thought, and information about Azkaban quickly flashed through his mind. North Sea Island. Unplottable. Built in the 15th century. Lair of the dark wizard Echrisdes. Tortured passing sailors to create Dementors. Dementors? Felix blinked. As far as he knew, because of what he had done last year, the wizard prison is severely underguarded. New Dementors need quite a bit of time to breed and grow, and it is estimated that many hit wizards will be sent there to be stationed on a rotating basis over the next few years. Is this the reason why the Ministry of Magic intends to recruit more Auror and hit wizards? Felix speculated offhandedly, well, there was at least a good chance that Fudge had agreed to that reason, to guard the wizard prison. He pondered for a few seconds, and for a while, it became difficult to find anything of value or cause for alarm. He could only make a secret note of this information and ponder it when he is alone. Felix looked up and said to Neville, "The herbology class professor, Auror, are all good choices, but they all have one trait in common." "What characteristic?" Neville asked. He suddenly thought of Roger Davies' magnificent feat of subduing a dragon by spawning blackthorn seeds during the first task. Professor Sprout was excited about it. Did the professor mean to arm himself with the things he'd learned in his herbology class? "They all need to guide others." Felix gave a very different answer. Neville looked at him hesitantly. He could understand a professor needs to guide students, just like right now, but Auror. "Think about it," Felix said seriously, "if you are a professor, you must have to deal with a group of various lively students, or if you are an Auror, look at the long-term perspective, becoming a squad captain is not excessive, right? Then you must always pay attention to the emotions of the team under you, otherwise, a slight mistake may cost a human life." Neville's expression turned serious and he nodded along. He had heard his mom and dad talk about similar things, and some of the points did coincide with the professor's statement. The professor knows a lot. He thought enviously. So you should have the ability to do the same. Felix concluded. Neville's face started to redden again. He really isn't good at this task. At this moment there is only one thought, finished. He can't neither become a professor of herbology class nor an Auror, but he quickly pulled himself together and whispered, "I will try." Felix nodded approvingly while fiddling through the ring, and then pulling out a small booklet. "I happen to have recorded a special magic here, you can take it back to Red. It is the magic that was attached to the invitation card." Neville impatiently took it, and then, somewhat dumbfounded. It appeared to be a manuscript, except that the edges were glued together with a spell, and from a distance, it looked like a book, but in reality, it simply isn't. He stared at the handwritten cover, on which the name had been altered twice. "The Thinking Room Magic Light Edition, St. Mungo's Special Edition," crossed out. "A study of magic that sends people into intended visions, horror, mystery, spiritual intrusion," crossed out. And finally, the name that survived, Daydream Spell, Cosmic Starry Night. "Oh, I almost forgot." Felix snatched the booklet from the dazed Neville's hands, and withdrew a few pages, as he explained, "These aren't for you." Then he handed the rest of the booklet back to Neville, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "When you encounter similar problems in the future, you can try this spell. Also tell yourself, you are going to guide others in the future. How can you guide others if you can't even guide yourself?" Chapter 454. Let me guide others. Neville thought dully, his heart suddenly felt heavy, with the weight of responsibility. He liked this feeling. On the other side, Professor Marchbanks and old Vera walked down the corridor of the castle. A very talented young man, I realized it when I invigilated his exams that he would do great things. Marchbanks exclaimed. Old Vera didn't seem to agree. You shouldn't despise a Grand Master. Professor Marchbanks pointed out. Grand Master? You mean him? Old Vera's eyes widened as the shorter Professor Marchbanks met his gaze with no evasion, and he opened his mouth several times, only to succumb to her stern gaze. Don't tell me you don't keep up with the news, Hedstrom. Professor Marchbanks exclaimed. Old Vera couldn't speak. If someone makes a list of people in the whole wizarding community who pay the most attention to Felix's news, he would definitely come out on top, and God knows what his face was when his granddaughter found Felix's comic book set from his study. Isn't he doing so because he is concerned that this boy will one day smash a few more bricks of the ancient rune foundation? That book of his, Explorations of Ancient Magic Runes, I just read it 2 days ago. He was at that level 3 years ago, Professor Marchbanks said nonchalantly. It's even better than the introductory handbook on runes you guys published. Old Vera opened his mouth to retort, but she carried on, and I wrote to babbling. In her reply, she wrote back with nothing but praise for him. That half-breed Old Vera frowned, seeing Marchbanks' stern gaze cast over him. He immediately shut up and said smilingly, Sorry, I didn't mean to. It seems she was right to refuse to join you guys in the first place. She said with discontent. Several students in the corridor looked over, and without a word to anyone, the two walked to the grand staircase and made their way downstairs. What day of the week is it again? Professor Marchbanks asked. What? I think it's a weak ouch. Old Vera wondered when his foot sank unexpectedly into one of the stairs ledge and jammed in. Hogwarts has many such tricky stairs. It had now become instinctive for students to pass over them, and old Vera hadn't been here for over half a century, and he faintly remembered nothing unusual in the morning. So it's Thursday. Professor Marchbanks said thoughtfully. When he went to the Great Hall for lunch, Felix pinned the questionnaire handed over by Professor Marchbanks from the Committee on Experimental Charms on the bulletin board in the entrance hall and enclosed it with a bubble spell on the outside. Then he waved his wand as a piece of parchment flew out of the ring and got pinned to the wall with glowing writing shining on it. When he left, the young wizards gathered far and wide to read the new notice. All students, teams, and faculty members who have developed a stable combination of ancient runes and spells can receive a copy of the questionnaire of the Committee on Experimental Charms, which needed to be answered in detail and sent to the Committee on Experimental Charms with a thesis attached, and after being verified as a valid new spell, they will be awarded the honor of spell inventor with the opportunity to obtain the right to name that spell. The content and word count of the thesis should be based on the article The Invention of a New Spell, the combination of the water-making spell and the ancient magic rune Flow of Water reported on the front page of the Daily Prophet on March 12, and the template of the thesis can be obtained from any Magic Rune Club member. Each person is limited to taking only one copy of the questionnaire, as there are only limited copies. Note, this is the easiest and safest way to get your name printed in a textbook. Go for it. Signed, Professor of Ancient Rune at Hogwarts, Felix Happ. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other. An excited voice rang out behind them, Warren. Look. We just finished our thesis about it yesterday. The seventh-year Petter Shelton tugged a Ravenclaw boy's sleeve and pushed forward. Oh, Hermione, Harry, Ron, hello. Shelton greeted. Hello guys. Warren Partis chimed in, both of them are among the first members of the Magic Rune Club. Harry and the group greeted them back. Having your name printed in a textbook, sounds really appealing. Shelton said with narrowed eyes, reaching out and poking her hand into the sticky bubble on the bulletin board and slowly yanking a piece of parchment out of it. Hermione saw the official seal of the Ministry of Magic with her sharp eye. How disgusting. The professor's nasty sense of humor. Shelton said as she pulled her hand out, her fingers dry and clean. Partis took a copy as well, and they both left in pairs. Let's grab a copy too, or we'll have to borrow from someone else. Hermione said decisively, and they each took one. Standing a short distance away from the crowd, they looked at it. Harry read the questionnaire. The first line on it is a small string of words, please fill in the name of the inventor of the spell truthfully and make sure that all those involved in the development of the spell are signed in order to avoid controversy. The first question is, describe the principle of the spell in brief language. The second question is, describe in brief language what the spell does. The third question is, identify the type of spell, general purpose, protection spell, hex, poison spell, curse, curse-breaking spell, transfiguration spell, other. Oh no! Ron shouted in a low voice. What's wrong? Harry and Hermione asked in unison while scanning down the top questions. Look at the first line. Ron stared, reading it word by word, make sure that all those involved in the development of the spell are signed. He looked at Harry meaningfully. Malfoy. Harry sucked in a cold breath, and his body froze. At that moment, Draco Malfoy came strutting towards the notice board with his hands in his pockets, leading his two followers, Crabbe and Goyle. I heard someone call my name, Draco said with narrowed eyes. Nothing. Harry and Ron said immediately. Draco looked at them with suspicion. He stared at the bulletin board and cocked his head towards Crabbe, who followed his gaze and then stared back. Go get a copy. Draco said slowly and Crabbe immediately squeezed into the crowd, while Ron quietly tugged on Harry's sleeve and Harry backed away knowingly. Wait, Potter. Draco said. Harry turned back woodenly and looked at him coldly. What do you have to say, Malfoy? Draco, I heard that Professor Happ is giving you a short lesson. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's hearts tightened. The professor had told them to keep it a secret, but Harry had been studying for almost 3 months now and had been reporting to the Ancient Rune office once a week, so there were bound to be times when he was seen. So what of it? Are you jealous, Malfoy? Ron volunteered as cover and provoked him. Draco glanced at him as he lazily pulled a small slip of paper out of his pocket and raised it. With a wide grin, he said, sorry, I've got one too. Got what? Harry asked impatiently, bewildered at the randomness. You're getting special training from Professor Hap!" he exclaimed, as Ron and Hermione also showed incredulous expressions. "You can see for yourself, Potter." Draco looked happy as Harry grabbed the note and looked at it with Ron and Hermione. "It's true," Hermione said softly. She immediately recognized the familiar handwriting on it. At that moment, Crabbe pushed his way out of the crowd and handed the questionnaire to Draco, who glanced at it quickly. His eyes paused at the first line. "Tisk," he said. Ron and Hermione looked up from the slip of paper, looking very frustrated and confused. Harry continued to look at the small letters on it over and over again as if he was trying to detect the slightest hint of a flaw. "There's no title," Harry said. "What do you mean?" The smile on Draco's face froze. "There's no title," Harry repeated, looking at him suspiciously. "It didn't mention anything about training, it just told you to report to Professor Hap's office every Saturday." Draco paced up to Harry and whispered, "Because of the need for secrecy, but I can tell you, Potter," his light-colored eyes sparkled, "its apparition and disillusionment charm." He watched with satisfaction as Harry wore a shocked expression. "Yeah, well, that's always been your privilege, hasn't it? Breaking school rules with no fear of punishment, having your fans everywhere you go, even the professors. So you're jealous?" Harry met his eyes without blinking, bringing up what Ron had said and saying it again. "You could think so." Draco surprisingly admitted it, snatching the note from Harry's hand. Motioning at Crabbe and Goyle, as he walked towards the Great Hall. Harry stared at his back in silence. Who knows what he's done to flatter Professor Hap? Ron looked at Harry worriedly while saying pointedly, "Maybe his dad bought 200 magic gramophones in one go." Later that evening, Felix wrote a letter in his office, and then he lightly tapped his index finger on the letterhead, as the words on it disappeared bit by bit. "Lucius, thanks for the reminder, your information is very useful. Remember, in the future, every strange change concerning the Dark Mark, no matter how minor, you must alert me in time. In return, I will follow my promise to train your son on life-preserving magic, starting this Saturday." He put the letter into an envelope, sealed it, and stared blankly at the top for a moment, before setting it aside and picking up a stack of manuscripts from a drawer. It is a booklet that he planned to finish regarding the introduction of runes, which is to promote the usage of runes. It contained detailed explanations about the origin and development of ancient runes, as well as the most crucial illumination magic. Trying to learn ancient magic was never an easy task, even for the simplest illumination. In particular, Felix also intended to adopt a correspondence course-like approach, a tactic that usually serves to coax uneducated squibs. However, he decided to challenge this approach. The key lies in the extreme familiarity of illumination, as well as on the rune cards. According to Remus data, 1,000 sets of the cards have been sold within England, covering almost 40% of the potential buying public, that is, those families with unenrolled young wizards at home. This, of course, cannot be separated from the overwhelming advertising and low prices. For wizards who lacked entertainment, rune cards served as a good pastime for both adults and children. Of course, most parents just treat them as a kind of educational toy. This concept was also proposed by the young people of Future World, who took great pains to come up with satisfactory advertising lines for their boss. The time passed gradually and the night is getting deeper. Niffler Valen yawned, her small black eyes moved away from the comic book, blinking sleepily. "Kiki. Still not sleeping? Just a little longer." "Valen, you don't have to wait for me," Felix said with a smile, turning over another page of the manuscript and continuing to revise. "Kiki. Kiki Kiki? Waiting for that fool who can do magic." Felix laughed. "Don't call people fools, Andes shouldn't have used a golden galleon to do magic in front of you. Not to mention you took it away, but he also has to suffer your ridicule," he said, pointing at Valen's pink beak. "It's Dobby," he explained. "Kiki." Valen perked up and took a sip of lemonade through the straw, her dark fluffy fur instantly frizzed up, bringing her spirits up immediately. Kiki? Is that the rich guy? Dobby has indeed been collecting golden buttons lately." Finally, the little golden clock on the desk struck 12. Almost at the same time, a copper nut in Felix's hand became hot. "That's Dobby's call." Felix waved his hand to disperse the alert magic in the house. Almost half a minute later. Snort! House elf Dobby suddenly appeared in the office. "Oh, Mr. Hap, hello." Dobby said with a deep bow. He looked up and greeted Valen happily. "Hello to you too, Miss Valen. Valen looked at Dobby with anticipation as she burst with joy, Kiki. Dobby took a shiny metal button out of his small suit pocket and exclaimed in a sharp voice, this is something Dobby collected for Miss Valen. Valen reached out her small hand and took it, looking twice at it, then she pulled a golden vial out of her own pocket and handed it to Dobby. Oh, how generous of Miss Valen! Dobby said excitedly, glancing at Felix, who smiled at the side, so Dobby took it and looked at it repeatedly. It's transparent. Oh look, it's beautiful. Dobby got another present. Dobby brought his tennis ball-sized eyes to the bottom of the vial and looked around. After a moment, Felix had to remind him, Dobby, Lucius is still waiting. Oh, Dobby sighed, his two bat ears drooped. It was evident that he seemed to have been avoiding mentioning the matter. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare touch you. Felix said. Dobby knows that Dobby has the backing of the great Mr. Hap. But Dobby has mixed feelings, the house elf said, picking up the envelope from the table where it had been placed for a long time. Dobby doesn't have to talk to him, does he? No need. Felix assured him. You can drop the letter at his feet if you want. Oh, it is obvious that Dobby is tempted, but he refused. Dobby represents Mr. Hap now, and Dobby has no need to fear him. He puffed out his chest and majestically said. Kiki. Your legs are shaking. Valen held out her finger. Felix knew perfectly well that Dobby could not understand what Valen had said. Chapter 455. There's one more thing. Dobby took the envelope, his big round eyes looked at Felix hesitantly as he stammered, it's about Winky. Felix's face turned blank, he had almost forgotten about Winky. What happened to her? The magic bindings on her should be gone. Yes, you're right. Dobby's body began to sway, two slender arms tangled together. She wanted to go to be with her master, and Dobby told her Mr. Crouch is in prison, and she's sick. I see. Felix said calmly. Dobby looked at him uncomprehendingly as Felix drew out a note and wrote something on it. Dobby stood on tiptoe to read it, but he is too short and Valen stood in front of him, so he could only see the back of Valen's head. Do you know Ludo Bagman? Felix said with his head down, quill darting. Dobby knows. Well, Felix handed him the note, Bagman owes me a favor, and I don't think he'd mind doing me such a small favor. You don't have to do that. Dobby said sharply, looking startled. Dobby didn't mean to ask Mr. Hap for a favor. Here, let him take you on a trip to Azkaban, he has the authority to do so. Felix said, by the way, bring something for Mr. Crouch, you can talk to Winky about it, and I don't care where Winky wants to go after that. Dobby bowed deeply and pressed his nose to the floor, his whole body trembling with excitement like a salmon that kept jumping when it landed on the shore. Valen looked at where Dobby had disappeared and turned her head to look at Felix. Key. Felix picked her up. To tell you the truth, magic can't confine a person forever, but love can. Tisk. That sentence should be left to Dumbledore to say. Want to have a snack, Valen? Key. The next day, in the 7th grade Ancient Rune classroom, Professor Marchbanks and old Vera were once again present. The old man obviously hadn't slept well, and the dark circles under his eyes are as obvious as his double chin. When he saw Felix standing at the podium, his expression looked both excited and lost. Excited because he found many magical journals that are not available even in the Ancient Rune Society. These journals came from donations of alumni over the years, translated and organized by Bath's Hada Babbling, and they are no less than a treasure to him. And he looked lost because he completed the verification last night and did not find a single error. The boy. Felix Hap seemed to have memorized all this information, even the page numbers were accurate. At the moment, Felix looked calmly from the stage, his gaze radiant. He wore a blue top today, his hands tucked in his pockets. Today is an advanced class, he announced. The students let out a low cheer, while Marchbanks and old Vera wondered. Isn't 7th grade an advanced class? Felix explained softly, to give the two new guests an idea of what to expect. I will briefly explain the meaning of the so-called advanced class. He smiled lightly and extended his hand from his pocket. The wand appeared in his hand as if by magic, and with just a slight wave, clear writing began to appear on the blackboard behind him. We have completed the first round of review, and according to the plan, there are 2 more rounds of review. In order to make the next 3 months not too boring and dull, I will consciously prepare some advanced classes to explain more advanced contents, which are not in the scope of the examination, but will be beneficial to you, especially when you graduate. you can also entertain yourselves with ancient runes after work. The advanced class will be taught using the thinking classroom, no need to worry about the danger, just relax your mind. Okay, let's begin. Felix gently snapped his fingers, in order to let Professor Marchbanks and old Vera adapt. He deliberately made it obvious. A golden ripple blossomed from the fingertips of the snapping fingers, spread continuously with him as the center, and quickly dyed the entire classroom with a faint gold. Professor Marchbanks and old Vera looked around in amazement, and Marchbanks' eyes blinked as if she had noticed something. After a few seconds, everything returned to calm. From midair, a magic handbook with an ancient and mysterious aura fell. With the sound of crisp birdsong, Felix leaned on the brown trunk of an ancient tree and said to the crowd, although it has been said more than once, I would like to emphasize once again, it is more important to exercise your thinking than knowledge. After all, your graduation thesis involves you creating this handbook physically. Make students write this handbook? Professor Marchbanks' eyes widened as she looked around quickly, but no students raised objections, so it obviously is not a sudden arrangement. Her mood suddenly became complicated. If it is true, is there any point in their exam? A low groan sounded next to her. Old Vera looked like he became sick, wincing hard, his hand placed right on the magical handbook that floated in front of him. A few minutes before the end of the lesson, the students wrote their notes rapidly and silently. The short Professor Marchbanks loitered between the gaps in the classroom seats, stopping now and then to watch the students' quill fluently scribble down a runic sentence whose complexity is, frankly, far beyond the standard of the N.E.W.Ts exam. Old Vera sat in his seat, looking lost in thought. He is the one who best understands the gap between him and Felix, and at the moment he felt as if he is on pins and needles. When the bell finally rang, he almost immediately jumped up from his seat and tried to leave. Mr. Vera, Felix called out to him from behind. About that report, he had mentioned the report yesterday, and the old Vera had agreed to it at the time, not realizing until now how big a hole was buried in that request. A report of what? A fancy touting of Felix Hap? The old man turned red and escaped with his face covered. Mr. Vera! Mr. Vera! Felix shouted eagerly, but his body did not move. What's wrong with him? He muttered to himself. Professor Marchbanks gave him an odd glance. She didn't realize before, that this little guy is good at holding grudges. Don't shout, she said, he's quite busy. Felix looked at her with a questioning gaze. Probably busy trying to find a place to bury himself. Professor Marchbanks said. I won't be stopping by this afternoon. You're leaving now? Felix asked. Not leaving, Professor Marchbanks said helplessly, but I don't see the need to visit you anymore, and I almost understand the reason for the sudden improvement in student performance in the past 2 years. I'll stay a few more days to check out other classes, and I can't be here in vain. Felix nodded knowingly. There's one more thing left, Professor Marchbanks said, a grin spreading across her wrinkled face, interested in becoming a supernumerary invigilator. Supernumerary invigilator. You'll only be responsible for the practical part of the ancient rune exam. Professor Marchbanks said. She sighed and looked at the students who walked out of the classroom with chatter. I can't ask the graduates of the past 2 years to do this. You plan to add a practical test to the ancient rune exam? Examining their grasp in practical runes. Felix asked with delight. That's right, she said, I will go back to the ministry to request the ancient rune to be divided into 2 fields, translation and practical. Of course, this report must be written by you, only you know best. There is also the direction of employment for practical rune, and if you describe it enticingly enough, the ministry may recruit a few people this year. The reason for this? Felix didn't know much about it. Professor Marchbanks rolled her eyes. I reckon the whole wizarding community, except your company, doesn't know what to do with practical runes. Usually, this kind of situation is the responsibility of the Ministry of Magic. Recruit a few people and study the direction and potential of the new profession. Are there any similar examples? Felix asked with interest. Naming seers are separated from the seers, they predict the future of newborns and give some advice on naming. I seem to remember that Trelawney was a naming seer back in time, seems like a long time ago. Trelawney, how typical of you, Felix wondered. Sounds good, he said with a curled lip, I oblige. Chapter 456. Old Vera sat in the most isolated spot in the library. That scene during the day had given him an extremely huge shock. Thinking classroom. Magic handbook. The thought of what he perceived as the vast pool of knowledge belonged to Felix Happ, a wave of despair born in his heart. He sat there from day to night without eating a single thing. The librarian passed in front of him several times, each time staring at him with suspicion. In the evening, there were a few more students appeared. But fortunately, his location is remote enough that no students come to disturb his alone time of wallowing in self-pity. "Let's go inside," a voice stated at that moment. Professor Happ put all the books used in the second task on the innermost shelf. There are 2 tables behind that shelf, very hidden. Old Vera looked up and saw 3 students coming up to him, discussing rapidly in whispers. "Don't look so sad," Hermione advised, "it is the same voice from earlier, think of it as extracurricular practice for the club." "Easy for you to say," Ron muttered, "do we have to go to Malfoy? I can't bear the thought of that." Harry also had a depressed look on his face. They saw old Vera, so Hermione passed Harry and Ron a look and sat down at a table in front of him. "So, what are you guys going to do?" she asked in a low voice, casting a Muffliato charm around them as she said so. "Knock him out when he's not looking and tie him up to where we usually practice our magic," Ron suggested. "No, we'll have to use that classroom later," Harry replied unwillingly. "Then we can go to Myrtle's bathroom instead." Ron immediately changed his mind, it has the added advantage of being less crowded. "Isn't that nice?" Hermione was surprised that Harry actually considered it for a moment. "He'll rat on us," Harry finally said with regret. Hermione took her textbooks out of her bag and when she looked back, old Vera had gone. "He's gone that way," Harry whispered, while pulling out his potions class assignment. "Do you guys know about the Ancient Rune Society?" "No," Ron said. "Yes." That was Hermione's reply. Harry and Ron looked at her. She explained, "It's a semi-official organization, some test papers for the wizarding exams are issued by them." Hermione looked around and didn't find old Vera's figure, nevertheless she lowered her voice, "As you know, the professor actually prefers practical runes, but the Ancient Rune Society is just the opposite, they are extremely repulsive to it. It sounds like they're just a bunch of old fogies who are still eating the past." Ron said thoughtfully, "My great-great-aunt was one of those people, always holding on to a set of rules that had been passed down for centuries, and she has always disapproved of our family having so many children, saying that it would be best if they stopped at Percy's." Harry and Hermione looked surprised and amused at the same time. "How could she say that?" "Who knows," Ron shrugged, "maybe it's because Fred and George put a big dung bomb under her chair. Thank goodness, she hasn't been around much since then." Harry and Hermione laughed. After a while, Hermione stood up, "I'm going to get some reference books, do you guys need them?" "Sure. Thanks so much." Hermione hummed twice and went to the shelf where the ancient rune books are kept and was surprised to see old Vera's figure. "He is still here," she thought in surprise. Hermione quickly went through the reference books, she knew these shelves very well, so she quickly picked out one book after another. "Hello, little girl," old Vera greeted. Hermione puffed up and looked at him. "Little girl?" She is almost 16 years old, and very few people call her that. "Hello, Mr. Vera. Is your name Hermione Jean Granger? I've read your thesis in the magazine, the flame rune and the fire-making spell one, as well as the light rune and the wand-lighting charm one," old Vera said. "Oh." Hermione hugged the books as she looked at him. "That's right, I heard you are Mr. Happ's assistant." Old Vera saw Hermione nodding. "Can I ask you for some information?" Hermione looked at him skeptically. "Ahem. Don't get me wrong," old Vera said awkwardly, "I meant no harm." "That's not what you stated in the newspaper," Hermione said pointedly. "Oh, old Vera wiped his sweat, his half-bald forehead reflecting the soft bright light of the magic lamp on the ceiling. "Back then it was a different standpoint, and I've learned a lot in the past 2 days and think that what I once thought might indeed have some problem, just might." 2 minutes later, when he saw Hermione lead the old Vera to their seat, Ron's eyes almost stared out. He made a gesture. "Did he hear what we just said?" Hermione shook her head. "Mr. Vera wants to ask us some questions," she said, "about the professor," she added. Harry and Ron looked at each other. "Don't expect us to betray Professor Happ," Ron said loudly. Now it is old Vera's turn to glare. "What do you take me for?" he yelled furiously. "I'm still the vice president of the Ancient Rune Society, how would I do something that would make me look disgraceful?" "Is it?" Old Vera nodded woodenly. He felt that Hogwarts had become completely unrecognizable to him. At that moment, Mrs. Pants suddenly appeared from behind the bookshelf, holding up a chicken feather duster, her eyes watching them intently like a hawk. "Oh, crap!" Hermione exclaimed. Meanwhile, in the Ancient Rune office, Felix is hosting a visitor from the Ministry of Magic. "Please sit down," Felix said mildly. "No need," John Darris said briefly. He looked very robust, his firm, muscular physique visible from the grey-green lapel coat he donned in. Then he spoke by the book. "I have been ordered by Head Scrimgeour to bring some information about Auror and Hit Wizard. You could only read it within my sight, and after you have read it I will destroy all the documents in your presence, with both of us as a witness. You have not read the information before." Felix looked at the suitcase he carried in his hand in surprise. "It's a confidential document," Darris said matter-of-factly. He stepped forward, placed the suitcase in front of Felix, and took his wand out of his pocket, waiting quietly. When the hands of the clock pointed at the 8 o'clock position, Darris touched the clasp of the suitcase with the tip of his wand. A chattering sound emerged from inside, then the clasp automatically popped up, and the suitcase was opened. Felix looked with interest. A small emerald green bird is standing in the suitcase. It is only palm-sized, but the sound it made is not low. The bird stepped on a thick stack of documents under its feet, which should be the data of the staff. When the bird saw the sun again, it immediately jumped out and spread its wings towards the window. Felix reached out and caught it in his hand, examining it carefully. "Better not," Darris said, wand in hand. "This is a warning bird, created for secrecy. It will take the all-is-well command back to the ministry. If you hold it a little longer, it may immolate itself." "Alchemical item," Felix said with interest as he let go of his hand and the little emerald green bird flew away without incident. For the following period of time, Darris stood on the opposite side of Felix like a stone statue, watching him read the document without saying a word. Felix saw many familiar names, such as Tonks, Abbot Bach, Kingsley, and even Darris himself. An hour later, he finished reading all the information. Immediately, an orange flame flew out from Darris's wand and burned the documents to ashes. After doing all this, he breathed a clear sigh of relief. Chapter 457. "Is Fudge doing fine?" Felix asked. "The minister is fine," Darris said stiffly, as he closed his empty suitcase and started to take his leave, never sitting down from the beginning to the end. "Wait, Darris!" Felix called him out, and several sheets of parchment flew toward him, which Darris took in his hands suspiciously. "I haven't been idle the past 2 days, and prepared some things that will be used in the Halloween holiday training roughly. Please pass them to Scrimgeour." "This is an ancient rune." "That's right, you can purchase a batch of rune cards from the Future World Company for the Auror and Hit Wizard who will receive training to practice in advance. It will save a lot of time." "I understand, I will pass it over to Head Scrimgeour," Darris promised. The next day, the weekend. Felix slept in until late. He stayed up late last night, but the results were remarkable, and in his office, he had a small, fiery red bird cupped in his hand. Can't call you a warning bird anymore, let's just call you Echo Bird." Because of the limited time, he only used his magic perspective and thought acceleration last evening to see a general outline, but with the full knowledge from Nicholas Flamel, he quickly rummaged through his memory to find a similar alchemical item and spent half the night to successfully replicate the alternative. This alchemical item can be used as an extra eye. When using it, you can input a command to it, and it will exist until the command is completed or ruined. When that happened, it will either fly to its owner or immolate itself on the spot. Felix looked down at the fiery red bird, which nimbly bounced around in his hand. "Just keep an eye on the room, in case someone breaks in." The fire red bird chirped twice, and jumped to the ceiling above the magic lamp. "You simply can't find it without a careful look." Felix looked at the time. The mealtime is probably long past, so he walked to the underground area of the castle with Valen, and on the way, he met some students who also headed to the kitchen for food. Felix exchanged tips with them, and he recommended the lemon salmon fillet. Remove the scale and bones from the salmon, slice it, smear it raw with black pepper and finish it off with a drizzle of lemon juice. It tastes pretty good. The 2 Ravenclaw students who accompanied him kept swallowing their saliva. "Professor Hap, did you invent the fish deboning spell?" one of them asked. "No," Felix immediately replied, "but I happen to know this spell." The 2 students looked at each other. "Well, we also happen to have a problem. When using this spell it never works very well, it leaves some fish barbs inside. What is the reason for this? Is the spell transmission process went wrong? It shouldn't be, Cho Chang uses it just fine, she's my roommate and can bake her own fish. In that case, Felix thought about it, it might be related to magic control. I suggest you keep the magic stable in a range, kind of like the process of casting a transfiguration spell. Of course, don't push too hard, or you'll completely churn the fish. They discussed the magic as they walked into the basement, and Felix seemed to see a red-headed figure disappear around the corner in front of them. Weasley? He thought for a moment and didn't care. Valen stood on Felix's shoulder, her tiny black eyes similarly fixed on the end of the hallway as she caught a familiar scent. In the kitchen, the house elf, Cloudbur, greeted them warmly. Felix handed them a gift box of sweets, and after a few excuses, Cloudbur and the enthusiastic elves brought out a small tray with fresh salmon from the corner. This is specially reserved for Mr. Hap. Cloudbur said as he held the small tray up with great effort. It's hard work, make one of these for them too. Felix said, as he pointed at the 2 Ravenclaw students, who have been watching this in awe. 10 minutes later, Felix and Valen emerged from the kitchen with a salmon skewer in one hand and strutted down the empty underground corridor, eating merrily. The aroma wafted around them uncontrollably, and the wizards in the picture frames on the walls gawked at them. How about a visit to Uagatu's quarters? They have some interesting amulets and spells. At that moment, Snape's voice sounded from the corner of the corridor. 30 points each, plus a detention. The slow voice said, Potter, Weasley, could you surprise me any more? Ordinary violations of school rules don't seem to satisfy you anymore, causing a fuss in the Slytherin common room. Potter, tell me, are you trying to show off your outstanding courage? We didn't make a scene in the Slytherin common room. Harry said with annoyance. No backtalk, Potter, 10 points off for Gryffindor, Snape said lazily. More than 30 pairs of eyes are enough to prove that you used the Patronus. He stopped abruptly, his nose gently twitched. Harry, Ron, and Draco looked like they saw a ghost in front of them, looking behind him with their mouths wide open. Snape jerked around, Felix and Valen stood frozen in place not far away, holding salmon skewers in their hand. Severus, and you 3, what's going on? Felix asked lightly, the 2 skewers of salmon fillets in his hand suddenly disappearing. Valen's 2 small hands are occupied, but she didn't have Felix's ability, and this thing can't be stuffed into her pocket. She could only turn around and hide behind Felix, as she stuffed the salmon fillets into her mouth with a big munch, with obvious oil stains around her pink beak. Snape looked speechless for a moment, with deep eyes surveying both the big and the small ones. Potter, he trailed off after a long while, using the Patronus to break into the Slytherin common room and try to cause a panic. Not a panic! Harry exclaimed, we were just trying to inform Malfoy to get him out of there. We can't exactly go in as we don't know the password. It's true, Ron gulped down a mouthful of drool, the salmon fry smelled too good, we wanted to discuss baking fish, with him, he suddenly coughed violently. I mean, to discuss the thesis, that is, the combination of bright rune and fire-making charm. Felix almost understood what is going on. Leave the 3 of them to me, Severus, he said, I happen to be looking for all of them for something. Snape glanced at him, a detention cannot be compromised. Turning on his heel, he left. Felix shrugged, come on. He told Harry, Ron, and Draco that the Uagatu camp is out of the question. They made their way up, as Harry and the rest followed behind him. Harry clearly smelled the scent of fish coming from Professor Hap, and his stomach began to growl afterward. Harry, did you use the Patronus? Yes, Professor. Harry whispered. Just the Patronus. Harry can use Patronus to deliver messages. Ron said. Felix stopped and looked at Harry with slight surprise. Harry stammered, Professor, you told me about the principle of using the Patronus to deliver messages, and when I tried it last night, it was pretty easy. Chapter 458. Felix had learned a long time ago that the Patronus charm is pretty versatile magic. It has a strong restraining effect against specific creatures, such as Dementors and Lethifold. It can transmit messages over a great distance with the ability to pass through physical structures, not to mention a series of fabulous uses that Felix developed on his own. Nevertheless, he always had a question, for what purpose this charm originally developed. Rarely do people realize that the Patronus charm was not developed specifically to fight Dementors. In fact, it was developed much earlier. The wizard Andrus the Invincible, who was active during the ancient Greek period, was able to conjure up giant-sized Patronus, while Dementors could only be traced back to the 15th century. Felix suspected at one point that the Patronus charm had another use, but unfortunately, he didn't find it. He once thought that in the days when dark magic was widespread, being able to conjure Patronus might be considered having a noble character, and such people generally had both strength and character, so they naturally gained the reverence of all people. The Patronus charm also naturally became some sort of tester and held a special status. "Please sit down," Felix said. They entered the ancient rune office. Harry, Ron, and Draco wearily sat on the same long couch. Harry felt uncomfortable. He had never tried to sit so close to Malfoy, so he looked around the room to distract himself, and soon, his eyes fell on the small square table in front of him. A machine that looked like a toaster is placed there, with a stack of brown slices of bread beside it. In the groove of the machine, there is an identical slice of bread inserted, with the handsome picture of Cedric Diggory attached to it, who is smiling lightly at them. "Professor, what is this?" He couldn't restrain himself from asking. "A projection," Draco suddenly interjected, and Harry and Ron gave him an odd look, but they quickly accepted the explanation. As much as they hated to admit it, the wealthy Malfoys are no strangers to such things. "That's right, a projection," Felix said, sitting on the single couch next to them. "The samples sent over by Future World, I mean these footages," he added. Harry stared at Cedric, who still smiled at him, and a sense of absurdity rose up inside him. "So, these are Champion's performance in the second task," Felix said with a smile, gesturing at the stack of flat brown square boxes on the table. "All of them. But it certainly can't be sold to the public just like that. There are no regulations yet, but the Future World Company hopes to set some standards and self-regulation." Harry seemed to understand, but he realized something. This thing is similar to the Muggles film, only this time, he may be about to become the main character of the film or one of the main characters. He thought about what the professor had said to them after the tournament: "You're going to be famous because of this game." Finally, he understood the meaning of that statement. "So, our performance will be more widely seen?" Ron's eyes lit up and he asked impatiently. "In theory," Felix nodded as a few plates of snacks and butterbeer floated over and landed on the table, as he made a please gesture and said to them, "But there are some details that need to be considered, for example, your own willingness to." "I agree," Ron said immediately. Felix laughed. "Let's put it this way, when you participate in the Tournament of Champions, you all have agreed by default to compete under the sight of the audience. The Future World Company is just bringing your performance to a wider audience. Nevertheless, there may be people who do not want to let their footage out. The best we can do is try to convey the footage based on your preference." "So that means we can decline as well?" Harry asked. "On some insignificant and separate footage, yes," Felix said. "Not if it involves important game moments. Of course, we will pay a fee, not much, but like I just said, we would like to set some standards," he emphasized. "That sounds good," Ron said. "Getting famous and making money at the same time, why would anyone disagree? The only concern would be that it might be expensive, and his family wouldn't necessarily be able to afford it." Harry, on the other hand, had a vague concern in his heart. What if all those footages could be seen by the Death Eaters and Voldemort? But then he thought, if the Death Eaters and Voldemort wanted to know his secret, then there is nothing he could do to stop it. There were too many audiences. "I also agree," he said after a long consideration. All the magic he knew, except for the occlumency, are not considered secret, and the occlumency is not visible externally, as long as he did not say, others cannot see. Draco's eyes twinkled. It was unknown what he was thinking. "Very well," Felix said, "then the business concerned you both are settled." He gave the expulsion order. "These footages will eventually be put together, and you will be invited to watch them once before they are released. Also the payment will be distributed at that time. If there are no questions, I will consider everything is settled." Harry and Ron left with mixed feelings. Only Felix and Draco remained in the office, along with Valen, who had been munching on an apple crisp cookies. She occupied a single couch alone, sitting across from Felix with the second volume of The Strange Adventures of Mick the Little Wizard on her lap. "Do you know anything about the two spells, the apparition, and the disillusionment charm?" Felix asked. Draco nodded. "I've done some research, and they are both advanced magics that can be learned in the higher grades." "That's right," the disillusionment charm can be learned in the 5th year charms class, and the apparition magic requires an instructor assigned by the Ministry of Magic to learn it, and the student should be an adult. But Potter knows that magic. Draco blurted out, his face turned pale. I mean. I understand, Felix said with a smile, he seems to have broken the rules once again. It was his reward for winning first place in his 3rd year, and he chose it himself. It's not really a big deal if the underage students learned apparition, its only public usage can cause some legal trouble. Fortunately for Potter, the first time he used it publicly was when he earned honor for the entire British wizarding community. If there is no objection, we will now begin. The disillusionment charm is a spell that is used to camouflage a person's body. When using it, you must keep the color and texture of your body in line with the environment behind and around you. It is easy to pick up, but hard to master. The difficulty of these two spells are different, but both require the mobilization of your magic power within your body. In other words, the control of magic power is very demanding. You are still lacking in this area, so I have prepared some targeted exercises. For the next 2 hours, Draco Malfoy practiced writing in the air in a way that didn't scatter. He had to do it all with his bare hands, and it was demanding in terms of speed and aesthetics. Draco Malfoy's face flushed from the heat of the fireplace, which jumped and splintered as the weather in March remained unpleasant. Professor Happ indicated that some teaching aids are not ready yet, so the real practice will have to wait until next week. Still, when he left, he brought a copy of the knowledge breakdown chart of the disillusionment charm with him. It is his assignment, and an analysis essay must be turned in by next week. Chapter 459. The last days of March passed rather quietly, and Alastor Moody's purchase came on an overcast morning. A dozen owls landed on the great hall table with a huge package in tow, their feathers ruffled, when Professor Moody asked a few students to take the poor little creatures to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. A long flight. Moody said, there aren't many people you can trust these days, and you can't be too careful when it comes to safety. That lowlife ruined my collection, he said in a thick voice. I spent decades on it. That sniakoscope works incredibly well and can monitor schemes within a kilometer radius. The only problem is that it's too sensitive, which is why I moved to an isolated area, otherwise it would just keep shrieking. Professor Marchbanks and old Vera also left the school on that same day. Professor Marchbanks took the report provided by Felix. According to her, trying to get the Ministry of Magic to recognize a new profession is not an easy task. They will pull a lot of irrelevant issues, such as the salary for the new department. She complained loudly, it would always be delayed in irrelevant things, but I'll try to make it happen. You're staying over during Easter break. She looked at Felix, who responded by saying he would be here on April 17th, the day after Easter. I'll remember to schedule the meeting for that time. What do I need to prepare for this? Felix asked. Shut them up with irrefutable facts. Professor Marchbanks gently shook his hand. Old Vera invited him to be a guest at the Ancient Rune Society for the summer before he left, and Felix agreed, but he would never join the society. He needed to see more positive changes unless they offered the title of President of the Ancient Rune Society. And so April came. The vegetation in the school quietly turned green and the climate became favorable. In addition to the change in weather, the professors of different subjects all moved forward with their revision, and the students complained about the large amount of homework assigned, even creating a strange culture of comparison. I studied until 12 o'clock last night. A 5th-year student said in the lounge, finishing that damn history of magic paper. The guy's got 3 months to go before he's liberated, though, doesn't he? Ron said sadly, comparing the two answers as he too fretted over the history of magic paper. First it was goblins, then vampires, and now it's turned into centaur. What the hell is wrong with Professor Binns? Is the ghost cake in classroom 7 not up to his taste? These are the knowledge that must be learned. Hermione said while looking through today's newspaper. I know, but I don't care one bit about what the Centaur chief said when he refused to accept the human term of address, and the significance of the Centaur Liaison Office, a department that according to my father has never really been used, and no centaur has ever actually walked in there. Ron muttered incessantly, his resentment visible to the naked eye and his voice getting louder. It's become a public joke, if you look at anyone and don't like them, just pray he gets sent to the Centaur Liaison Office because it won't be long before he's fired. Harry, what's the word? Harry, who has been working on his divination class assignment, peeks over and stares at his assignment for a few moments before saying in an uncertain tone, bangers. It's a banshee, Hermione said calmly from the sidelines, clutching a large book. the centaur has a grudge against banshees and vampires, and has clashed throughout history, which is one of the reasons they refuse to share the name human. Ron didn't listen at all as he mimicked Harry's handwriting and drew a haphazard pattern, eventually comparing the lengths and concluded it with a small poem. "Great job," he said happily. Hermione glanced at it and said mockingly, "Whose poem is this?" "I wrote it myself." Ron closed the paper decisively. "Good for you, breaking up a long sentence into 7 or 8 paragraphs," Hermione said, as Ron smiled and stuffed the paper into his book bag. "It's actually 8 paragraphs. Any news? You've been reading that for half a day." "There's been more and more discussion about ancient runes," Hermione said. "It's like a hurricane, rune cards are selling like hotcakes. A lot of people are waiting for a new book from the professor, they obviously know who is the source of the change. And we benefit from that, don't we?" Ron said with a grin. He recently in a rather good mood. Last week Future World Company employees came over to give them a reward, a full 80 golden galleons, according to Neville. He even smiled when sleeping. Hermione did not pay attention to him, as she continued to look at the newspaper. "I always feel that there is a person missing. How she did not comment on this big event is too strange." "Who do you mean?" "Rita Skeeter," Hermione said. "Isn't it perfect? That nuisance disappeared. Maybe she was beaten by someone." Ron guessed. "She's writing Regulus's biography." Harry looked up and said, "Or maybe she's just hiding from the limelight." "Oh," Hermione said in a long drawn-out voice, "that makes sense." "What's wrong?" "You are not aware of what she has written in her new book, and frankly I wouldn't be surprised if she was captured by the Dark Lord one day, but she still has the guts to do this, are you sure?" she asked, looking at Harry. "I don't know why." Harry shrugged, but Sirius said her attitude was serious, and she took the manuscript to him every once in a while. Other than that she didn't see anyone at all for the rest of the time. "How's Sirius's job? Is he fitting in?" Hermione couldn't help but ask. "I can't believe he managed to stay in one school for so long." "He's fitting in quite well there," Harry said. "He mentioned that he figured out a way to deal with the students." "He didn't hex the students, did he?" Ron asked, and Harry didn't answer. He couldn't rule out the possibility. April 7th. Future World Company launched the magic projector with the footage simultaneously. During that day the new product was sold at 40% off, for a total of 120 golden galleons. The price is not low, but it still attracted a considerable amount of attention. Especially when combined with the news of the hottest tournament at present, it has set the market on fire as soon as it appeared, selling 150 sets in the first week, and that's not counting the orders from abroad. It was a good start, although sales would certainly decrease and stabilize in the future. With that came a lot of talk about the champions, and it was as if the wizards had entered Easter early, with many owls flooding the campus every day. Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade featured with the posters of the champions in their support. It was in this atmosphere that Rita Skeeter emerged from a rented room opened by a Muggle. She tidied up her manuscript with a satisfied expression. Under great pressure, she exerted herself like never before, and this book, if published, would surely set off the market. And those peers of mine are not that low level, either. She mused, a press card with her picture and title placed on the table, a trainee reporter at the Times. Yes, she had disappeared from the wizarding community for a while, not because she was hiding behind closed doors, but because she had temporarily disassociated herself from it. Chapter 460. Rita Skeeter has her own agenda. She was able to mix it up while annoying people because she knew what not to report and who not to offend. Here's an interesting fact: different people attach different importance to the same thing, and the same person attaches different importance to different things. She can report on the Malfoy family's luxury and power, but will not touch on their history of being knighted by the Muggle kings and the fact that they were once close to the Death Eaters. She will also use harsh words to describe Dumbledore as a senile old man in her article, but she will never write about the forbidden friendship that existed half a century ago or mention anything about his dead relatives. Unless, of course, they are no longer alive. She has developed her own style of reporting based on this unique understanding of journalism, which has made her unique in the wizarding community with a large loyal following. However, she has had a bad year in the past 2 years, with a series of flops. The first time was 2 years ago when she ran into a low-profile wizard and miscalculated the situation, thinking it would be no big deal if he got offended, but she ended up on the wrong side of the tracks and was confronted. The second time was also 2 years ago, when that harebrained man Lockhart discovered her secret of being an illegal animagus, so she had to get ahead of the game and use an obliviate to get out of trouble, and afterward when she learned that Lockhart turned out to be a real memory master, she broke out in a cold sweat. She naturally knew what she had, and her lame obliviate could not trap him for too long, so she rushed to the Ministry of Magic to report her animagus status. Even though her reputation got worse, she dodged a bullet and was simply got fined a sum of money. The third involves her ambitious work against the Black Terror. Ever since her rival and fellow minder was imprisoned in Azkaban, she had been considering completing a highly influential new book. That's when Regulus Black, who had received the honorary endorsement of Dumbledore and was also the heir of an ancient pure-blood family, came into her sights, with a hidden identity as a former Death Eater. She doesn't care if it's true or not, but that story sells, doesn't it? And more fortunately, the two main characters of the incident were dead. The only thing standing in the way of this is probably the only remaining member of the Black family, Sirius Black. If his wanted notice was still hanging in Diagon Alley, she would never have dared to do so, but that Black was eventually proven to be wrongly accused. What a stupid guy, spent more than 10 years in prison for nothing. Rita Skeeter once suspected that he had intellectual problems. But in any case, since Sirius Black was wrongly accused, she is not afraid of him. Think about it, the last of the old pure-blood family, who left home at the age of 16 without inheriting any bit of the family's network, what is there to be afraid of? In her opinion, Sirius should have been busy working around and restoring the family glory at that time. It turned out that things had gotten completely out of hand. First Sirius Black kept sending her howlers, and then there was the news that the Dark Lord's loyal lackey had come back from the dead and managed to escape arrest, which scared her to death and annoyed her at the same time. When did Azkaban become a complete gag? Damn Barty Crouch! Damn both of them! She repeatedly inquired about the truth through various connections, and the more she learned, the more chilling she felt. She even went so far as to use a piece of hidden information to finally meet a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic, who looked at her like a dead man. Then she made a prompt decision to turn to the most powerful wizard she could get in touch with, Felix Happ, and she did not hesitate to offer up all kinds of hidden information she had worked so hard to gather over the years. She also finally knew who she had messed with. She had guessed at every possibility and even wondered if she had been targeted by some ghost, but she never imagined that it would be someone who was already dead. Is it some strange fetish for both the servant and the master to pretend to be dead? Despite the promise of Felix Happ, she was worried that she would be used as bait, in case the fish is not caught, and she got swallowed instead. After weighing her options, she decided to disappear for a while. Under the pretext of writing her book in peace, she quietly moved to a Muggle community and temporarily broke off contact with the wizarding community. During one of her walks, she found a newsstand where a Muggle newspaper unexpectedly matched her appetite in terms of style. Although she did not like the third edition, she used some skills to get a job as a trainee reporter. After a few small strokes, she became the most brilliant trainee under the editor-in-chief and will be promoted to a full-fledged reporter in the near future. Now she decided to convince the editor-in-chief, who had terrible taste in clothes, to allow her some autonomy. That morning, Rita Skeeter emerged from the Sunday Times office. She promised to bring one heavyweight story a month to the paper, and the reward, naturally, is flexibility in her work schedule. By noon, she returned to Diagon Alley. Rita Skeeter took a deep breath and felt her entire body relax. On her way back to the Daily Prophet's headquarters, she unexpectedly saw various posters plastered on Diagon Alley. Even the wanted posters for Barty Crouch Jr. were covered up. Rita Skeeter stared expressionlessly at the dozen or so people on the posters. They were all champions of the tournament, and she was no stranger to them, having participated in the pre-tournament wand check and the coverage of the first task. But it became clear that something big had happened that she didn't know about. Half an hour later, at the Daily Prophet headquarters, she got to know what happened from the mouth of the photographer. The second task. A magic projector. And, of course, ancient rune. Rita Skeeter, who had been hanging out at the Sunday Times job for 2 months, certainly knew what a projector is, and she even understood the logic of how the Future World Company operated. Those little guys are famous now? She asked, straightening her curls. Rita, you're simply missing out on a lot of golden galleons. Her photographer said. Rita Skeeter lowered her head and gazed at him from behind her jewel-encrusted glasses. Oh, bozo, news will never be lacking, I've been doing more important things. So, what are you going to do now? Get a piece of the action, of course. Rita Skeeter said, reaching into her alligator handbag and pulling out a dark green fountain pen and a shorthand notebook. The photographer stared in amazement at her new kit as Rita Skeeter motionlessly adjusted the ring of Ouroboros on her finger to a different position, revealing just a dark green ring. "Bring it," she said sternly. "Don't tell me you haven't done a damn thing this whole time. Bring me all the pictures you've taken." Meanwhile, Felix stared at a package that Owl had sent over. "It is a birthday present." He gently unwrapped the outer package. "There is a birthday card and a birthday cake." After checking several times and finding no traces of magic, he opened the birthday card. The greeting on the card is brief and signed by a simple name, Jane, with no last name. "Strange, did I mention my birthday? Not to mention it's a week late," Felix thought to himself. His birthday is April 8th, but it's now already 15. The owl with the Owl Post Office logo anklet had flown away, which meant there is no need for him to write back. Chapter 461. Felix took out the small colored candles from the package with interest, stuck them on the cake, and lit them one by one with a match, and when he blew out the candles, he suddenly realized that he is 24 years old. It is the first day of the Easter holidays, so he has no classes, and even Valen is still sleeping. He thought about his recent schedule. Draco Malfoy would drop by in the afternoon to practice the disillusionment charm, which he had already grasped briefly, but the fluctuations in magic were so obvious that it was easy to be seen from close range. A little later Harry would come. His occlumency is on track, and there are still a few last pages left in that enchanted book. Tomorrow is Easter, and there is a feast in the evening. He had heard that 4 other schools will be performing shows, and he sincerely hoped that the busy Pukwudgie he saw when he passed by the Quidditch pitch are not preparing for it. The following day, he will leave for the Ministry of Magic to train the Aurors and hit wizards of the Ministry, and drop off the finished booklet about runes to the publisher on the way. Scrimgeour wrote that he would be granted an honorary position as an advisor, and although he did not care, he politely expressed his thanks in his reply. The bedroom door opened and Valen stood in the doorway with a yawn. "Kiki." A familiar smell. Felix smiled. "It's birthday cake, we can eat the fruit and chocolate on it first." "So nostalgic, I only had it when I was in the orphanage." "Key." The next evening, the Hogwarts Great Hall is brightly illuminated. Many of the young wizards had gone home for the holidays, but a significant number had stayed behind just to see the legendary and unique Pukwudgie show. When Felix walked into the Great Hall, he saw a huge Easter egg in the center of the room. Only when he got closer did he realize that the egg is made up of a variety of sweet treats pieced together. He saw fruit preserves, pudding, peppermint hard candy, praline crunchy candy, wine heart chocolate, and fudge filled with nuts. A group of students gathered in front of the egg and gestured at it. The head boys and girls of the student body had to loudly announce that this is something to be shared only after the dinner is over. But Harry's craving for Easter eggs is not great. He has significantly overconsumed sweets in the past 2 days, in addition to Professor Happ's birthday cake that was shared yesterday afternoon. This morning he also received a dragon egg-sized Easter egg from Mrs. Weasley, which was filled with homemade toffee. He ate it to a point of burping, and even burping has a sweet and creamy taste. He, Ron, and Hermione found a seat and waited for the dinner to begin. "I told you there is no way that woman would quit." Hermione tossed a newspaper over to him. Harry took it over and looked at it. "Nothing out of the ordinary is written." "She started a rumor that I've innate strength." Hermione said annoyed. "Do I look like I'm related to a troll?" "Why's that?" Harry asked. "It's known as a troll's natural talent, but the wizarding community has always been skeptical about it, but they had to make something up or else trolls would be no different from ordinary creatures." Fred and George said as they sat down next to them. Soon, people arrived and the students from the other 4 schools scattered to sit at the 4 long tables. Byers and Fleur both chose to sit in the Gryffindor seats. "What are you planning to perform?" Harry asked. "Oh, you mean that," Byers said vaguely, looking disinterested. "You'll know when it's time." "What about your school?" Harry shook his head. He didn't know either, and Neville interjected from the sidelines. "It's a ghost show, and I heard Fat Friar from Hufflepuff and Nearly Headless Nick talking about the party, and Fat Friar was worried that there wasn't enough food being distributed." The crowd looked at each other. "They want to bring that spooky food into the Great Hall." Ron couldn't help but shudder. "Don't forget, there is Classroom 7 available now, so maybe the food will taste better," Harry reminded him. "I still can't get over Nearly Headless Nick's 500th anniversary party," Ron said pessimistically. The ghosts had deliberately made everything moldy in order to make the food taste a little stronger. The dinner party started. Harry's eyes fell on a salmon. He couldn't help but remember the salmon skewers he had seen that day. He thought the group of house elves in the kitchen had worked on a new dish, but unfortunately he never saw it on the table. That's when the lights dimmed. A group of silver ghosts drifted in like a tide, gliding through the great hall in some sort of formation, and Harry caught sight of the nearly headless Nick, one hand holding his head to keep it from falling off, while the other did well-rehearsed moves with the other ghosts. He looked excited. Harry knew that Nick had tried hard to get into the headless hunt, but was mercilessly rejected because of an inherent lack of qualification. He still had a bit of skin attached to his neck, and he had complained about it. A few minutes later, the ghosts gathered together, and the students applauded in a polite manner. At that moment, the ghosts suddenly scattered in all directions and flew into midair, sprinkling a silvery speck of light. Harry stared up in alarm, and he recognized it as some kind of egg-shaped stuff. He couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, which actually posed a big risk, because his experience told him that contact with the ghosts would give him a feeling of falling abruptly into an ice cave. But the next second, a feeling of happiness flowed through his body, as if he returned to the ancient rune office. Sitting on the professor's couch, looking through the enchanted book, he stayed for a long time in the chapter called Happiness. "That's my memory." A ghost floated up to him and said with excitement, "It is nearly headless Nick." "Oh, that feels awesome." Harry praised sincerely. "Thanks, it took a while to get that." Nearly headless Nick said, I saw this coming. I have been the only courtier of Henry VII who has tasted the delicacies of the court." His tone grew low, although he was also the one who sentenced me to death. "That's too bad." That was all Harry could say. But all he could think of is how poor Henry VII must have been to not even be able to afford a good axe, because nearly headless Nick had said, he had been cut by the executioner 45 times without his head being completely severed. "Want to try?" Felix asked from the faculty table. "My memory body is fond of doing strange things, and he complained to me that he couldn't come out." "No need," Snape said coldly, pushing away the silvery speck of light that hovered around him. At that moment, the light returned to the Great Hall. A row of short Pukwudgie walked to the center of the Great Hall, their faces stiffer than Snape's. They wielded their pocket short bows expressionlessly, as if at any moment they would draw an arrow from their backs and shoot out. The Great Hall went silent, and no reaction occurred until they withdrew. Dumbledore politely clapped his hands, bringing sparse applause. The subsequent shows were much more normal. The students of Uagadou danced a jolly African dance, as the athletic and graceful figure of Nona Libert attracted the attention of many boys. The students also witnessed the chorus of Beauxbatons' Mountain Fairies, and Fleur drunkenly serenaded along with them. "So, Professor Happ's birthday is April 15th?" Fred asked, stabbing up a piece of chicken with his fork. "It might be." Harry froze. "I didn't ask in detail, but yesterday Professor Happ said the cake was freshly unwrapped in the morning." "Oh." Fred and George looked at each other in silence, and Fred said with a straight face, "George, next year is our last year at school." "Yeah," George said without thinking, "it is important to give presents before it is too late." "You're going to pull a prank on the professor's birthday?" Hermione asked sharply. "Don't say it like that," Fred didn't deny it, "just trying to leave a good memory. I just found out that all of our birthdays fall in April, me, George, and Professor Happ. It must be a special fate. You guys. The 1st of April, yeah, April Fool's Day, but it's not a joke." Chapter 462. The next day, Felix showed up at the Ministry of Magic on time, and the elevator disguised as a red phone booth stopped at the dark-tinted Ministry of Magic's lobby. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a good day." The voice of the cold woman was heard in the elevator. Then the door of the phone booth slammed open, probably because of the Easter holiday. The gleaming hall appeared very silent as it is empty. Felix caught a glimpse of the person waiting a short distance away, Tonks. With her violet hair on top and her nose considerably pastel than before, the metamorphmagus are truly magical, thought Felix. It would be nice if I could study them. But he would not say this out loud. "Mr. Happ, I took this job from Kingsley," Tonks said cheerfully, looking him up and down as she walked toward him. "You simply dropped by like this? Or else?" Felix asked. "I thought you would bring some teaching aids. Remus mentioned to me that you always have a lot of interesting inventions and whims." "I did bring them, and will bring them out when the time is right." Felix smiled faintly and walked with her in the direction of the elevator. "You are still in touch with Remus?" Oh yes, Tonks said, I like to hang out at Sword Castle during the days it's open when I'm not doing anything. Remus has given me quite a bit of advice, and he's still feeling sorry about knocking me out, but he didn't mean to, didn't he? We're going to the second floor, and Scrimgeour is waiting. Sword Castle. It's the headquarters of the Future World Company. It looks like a long sword stuck in Diagon Alley, that's what we call it, Tonks said, fiddling with the elevator button as it jerked and started descending. Felix suddenly realized that he has always learned information about his company from others that he didn't know, and he thought it felt pretty nice, giving him an inkling that his company is growing rapidly and spreading its influence. Aside from that, Tonks pulled the conversation back on track. I've been saving up for the Emerald Crown lately, but I've always been a spendthrift. It's really popular with the girls. Felix said understandingly. Oh, Tonks looked a little flustered as she hastily explained, I'm not trying to wear a princess dress or two, I mean, while it's really pretty, it comes in 6 styles, and they also accept custom orders, don't you think it goes well with my ability? She pointed to her face, her pastel nose quickly becoming angular, making her face look more refined as well as stern. Ding! The second level arrived. Felix pretended to be convinced, and they went to the Auror office, an open space divided into several cubicles, each belonging to an Auror. Although it is a holiday period, the seats inside are still mostly full. The Aurors conversed in 2s and 3s, and when Tonks led Felix in, they turned their eyes in unison. Felix caught a whiff of different emotions, curiosity, admiration, skepticism, scrutiny, and 1 or 2 malicious ones. That's my seat, Tonks said, pointing to a small cubicle with some stickers on the wooden panels and a few pending documents scattered on the table along with a mug with a discount coupon from the Future World Company pressed under it. Good work, Tonks, Kingsley interrupted, I'll take care of the rest. Felix felt like a piece of cargo, briefly in Tonks' hands for transit before being taken over by someone more professional, and Kingsley led him to the inner side of the open space where a heavy oak door with a gilded wooden plaque bearing Scrimgeour's name and job title hung. Hello, Mr. Happ. Scrimgeour said as he stood up in the office. Instead of using the cane hanging on the shelf, he limped out from behind the solid wood desk, looking much more enthusiastic than last time, his lion's mane-like hair on his head shaking as he shook Felix's hand. The ministry has been buzzing about you lately, and Griselda thinks very highly of you. Felix thought he was talking about the reframing of the ancient rune curriculum. I hope everything is going well. Indeed, Scrimgeour said, you have a good chance of making the cut. She picked a clever time to do so, and it must be admitted that Griselda is well connected as a senior member of the Wisengamot, so her recommendation carries a lot of weight. Felix felt a little puzzled as they didn't seem to be talking about the same thing. Without waiting for him to ask, Scrimgeour had already walked out of the office and shouted at the Aurors, who stood up in unison and headed toward the door. Let's go to the training room, Scrimgeour said to him. The training room? Felix looked confused for a moment, then quickly realized how Aurors couldn't possibly have their own training ground. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is the largest department in the ministry. Scrimgeour laughed out loud. That statement reflects many things, the number of people, the space, and of course the expenditures. They walked out the doorway and headed in the opposite direction from the elevator, walking down some aisles before turning a corner at the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office ahead of them, and then turning into a dark, well-worn corridor. The corridor seemed deliberately placed this way, and Felix sensed traces of heavy magic. After walking for a few minutes, they finally reached the end of the corridor, which seemed to be a dead end. Felix saw a huge wall with an illustrated portrait of an equivocal male wizard with a scholarly face sitting in the frame, with a thick book in his hand, as he read it with great interest. Justice Piliwickle, a former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, constructed this training room during his tenure, Scrimgeour said. Felix shot a few glances at the portrait. I've seen him, on the chocolate frog card. The male wizard in the portrait locked eyes with him, took off his hat with a slight bow, and asked, which do you think is more important, making laws or enforcing them? The latter, Felix said. Laws are always good in their original intent, but even the best laws need to be enforced and interpreted by people. Interpreting the law is an art. The male wizard in the portrait said approvingly, and he whirled to move out of the way, revealing a large, dark hole. A dozen steps or so into the hole revealed a clear, brightly lit area ahead. Felix squinted, his eyes scheming over the underground space, which is larger than Hogwarts Great Hall. There are nearly 100 people, much more than he had seen in the Auror's office inside, and Felix estimated that many of these people should be hit wizards. There were only 37 people in the profile. He said mildly. That's right, and you only need to consider those people, Scrimgeour said. The others are here to see the event, they will remain for maybe an hour or two before leaving, they have their own assignments. After introducing Felix to the crowd in the training room and arranging for Kingsley to be his assistant, he hurriedly left. Felix stood quietly, his eyes sliding over each and every one of them. He saw a handful of familiar faces, but plenty more are strangers. At that moment, Kingsley came over from the corner of the field, followed by several human targets and soft pads that had been retrieved from a row of wooden crates in the corner. Thanks, Shacklebolt. Felix said, as he turned his wrist and his inky wand abruptly appeared in his hand, a gesture that drew some stares, and then he spoke calmly. If nothing else, I will be spending the next little more than 2 weeks with you all. I will show you some of the mysteries of ancient runes. Time is limited, I can only pick the parts that are most important to you. I think you should have read about it in the newspaper recently. That's right, the part about the combination of ancient rune and modern magic. Before we officially begin, before I ask anything from you, I would prefer that you see what skills you are going to master. I think it will help us to get along for the rest of the time without some mishap. He flicked his wand quickly and a flame flared. Boom! A golden ball of fire blasted on the human-shaped target, the sticky flame clinging to the mutilated limbs, with a continuous crackling popping sound. Standing in the front row, Tonks felt the shockwave of the spell sweep over her head, a wave of heat whizzed her hair, she could not help but smack her lips. Flame rune with fire-making spell, Felix explained, this power can pretty much break the average level shield charm. The crowd in the room murmured. In addition, flow rune with shield charm, Felix waved his wand again, a magic barrier appeared in front of him, it looked like a new type of shield charm, it is no longer colorless and transparent, with the surface swirled with a greenish light, like flowing blue waves, or fettered wind. Hold on longer and better than the normal charm. Felix said, anyone wants to give it a try? Anyone wants to give it a try? When he asked for the second time, Kingsley stepped forward, as an assistant this is when he comes in handy. We will mimic the state of combat to complete a round of offense and defense, in which you will need to disrupt my defense as much as possible. Kingsley nodded in silence as the crowd spread outward, leaving enough room for the two. At that moment, Kingsley suddenly leaned down, drew his wand, and recited the spell. The whole process was done in a single breath. Felix moved a step to the side, hiding behind the green magic barrier. Snort, a little sound rang, the spell grazed the shield charm and deflected. The spell flew out swiftly as Kingsley stepped forward. Felix slightly adjusted the direction of the shield charm to make sure the spell didn't land on the same spot, and as everyone watched, the green glow of the magic barrier pulsed violently, with layers of ripples on its surface, and the originally broken and cracked spell smoothed out by an invisible hand. Onlookers counted silently until the fifth spell slammed head-on into the shield charm when it flickered and disappeared. Quite a few people, especially hit wizards, stared hard at the two. A good portion of them even had difficulty using a complete shield charm. It wasn't that they couldn't use it, but it would be difficult to use it in actual combat, which related to the law enforcement scenario they had to face. Hit wizards are like cops in the secular world who deal with routine law enforcement tasks rather than a SWAT. In other words, they confront the law-breaking wizard populace who actually found it hard to muster the courage to confront the Ministry of Magic instead of terrorists. The true dark wizards are scarce and are generally assigned to the more well-rounded Auror. The wizarding community is ultimately dominated by peace and order, rather than being filled with chaos and disorder, which is what the hit wizards have been experiencing all these years, but recently, for reasons unknown, Scrimgeour convinced Amelia Bones and Pious Thickness, who are also high-ranking officials of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to put forward higher requirements for the hit wizards and Aurors, in which an article has liberalized the channel for the promotion to Aurors from the hit wizards. It is an accepted fact that the treatment of Aurors far exceeds that of hit wizards. Many people are trying to work their way up to that. Professor. A young voice broke the silence. Felix looked at the young man and smiled. Abbot Bach. His eyes fell on a bearded wizard. If he remembered correctly, Bach mentioned that he had an Auror uncle, and he happened to have read about an Auror named David Bach in his profile. It's me, the young Bach said, the pimples that had plagued his face when he was in school finally fading, which made him look a lot more refined. Still, his immaturity is revealed when he speaks. I've learned there are many spells that are more advanced than the shield charm, so why don't we learn those spells? His uncle stared at him, his thick fingers rubbing repeatedly as if he wanted to teach his nephew a lesson. Abbot Bok couldn't help but shrink his neck. "Oh, Bok," Felix said gently, "it's true that there are many advanced spells, but advanced means complicated, and complicated means a high probability of error. The most intolerable thing in the combat zone is unnecessary mistakes. You will find that there is a general understanding about avoiding unskilled spells, and those who go against it will surely pay the price." Abbot Bok flinched and retreated back into the crowd. Felix continued, "Gentlemen, I will next focus on the most valuable spells. The runic fire-making spell and the runic shield charm were handpicked by me, and these two spells will serve as your first priorities to master. Other than that, if some of you are quick enough to learn, I don't mind giving additional instructions." Well, back to the topic. I had someone forward a copy of this information almost half a month ago. I would appreciate it if you have practiced it in your spare time through the rune cards, and now I would like to ask those who have mastered Flame Rune and Flow Rune to come forward. Tonks happily took a step forward and looked left and right excitedly. Felix likewise watched in silence. It would be quite cumbersome for him to test the combat power of these auras one by one, but many things would reveal itself in detail with time, such as the degree of self-discipline, such as the ability to execute. Just like now, the vast majority of the 20 or so people who came forward are familiar faces that he had seen in the profile. Perhaps there is a discrepancy in the figures, but the elite fighting force that the Ministry of Magic can deploy is almost this. No wonder Scrimgeour was so anxious, Felix thought without making a sound. Although he does not know the exact number, but the number of Death Eaters during the last Wizard War is nearly 1 to 200, and every one of them is handpicked by Voldemort, plus the followers who have not been branded as Death Eaters, as well as the dark creatures that Voldemort solicited. Their strength has exceeded that of the Ministry of Magic, who has been at peace for more than 10 years at this moment. The Ministry of Magic can't be relied upon. This thought flashed through Felix's mind. Chapter 463. You all possess the ability to outline runes freely from the scopes of the rune cards, but this is only the first step. You still need to master the magical intent of the ancient runes, and that is not an easy task. Unless Felix gazed at the 24 people in front of him, you take some radical approach. "Mr. Happ, what do you mean?" Kingsley asked in lieu of the rest. "Take some risks and show your courage, you need to feel it deeply," Felix said seriously, a dozen feet around him as his wand cut through the air like a sharp sword, accompanied by a soft swoosh sound. A bright orange flame rose up and twisted into a long snake of flame. Kingsley's eyes widened, and he quickly took 2 steps back. The other Aurors and Hit Wizards also drew their wands and pointed at the flaming serpent which stood upright, as well as Felix Happ, who stood in front of the flaming serpent, with a calm face, and his wand had disappeared into his sleeve. The crowd gradually calmed down. Tonks marveled at the huge flaming serpent burning in front of her. It is almost 100 feet tall, the long serpent body is composed of flames, and every piece of its scale are burning violently. She took 2 steps forward, and Kingsley shouted in the background, "Tonks!" The long flaming serpent let out a silent hiss, then slammed down with a thud on the ground. The form of the serpent disappeared, leaving a straight flaming path on the field. The passage is about 6 or 7 feet wide. The head of the serpent fell just in front of Tonks, its tail extended backward, reeling Felix in, leaving his figure hidden in the flames. "Ladies and gentlemen, walk through the flame to join me and feel the power of the flame rune," Felix said as he stood amidst the flames. The Aurors looked stunned, and Kingsley frowned and asked slowly, "Mr. Happ, is this some sort of obstruction?" Yet Felix did not speak, perhaps not wanting to explain, or perhaps his very act of standing there spoke volumes. Tonks took a step forward. "Wait, Tonks," Kingsley immediately said. He felt troubled. Whether it is him, Scrimgeour, or the Minister of Magic, they cannot control the whole situation. Especially the behavior of those who have shown great power is not controllable. His role is to deal with these accidents. Tonks looked back at Kingsley, and then at Felix, who remained silent in the flames. He watched in silence with his head tilted slightly to the side, looking at her and everyone behind her with a probing gaze, seemingly curious about their choices. She began to perk up. "I'm not going to get hurt," Tonks said with certainty, and she took another step forward, just 1 step away from the flames, which blazed hotly, creating a hot wind, and she smelled the scorching smell of her hair. She suddenly hesitated, her mind became not so sure, so she looked at the man in the flames. "I'm not going to actively hurt anyone," the man said to her. Her heart pounded, and as everyone watched, Tonks closed her eyes and stepped into the flames. There is no sharp pain as expected, she feels a burst of warmth, and with undulating cries of surprise ringing around her, she opened her eyes, when the flames looked completely different in her vision. She saw flame runes. They looked like some kind of spirit, burning and jumping, transforming between the fiery red runes and the flames, and Felix's right hand glowed faintly as a wisp of flame separated in that hand, and one rune bolted in. Tonks couldn't help but gaze blankly from her spot, and Felix reminded her in a gentle voice, "Feel the emotion of the flame, feel the power of the rune." Tonks stretched out her palm, and a wisp of bright flame jumped on her hand shuddered as her arm cringed, but she didn't move away, the flame clung to her hand, dancing in her palm before transforming into a shiny rune. A feeling of joy surged through her, and she knew at once what to do next. She called out internally for more runes, and soon a wisp of flames surrounded her, forming an airtight cocoon of fire. This is Kingsley's eyes widened, and out of trust in Dumbledore, he stepped in second. The flames did not harm him, they gently brushed his robes, then more people stepped into the flames, they remained unharmed, and now they are curiously surveying the bright flames around them. Their eyes showed an incredulous expression. Is it an illusion? Kingsley thought, when a scream rang out from behind him, "Yaxley!" Someone shouted. Kingsley jerked back. Yaxley retreated from the flames. He seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage, although his skin showed not a trace of burns, but his clothes are smoking. Yaxley sat on the ground with a pained expression, his eyes filled with fear and anger. "What have you done?" he shouted. "It only means that you have not been selected." Felix said calmly, "You didn't think that I would just hand over my power without making any restrictions, did you?" "Mr. Happ," Kingsley said with a headache, "our agreement doesn't mention that, and you should at least talk to us in advance if you have any requests." "Because I don't think it would be a hindrance," Felix said lightly, "those who are averse to the ancient runes will naturally not be recognized by the runes either, you should have been prepared for this long ago." "You mean, Yaxley?" Kingsley looked at him hesitantly, and then looked at Yaxley who is sitting on the ground with a painful expression, and a huge wave rose up in his heart. "Perhaps I should talk with this Mr. Yaxley, there may be a misunderstanding between us." Felix curled his lips and said, "Yaxley," he remembered this name. "There is no misunderstanding." Yaxley gritted his teeth and stood up, "I just simply don't like ancient runes." "Sorry, Kingsley, it seems I shouldn't be here." He limped away. Kingsley hesitated for a second or two. "I'm sorry, Mr. Happ, I need to check his health." "There will be nothing wrong with his health." "I don't doubt that," Kingsley said quietly, but he paused and said to the others, "Don't let Yaxley influence you, I'll go out and see what's going on." He stepped out of the flaming field and walked after him toward the door. Felix spoke calmly, reassuring the stunned Aurors and the hit wizards. "The principle of this magic is simple. I have amplified the emotions of the flame runes so that you can feel the intent of the rune a little better. But inevitably, the rune is tainted with my own will, so anyone who has conflicted thoughts about the rune will be repelled." After a while, Kingsley returned with a brisk gait. The healer said there's nothing serious, just a shock, and Scrimgeour gave him 2 days off. He told the crowd, and they sighed in relief, feeling sorry for Yaxley as they did so. A few more fire cocoons were added to the field, wisps of flame blending into them. Felix nodded and looked at Kingsley, who wore a hesitant expression. "Something wrong?" "Scrimgeour wants to invite you to lunch." Chapter 464. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room. While the other students are busy catching up on their holiday assignments, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are having a lively discussion, trying to figure out the spells that they might use in the third task. "We won't know exactly what the third task will be until almost a month from now, but we can't just wait until then to get started," Hermione said to them, and Harry noticed that she pulled out her little book again. He remembered it was filled with inspiration and information that Hermione had prepared for the second task. Hermione noticed Harry's gaze, and she explained, "Some of the spells are useful, we just didn't have time to learn them at that time, and now it's just what we need." "What are they?" Ron asked with interest. "I think what I have mastered so far is enough already." "No, it's not enough," Hermione said seriously. "For example, at the 32nd tournament, the champions were asked to find an invisible beast based on a rudimentary map." "That doesn't sound dangerous," Ron said, "the invisible beasts are not very aggressive." "Oh, the danger didn't come from the invisible beast, but from the other creatures in the mountain, and what's more, in the end, the champions had explored the mountain for 6 weeks and found nothing, and the judges had to declare all of them as losers," Hermione said. 6 weeks? In the wild. Ron shrank back. You can imagine the state of the champions after being in the wild. Hermione said briefly, it took longer than average for them to recuperate. Ron's body visibly shook. We really ought to be prepared, Ron said with a serious look on his face. Any good advice on how to avoid getting yourself lost? Wilderness survival skills. Professor Belby has taught that knowledge. How to deal with common dangerous creatures in the wilderness. Professor Lupin has taught this part. An amplifying charm, caterwauling charm, 4-point spell. I think the sharp edge spell is not bad either. We can use it for clearing bushes and constructing a shelter. And by the way, Ron, how is your apparition practice going? What? Ron was taken aback and swallowed nervously. Don't look at me like that. You didn't practice since the end of last school year, did you? Hermione asked, staring at his face. Oh, Ron stammered, I've managed to do it twice, remember? That was last year. If you haven't practiced since then. Hermione looked at him sternly. What about you? Ron couldn't help but ask rhetorically. I have long been able to, Hermione said, but of course, not as well as Harry could use it. Ron looked at her with a downcast look. So, I have one more task than you guys? Harry, I need your help, Harry. Harry looked up from the book Famous Wizards and Their Patroness with a groggy expression. What's wrong with you? Ron asked curiously. The professor told me to find time to practice my patroness charm more often. Harry said with a yawn. Patroness charm? Why? Harry shrugged. The professor said that this charm has a lot of potentials to be tapped. After almost a week, the Ministry of Magic has gradually become more and more crowded, and the employees are returning to work regularly. Felix's special training is also on track. The most progressive aurors and hit wizards have begun to try to fuse the flame rune and the fire-making spell. The challenge at this point has turned out to be the control of the magic and the timing of the fusion of the two, which is not a difficult task for the elite members of the Ministry of Magic. Kingsley and Darius were the first to succeed. To them, the power of a single spell might not mean much, but they are dealing with a whole magic system. Everyone took this rare opportunity seriously, and Felix quietly spread his influence over one of the most important forces in the Ministry of Magic. He recalled his experience in the past few days, and there was no conflict with Scrimgeour during lunch. Scrimgeour didn't even mention the matter of Yaxley, he just brought out a letter of appointment as an advisor of the Ministry of Magic. Honorary advisor? What's the use? Felix asked, flipping through the contents of it. He didn't find a magic contract or anything like that. An extra income, and the right to advise and supervise on certain matters. Scrimgeour said in an alluring tone, it'll be an important resource if you ever plan to go into politics. Felix shrugged and accepted it. One afternoon, after Felix had once again elaborated on the meaning of the flow rune to the crowd, Professor Marchbanks approached him for a meeting. When Felix walked into the conference room on the second level of the Ministry of Magic, it was already filled with people. These people dressed in violet robes with an elaborate silver W embroidered on the left chest, they all looked at him with narrowed eyes, some with stern expressions, others with undisguised curiosity. His eyes darted over the wizards, lingering briefly on Dumbledore's half-moon-shaped glasses and the dull yellow-green bowler hat on Fudge's desk. Wizengamot. Felix vaguely speculated, and he walked calmly to the empty seat next to Professor Marchbanks, and lowered his head to whisper, "What do I need to do?" "Nothing." Professor Marchbanks said in a loud voice as she looked across the table, "Dumbledore, may we begin?" "Of course," Dumbledore said cheerfully. Fudge's expression looked very uneasy as he picked up a striped handkerchief and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Dumbledore flipped open a document on his desk and cleared his throat as he said aloud, "As Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, have gathered all the Wizengamot members for a discussion as well as a resolution on Griselda Marchbanks' proposal to decide whether to agree to incorporate Felix Happ as one of our members." A lot of murmurs are heard among the wizards present. Felix smiled slightly, leaned his body against the back of his chair, and waited quietly. After a few minutes, the murmurs subsided and Dumbledore spoke again, "Will the originator of the proposal please state the grounds?" The short Professor Marchbanks stood up, straightened her somewhat hunched body, and said loudly, "Every one of you already has a copy of this document in front of you, so I'll just highlight the main points. Felix Happ has made outstanding contributions in many fields, and he deserves to be one of us. After Felix Happ became Professor of Ancient Rune at Hogwarts, he demonstrated a high level of teaching and academic excellence for 2 consecutive years, and you can see the transcripts of this on pages 15 and 16. A rustling sound rang out in the conference room, followed by several suppressed gasps from the crowd. This can't be possible. Nothing is impossible. Professor Marchbanks said, just some time prior, Hedstrom Vera, the vice president of the Ancient Rune Society, and I went to the school specifically to investigate, and I can assure you that not a word of the information mentioned in it is false. We trust that you will not exaggerate on such a matter, Professor Marchbanks. Amelia Bones, who is seated next to Fudge, said, her voice loud and deep thanks to the monocle she wore. She reassured Professor Marchbanks, before looking at Felix with a probing gaze. Then I will continue. Felix Happ proved highly accomplished in the field of memory healing, and the treatment he has developed is proven to be the most effective treatment for memory damage at St. Mungo's, as many patients judged by healers to be incurable are restored to sound health. Ms. Dorothea Bonham can testify. Ahem. A voice sounded from the corner, and Dorothea Bonham, the former head of St. Mungo's, said solemnly, I can testify that, in fact, the data in the document about the patient was personally provided by me. There was another sound of flipping papers. This time no one objected. Felix had received the Order of Merlin for this one contribution, and everyone knew about it, but they just wanted to see more details. The meeting continued. Felix Happ has saved the reputation of the Ministry of Magic by quelling the riot at the Quidditch World Cup. Professor Marchbanks said loudly, and the chorus of agreement resounded considerably all around, while Fudge grimaced and mumbled. Professor Marchbanks exclaimed, I didn't see any act of recognition afterward, and this incident fully deserves an Order of Merlin. Fudge wiped his sweat as he was compelled to speak up and explain, I believe, we were busy investigating and collecting evidence at the time, and the Ministry had imprisoned hundreds of rowdy wizards, the vast majority of whom were from abroad, so they had to be handled carefully, or it could easily become an international dispute. Professor Marchbanks grunted loudly. Also the center of public view most recently, I'm sure you're no stranger to it, Felix Happ has demonstrated the new value of ancient runes, and we have reason to believe that this contribution is worthy of starting a whole new system of magic. Griselda, this matter still needs to be deliberated, Fudge said, uneasily fiddling with the papers in his hand. Of course, I do not disagree, just too early, need to be observed a few more years. Marchbanks ignored him. She closed the file in her hand and looked around intently. I think that's sufficient. Now I have only one question, what reason do we have to reject such a person from joining Wizengamot? The conference room became quieter as they looked around the room, seemingly waiting for someone to comment. At that moment, Amelia Bones looked up from the file. I have a few questions for Mr. Felix Happ, merely for curiosity, has little to do with the subject of this meeting and does not affect my approval of his entry into Wizengamot. Ms. Bones, I am just simply sitting here without anything to do, so feel free to ask your queries. Felix said. I've heard that the Patroness Charm is one of your best spells? That you once used it to take down hundreds of Dementors. The surrounding wizards began to exchange glances, with many showing expressions of admiration. That's true. You also possess some kind of magic that destroyed Dementors? Is it ancient magic? Well, one could assume so. Felix nodded slightly, at least the zooming spell is ancient magic. Then did you know that they are considered as employees of the Ministry of Magic? Amelia Bones looked at him with a stern expression. Yes, and I also know that they have lost control more than once, Felix said calmly, not counting the 2 times at Hogwarts, even in Azkaban there was a similarly disastrous occurrence happened. His words drew a murmur of discussion. Is it true? Someone asked in a low voice. It does have happened, Ms. Bones said in agreement. I always opposed the idea of using Dementors to guard wizard prisons, the practice is akin to. Cough, cough, cough. Fudge coughed violently. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting off topic. The policy of using Dementors as wizard prison guards have been carried out for centuries, and they have done their job outstandingly in most cases, with some occasional mishaps that can be tolerated. Outstanding? Outstanding. Professor Marchbanks glared at Fudge as if she is eager to quarrel with him. Dumbledore timely spoke asked, does anyone else have any questions before the formal vote? I have a question. A male wizard raised his hand. He smiled and asked, I want to ask on behalf of my granddaughter, when will the Emerald Crown of Future World Company be on sale? Many people laughed quietly. At that moment, Fudge indicated a witch with his eyes, and Dolores Umbridge inwardly grimaced as she hesitated for a few seconds, but she still couldn't give up the temptation of returning to the center of power. Here's the thing, she spoke in a whispery voice, and several people around her immediately frowned. I'm full of appreciation for Mr. Happ's creation of the Future World Company, which, as we all know, has become the biggest company in the entire British as well as becoming one of the greatest company in the wizarding community as a whole. Currently there are about, she quickly scanned the parchment on the table, 147 people. You do know better than me, the owner of the company, it's really quite hard on you. Felix said calmly, scaring Umbridge to shiver. Her face heaped with a sweet smile. I'm curious, what are you trying to do with all those people you've recruited? As far as I know, this company is still recruiting, and at this rate, probably in another 2 or 3 years, the Future World Company will outnumber the Ministry of Magic in terms of headcount. Well, Felix said with a calm expression, because it didn't meet my expectations yet. Expectations? With all due respect, is your expectation all about exceeding the Ministry of Magic's staff? No. I don't really care about that, Felix said. In case you forgot, Umbridge, Future World still isn't considered the biggest company in the wizarding world. Pardon me? I can't think of any other. Gringotts. Felix spat out a name, and Umbridge's face looked as if she had been forced to swallow a fly. The expression of the wizard in the conference room eased. My vision for the Future World Company would be a multinational company, and the company's blueprint has never been limited to just 1 or 2 countries. The company has started to spread across every wizard gathering place in the world. Felix said, where you can't see, all employees of the company are working towards a common goal. And this common goal is? Umbridge held her breath. It's printed on the Future World Company flyer, Felix said slowly. It seems you didn't do your homework carefully enough. Umbridge stopped talking. Then, let's vote by raising our hands. Dumbledore looked around and said. After saying that, he raised his hand first. A few minutes later, the proposal about Felix entering the Wizengamot passed unanimously. Very well, Dumbledore said cheerfully, then, I request the new member of the Wizengamot to take his seat, so we can move on to the second topic, proposed by myself. Fudge's face suddenly trembled, not out of fear, but anger. He stared at Dumbledore with a death stare, his fat, thick fingers wriggled. Dumbledore acted as if he did not notice it. He calmly stated his topic, about the return of Voldemort, and the imminent Second Wizarding War. Chapter 465. A sharp intake of breath resounded in the conference room. The male wizard who had just asked about the new product for his granddaughter slid straight out of his chair to the floor. He cursed and got up, but no one cared about him. The room looked like a vegetable market. Even Professor Marchbanks looked at Dumbledore with surprise. Are you sure he's really back? Dumbledore, I mean, really back? Amelia Bones said seriously with a serious look behind her monocle. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, and Ms. Bones' stiff body relaxed. Both her thick eyebrows returned to their proper place. So, we still have time to prepare. She let out a huge sigh of relief. Provided we don't turn a blind eye and pretend like nothing is happening. That's enough, Dumbledore! Fudge shouted, his face turning purple and spittle flying, but he seemed completely oblivious to it. Stop spreading panic. There's no evidence that he's actually back, or shown signs of coming back. The evidence is right under your nose, Fudge. You just need to put your head down and examine it calmly for a few seconds. Dumbledore said. Where? Barty Crouch. Aha! I knew you would say that. Fudge roughly tugged at his collar, his face and neck discolored with rage, and he stood up, the bowler hat in his hand squeezed flat as he waved his arms agitatedly. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you how ridiculous this so-called evidence is, and you will see how ridiculous. The members of the Wizengamot stared in shock as they watched Fudge walk around the room, speaking in a loud voice. Barty Crouch. I hate to say it, as there's a scandal involved, but the former head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation had committed a crime. Barty Crouch used a polyjuice potion to swap his wife and son out of prison, and the Dementors failed to detect it. I admit that Azkaban is flawed, and we are considering adding a thief-proof waterfall to wash away the effects of all magical spells and polyjuice potions. Fudge suddenly stopped. With one hand clutching his bowler hat with a death grip and one hand resting on his chair, he exclaimed, think of how insane he was, committing a murder a decade or so ago. He was so evil. No better than those Death Eaters. Cornelius, Amelia frowned. Barty did do something wrong, but according to his testimony, his wife was dying at the time, and Barty couldn't resist his wife's last plea. More than that. Fudge interrupted her. Barty Crouch committed more than that. He drove his own son crazy. The conference room went silent, except for the heavy panting of Fudge himself, who resembled a dangerous gladiator. They felt like they were inside an ancient gladiatorial arena instead of the Ministry of Magic's conference room, where Fudge looked prepared to fight anyone who dared to take a chance. Then he welcomed his fated opponent. Dumbledore crossed his arms on the table, looked at Fudge with interest, and said softly, "Peculiar point of view. Fudge, I'm getting more and more interested in what's going on in your head, and I'm all ears." Fudge seemed exasperated by Dumbledore's calm expression, and his voice got louder as if he had used an amplification charm. "I have proof too, Dumbledore, and if you choose to believe Barty Crouch's word, you'll believe him all the way. Isn't that right?" Fudge had an odd smile on his face. He had prepared quite a bit for this day to speak smoothly. His small eyes fixed on Dumbledore, and Dumbledore did not shy away from meeting his gaze. Dumbledore's body seemed to emanate an unspeakable pressure, so Fudge took the initiative to avert his gaze. "Imperious curse, right? Gentlemen, have you ever wondered how Barty Crouch managed to rein his son in? In order not to expose his crime and continue to move up in the Ministry of Magic, he personally cast the Imperious Curse and detained Crouch Jr. under incognito for 12 whole years. He got what he deserved, that little Death Eater." Professor Marchbanks said loudly, "He was involved in the torture of the Longbottoms, the worst of it if it weren't for Felix." She gave a quick glance to the side. The poor couple would still be muddling along in St. Mungo's. "I know," Fudge said impatiently, "I assure you, I have no sympathy for that Death Eater. My uncle died in the war, and I hate them as much as you do. I just want to tell you that Barty Crouch has gone mad long ago, and he is not what you think. What would happen to the heart of a man who used the unforgivable curse for 12 years straight?" Felix glanced at Fudge in amazement for thinking of this breakthrough, and as for the effect, just look at the greatly shocked wizards. Barty Crouch's reputation is completely finished, and there will be no one will sympathize with him in the future. But thinking about how Dumbledore found him yesterday, he knew that Dumbledore is equally well prepared. "So, do you want to know what happened?" "It was a tragedy," Fudge said with a heavy expression. "The father used his power for personal gain and controlled his own son with an imperious curse, and finally his son went mad under the spell, mad enough to go completely insane. He hallucinated that he had heard another voice in his head and imagined that the Dark Lord is still alive, but in any case, he got rid of the spell's control, and in turn, he controlled his father. The spell messed with Crouch Jr.'s head, and for 6 months he pretended he was receiving commands from the Dark Lord, pretended he still served the Dark Lord, infiltrated Hogwarts and tortured his father, which he had done all based on a figment of his imagination." Felix let out a deep sigh. He had a whole new understanding of Fudge's character. Fudge's stubbornness and persistence had opened his eyes. Fudge's strategy was also convincing, first exposing Crouch's crimes, turning Crouch into a dangerous criminal by using fact, and finding justification for Crouch Jr.'s behavior, although there were still quite a few flaws, but it was already a passable story, and if his guess is right, Fudge will next destroy all Crouch's testimony. "Barty Crouch is crazy!" Fudge exclaimed. When he disappeared, he suffered terribly, both mentally and physically. He looked at Amelia Bones. "You are well aware of that, aren't you?" Barty Crouch did suffer inhuman torture, but Ms. Bones spoke cautiously. "And the people at St. Mungo's have confirmed his condition." Fudge immediately looked at Dorothea Bonham. "That healer of yours," he himself admitted that Barty Crouch had been subjected to a significant amount of confundus charm and memory tampering. Ms. Bonham slowly nodded her head. Quite a few members of the Wizengamot got convinced, with sad expressions on their faces. "That's how it is." Fudge waved his hat. "There is no Dark Lord. And there is no war." He put the hat on his head. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore also smiled. He even clapped his hands a few times. "Fudge, your fiction was great. So, you have proof?" Fudge asked impatiently. Dumbledore calmly said, "If the evidence you expect would be to see Voldemort standing in front of you with your own eyes." Fudge couldn't help but cringe when he heard the name. As Dumbledore continued, "Then I really don't have it, but I'm happy to share some facts, and my own speculation based on those facts." "So are you going to make up stories too, Dumbledore? But I'm too busy to be interested in hearing these." "I'm afraid not," Dumbledore said. "What not?" Fudge sucked in a breath, as if Dumbledore was not talking, but took out his wand to threaten him. "Fudge, please forgive me, I am the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and even though you are the Minister of Magic, you are still a member of the Wizengamot, so according to the procedure you must hear me out." Dumbledore said, and Fudge stared as if he had been lashed. Felix sat quietly in his chair and thought, that even if Dumbledore intended to tell all about Voldemort's secret, he would still not believe it. He believed that Dumbledore is going to make a warning, the question is, how extreme it will be. Where should I start? Dumbledore said softly, the night 14 years ago, Voldemort with the help of a traitor entered the safe house of the Potters and killed them. However, he failed to kill Harry Potter when he was still a baby. As his killing curse rebounded, he lost his power from then on. He was dead. Fudge said stiffly. Where's the body? Dumbledore asked rhetorically. No one cares about that, Dumbledore. Fudge said impatiently, he's dead. Probably turned to dust, or someone took the body. It's just a rosy hope, Dumbledore said as he shook his head. I realized then that there's another possibility existed, that Voldemort is still alive and kicking somewhere in the world, but people were too eager to hear good news, too eager to restore order and embrace peace. Where is the proof, Dumbledore? Where's the proof? Fudge asked. Why can't you hear him out? Professor Marchbanks said in a loud voice, he wasn't this rude when you were talking. Fudge gave her a hard stare and muttered, well, I'd like to hear, what evidence there is. Thank you, Griselda. Dumbledore smiled in gratitude toward Professor Marchbanks as he continued, I did not put my guesses out there, and perhaps, as Fudge said, he really did turn to dust and die. Though by what I know of him, that is highly unlikely. One of the proofs is the curse that still haunts the Hogwarts, the defense against the dark arts class even years after Voldemort's death, which made my heart grow uneasy, so I took it upon myself to gather evidence that he is still alive, keeping an eye out for unusual sightings and legends. It took several years, but I finally found suspicion in a Muggle newspaper. Dumbledore said, yes, I got into the habit of reading Muggle newspapers in those years, and I still maintain it. I especially like the Sudoku game on it, according to the Muggles that can prevent Alzheimer's. Fudge looked at him with a dull expression, as if Dumbledore had already shown signs of Alzheimer's disease. To get back to the point, I read in the newspaper about an expedition team who had heard horror legends about the Albanian forest, where some small animals and livestock would die without warning and behave perversely before they died, and an 8-year-old boy swore he saw a snake reading a newspaper that had a picture that moved. We all know what this means. Dumbledore said as he looked at the crowd. In the crowd, Tiberius Ogden said with discontent, what fool wizard threw the newspaper around after reading it? That doesn't mean anything, Fudge said with a stiff tongue. It may be an animagus from another country who just happens to be a snake. I checked, and they're possessed. Dumbledore said. What? Possessed, Dumbledore repeated, which doesn't mean anything, maybe it's some evil spirit at work, but again, I need to warn you all, it could also be someone who has lost their power. I continued to investigate in the forest. And found a large pit full of animal carcasses, mostly rats and snakes, but of course, snakes were the most numerous. I tried to solve the riddle, and for a time I believed I saw a familiar figure, tattered and broken as he became a phantom, and passed before me in a flash, but I never saw him again afterward. You mean that thing, he was hiding from you? Amelia Bones asked gravely. I think so, Dumbledore nodded slightly. I persuaded a few families close by to move away from there and asked the owner of the local wizard tavern to keep an eye out for the ghost, and so on. After a decade, I gained more information and my inner suspicions became firmer. But if it was truly that man, why didn't he come out, instead of hiding and wandering in the Albanian forest for more than 10 years? Amelia Bones asked. Exactly. I would like to know that too. I'm afraid I can only give some guesses, Dumbledore said. Your guesses are very informative. Ms. Bones said as some of the wizards in the room nodded in agreement, while others kept shaking their heads. I think before I make my speculation I need to remind you that Voldemort has lost his powers, he is weaker than ever, and even more limited than what the ghost is capable of accomplishing, Dumbledore said, and one of his flaws is that he cannot overpower the thoughts of those who fiercely resist him for long, so he prefers to possess simple-minded animals, especially snakes. He has a special affinity for snakes. Parseltongue. Ms. Bones said grimly. True, perhaps for the first few years after he lost his power he had the hope that some Death Eaters would find him and help him regain his power, but he was sorely disappointed. He maintained his rule with fear, so it was doomed with nothing when he failed, Dumbledore said softly. Of course, the few who remained loyal to him were imprisoned in Azkaban. Barty Crouch Jr., Lestrange. Ms. Bones said. Felix's mind flickered. he once again triggered by the thought of Azkaban and Dementors. The first time was during the conversation with Neville. He didn't realize the problem in the end, as he had missed a key. Azkaban is a prison with all kinds of criminals inside. He leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling, trying to think. Dumbledore's voice became a background sound, providing him with inspiration. Almost 4 years ago, Voldemort possessed a professor at Hogwarts, infiltrated the school, and tried to get the Philosopher's Stone hidden inside. Finally, Harry Potter and his friends stopped him. The Philosopher's Stone was also destroyed. More than a year ago, Peter Pettigrew, the war hero who was considered dead, reappeared, along with a Death Eater later proved to be Crouch Jr. They were ordered to infiltrate the school, but before they could initiate the plot, they were discovered by Harry Potter and his friends, and the battle broke out at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, Sirius Black, the person who was considered to be a loyal servant of Voldemort at the time, was there along with 2 school professors, so together they rescued Harry Potter and his friends. Unfortunately, they almost died at the hands of an out-of-control Dementor, Dumbledore said sternly. Fudge's eyes flinched, and Umbridge even hid her head behind her papers. Peter Pettigrew died that night, by Dementor's kiss. Before he died, he suddenly repented and admitted that he was the traitor who betrayed the Potters in the first place, and he said something along with it. The conference room became silent, all held their breath and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore softly repeated, he said, "He is coming back, the man whose name cannot even be mentioned is coming back. I have done something wrong, forgive me." "What?" Miss Bones sucked in a breath as she stared incredulously at Fudge. "No one told me about this." "You put a hush order on it." Fudge stammered, wiping his sweat, and finally he simply yelled, "What do you want me to do?" "To impose total quarantine on the basis of a single statement that nobody believes. To destroy the peace we've worked so hard to build over the years. Peace never should be faked." Felix smiled as he finally thought things through. Azkaban, the Dark Wizard, the Death Eaters. Voldemort, the Resurrection, to add Dumbledore. All this pieced together into a guess. If Dumbledore had repeatedly given Voldemort deadly wounds, if Voldemort had been extremely weak and had to use the help of others, his options would be extremely limited. He needs a Death Eater, who is fanatically loyal to Voldemort and agrees with his philosophy. Only they can gain Voldemort's limited trust and get the honor of helping the Great Dark Lord to deal with his wounds and even organize the resurrection ceremony. If such a person is free after the war, it is impossible for him not to do something for more than a decade, so he must be locked up in Azkaban. Will they know more things like Horcruxes, for example? Well, certainly not. Voldemort is extremely selfish and would not tolerate the secret of the Horcrux being known, even if they are loyal servants who would give their lives for him. He probably would have used some kind of spell to keep the secret. An Obliviate or a concealment charms would have served the purpose. Fudge glared at Felix. The expression on his face remained stubborn. By the end of this year, the omens became more obvious. Dumbledore said, there were several disappearances. Bertha Hawkins disappeared without a trace in Voldemort's last hiding place, and after that, a Muggle disappeared. His name is Frank Bryce, and he lives in the village where Voldemort's father was born. I read it in the newspaper, do you remember? I'm still reading Muggle newspapers, and Crouch, if he wasn't rescued, it could have been another disappearance. Dumbledore, these things you say are also speculation, maybe just coincidence. I have a witness. Dumbledore said in a quiet voice. Fudge looked at him quickly, almost twisting his neck at the speed. The others also looked at Dumbledore, and Fudge muttered, "You don't want to say it's Barty Crouch, his testimony is not credible." "What about his house elf?" Dumbledore asked courteously, simultaneously waving his wand, and the figures of Winky and Dobby appeared abruptly in the room. Winky's expression looked a little bewildered, but Dobby adapted to the scene quickly, so he grabbed Winky's hand and the two of them bowed deeply, saying acutely, "Greetings, wizard gentlemen." Everyone stared at them not because of Dumbledore's magic, but because they both dressed in elaborate miniature clothes. What this meant is perfectly clear to them. These two are free elves. Chapter 466. Amelia Bones showed a surprised expression. The monocle on her face was about to slip off, so she took it off and wiped the lenses. "Dumbledore, if I'm not mistaken, neither of them has a master." Winky, who had been standing in place with a blank expression until then, suddenly exclaimed in a sharp voice, "No, Winky belongs to the Crouch family. Winky has her own master. His name is Barty Crouch." "Not at all." Dobby retorted, "Wizards, Mr. Barty Crouch gave Winky freedom." Dobby saw it with Dobby's eyes. Winky closed her eyes and shouted at the top of her lungs, "No! No! No!" Dobby shouted in an even louder voice, "Now Winky is a free elf, just like Dobby." He puffed out his chest with pride, making the wizards around him stare blankly. Never before they had seen such a strange elf. No, some had in the future world company, and they turned their heads towards Felix. Felix said calmly, "Dobby used to serve some big family, then he was freed, and I gave him a job," he said emphatically, "just a job. I've heard that future world Inc. has a bunch of quirky house elves." A wizard muttered. Winky continued to scream when Fudge interrupted her nonchalantly, "Elf. Your name is Winky? A former house elf of Barty Crouch?" "No, no, no," Winky continued to cry, and she started to roll around on the floor with tears and snot poured out of her face, and Dobby tried to pull her up, but he undoubtedly failed. He stood in front of Winky and waved his slim arms helplessly, "Yes. Her name is Winky, my name is Dobby. Dumbledore, you want them to testify? House elves cannot be trusted." "I don't think so," Dumbledore said with a smile, "as you can see by the clothes they wear, their will is entirely their own, and there is no need to worry that they will be bound by a magical contract that cannot be broken." Fudge stared at Winky, who still rolled on the floor. "Are you sure? She's no different from any other house elf, except for the extra piece of clothes." "Dobby, you can start by telling us what happened that night," Felix said, "limited to what you saw at Crouch's old mansion." "Oh, certainly. Dobby would love to." Dobby quickly went over the events of that night, mentioning only the grim voice and Crouch's perverse behavior, but those present bought most of it, or at least they almost confirmed that Crouch was indeed being controlled and that it was not by Crouch Jr., who was at Hogwarts at that time. While Dobby was talking, Winky gradually quieted down and whimpered. "He didn't mention that person," Amelia Bones said, glancing quickly at the file before looking asking. "Dobby is an outsider who had absolutely nothing to do with the whole incident if it wasn't for the purpose of inviting his friends to join him for Christmas," Felix said, and as for more information he looked at the elf sitting on the floor and said gently, "Winky, your testimony is very valuable, at least to prove that Mr. Barty Crouch is not an evil lunatic." "The Master is not a lunatic!" Winky shouted hoarsely, "the Master was under a dreadful spell." "So Winky? Is that your name? Can you be specific?" Amelia Bones asked. "If the truth is something else, I might consider rearranging Barty Crouch." "Will Master be freed?" Winky asked excitedly, as she finally stopped freaking out. "No way!" Fudge shouted, "Impossible!" He said it again, and Ms. Bones gave him a reproachful look and turned to Winky. "An acquittal is unlikely, but we will reconsider his sentence. You must know that he is supposed to be sentenced to life." Winky's eyes shone with a hopeful light. "Winky! Winky is willing to testify. A year ago, Master was still at work when a man broke in, he subdued me and freed young Master Barty." "Who was that man?" Mrs. Bones asked seriously. "It is a man named Peter, who can turn into a mouse, which Winky once witnessed." Winky exclaimed dramatically as the wizards in the room exchanged glances and someone whispered, "Peter Pettigrew." Winky continued to describe his appearance: short, fat, somewhat bald, with small eyes. She stole a glance at Fudge and whispered, "A little like this Lord Wizard." Fudge's chest rose and fell violently, like an old bellow that would explode soon. "Short, fat and somewhat bald," Ms. Bones repeated with a stifled smile, her wand outlining a man in the air. "Is that him? The portrait in midair is none other than Peter Pettigrew." "It's him," Winky confirmed, and mentioned an important piece of information: he was carrying an ugly baby, and called that baby his master. A loud gasp rang out in the conference room. "Are you sure it was a baby?" Ms. Bones asked gravely. Yes. Winky stammered, not daring to look at her. "It was a very, very, very ugly baby." When Master returned in the evening, young Master Barty, who had long since acquired his wand, hid under the invisibility cloak and sneaked up on when Master pulled up his clothes. Winky gasped in agony, "Oh, Barty, that bad boy, he brought back a rotten friend." "We know that, and after that the Master was controlled, and went to work as usual, and Winky felt it was no problem, for Lord's sake." Winky let out a sad cry, tears fell like beans. Winky also took care of them, cooked for them. "It could be a confondue's charm," Felix said. Later, they inadvertently mentioned that they are going to sneak up on someone to enter the school in his place and complete some dangerous mission. "What kind of mission?" Winky's eyes widened. Winky dunno. While they were discussing things, Winky was ordered to go back to Winky's place, and Winky is a good little elf who follows orders. Winky is a very, very good little elf. Good, we can guess who it is in general. Alastair was unlucky. Keep going, what else do you know? The man named Peter disappeared and was said to have been captured. After that, young Master Barty also left and only came back once in 10 days. Winky was in charge of taking care of that baby. Winky, she suddenly showed a horrified expression. Winky sometimes saw that baby tormenting the master. Winky just watched it. Oh, my lord. She covered her face as teardrops flowed through her fingers. That's it. Felix said, gesturing toward Dobby, who nodded and departed with a poof, pulling Winky with him. The office became overwhelmed with an oppressive silence. You should have let her finish her sentence. Amelia Bones looked at Felix with displeasure and said. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and if you wanted to hear someone's name or the whole plan, unfortunately, as you heard, she has limited knowledge. In fact, you did have a chance once, and that would be Peter Pettigrew, who, not coincidentally, had his soul sucked out by a Dementor. Fudge stared at him and said, word by word, that little elf, she was under a spell too. We can't pretend it didn't happen, Felix said, it was supposed to be a Confundus charm, and Voldemort seemed to have underestimated the house elf, thinking that a Confundus charm would be enough, or maybe she was meant to be disposed of in the end and wasn't worth the effort. But all in all, Winky has not had her memory tampered with, and that's something you always can examine by St. Mungo's healers if there's any disagreement. Fudge froze for a moment and suddenly threw a temper tantrum, again another flimsy evidence. All of it. I don't know what the point of our discussion today is. Cornelius, Dumbledore said somewhat wearily, I raise this issue not to prove anything, or subvert anything, but to remind something. We have discussed this matter privately, but you for some reason, refused to believe the evidence available. You should know how much we lost in the last war. Do you want to go through another war where we were caught off guard? You are not. Fudge's jaw dropped. A key question is, do you know exactly what you're dealing with, Minister Fudge? Felix asked in a soft tone. You are what mean? Fudge's face turned to the color of a pig's liver. We might as well make a hypothesis. Felix tilted his head in the direction of Amelia Bones with interest in a manner that explored the matter, and have Ms. Bones, and those present, to bear witness. Ms. Bones fiddled with her monocle to give herself a better view of Felix. We've heard two polar opposite views today, at odds with each other, but time will tell who is right. Just there's a question we need to ask ourselves: if war does happen, does someone need to be held accountable for it? What a load of bollocks! Fudge shouted, do you know what you're talking about? Accusing a minister of magic, who instructed you to do that? He looked at Felix menacingly, his eyes moving between him and Dumbledore. Still, Minister Fudge. I know exactly what I'm talking about, but you don't seem to understand what you're dealing with. Felix smiled, the above is just hypothetical, discussing a possibility for the future, isn't it? And I really don't have the ability to get a serving minister of magic to step down, or to be punished. He said dismissively, Fudge is about to die of anger now, no one has ever threatened him so blatantly, and yes, he took Felix's words as a naked threat. But everyone is responsible for what he says and does, especially those in power. Felix said, therefore, I would ask everyone here to keep in mind the views of both sides of today's debate, and you may well keep your thoughts to yourselves, and when everything comes to light, you will naturally know who to support, as well as who to oppose. Chapter 467. The meeting ended unhappily. Fudge ultimately resorted to delaying tactics, agreeing to investigate against the leads he already had, but Felix had no doubt that he would throw out the promises made once the meeting had ended. You spoke too bluntly, Fudge may not be able to bear it. Dumbledore said outside the Ministry of Magic. Yet, he's only capable of thinking with an ounce in his head, Felix said sarcastically. What do you think of Ms. Bones? Dumbledore's keen blue eyes looked up at him. Can you imagine? Felix looked at the far corner where there is a mobile ice cream truck. How obstructive our minister will be if the war ever breaks out. I don't want to face the threat of both Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic at once. It's necessary to take care of one side first while there's time. Felix, your idea is dangerous. Dumbledore disapproved of his idea. In fact, this statement is considered light. Just early planning, Felix shrugged. He changed the subject. If war does break out, Fudge would no longer have the luxury of staying in that position, and he would resign voluntarily, leaving a mess behind. His idea is simple: if Fudge is not reliable, then someone else will step in. Amelia Bones looks good, and she is already one of the people closest to that position. Felix mulled it over and returned to the Ministry of Magic. In a way, the meeting was a public rift between Fudge and Dumbledore that had awoken some people to be wary, especially Amelia Bones, a woman Felix found to be a crucial figure. She controls 90% of the Ministry of Magic's force, with Aurors, Hit Wizard, and magical law enforcement squads working under her alone, and she has the right to ask questions about every combat unit and operation, including Dementors who are not directly under her command. Sirius seems to know her. Felix recalled. In the afternoon, the Aurors practiced the rune on the grounds. Their learning progress is actually faster than the young wizards in the school, and Felix hasn't been idle during these 2 weeks, as he collected a lot of data that could be used in future teaching. On the training ground, Felix sat in the corner, fiddling with a long red nail, and Tonks came over with interest. Is this some kind of new product? What does it do? Change color? Felix smiled and put away the nail that belonged to Rita Skeeter. It's a lot more powerful than you'd think. I hope I don't get a chance to use it. Could it be some kind of weapon? Tonks clearly didn't believe him. She looked over at the field. Kingsley is about to succeed. Kingsley held his wand in one hand and outlined the flow rune with the other hand, as a light green magical barrier appeared with difficulty, forming what looked like a flowing curtain of water. Do you need my help? Darius called out from afar. At this point, the people around them gathered around and watched the maneuver. Darius waved his wand violently, several spells hit the runic shield charm, and the surface of the water curtain rippled with a beautiful ring of ripples. Then try this. Darius's wand slashed, as the bright red rune flickered to form a blazing fireball. The fireball glided through the air and blew the premature barrier to smithereens. Kingsley took a few steps back to stand firm. A chorus of applause rang out around them. My mission is almost complete, and there are only 2 more days before Hogwarts starts. Felix said musingly. You can stay as long as you wish, Tonks said, and drop by whenever you want. Scrimgeour stated that you'll keep your advisor title. Staying any longer would be an eyesore, Felix said with a smile. He took out his communication mirror and flicked it a few times, as a mellow voice came from across the mirror. Felix. Remus, it's me. Felix said calmly. The company may encounter some obstacles recently. Temporarily stop the expansion for now. What's happened? Lupin asked a little nervously, and Tonks listened quietly with wide eyes. It's just a precaution to be on guard in advance. Felix said vaguely. If the company is affected, let me know in time. Don't hold back, I will help you solve it. So? Lupin said from behind the voice communication mirror. I have long been prepared for this. It is a perfect opportunity to use this time for staff training. I can help. Tonks suddenly said. Felix looked at her. I can help, Tonks repeated, and Lupin asked in surprise from the mirror, Dora. It's me. Tonks said with a smirk, and she pointed at the communication mirror which Felix kindly handed to her. Hogwarts, Ancient Rune Office. Niffler Valen woke up from her basket bed. Today is her 10th day of living alone, although the Great Demon Lord asked Hermione to take care of her before he left, but she preferred to sleep in her own comfortable bed. It's nice to be unsupervised. Key. Valen spent a lot of time rearranging her collection, then climbed merrily on the couch and looked through the Tales of Beetle the Bard. She had finished reading the book The Strange Adventures of the Little Wizard Mick, so Felix gave Valen the fairy tale book that he had previously brought over as teaching material for her reading practice. Of course, it's intended to be a gift to Valen after she could read and write. Valen especially liked the picture on the top. She yawned and read the story The Fountain of Fair Fortune. It's about a group of 3 witches and an unlucky knight looking for a spring that can give good fortune. For that they need to overcome 3 challenges. The first challenge is a monstrous white worm that is bloated and blind in the middle of the path. The knight's sword does not work on it, and the only way to make the worm go away is by showing the proof of your pain. Why they didn't go around? Or drill a passage? They probably don't have a Niffler friend, Valen thought. Oh, that's too bad. She continued reading. The first witch who is terminally ill watched the time pass and shed tears of despair. Then the monstrous white worm gave them the way. Valen's mouth opened in surprise. The second challenge lies on an enchanted hill, where they have to pay fruit of their labors to climb over the hill. They tried, again and again, to climb up the hill, but their efforts were fruitless. The time passed, only the second witch still insisting on climbing up. Her forehead permeated with crystal sweat. After that they were able to climb up. Valen looked flabbergasted. Isn't the fruit of labor money? It is very joyful to sweat for some golden galleons, just like how the great demon lord would give her a reward when she recognizes a word. The third challenge is the stream that circulates around the top of the mountain, and the condition required to cross it is to offer it the treasure of your past in exchange. The unlucky knight was unwilling, so he took out his shield to use as a boat, which made Valen very happy, as she dipped a cracker into the jam and enjoyed a leisurely afternoon. The knight in the story undoubtedly failed, although he was certainly magnanimous enough. But in the end, it was the third witch who came up with the plan. She had originally been abandoned by her beloved, and the purpose of her trip is to use the fountain of fair fortune to ease her pain and longing, so she drew out the memories she treasured in her mind, the time she spent with her cold-hearted lover, and threw them all into the river. Then several stepping stones appeared in the water, letting the group cross to the fountain. Finally, they reached the fountain of fair fortune. When it came time to decide to whom the fountain of fair fortune belonged, the unlucky knight forfeited first, leaving only 3 witches. At this point, the first witch, who suffered an incurable malady, fell ill and dying because of the hard journey. They wanted to carry her into the fountain of fair fortune, but she was in too much pain, so she pleaded them not to move her. The second witch discovered that the surrounding herbs had magical powers. She picked them, and with the help of the knight she prepared a potion and fed it to the suffering witch, and something magical happened. She actually healed. She no longer needed the fountain of fair fortune. The second witch also refused the temptation of the spring. Originally her belongings and wand were stolen by a vile thief. She hoped that the fountain of fair fortune would save her from poverty and weakness, but now she doesn't need it anymore. She persevered to the end in the second challenge. That means she is no longer weak, and she has collected many precious herbs that will enable her to regain her wealth. As for the third witch, she also did not need the fountain of fair fortune anymore. She let go of her obsession with the past in the third challenge, and no longer got trapped by love. Finally, the 3 witches agreed to let the unlucky knight soak in the fountain of fair fortune as a reward for his chivalrous deeds. The unlucky knight did so, and when he came out of the spring, he thought he had washed away the bad luck that had been haunting him, and he finally gained the courage to express his feelings. He fell in love with the third witch. At the end of the story, the unlucky knight and the third witch got married, and because of the solidarity along the way the 4 decided to break down the barriers between wizards and muggles and live together. They live happily for a long time, and until the time of his death, the unlucky knight firmly believed that it was the fountain of fair fortune that changed his destiny, but he actually did not know that although the magical garden where the fountain is located overflows with magic, the fountain itself is not magical at all. But why? Valen couldn't figure it out. At that moment, a knock heard at the door. Her eyes widened, and she opened the door impatiently, and Hermione stood outside the door. She smiled and picked up Valen. Let's go and eat delicious food. Hermione took Valen to the Great Hall for a meal and then to the common room to play chess and cards with her, but Valen remained unenthusiastic. What's wrong with you, Valen? Feeling sick? Hermione asked worriedly. Valen shook her head, and in the evening when they walked in the direction of the ancient rune office, Valen's nose twitched suddenly, and her black eyes brightened all at once. She struggled and jumped out of Hermione's arms, as she bounced her way through the corridor. Valen! Hermione shouted and ran after her, following close behind. They reached the grand staircase and descended 2 levels, then Valen leaped from the corner. Hermione panicked, but Valen didn't fall down, as a pair of arms caught her. Oh, Valen, did you miss me? Felix asked with a smile. Chapter 468. Kiki. The smell of ice cream. Valen tilted her head and looked at Felix, her 2 little hands clutching his shirt. Felix laughed. You've got a good nose, he said, stroking her head with one hand, and in her expectant eyes, the ring on his finger flashed brightly and an ice cream suddenly appeared. What? I have more, Felix said, I bought it on the way back. He waved his hand again, and 2 more ice creams floated in the air. He handed one to Hermione. Oh, thanks, Hermione said. They walked in the direction of the ancient rune office. Hermione took a small bite of the crushed nuts on top of the ice cream, very different from the flavors served at the Hogwarts table. How are you preparing for the third task? Felix asked, biting the chocolate over the ice cream as it crunched. We're progressing well. We've been practicing with Cedric, Collins, and Roger, although Harry seems a bit well, but anyway, we're progressing rapidly, and I can't believe Collins hasn't mastered the apparition yet. You know, she's in her 7th year. Hermione chattered, we all bet on which of the two Ron or Collins would master the apparition first, and Professor, we told them the secret about the room of requirement. She glanced carefully at Felix. That's fine. Felix said, in fact, throughout the years there are more than a few people who know about it, but only a few have been able to dig out its true hidden mysteries. Hermione looked relieved. And the phantom book you gave Harry, which was Harry's prize in the dueling tournament. Harry took it out too, but after a year or so, the magic on it is a bit unresponsive. She did not mention how Professor Happ's face in the book became blurred. She did try to fix it, but the result was minimal. Felix smiled as he listened and opened the door to his office. Mr. Wimple from the Committee on Experimental Charms came to the school 2 days ago. He dropped by to review the runic spells we had discovered. Everyone was curious about the horns growing on his head, but he said things are much better. Harry, Ron, she pursed her lips, and Malfoy, they all together discovered the bright fire-making spell which seems to have a restraining effect on dark creatures. Mr. Wimple is going to test it on many creatures. If it works well enough, he will apply to the Ministry of Magic for a reward, and possibly invite Harry and the guys to join the Dark Force Defense League. I didn't expect such an effect. Felix slightly got surprised. And, Hermione hesitated. What's wrong? Felix asked, only to be taken aback by Hermione's answer. Harry's having those nightmares again. Something to do with Voldemort. It should be, Hermione stammered. Harry wasn't sure. He was asleep and vaguely dreamed of Crouch Jr. plotting with Voldemort, and Harry went into Voldemort's point of view once again, and he said he saw Crouch Jr. kneeling at his feet. After that, Harry woke up as his occlumency worked. In fact, Harry was quite remorseful about it. His occlumency seemed to have backfired on him in this case, keeping him from getting more useful information. Felix's face looked solemn. He realized something. Does Dumbledore know about this? Yes, Hermione busily nodded. Harry had a burning scar on his forehead. Ron took him to the hospital wing, and Headmaster Dumbledore showed up not long after. Felix nodded. He vaguely guessed why Dumbledore chose to suddenly reveal the truth at the meeting in Wizengamot, even at the expense of having a public confrontation with Fudge, because the pace of Voldemort's resurrection continued to grow closer and closer, and the wizarding community still knew nothing about it. Lucius Malfoy did not find anything different. This is normal. The Horcrux is obviously more closely linked to Voldemort than the Dark Mark. Harry can detect Voldemort's violent mood swings, but it did not mean that the Death Eaters can do the same thing with the Dark Mark. What Felix wanted, in fact, is for him to find out about Voldemort's resurrection in the first place, as well as to be aware of the subsequent Death Eaters' plan of action. When he looked back at Hermione, who is staring at him, her expression became sluggish as she said, Professor, if Voldemort is really resurrected, in addition to Headmaster Dumbledore, is there anyone else who can fight against him? Felix laughed. Are you asking if I am his opponent? Her question seemed to be the same thing he asked Dumbledore back then. Hermione looked at him with a wry expression as he caught her little thought. Well, it's hard to say. I've never truly fought Voldemort before. Felix shrugged his shoulders and said uncertainly, I guess there is some difference. He judged it based on Dumbledore's strength. Dumbledore has obviously undergone the transformation process towards a magical being as Ms. Ravenclaw claimed, but probably because of age, or other reasons, his shape is slightly declining. And Voldemort can fight with Dumbledore in this state, but only slightly inferior, which almost indicates that they stand on the same level. The gap is not very obvious. And he? Hermione looked strangely at Professor Happ as he stared at his arm in deep thought, somewhat puzzling. But she at least heard the professor's answer, her heart somewhat lost. The professor is so powerful, but still not Voldemort's opponent. She left the ancient rune office and returned to the common room, where Harry and Ron are using the last bit of time to catch up on their assignments. Hermione sat down with a heavy heart and said carefully to the two, I asked the professor. The unspoken words caused Harry to jerk his head up and fumble his hands, knocking over a bottle of ink. Hey, it's okay, never mind. He drew his wand and pointed to the shards on the floor. Reparo. The pieces immediately put together. Then he and Ron stared at Hermione. What did the professor say? Hermione repeated Felix's words to them, and Harry's expression looked shaken. It's actually quite normal when you think about it, Ron said. Professor Happ is only well in his mid-20s. 24 years old. Hermione instantly said. Exactly, yet. Ron said as if he already knew. He's still so young. I mean, he's a genius, but even a genius needs time to grow up, no? Honestly, I can't think of a stronger wizard than him, except for Dumbledore. Ever since the Quidditch World Cup, Dad's been saying that he could possibly succeed Dumbledore. You mean Professor Hap will become headmaster of Hogwarts? Harry asked in surprise. He had never thought about it, but when he thought about it now, the possibilities are very high. He stared, imagining the scene decades later, silver-haired, silver-bearded Professor Hap, somewhat similar to Dumbledore's image, except with a normal nose, welcoming the new students in the Great Hall, and wondered what the professor would say in his welcoming speech. No, Ron interrupted his imagination. Dad said he might become the strongest wizard in the world after Dumbledore. Harry suddenly felt a sense of relief. With Dumbledore plus Professor Hap, even if Voldemort resurrected he could not make any storm, right? But Dumbledore's repeated reaffirmation about his dream in the hospital wing last night still cast a psychological shadow on him. Hermione sat on the armchair with her knees in her arms and remained silent for almost 10 minutes. You guys, she slowly asked in a very soft voice, V. Voldemort, is there a possibility that he has been resurrected? I suspected as much, Felix. Dumbledore in his pajamas, his long silver beard tied together, do not rule out the possibility. Is he really in that much of a hurry? Felix frowned, he doesn't need Harry anymore. Maybe we all guessed it incorrectly before, Harry is not the key to his resurrection, Dumbledore said softly. Or not essential as you speculated before, it is possible that Voldemort knew that Harry had a piece of his soul in his body, and he intended to retrieve this soul fragment at the time of his resurrection, for which Crouch Jr. came. But obviously, he failed. And do not rule out other possibilities. Felix said. That's right, Dumbledore nodded slightly, he sighed, I know some of the evilest dark magic, to be precise, magic that is classified as a curse, they all require the use of the enemy's blood. I have speculated that Voldemort's target is the blood flowing in Harry's body. Lily's protection magic may have a unique appeal to him. But we interrupted his plans, Felix added. His mind ran fast, trying to deduce Voldemort's thoughts from his point of view. Crouch Jr. and Voldemort's lucky escape must have been fresh in his mind. Voldemort assumed that no one would know if he hid in the shadows, so he naturally had the patience to wait and arrange his resurrection plan calmly, but his sense of security was shattered that night once he deemed that there is little to no hope of obtaining Harry. He is likely to immediately proceed with the resurrection in order to avoid a long delay and the loss of his only helper, Crouch Jr. Before the resurrection, he may have had Harry in his eyes, but after the resurrection, if that is indeed the case, his vision will envelop the entire wizarding world. Felix paced around Dumbledore's circular office, his thoughts becoming clearer. No more summoning servants, no more contacting allies. Albus, he will plan to strike a fatal blow. That's what I'm most worried about. Dumbledore's expression turned grim as he gazed at Felix. The wrinkles on his face looked very deep in the light, he looked old and weary. This is impossible. Ron shouted in shock. Why is it impossible? Hermione asked him back in a sharp voice. He lacks the conditions for resurrection. Ron blurted out, looking uneasily at Harry and Hermione, you know, he sent Crouch Jr. to school, and pretty much the only thing Crouch Jr. has done all this time was dropping our names into the Goblet of Fire. But we all know who his real target is. It's Harry, isn't it? Harry felt his stomach flip. He strongly disliked the question Hermione had asked, but he had no evidence to refute it. Even deep down he vaguely agreed with the idea. Yes, Voldemort had a brilliant helper, and it is nearly 4 whole months since Crouch Jr. escaped on Christmas night, so it is unlikely that he did nothing till now. But Ron's idea is not without justification, Harry thought. Voldemort allowed Crouch Jr. to infiltrate the school, so there must be a bigger goal, although he hates to admit it, but Harry knew their goal should be him. He originally thought Voldemort wanted to torture him, but he should not be that stupid. It's not too late to do that after the resurrection, no? Harry did not feel that torturing him is more important in Voldemort's mind than resurrection. Unless his mind is messed up in the process of repeatedly cutting souls and making Horcruxes crazily. Dumbledore will fix everything, Ron said with unease, as he looked at a silent Harry and Hermione. We should better think about the third task. I've almost managed to master apparition and succeeded several times today in the room of requirement. Collins almost died of frustration, her eyebrows have dropped, all at once. Chapter 469. After the Easter holiday, the weather became more and more pleasant with each passing day, and the view of the Forbidden Forest from the castle's high point showed a very pleasant green landscape, and the Black Lake regained its vibrancy. At weekends, students gathered in the grass and green willows by the lake to enjoy the warm sunshine. Of course, this kind of relaxation only belongs to students who have finished their assignments. I've had enough. We're only in 4th grade, why do we have to do so many assignments? Seamus complained loudly. Professor McGonagall mistaken us for an upper grade, didn't she? No, Dean said glumly, she also mentioned in her last class that she should have moved the 5th grade careers advice to 4th grade, so we'd be more motivated to study. Oh, Seamus let out a strangled cry, give me a break. He said disgruntled, we still have 3 full years to graduate. Actually the professor is doing this for our own good, said Neville, swallowing hard. Don't forget from next year the school is going to implement new assessments for 5th and 7th grade, 5th grade will have to master sight-along apparition and 7th grade will have to master apparition. What if we can't pass? Seamus asked uneasily. Naturally, we'll need to work through the Christmas holidays, the Easter holidays, and the period after the annual exams. Dean counted on his fingers, and Seamus' face changed, but Dean kept on adding, also, the professors are still debating about adding the disarming charm and shield charm in other grades, but it's not confirmed yet. Seamus breathed a sigh of relief as he had mastered these 2 spells. He thought for a moment and asked, Harry hasn't organized a dueling self-study group for a while, right? Yeah, Dean said, there's no choice, they're preparing for a 3rd task. Honestly, they've already widened the gap between us, and Ron even mastered apparition. While the sun shone brightly and the water glistened at Black Lake, Classroom 7 is a different story. The sound of sharp blades sliding through the shrubs rang out in the deep forbidden forest, and Ron walked cautiously forward, occasionally tripping over the twisted roots of trees on the ground. The touch of the leaves beneath his feet is so real that he had long forgotten that it is all an illusion, and his nerves tightened to the breaking point. A rustling sound sounded behind him. Ron turned around keenly, impedimenta. He shouted, and the spell pinned the unexpected acromantula in place as Ron turned and scurried away. You should have used the Arania Exumi. Felix's memory body floated in midair and said, at that moment, Ron is hiding behind a large tree, cautiously looking around, so he ended up surprised. I know, Ron muttered, you might as well tell me where Harry and Hermione are. Oh, you mean that, they're in the other direction. Felix's memory body pointed him in a direction. Ron gave a suspicious expression, you're not trying to trick me, right? I'm a professor. The memory body chuckled snidely as he hugged his shoulders. Just a memory body, Ron muttered in a small voice, okay, I will trust you once more. 10 minutes later. Ron stumbled out of the mist, followed by a group of giant acromantula the size of a wagon, and he kept casting Arania Exumi behind him, shouting in aggravation as he ran, you lied to me. I didn't, look ahead. The memory body said with a smile. Ron looked up in the middle of his busy journey and saw a hazy light in front of him, his heart rose with hope, the click-click-click sound behind him was not terrifying anymore, and a surge of strength emerged from his body, supporting him to run through the last stretch of the path. He finally saw Harry. Harry is leaning against a tree, standing on a raised black rock, constantly chanting spells in all directions. A white flame. It is a bright rune fire-making spell forming a circular ring of flame around Harry to help him ward off the approaching acromantula. Yes. Ron slapped his head as the bright rune and fire-making spell combined in his hand to form a wave of flames, as he shouted, Harry, I'm here. Harry looked back and chanted a spell in his direction, and the Arania Exumi spell knocked away the acromantula that followed him. Ron rolled and crawled up on the black rock. You did find a good place. Ron said as he calmed down and began to help Harry check out the gaps using the Arania Exumi spell. The best place is up there. Harry said sullenly. Hey, Ron. Hermione's voice sounded above their heads, and Ron looked up to see Hermione sitting in the branches of the large tree behind them with a cheeky smile on her face. It dawned on him the white flames are under Hermione's control. Why did you climb the tree? It is not conducive to escape. Ron said. Oh, I've managed to practice Banishing Charm pretty well, so it's just right timing to practice the spell you guys discovered, Hermione said, standing high up with her hand on her forehead as she gazed far away. I seem to see Collins and the group taking on a big guy. Let's get a grip. She cancelled the spell, and the tip of her wand deftly released a red light. Harry and Ron also followed suit to use the stunning spell, and soon the big spiders stacked on top of each other. Hermione used a shock absorption spell and landed smoothly. Then they went in the direction Hermione just pointed out, encountering a variety of magical creatures along the way, Wow! After using a freezing charm to freeze a bunch of pixies, Ron marveled, I'm liking this place more and more. Harry grinned, that is true, if it is just a boring magic practice session, he absolutely will not be able to bear that. The time he made the most progress besides Professor Happ's high-intensity training and Sirius's dueling games is when he is in classroom 7. As they made their way forward, midway through the journey, they saw a leisurely strolling Erumpent, a large rhinoceros-like beast with a thick grey hide that could defend against common spells, and their horns are not only sharp, they can also inject a liquid that explodes. The trio immediately hid behind a rock. Oops, need to go away. Ron whispered, while staring at the small fellow next to the large Erumpent. It should be a cub, far more lively than the adult Erumpent, it is constantly kicking and stomping a sales stand. After a few minutes of staring, the mother Erumpent walked away with the young one, then they came out from behind the rock and picked a refreshment each at the unmanned sales stand. I love the whole idea of this setup. Ron said, slipping 2 extra butterbeer into his pocket. It's fake. Harry reminded him, it's just a memory that will disappear when we leave the place. And the original intent is to supply the ghosts in the school so the kitchen no longer needs to stock the rotten food. I know, Ron shrugged, but you can't ask for much more than this in classroom 7. I mean, even though Professor Flitwick's memory offers uniquely flavored fruit punch and fudge after a duel, well, you'll wonder, are you really a fool who can only swing a stick? After coming out of there every time. It's a baboon brandishing a stick. Hermione pursed her lips and smiled. It took a while, but they managed to find Cedric's team using the 4-point spell to locate the direction. Need some help? Harry shouted from a distance. That couldn't be better. A voice heard beside their feet, startling them. Harry stared at the grey-green thing in front of him. It is Roger Davies, who is collapsed on the ground. What happened to you? Apparently, I was poisoned by the manticore's tail hook. Roger Davies said as he slumped on the ground, encircled by a grey-green mist. Harry and the group looked at each other. Cedric and Collins struggled. The manticore's hide can repel almost all known spells. Cedric constantly used the transfiguration to create chains, trying to entangle its legs, while also avoiding the swoosh tail hooks slicing through the air. Collins released a cloud of black mist, combined with the conjunctivitis curse and slippery jinx, in an attempt to restrain this extremely dangerous beast. Harry shot out a powerful disarming charm, and a blinding red light struck the manticore. He didn't know if it worked, but he liked this spell, and recently he had been attempting to incorporate runes into it, but it just never worked yet. The manticore took 2 steps back, then flicked its tail hook and the spell flew past Cedric's hair. Nice way to say hello. Cedric said. Harry grinned and used the runic augmenti charm on the manticore. It has little effect. Cedric was halfway through the sentence when Hermione coordinated it with a freezing spell, and the manticore's body quickly froze. Are you okay? Ron just ran over, supporting the wobbly Collins. Collins shook her head and was just about to say something when her eyes suddenly widened. Watch out! A cold glinting tail hook penetrated through Ron's chest. Ron blinked incredulously. He felt no pain, but the tail hook did penetrate his chest. Harry and Hermione shouted, watching Ron slowly fall. 2 minutes later, Ron sat on the ground with a steady grey-green mist emanating from his chest similar to Roger's look earlier and said bitterly to Collins, "Thanks for the company." Collins rolled her eyes at him, and she didn't refuse the butterbeer Ron handed her. Then they looked together at Cedric, Harry, and Hermione, who are still fighting in the distance. Hermione used the ancient magic. The golden flame transformed into a burning phoenix. As it swooped down to peck the manticore with its sharp beak, the manticore let out a palpitating grunt from its abdomen and kept yanking away the chains under its feet, its tail hook swinging wildly. But with the cooperation of the 3, Harry used an excellent fogging spell. The manticore's range of vision lessened even more. The balance tilted toward victory, and Roger Davies in the distance crawled over to watch the action up close, ready to cheer upon victory, when another manticore emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, accompanied by a young manticore. The next scene was disastrous. First Harry was trampled to death by the rampaging mother manticore, then Hermione, and a short minute later, 6 people sat on the ground in a grey-green mist, watching the swaggering manticore family walking away with their heads held high. It's not our blame, Ron reassured them. That is not a creature we can deal with in the first place. It is classified 5X by the Ministry of Magic and is far more dangerous than the Acromantula colony as a whole. I hope the Ministry of Magic judges thinks so too. Roger Davies said. But, I've heard this thing lives in the Forbidden Forest, deep inside. That's true, Hermione said, Hagrid bred the fire trail snail out of a manticore. Cedric and Roger Davies looked crestfallen. Don't worry, I don't think the Ministry of Magic will let us face an uncontrolled manticore, Hermione said with certainty. It's too dangerous, the book says it can kill you with a single sting, without giving you time to heal. The Ministry of Magic will certainly learn from the lessons of previous competitions, such as the one in 1792. Is she always like this? Collins asked Ron in a whisper. Oh, Ron shrugged and said with a stiff tongue, sounds pretty logical, no. No one but Hermione thought so, even though what she said did happen in real history. They took a break and waited until the mist cleared from their bodies and separated, Cedric intending to approach Professor McGonagall's memory to ask about transfiguration, and Collins more interested in discussing spell coordination with Professor Flitwick's memory. Harry and the gang stayed in classroom 7 until late afternoon, when a group of ghosts walked past them. Hello, Nick. Harry greeted the Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick. Is it time for dinner? The ghost paused. Yeah, you'd better hurry, or the food will be gone. He said to himself, looking at the tail end of the ghost team, I need to hurry up too. Let's hurry up and head out. Ron said immediately, as he moved ahead in the lead. At that moment, the nearly headless Nick pulled him back through his arm, to be exact, and Ron straightened up and shivered. Oh, sorry, we'd better duck and wait for her to pass, nearly headless Nick said. Wait for who? Ron was about to ask, when Harry and Hermione pulled him from left and right, to hide in the mists. After a couple of seconds, a short, chubby ghost passed them, wearing a pair of thick, peach-colored glasses that Harry suspected existed to hide the pimples on her face while she was still alive. It's Myrtle. SHH, nearly headless Nick shushed them nervously, holding his transparent finger over his lips, and from Harry's point of view, both Nick in front of him and Myrtle in the distance looked spooky. Myrtle is a poor ghost, although his few brief moments together were not pleasant, still Harry felt sorry for her. It is Voldemort's fault again. He stared at Myrtle's distant figure and thought, this is the first murder committed by Voldemort, only it was through the eyes of the basilisk. Harry's expression dropped heavily. Throughout May he tried not to think about whether Voldemort is alive or dead, and fully focused on preparing for the third task, but when he was alone, he could not help but think back about the information about Voldemort. He accidentally saw Hermione's notes, which mentioned Voldemort's childhood. He did not know where Hermione learned it from, and he did not want to ask, probably from Professor Hap. If Hermione knew that he is interested in these things, she would advise him not to think too much. But Harry couldn't forget the notes, demonstrated outstanding magical talent before even being enrolled in school, feared by his peers, aloof and cold, and, one day in 1937, he met a young Dumbledore and was allowed to enter Hogwarts to study. How Dumbledore did not see through Voldemort's pretense. Harry thought indignantly, if only he just stayed in the orphanage, so many things would be avoided. Wool's Orphanage, that's the name, right? Harry tried his best to remember, thanks to Uncle Vernon, who threatened him more than once that he would send him to an orphanage. He is no stranger to the name of the orphanage in Surrey. But then he thought, Voldemort probably didn't have lived in Surrey, which made him deflated. At that moment, he suddenly felt like he has fallen into the ice hole. It was Nick who had pulled him back in a hurry, and he backed away quickly as he moved away from the ghost's outstretched arm. What's wrong? You were almost spotted. Nearly headless Nick said with an apologetic face as they hid in the fog and listened to his explanation. Listen to me, the appearance of Classroom 7 is a boon for all the ghosts. We can taste food again, although it can't be compared to being alive. After all, the taste is limited, but it is already very good. What does this have to do with Myrtle? Ron asked in disbelief, quickly poking his head out of the fog. She's gone. You know, as a ghost, she doesn't participate much in group activities. She's too introverted and hung up on her own death, nearly headless Nick said. We had a meeting and the Fat Friar suggested that we should avoid her when she comes to Classroom 7. So she doesn't get too down and stop coming. That's very thoughtful of you guys. Ron said with an uncertain tone. He was once scared by Myrtle in his second year and fell straight into the entrance of the chamber, but of course, his story afterward suggested that he had jumped off his own accord. Thanks. Nearly headless Nick said happily, waving goodbye to them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione headed out the door, still discussing the incident along the way. They did the right thing. I mean, Classroom 7 belongs to Hogwarts and all the ghosts do have the right to go there, don't they? Hermione said. I just think he was wrong about Myrtle's personality, Ron said. Introvert? She's gutsy in some ways. He looked over at Harry, who immediately understood what he meant. It is rumored that one of Myrtle's hobbies is to sneak into the head boy's washroom and peek at the head boy's shower, and Ron had asked Cedric and Roger Davies about this with great interest, and, well, it turned out to be true. They walked out of classroom 7 and into the Great Hall, lucky enough to make it in time for the last bit of the meal when Roger Davies waved at them from across the Hufflepuff table, and Ron suddenly let out a poof of laughter. Ouch, I thought of Myrtle. Harry also laughed, feeling much better. Hermione looked at them wonderingly. At that moment, a group of owl couriers flew in, and the brown owl landed in front of Hermione with the Sunday Prophet newspaper, which Hermione flipped open and quickly browsed. What's the news? Harry asked. Oh, let's see, Hermione said with her head down, I'd actually prefer to see news about the future world, but given the previous bad news, no news is the best, there is it. Rita Skeeter's new book is on sale, it's a biography about Regulus, she said looking up to Harry, I should get a copy and see what it says. When did you become so concerned about her? Ron asked in confusion. Oh, well, how can I put it? Hermione smiled brightly, I found out that she made some research about what she writes, maybe 1/10 of the truth? You need to pick out the useful stuff. Harry had to admit that there is some truth in this because the Future World Company suddenly was investigated by the Ministry of Magic under the guise of misuse of Muggle artifacts and illegal modification of Muggle artifacts, as well as the potential risk involving exposure of the wizarding world. They were so desperate that they kept writing to Ron's father, Percy, Remus, and Sirius to ask about the situation, but within a few days the matter disappeared, and instead, Fudge was exposed to have accepted large bribes from several pure-blood families. During that time, news of Fudge clarifying false information and new evidence being broken could often be seen in the same newspaper, and after that, the news about the Future World Company became less and less. Chapter 470. The last week of May, Professor McGonagall kept them behind after Transfiguration class. Potter, Weasley, Granger, you'll need to be in the room next to the Great Hall at 9 o'clock tonight, Professor McGonagall told them. Mr. Bagman is going to be there to explain to the champions about the third task. Exiting the Transfiguration classroom, they stood in the hallway looking out in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, where a group of ministry staff are walking through the grounds. What are they going to do? Harry asked in wonder. It looks like they're heading towards the Quidditch pitch. They lingered for a few minutes as the people made a turn in front of the Quidditch pitch and headed off in the direction of the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The History of Magic class is going to start in 10 minutes, so they hurried to the classroom. When the bell rang, Professor Binns floated in through the wall and lectured in a monotonous voice, as he had for decades. Even the food in classroom 7 can't save us. Ron said. Harry looked vexed. He desperately wanted to know what the third task is going to be now. Having prepared for so long he felt more confident than he had in the previous 2 tasks, but his focus had no doubt shifted elsewhere. Whether should he ask Hermione where she got the information about Voldemort? He couldn't help but think about it. Imagine if he knew about the source of the information, he can take advantage of the summer work to investigate. Surely Sirius wouldn't refuse such a request. He would provide a cover for him so that the Ministry of Magic wouldn't be able to determine if he is using magic outside of school. Harry looked at his watch. The watch had stopped. He turned his head to ask Ron about the time. Ron's face looked blank, as his head nodded. Harry did not want to disturb Ron's beauty sleep, so he took off his already broken watch and stuffed it into his pocket. His fingertips touched a hard object, and he took it out to find a grey hourglass. It was exchanged to him by Valen, somehow stashed in the deepest part of his pocket. He has probably forgotten it. Harry stared at the dark golden sand grit solidified in the hourglass, thinking alone. He suddenly came up with an idea. Harry felt amazed by this idea. He looked around, no one was looking at him, so Harry quickly took out a parchment, wrote a line on it, and handed it to Hermione, who concentrated on taking notes. This is what made Harry feel impressed, although Hermione also found the History of Magic class boring and uninteresting, but she always listened and used the knowledge at the right time. Hermione looked at the parchment that suddenly appeared on the History of Magic textbook, and she puffed out her cheeks in discontent. Harry gestured with his eyes for her to read the words on it, and Hermione looked down and read the small words on it. Did you have that discarded time turner with you? Hermione nodded her head in a small motion and hung her head lower, pulling a thin gold chain from her collar. Harry stared, watching as she placed a gold timepiece on the parchment and gently pushed it to him. Thanks. Harry mumbled in a small voice, impatiently picking up the golden timepiece. According to Hermione, an intact time turner would glow, but the one in front of him looked very old. Its core is an hourglass that is spherical at both ends, with several rings of metal brackets around the outside, and adjustable knobs around the edges. Harry took a deep breath, held it, and placed the grey hourglass and time turner together, and was surprised to find that the two hourglasses are nearly identical in size. Exactly the same, then can it be replaced? He forcefully wriggled the time turner, trying to remove the hourglass on top, but the hourglass did not move at all. He was forced to stop, he did not dare to pressure it further. Harry looked up sheepishly, only to meet Hermione's shocked eyes. "How did you come up with that?" Hermione asked impatiently as soon as class ended, at which point they had just come out of History of Magic class, and in the last half hour, Hermione had conveniently forgotten about Professor Binns at the podium. Giants are brutal by nature, and they kill each other in greater numbers than all the other reasons put together, and just kept one eye on the hourglass and broken time turner in Harry's hand with a twinkle in her eyes. "I don't know. Just a flash of insight," Harry said with an innocent face. Ron looked at the two somewhat confused. They finished their meal quickly and walked through the common room door where Fred and George are selling a new product with their good friend Lee Jordan. It is a hat-shaped thing. Normally Harry would have padded over to look at it, as twins' products are usually interesting as long as they don't use it on him. But today they walked right past the crowd, ignoring the gasps around them, and went straight to the hidden corner. At the gesture of Hermione's eyes, Harry took out the hourglass and the golden time turner, which he deliberately put together, especially the two different hourglasses. Ron sucked in a breath of air. "Shouldn't." "Yeah, we thought so too," Hermione said excitedly. "I totally missed it before. Even though they're about the same size, but, who would have thought to assemble them together? One from an ancient Greek dark wizard thousands of years ago, and one from the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel who just died." Ron picked up the grey hourglass and shook it so hard that the dark golden substance inside solidified into a lump and stuck to the glass interior without moving, "except for one thing," he said, "they're both broken." "Hermione, you're wasting your time, you said so personally, that Professor Happ examined it." Oh, Hermione said perfunctorily, but Professor Happ shouldn't know that Valen had secretly taken the goblin's hourglass, under the impression that he had told Valen to give everything back. Harry's heart pounded, and he suddenly realized that if he could get the golden time turner fixed, they would have a time turner that wasn't restricted by the Ministry of Magic, even though he didn't know what he would use it for yet, and Hermione had set a bunch of restrictions before. But if an accident does happen, like that time at the bridge, if Hermione did not have the time turner in her hand to find Professor Happ in time that day, one or two of them would likely be dead, or at least Peter Pettigrew would most likely be escaped. Harry showed extreme concern in this matter. "Let's give it a try. What if it works? The problem is, how are we going to disassemble it?" Hermione said with a frown. "Also, we don't have the tools. Does Hogsmeade have a store that sells pliers?" Harry asked. "Don't be silly," Hermione said, "it's more sophisticated than anything you've ever seen, and by no means a pair of pliers or a screwdriver will do the trick." "Let me think." She repeatedly surveyed the broken gold time turner, and muttered to herself for a while, "No, this is not something we can ever deal with unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless we can get our hands on the research data of the people who worked on this before us," Hermione said decisively. "What do you mean?" Ron stared at her. "This broken time turner once belonged to Nicholas Flamel, and the professor mentioned that Mr. Nicholas Flamel left quite a few things behind, and I think, well, if the professor allowed Valen to give away the broken time turner, then he shouldn't mind if we look through some of the information." "Wouldn't it be better if we went directly to Professor Happ for help?" Ron asked in disbelief as he cautioned, "It's the fastest way." "Sure," Hermione said with a straight face, "but we have to at least come up with some evidence, don't we?" At 8:30 p.m., they exited the common room and headed downstairs to the Great Hall. On the way, Ron asked Harry about screwdrivers, and Harry explained first the purpose of screws, and then the different kinds of screwdrivers. "There's a toolbox with tools of all sizes, and they can also unscrew nuts." "What's that?" Ron asked in amazement. "Dad would love it, he's collected a chest of knobs and switches." In the entrance hall, they met the Beaux Batons champions and Fleur greeted Harry warmly, leaning down to give him a kiss on each cheek. Ron's face showed a look of anticipation, Hermione grunted in displeasure, and both boys looked giddy. When he came back to his senses, Harry found himself sitting on the sofa in the room next to the Great Hall, and the big guy from Uagadou smiled at him innocently. How strange, when did he sit down? He absolutely did not remember his experience of walking through the Great Hall. My sister Gabrielle will be coming over next month, with Mom and Dad. A few days before the third task, Fleur said cheerfully from the sidelines. Harry looked to his left and right. Ron is sitting with him, looking at Fleur with the same fascination. Where is Hermione? The next second he saw Hermione. She and Collins sat together. They waited until close to 10 o'clock, when the lights in the castle would usually be out, and Bagman walked in. He dressed in a pair of yellow stroppy pants that looked like an oversized baby outfit, and he looked quite tired, with his short blonde hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. He steeled himself to hold out his hands and looked at the champions in the room. "Hello guys," he said. "First of all I would like to say good luck to all of you. Yes, that's right, the tournament has finally reached the final stage successfully, and I think it is something to celebrate both for you and for me as well." Bagman wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Honestly, I've been exhausted lately. I just communicated with the staff today about the tournament venue. There were so many problems. Luckily I had Hagrid to help out with ideas." Harry and Ron exchanged a look of horror. "When the tournament is over, I'll be sure to request a holiday." "Ahem, let's get back to business." The third task, he winked, is a maze. The third task is very simple and clear. The trophy for the tournament is placed at the very top of the maze, and whichever team manages to touch it first will get full points. "The very top?" Crumb asked in a deep voice. "Yeah," Bagman smoothed his chest strap, "I never said there is only one level in the maze, did I? So we just have to get through the maze?" Fleur asked for confirmation. "Find the right way." "Of course not, Miss Delacour." Bagman shook his head, his voice becoming cheerful. "Hagrid provided a whole bunch of creatures, and some charms that had to be lifted." Blah, 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 it was a contest of speed. The champion team with the leading score enters the maze first. "We'll post the scores of the first two tasks, rules and order in the entrance hall. It's too late today, so we have to wait till tomorrow. In addition to this, there is one more thing you need to be reminded of. No attacks on each other will be allowed in the labyrinth. We will oversee the whole process, but trophy grabbing is allowed, of course, only if all members of the same team are not gathered." Bagman looked at the champions who staring straight at him. A smile appeared on his round face. "You will find that the trophy is the door key. When 3 people from one team touch it at the same time, it will function and take you out of the maze." The room suddenly became very quiet. Bagman waited a few seconds and tiptoed uneasily. "That's it? Champions? I can't believe it. They actually allowed the champions to fight?" Ron said incredulously. As soon as they came out of the room, he commented impatiently. "It's not fighting, it's trophy grabbing." Harry corrected him without a second thought. He thought it sounded normal, and faintly he felt eager to try. "But if we don't attack each other, how do we get the trophy from them?" Ron asked. Harry hesitated too. "I guess there will be restrictions, like no harmful spells allowed or something." Bagman said the rules will be posted tomorrow. "I still think we have to be careful," Ron said. At this point, Harry noticed that Hermione stayed silent the whole time, so he asked her curiously, "Hermione, what's wrong with you?" "Oh, Hermione flustered and smoothed her hair. "Remember what Bagman said, the parents of the champions would be invited to watch the tournament, and I haven't mentioned it to my family. In fact, She looked carefully at Harry and Ron. "I made up some lies. I said in my letter to them that there is only one champion from each school, and Hogwarts has 2 because of the accident. Of course, the other one is not me. Oh dear, I told them the second champion is Harry." Harry and Ron opened their mouths wide in surprise. Chapter 471. "Yeah, I know it sounds stupid," Hermione sighed, "but Mum asks me to send back at least 2 letters a month, so it's hard for me to come up with a proper excuse, and this is not your divination class assignment." "How come I didn't know about this?" "You've never borrowed Harry's Hedwig or my pig?" Ron asked. "Because I used the school's communal owl." "Don't interrupt." Hermione stopped at the common room door. "Well, you know, we're both less famous than Harry's Pinky, and I easily found the newsletter that only mentioned Harry's name and sent it home." Harry's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Ron glared at her and said resentfully, "Thanks for the reminder, your analogy was great. The problem is, I don't know what to do now." Hermione said helplessly, "Maybe ask Professor McGonagall to cancel." "Don't." Harry said busily, "You'd better be honest with them, I don't think they'd want to miss such an important event in your life." Ron agreed with Harry. Think about it, if they find out that their daughter participated in a dangerous event with an extremely high mortality rate next year from the Flourish and Blot's bookshop clerk, they'll absolutely hunt you down to the ends of the earth, or at least they'll send a howler. Oh, they won't. Hermione said in a relaxed tone, at best they will threaten me that they will never help me straighten my teeth in my life. In the portrait at the door, Violet, who had come over as a guest, whispered in the fat lady's ear, "Do Gryffindors always talk like that?" "I'm just a portrait," the fat lady said with a shrug. "Banana fried dough." Hermione's face flushed slightly. "The password is banana fried dough. My favorite," the fat lady said with a smile as the portrait moved away in front of them, and as they walked inside they could still hear the fat lady talking to her best friend. "Gryffindor students are quite nice, except being a bit of a sideshow." As they entered the common room, Ron said disgruntled, "Is she talking about herself? You guys should really ask how she sings opera like nobody's business, better not, she wrote about me in opera too." Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ron had sneaked into classroom 7 to get an invitation card for the reserve champion spot, something that the fat lady had written into her new opera. Fred and George had commented on the song afterward, as they stated that the fat lady had the literary tendency to exaggerate the truth. If the main character hadn't been their brother, they would have thought it was an adventure during King Arthur's youth. Sitting in her chair, Hermione flipped out of her textbook, but she couldn't focus a bit. Before lights out, she finally made the decision, "You guys are right, I'll write home tomorrow." Felix flipped through the newspaper of the day, today's front page headline being "Trouble. The Minister of Magic is in the swirl of public opinion." The current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, continues to dominate public attention since the bribery scandal broke earlier this month. It's an open secret that Fudge circles around several pureblood families, and he has more than once flaunted his personal friendships with those ancient families, as he relied on their elaborate network of connections and influence to secure his authority. Fudge has repeatedly reaffirmed that he does not use his power for personal gain. "I did receive some generous donations, and they were used for wonderful causes. I can show you all the proofs. You have no idea how much effort I had put into the Quidditch World Cup and the Tournament of Champions." But when the reporter asked what he had done, excluding the contributions of the former head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Mr. Barty Crouch Sr., and the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, Mr. Ludo Bagman, Minister Fudge dodged the question. 5 months after the appearance of the Dark Mark, the Ministry of Magic has not produced much convincing evidence other than a wanted notice for a man who is already dead plastered all over Diagon Alley in Hogsmeade, which begs the question, is our minister really fit to be in that position? Is he half as capable as he boasts? The reporter then interviewed several people, whose opinions seemed to represent a certain trend. Xenophilius Lovegood, editor-in-chief of the Quibbler magazine, declared that our minister possessed a secret army made up entirely of black leopards. They are said to be a flame sprite, behemoths covered in a fire that can burn everything to the ground. An army that would play an important role in critical moments, and of course it doesn't rule out the possibility of him using them to deal with his rivals in secret. Professor Griselda Marchbanks, head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, said that Fudge was acting like Dumbledore's tail during his first years in office, and of course, he totally went to the pureblood side once his authority was firmly established. Tiberius Ogden, the Wizengamot member, doesn't seem to have a high opinion about Cornelius Fudge either. He was more than happily called Minister Lucky Fudge on the grounds that the man with the highest popularity to take over as Minister of Magic at the time had a scandal about his family being Death Eaters suddenly break out. But when this combined with Mr. Lovegood's testimony, perhaps Fudge does seem to have more than one secret army. Also, the imprisonment of the former head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation looks extremely suspicious. Reporters found out that he was initially sentenced to a lifetime in prison, and no one knows if this was a crackdown on his political enemies, but a few days ago Wizengamot secretly arraigned Barty Crouch Sr. and changed the sentence to 3 years for using his power for personal gain and abuse of public authority. What a load of bollocks! Fudge said angrily in his office, gritting his teeth as he read out the names above: Lovegood, Marchbanks, and Ogden. Very good. Minister, Umbridge said in a mushy tone, squinting her flabby eyes, the words of these clowns will not budge you at all, they have no proof. She said with a smirk, on the contrary, you can hold them accountable. What can I do? The mouth is on them. Fudge's expression was hesitant. Wouldn't it be easy to pick on them, especially Marchbanks and Ogden, who both work in the Ministry of Magic, if we just slightly? Umbridge suddenly shut up, her wide, toad-like pie face turned toward the door, as she said in a soft voice, Yaxley. You seem like a different person after returning from leave, you should have knocked first. I'm sorry, Minister. Yaxley said, without a trace of apology on his face, I was in a hurry to deliver a document, a list of escorts for the third task of the tournament which Scrimgeour and Ms. Bones have already signed, it's just short of yours. He slowly walked up and placed the document in his hand on the table, his eyes glanced at the silent pair. Slowly withdrawing his arm, he stood up straight and said, You know, I happened to overhear your conversation. Fudge's eyes went wide. I'm your man, Minister, Yaxley said immediately and soothingly. You're my man. Fudge repeated, staring across the table with probing eyes as he pulled out his quill and signed the document without looking at it. Dolores has a point, you seem to have changed for good, normally you wouldn't say such things. Yaxley shrugged. The situation is changed, Minister. I stood neutral before, but I thought about it quite a bit during the 2 days I was on leave, and I think it's time to make a choice. You are doing this because of Felix Happ. More than that, Minister, Yaxley said, more than just because of him. This isn't personal, it's a confrontation between two different camps, purebloods and non-purebloods, and I smell a showdown ahead, and Happ is playing the role of a vicious pawn, and if nothing is done, maybe we'll all disappear in a matter of years. He became exceptionally talkative today, as one of the 28 pureblood families, although the Yaxley family fallen, but the heritage of pureblood is never about wealth, it is all about the ancient magic contract. To this day, the Yaxley family receives an annual distribution, although the amount is few, but I can walk through the door of any pureblood family with that contract. Wait. The Gringotts should count as one, right? Fudge said slowly, I've read some information that at the time when we were fighting the goblins most intensely, both sides lost a lot of money, so some families brought the peace talk, from which the goblins also gained a special status. Yaxley smiled and did not speak. Which families stand behind you? Fudge asked, suddenly interested, because of the previous explosions, a third of the families close to him had left him, and his insecurity reached its peak when he lost the support of these people. It doesn't matter. Yaxley said mysteriously, but now Fudge didn't dare to underestimate him. The names of one family after another flashed through Fudge's mind, especially the few with the most aggressive attitudes toward Muggles, who, despite their heavy losses in the last war, would still be considered a powerful force when united. Who are you targeting? Fudge asked. Yaxley's expression was somewhat startled. Come on, Fudge said impatiently, don't claim you don't have conditions. Yaxley broke into a smile. Honorable Minister Fudge, have you ever played wizard chess? He said softly, the most annoying piece on the board is the pawn that touches the opponent's border, it will rise to become a knight, a bishop, a rook, or even a rampaging queen. No. Fudge shouted, you don't know how offensive he is, and Dumbledore surely will defend him. Then use the most justifiable reason, Yaxley said, looking at Fudge, don't forget, Minister, you represent the order of the British wizarding community, and even Dumbledore will be at your mercy if the reason is good enough. Justifiable reason. Fudge pondered and handed him the signed document. Still need to find a good reason to get Fudge out of office. Felix sighed and put away the paper. He knew very well that the previous approach could at best disgust Fudge and make his public rating even lower, while Future World Company could use this opportunity to get out of trouble. But if he wanted to let Fudge step down in a short time, he would not be able to do so unless Voldemort had a party at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. Or he kills him in his home. But if he really did it, Dumbledore would be the first one who would stand against him. Everything he has now will all become invalid, the professorship, the Order of Merlin, the membership of the Wisengamot, the Future World Company, and the people he knows. What's the best way to get rid of him once and for all? Felix pondered, he and Fudge shared a surprisingly common sentiment, both afraid that hitting the tiger would harm them back. At that moment, there is a knock on the door. Come in. Felix said as the door opened and a furry head poked out from outside. Hi, Professor, Hermione flashed in. You want to borrow Mr. Nicholas Flamel's data on Time Turner? After hearing Hermione explain her reason for coming, Felix asked with interest, why? Oh, Hermione looked at him hesitantly. Felix smirked and let several plates of fruit preserves fly out of the far cupboard and land on the small table. Have you made up your reason? Hermione sat down on the couch in a very deflated manner. It's like this, the Time Turner that Valen gave me for Christmas, the one that's broken might, probably, have a chance of being fixed, and I want to get it operational and try it out. Felix looked at her in surprise. So, you found the time energy? Time energy? What's that? Hermione's eyes widened and her heart leaped with excitement. She certainly would hear a new term every time she came to the professor's place. I named it myself, Felix said. Well, Mr. Nicholas Flamel's notes inspired me, to be exact. He paraphrased. The time turner carries unique energy hidden in each grain of sand in the hourglass. The time turner just serves as the most sophisticated container for it. This is the conclusion I came up with after repeatedly disassembling and attempting to repair it. Unfortunately, I have no way to verify it. Perhaps the answer to the question will be found in the Department of Mysteries at the British Ministry of Magic. Wait. The Department of Mysteries. Hermione exclaimed in surprise. I've heard that name before. At the Quidditch World Cup camp, Mr. Weasley mentioned those who work there known as unspeakables. Felix nodded approvingly. So the time energy is stored in the Department of Mysteries? Hermione asked. I'm not sure, Miss Granger. Felix said, the Department of Mysteries is the most secretive department in the entire Ministry of Magic, and Mr. Nicholas Flamel had spent quite a bit of time, probably longer than a normal person's lifetime, searching for the secrets of time. But he was missing the most crucial thing of all, and that is time itself. Hermione felt herself enveloped in a solemn atmosphere, and her voice couldn't help but soften. I used to time travel many times, in the 3rd grade. The maximum time one can travel back without incurring serious damage to both the traveler and time itself is 5 hours, which requires the use of a magic charm known as the Hour Reversal Charm. This is the information Mr. Nicholas Flamel obtained, but both him or me personally, have serious doubts about their claim, because it implies a stable technology for manufacturing time turner. While plenty of facts prove that the total number of time turner is getting fewer and fewer. Then why do they still distribute it to students? Felix asked with a smile. Hermione nodded lightly. I guess it's probably because it has little use for them, and they need the data from the students who used the time turner to do minimal research with it. He stood up and walked into the inner room, before exiting a moment later. Felix held a copy of a scroll-like journal in his hand. These are some of the cases Nicholas had collected. Trying to change time in a wild way can backfire, and once the energy that protects you is gone, the results are often not that pretty. Aloise Mintumble used the time turner to go back 5 centuries before her era, in the middle of which a serious error occurred. It was only when the energy in the turner was depleted that she was ejected from time. But her body suffered severe damage, and she died not long afterward in St. Mungo's. This was not the first experiment conducted by the Ministry of Magic, but it was the last, and since then all related experiments have been discontinued. She was from the Ministry of Magic? Hermione asked pointedly. The unspeakable, I guess. Felix said, in addition to the effects on herself, the disruption of time spread to the outside world, and she severely altered the course of some people's lives, turning them into people who were never born. Also in the next few days after she was ejected, the first Tuesday lasted for 2.5 days, while Thursday lasted only 4 hours. The Ministry of Magic had to fool the world with an asteroid that never existed in history, and they paid a huge price to do that. Hermione's expression is one of astonishment. I read in a book that a rare celestial phenomenon occurred at the end of the 19th century, which not only caused a polar day with subsequent heavy rainstorms, it also induced a large number of people to have a brief misalignment of their sense of time and malfunction of their appliances. Felix shrugged. Fortunately, technology wasn't really advanced in those days, and it was rainy. I suspect that the Ministry of Magic was responsible for that rain too. Hermione felt that her perception somewhat turned upside down. So, why do you think you have the possibility of repairing the time turner? Harry possessed an hourglass obtained from Valen, which came from the altar where the Herpo the Foul hid his Horcruxes. Valen. At that moment, Valen came out of the bedroom, and heard someone call her, so she looked up quizzically. Key. Chapter 472. Tempted by the strawberry preserves, Valen quickly started to explain, but apparently, she was a beat slower than Hermione and has not realized the seriousness of the problem. Hermione awkwardly fed her a few slices of dried fruit and left with the journal given by Felix. Professor, I think Valen was just careless. She tried to fix her earlier blunder before leaving. Valen blinked. What do you mean I was careless? I understand, Felix said as he hugged Valen. Hermione hesitated for a few seconds as she stood on tiptoe and prepared to leave, when he called her out from behind. Miss Granger, you can try to repair that time turner using Nicholas's journal as a reference. but whatever the outcome is, remember, you should not use it and don't ever put yourself in danger. You have my word, Professor. Hermione replied. Felix watched the door close, then turned his attention to Valen, who is sitting on his lap, and she patted his thigh with a look of satisfaction as she half squinted her eyes. Kiki. Keep feeding. Felix laughed at her leisurely look. Aren't you going to read the book The Tales of Beedle the Bard? He said. Valen looked at him suspiciously. Some time ago you were pestering me with the story The Fountain of Fair Fortune, Felix said. In fact, you will find that it is followed by the equally wonderful story called The Warlock's Hairy Heart. Ki. Valen looked startled. Kiki. Ki. Don't lie to me. That's a horror story. It's true, every story in the Tales of Beedle the Bard has a hidden message, Felix said with a smirk. For example, the male wizard used dark magic to separate his heart from his body and lock it in a crystal box, by which he avoided the worldly affection. Perhaps this is the poet's artistic expression of the Horcrux, not to mention that this story warns us not to tamper with the deepest mysteries of life. At that moment, he suddenly paused. Don't tamper with life at will. So does his current transformation toward a magical being count as tampering with life? He mulled over this question. In any case, he should be more cautious and careful, at least until the transformation is completed. It is better for him to stay at school without going out. Who knew the next time he inspected the company's branch, he might bump into a noseless freak when he pushed open the door. A sweet taste suddenly burst into his mouth, and Felix looked back down to see Valen reaching out her small hand to shove a strawberry preserves into his mouth. Kiki. A different story. Felix bit into the sweet preserves and said vaguely, how about this story, The Tale of the Three Brothers? Valen nodded vigorously. Who wanted to hear about the hairy heart? Isn't that a curse word, specifically used to describe the cold and heartless wizard? Don't try to fool her, she is a niffler who has read the full set of The Strange Adventures of Little Wizard Mick. Once upon a time, three brothers were traveling on a secluded pathway. It was nearing dusk when they came across a turbulent river and encountered a man who called himself Death. On the other hand, Hermione returned to the common room with the copy of the journal in her hand. Did you send the letter? Harry asked, as he has lent his Hedwig to Hermione, so she could write home. Yeah, and I brought this along. Hermione said proudly, waving a journal in her hand, and Harry's eyes lit up. Data about Time Turner? He asked in a whisper, and after receiving an affirmative response, he quickly sat down next to Hermione. Where's Ron? Hermione asked casually, opening the journal carefully as she did so. He has gone to the entrance hall again to make sure if the rules for the third task are posted. Harry said, as he and Hermione quickly noticed that the journal resembled Answer Space and he stared at the icons on it, and impatiently tried to click on the one that reads Nicholas Flamel Dismantling Project. Wait, Harry. Hermione stopped him and said, Professor suggested that we should first have to read the information that Nicholas Flamel had gathered about the experiments regarding the Time Turner. She clicked on the first icon. It showed a witch with a painful expression, and Harry felt uncomfortable, but he quickly regained his composure as lines of text began to appear on the journal. Aloise Mintumble? What did she do? He asked curiously. She ended all long-term time travel with her first-hand experience. Hermione explained briefly. After a while, Harry finished reading about Aloise Mintumble's experience, and he smacked his lips to express his feelings, and at that moment, Ron came back gleefully. The rules are out! He shouted, shaking the parchment in his hand with a clatter that drew the attention of everyone in the common room. Ran into Cedric and the group, and Collins handed me a copy of it. A curious crowd gathered around. Read it! Seamus shouted. Oh, well, Ron enjoyed the feeling of being flocked. He cleared his throat and looked at the contents of the parchment. First up, the results of the first two tasks. Cedric's team 126 points, Uagado 113 points, Bosbatons 110 points, Dumstrang 100 points, and Ilvermorny 73 points. You missed one. Neville reminded him. Did I? The smile on Ron's face threatened to snap. You forgot to say. Oh, yes. Ron pretended to slap his head. I forgot our score. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all ready for this one? Ron, if you like the shape of your nose as it is, you should better speak. Fred threatened unsmilingly. It's 128 points, Ron said honestly, first place. He added. The common room remained silent for a few seconds, then a deafening cheer erupted as everyone clapped in unison. "Well done!" Seamus shouted, waving his fist and shouting in exasperation. Ron's face quickly turned red. It took him a while to push his way out of the crowd and join Harry and Hermione, with Ginny following him in tow. "They're so enthusiastic," Ron said in a deliberately breezy tone. "I mean, it's not entirely because of me." Ginny stared at him hard, as if he had something dirty on his face, which made Ron uncomfortable. So he stammered, "Well, I admit, Harry and Hermione's credit is a bit greater." Hermione grabbed the parchment he carried and read the specific rules on it. After a long while, she said with a sigh of relief, "It's a lot better than I thought." "What does it say?" Harry asked. "Before getting the trophy, you don't have to worry about being attacked by other champion teams, you just have to deal with the dangers of the maze itself. The person who gets the trophy will reveal his position every 2 minutes to allow champions from the same team and other teams to ascertain his location, and it's all down to luck as for who finds the person with the trophy first." "What do they plan to do?" Harry couldn't help but ask in retrospect. "How if I get the trophy, how will I reveal my position?" "Well," Hermione scanned the parchment quickly, "it says the trophy will sing loudly, the sound will last 10 seconds, and the Weird Sisters have recorded a battle song just for that. It's also important to note that we must abide by the internationally accepted rules of dueling competitions, which means that dark magic will be banned and there are strict restrictions placed on harmful spells. The stinging jinx we practiced before may not come in handy." Hermione said a dozen more restrictive rules one after another, such as prohibiting lethal spells against the champions, and if the battle ends with one of the parties unconscious, such as being hit by a stunning spell, the winning champions must take the initiative to send a signal to summon the patrolling staffs. Finally, the competition will end when we pass through the trophy, which is the door key out of the maze. Hermione looked up. "So the key to the race is getting the trophy first," and then Ginny said slowly. "Stay mobile," Hermione said. "Be careful not to get ambushed." That is Ron's answer. "Defeat your opponent quickly." Harry also answered without thinking. The other three looked at him at the same time, so he explained, "I think the further along you get, the more likely you will be exposed, and it's useless to hide because you will run into someone any second." Chapter 473. "You're talking about the same thing," Ginny judged, shaking her hair which looked like a bright wispy flame and counted on her fingers to conclude, "Try to get the trophy earlier or grab it from someone else, and then stay mobile." She cocked her head towards Hermione, looking for teammates while being careful not to be ambushed, and avoiding traps and dangerous creatures in the maze itself. Ron nodded solemnly from the sidelines, indicating that that was exactly what he was thinking. And the last part, Ginny's eyes lingered on Harry. "As time stretches on, all the champions will get closer and closer to the trophy. It's likely you'll run into a new enemy before you get more than a few steps out, so it's necessary to deal with the opponent in a quick and clean manner." She gestured with a fierce gesture, and Harry thought she looked cool today. "Actually, we can also rely on luck to advance through the maze," Ron suggested seriously. "We have to consider the best case scenario to happen, haven't you forgotten? We're the first ones to enter the maze, and if we're lucky enough, we don't have to meet up with the rest at all." They discussed in the corner throughout the day, and in the evening Professor McGonagall made a rare appearance in the common room, calling Harry and Ron out, leaving an unsure Hermione and Ginny behind. They didn't come back until almost lights out, with a look of unconcealed joy on their faces. "What did Professor McGonagall say to you guys?" Hermione looked up from her pile of thick documents, her eyes listless as she looked at the empty space between Harry and Ron, as she had spent quite a bit of time going over the rules again. "It's about Dark Force Defense League," Harry said excitedly, handing over a certificate. Hermione and Ginny came over to look at it, and Ginny let out a short squeal. "You've become an official member of the Dark Force Defense League? Harry, is this true?" "And me too," Ron reminded her. But Ginny ignored him and said to Harry, "Do you know what that means?" "It means that, I've joined a wizard organization," Harry replied hesitantly. "No, of course not." Ginny's flaming hair began to jump again. "Look, it's a formal member, not an honorary one. There's a difference here." "Wait, I kind of remember," Ron meditated. "I think someone mentioned this to me many times. It was Lockhart." "Hermione, as always, is reliable." "That's right. He said he is an honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, not an official member." "What does that mean?" Ron stared at his certificate as if trying to get a perfect explanation from it. Official members need to be tested or contribute a great deal, preferably the kind that can be generalized. Ginny knew a little more about this than Ron did. I guess Lockhart refuses to show what he can do because he doesn't have any such thing. Delighted, Harry revealed more information. The Dark Force Defense League people told me that if I ever planned to pursue an Auror or similar career, they would write me a letter of recommendation, even if I lacked an O.W.Ls certificate or two. But you guys wouldn't throw in the towel, right? Hermione looked at him sternly. Yet. Harry said against his will, feeling good about using the promise of the Dark Force Defense League as a form of assurance. The only shame is, that Malfoy got the honor too, Ron said. How ironic, isn't it? At the Quidditch World Cup riot, he even hinted to us that his dad was involved in the riot. How come Professor Hap didn't catch him in the act? After a while, Ginny yawned gracefully and went back to bed in the girls' dormitory. Harry and Ron looked over the certificate with joy, stroking the patterns and seals on it. No matter how many times they looked at it, they still liked it very much, and as they lay in bed after lights out, Ron said to Harry, I think it would be good to be an Auror. Neville listened half-heartedly for a while and couldn't resist joining in. Actually, I'd like to be an Auror too, he said, and of course, a professor sounds good too. Harry was surprised to find that 3 people in their dormitory wanted to become Aurors, and soon Seamus and Dean joined in the discussion, so they didn't sleep until the second half of the night. Half asleep, Harry imagined himself as an Auror, Ron and Hermione with him, accompanied by Neville, Seamus, and Dean, and to his surprise, Luna, Ginny, and Draco Malfoy were also in the crowd. Malfoy? Even in his dream, Harry felt outrageous. He murmured disgruntledly, and soon these images disappeared, and he found himself standing in an old room, which seemed to smell similar to the room in Grimmauld Place, although it certainly isn't the same place. He seated on a couch and spoke to someone. Well done, Yaxley, you've proven your loyalty again. Harry rolled over, his occlumency kicked in, and he slipped back into a sweet dream. As June arrived, time began to quietly accelerate. After the 5th and 7th year wizarding level exams were over, the final exams for the other grades officially began. This also meant that the third task is approaching. The competition will take place on the last night of the exams. The atmosphere in the castle became tense and intense, and after the third day of the ancient rune exam, Felix heard one student say to his peers, if we just make it through the remaining 4 days, we can watch the last game, and have a crazy fun for a week to welcome the long and wonderful summer holidays. He couldn't agree more with this student's words. He had a great time throughout the first 2/3 of June, and his body's transformation process is mostly complete. Although he doesn't see any purpose for it yet, there are no hindrances, which means everything is going well. The next morning, June 21st, while he supervised the 4th year exams, although the champions are permitted to be exempted from the final exams, Hermione still insisted on answering the papers for 20 minutes before looking up the journal to deduce the time-turner disassembly project developed by Nicholas Flamel, and judging from her recent queries, Felix judged that she should be able to finish before the end of the school year. But what he didn't expect is that Hermione handed him a paper the same day the exam ended. Professor, this is the plan I designed. Some changes are made based on Nicholas Flamel's research. It's a more tedious procedure, but it also allows me to avoid advanced alchemical procedures. I don't see any problems. Very clever transitions, especially suitable for your magical characteristics, Miss Granger. Felix said after a closer inspection. Hermione left the office satisfied. Before he went to bed, an owl landed outside the window and repeatedly pecked at the window edge with its beak. After Felix opened the window, the brown owl strapped with an owl post office anklet circled the room for a while and dropped a palm-sized package before flying away without looking back. A small box contained a thumb-sized glass vial inside. Felix held up the clear vial in front of the magic lamp on the ceiling and gazed at it for a moment. Inside the vial is some silvery substance, hovering slowly, neither solid nor liquid. It is a memory. Whose memory could it be? Felix's lips curled slightly. He got intrigued by the owner of the memory. Felix flicked his wand on the cork of the bottle, and the sealed stopper immediately popped open. The black jade-like wand turned slightly in his hand, twisting the silver thread around the tip of the wand, then he threw it towards the midair with force, and a picture appeared very abruptly. The person in the picture Felix's body knocked apart in the sky amidst a green light. At the same time, an icy voice resounded in the office for a while. Avada Kedavra. Key. Valen froze in fear, and after a few seconds of being dazed, she jumped fiercely into Felix's arms, covering her eyes up and clutching the clothes on his chest with her two small hands. "It's okay," Felix whispered soothingly, gazing at the fading bright light, catching the memory that reverted back to a silver thread in his hand, his fingertips twirling it as he pondered. Chapter 474. Fear? Actually, a bit, but there is even more doubt. Felix can't think why he didn't dodge the killing curse, no matter how he thought about it. That memory showed the green light of the spell being released head-on, there is no question of a sneak attack. Moreover, Felix thought about his own reaction in the memory. Very calm. Would he accept death so calmly? He wondered with interest. Valen gently pulled the shirt on his chest, and Felix lowered his head and smiled, it should just a prank. He went into the bedroom, put Valen in her crib, and then re-entered the office. The small box that had contained the memory of death laid quietly on his desk, and Felix examined it carefully, then pulled some padded postcard out of it. The front of the postcard is a landscape picture of Great Britain with a printed motto, "Everyone has the right to choose." Felix could easily tell that it is an ordinary card, probably from a newsstand somewhere in the Muggle world. He turned the back, and it is blank. Who could it be from? Is it possible that it really is a nasty prank? But from the quote, Felix felt an element of goodwill, and with life and death at stake, nobody would be sloppy, at least he would not. He temporarily assumed it is true, someone witnessed his death and ventured back in time to warn him. At this point, the small golden clock pointed at the 11 o'clock position. He took the small golden clock and put it on the small table in front of the couch together with the postcard, then he gently waved his finger, the shelf with a row of communication mirror, the fever nut, in the ring, along with all things that can be used to contact with the outside world placed with it. Felix leaned on the back of the couch, waiting quietly like a silent statue, occasionally casting a casual glance at the small golden clock. Time passed, and midnight passed without anyone contacting him. One can hear a few insects chirping occasionally in that silent night, but otherwise, no one suddenly appeared, asking him to rush to the unknown battlefield. When the hands of the small clock stopped at the position of 4 in the morning, he finally moved. A full 5 hours had passed since he received this special gift. Felix knew exactly what this meant. The maximum duration of time travel without causing any possible serious damage is approximately 5 hours. Someone performed long-term time travel. Felix raised his head and stared at the ceiling. The white light from the magic lamp is not blinding, but it made him a little dizzy. He slowly closed his eyes, and the next moment he appeared in the bronze armchair in the thinking room. Felix still had that memory twisted in his fingers, and with a single, hard toss of his hand, familiar images surfaced in midair until Avada Kedavra. The voice is cold and sharp, and he recognizes the owner of the voice as Voldemort. So this is a warning from the future, from an unknown time, by which time Voldemort has been resurrected. Felix thought to himself. He stared at the image that kept repeating in midair. This memory had obviously been processed to hide the perspective of the owner of the memory, but the technique is so crude that for a memory master like him, he could see the cracks in it at a glance. But seeing the flaws does not mean he can recover the real memory, nor does it mean that the information in the memory is forged. The only thing Felix could be sure of at this moment would be that the owner of the memory did not want to reveal his/her identity and that he/she was thoughtful, not unfamiliar with memory magic, supposedly learning, practicing, or at least having regular contact with this type of magic. What else could be analyzed? Felix stroked his chin. Of course, perspective is also important. He put his right leg over his left leg and looked at the illusory image under the stairs while sitting on the bronze chair. Inside the thinking room, except for the chair he is seated on and the dozen or so stairs under the chair, there is nothing around him, and it looked like he is currently in a vast never-ending square room. At the moment, the sound of Voldemort reciting a killing curse incantation continuously echoed in the square room. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! If Voldemort resurrected at that time, then the identity of the person who saw all this, does it mean that he/she is a Death Eater? No, not necessarily, may one of the enemies of Voldemort. Felix wants to find out who this person is and get more information. From the information available, this person, whether male or female, their relationship with him should be close, have a good brain, possibly discussed memory magic with him, and their identity must be special enough to be involved in a sudden battle that broke out, maybe a Death Eater or someone he yet to meet for time being. And the most crucial point is that this person must possess a time turner. But until dawn, there's one question that Felix could not understand, Obviously there is time, why that person risked a very dangerous long-term time travel? He did not want to live? Or had to do so? What is the special point in doing so? Felix's feelings are very mixed. If all this is true, he really died in the hand of Voldemort, or the person who sent the memories thinks so, then this action is tantamount to changing the history of what has happened, so you can imagine the backlash from time. Changing known history is dangerous, and as far as he knows no one has really succeeded and come back in one piece, let alone adding long-term time travel. No rush to make a decision. Felix cautioned himself, he needed to confirm a few things first. Early in the morning of June 22nd, Felix appeared in the Great Hall early. Still, the meal took him a rather long time because he was waiting for a few people. When Snape appeared in his black robes, Felix smiled slightly and moved next to Snape. "You have a time turner," Felix said with certainty. Snape stared at him expressionlessly for a moment. "Your level of joking has regressed," he said coldly. "I was just trying to liven things up a bit." "Severus," Felix said with a shrug. "Not him," Felix thought as he stared at Snape's back as he left. "The second person is Dumbledore." Felix asked him if his little trick of snapping his fingers off a spell came from the ability he gained after the transformation. "Have you finally made it that far, Felix?" Dumbledore asked softly. He seemed to be caught up in the memory. Half a moment before he looked up. Felix is still waiting for his answer. Dumbledore nodded gently. "The so-called transformation, or transformation towards magical being, although the terminology is different, but in my understanding, it is actually the process of you diving deep into a certain field to the point of unfathomable, and then with a flash of inspiration and integration. When this step is reached, your magic will begin to transform naturally to match your understanding of magic. As for what each person will gain, it should be related to his field of study. I can rebound a spell, which is inherently a higher level of human transfiguration." Felix suddenly enlightened. Previously, Dumbledore had performed a very high level, closer to the essence of the magic transfiguration on his own hands, thus simulating the ability of a certain magical creature. The names of a series of powerful creatures flashed through his mind: dragons, manticore, cockatrice, chimera, basilisk. And this seems to mean that Dumbledore can break some of the common sense of the wizarding community, such as the inability of wizards in morphing into magical creatures. Even animagus cannot do that, but Dumbledore has undoubtedly touched this realm. Magic creatures. So that's what she meant? Felix thought. He could not help but guess what ability he would gain after completing his transformation. It must be related to the ancient rune. He began to figure out what characteristics ancient runes have, but he really had difficulty giving a precise definition, because the number of runes is too much. Saying it has 1,000 variations is not too much. A flash went through his mind. 1,000 changes, put this term on him, is not the incarnation of ancient rune? This idea seems to be consistent with the memory of the picture Voldemort used the killing curse, and his body transformed into some kinda a rune to evade it. It is fascinating to think about. However, a new question arises: if he will not die at all, why would that person have risked long-term time traveling? Also, he hadn't completed the transformation yet. He currently fell short by quite a bit. Felix estimated that there would be no hope until at least the end of this summer and the beginning of the new school year. Does this mean that the scene he saw will not happen until at least 2 or 3 months from now? Felix put down his knife and fork and left the Great Hall with a load of confusion. That's when Harry, Ron, and Hermione happened to walk in, as they discussed something intensely. "Granger, Potter, Weasley," he called out after a moment's hesitation, "is your research into Time Turner progressing well?" Harry and Ron subconsciously looked at Hermione. "Oh, Professor, we haven't started yet," Hermione said with a small smile, "planning to do that after the tournament is over." "Oh, I see." He nodded at the trio and turned to leave. The timing seemed right, of course, assuming they actually made it. It seemed he would have to keep an eye on them all the time. A new question popped up in his mind, and that is, of the three of them, who is more likely to have used the Time Turner? If it is just a repair, naturally Granger is more likely. But it's not really easy to tell who the person using it. Felix's heart sank. He had warned her. But all this could not be determined yet. He still had time to obtain more evidence to verify his suspicions. When the second-year exams finished tomorrow, there would be basically nothing for him to do until the end of the semester, so he can keep a close eye on Granger's progress with their repair work on the Time Turner. That included the entire summer as well. It is a pity because Felix planned to visit Azkaban during the summer, as he had obtained several names from Lucius, who are the most loyal followers of Voldemort, and perhaps among them, there is probably someone who knows the secret of the Horcrux. This guess came to him when he was in the Ministry of Magic. At first he went astray, later when he linked Dumbledore, Voldemort, Azkaban, and the Death Eaters together, the real inspiration triggered. If Voldemort had suffered many serious injuries, he certainly had a regular assistant. This person is likely to be a Death Eater and an extremely loyal Death Eater. Then the memories in this person's head are undoubtedly a treasure that conceals the Horcrux's location waiting for him to dig. Especially the one called Bellatrix, who Lucius said was insane and fanatically worshipped the Dark Lord, and Felix suspected she had suffered a severe confundus charm or memory tampering. Maybe not necessarily though. Lucius thinks she's cruel and vicious to the bone, and that the Dark Lord's presence is just the thing that fulfilled her morbid desires. The other side. Harry, Ron, and Hermione just came out of the Olary, as Hermione looked troubled. Chapter 475. Don't worry, Hermione, Hedwig will send the letter to your mom and dad on time. Harry said confidently, she never misses, and Professor McGonagall said that she will arrange for the professor to pick you up at home on the day of the tournament, so there will be no delay. That's not what I'm worried about. I am, ugh. Hermione sighed. They mentioned a trip to Diagon Alley in their reply, saying that they are going to exchange money. It's normal. Ron said. You don't know them. Hermione tossed her hair in annoyance. Exchanging money is just an excuse. I guess they must have gone to Diagon Alley to ask for information about the tournament. Harry and Ron looked at each other, neither of them worried about that. Ron's whole family consists of wizards, and Harry didn't think the Dursleys would sneak over to Diagon Alley to inquire about information because they are worried about his safety. Well, they would probably just pray that he would have an accident and never go back. And the only person Harry considered family is Sirius. It can't be avoided, Ron reassured her, they'll find it out sooner or later. No, you don't understand. Hermione took a deep breath. Is there any information more visual in the whole of Diagon Alley than the footage of the tournament on sale from Future World? I can imagine that Dad would buy a magic projector and footage of the second task without hesitation. Maybe they've already seen it and just didn't mention it to me. They went to the Transfiguration classroom that is loaned to them by Professor McGonagall, to practice their spells, especially the ones that might be used in the maze, which they had been working on for the past month. But today, Hermione was completely out of shape. No, I can't concentrate, she said in frustration. Take a break, Harry said, we've prepared well, there's no need to work so hard for the remaining 2 days. Normally, Hermione would have been the first to jump up and object, but today she acquiesced to Harry's statement and sat on the cushion with her knees in her arms, looking very helpless. Harry and Ron do not know how to comfort her. Each stood in silence for a while. Harry pulled out the enchanted book from his book bag. He had read it from start to end. The professor said the book's impact on him became very weak. The magic inside probably will only last for a few months, so he simply gave it to him as a memento. Do you think it could be the influence of this book? Ron came over and asked in a whisper. Hermione read it too, didn't she? That was last week, Harry replied in the same whisper. He didn't think it is the influence of the book. The magic effect won't last that long. You have a point, Ron said, rummaging through his book bag for the journal as he started to read the short stories on it, occasionally glancing up at Hermione in the distance. Then he said with a deliberately raised voice, no matter how many times I read it, it's still so scary. I doubt that if Hermione had read these stories when she was in 3rd grade, she would have dared to use the time turner. I mean, just in case she made a few more turns. Hermione suddenly stood up. She took several big breaths and picked up her book bag. You're right, I'd better find something to do, she concluded and walked out of the classroom. Ron froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Harry. Did I say something wrong? Harry shook his head as they followed Hermione behind to the room of requirement. I need an alchemist's lab. I need an alchemist's lab. I need an alchemist's lab. An antique door appeared in front of them. Hermione exhaled slowly and pushed the door open and walked into the room. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and they guessed what she wanted to do. I was expecting this scene too, Ron muttered, and the two followed closely behind. The room is very spacious, with several huge workbenches in the center, with all sorts of strange devices on the tabletop, odd-shaped glass bottles, randomly placed solid wood toolboxes, golden balance, weight, crucible. 2 bookshelves stood against the wall, filled with common alchemy books. Hermione put her book bag down and took the time turner out of it, glancing back at Harry, who wisely handed her the grey hourglass. "You're going to fix it now?" Ron couldn't help but ask. "I thought it would take another month or two." "There's no point dragging it out," Hermione said calmly, "and it's not a fix, it's just taking it apart and replacing a part. With Nicholas Flamel's how-to-do steps, I'm pretty sure. I hope it's as easy as she says it is," Ron said hopefully. Harry thought he would see a screwdriver or something. At best this screwdriver can screw on their own, but Hermione just took her wand, recited a long incantation, now and then tapping once or twice on the gold time turner, or outlining a few runes and alchemical symbols, branding them on the hourglass. Hermione's forehead broke out with a fine sweat, her expression looked solemn. Harry and Ron did not even dare to breathe, afraid that their breathing would affect her. After almost an hour, Hermione looked exhausted, but her eyes looked radiant. "Quick, Harry, Ron, do me a favor." "What do we need to do?" Harry asked hurriedly. As he and Ron approached the time turner, the thing flew into midair and kept spinning around while emitting a soft white light. "Grab it, take off the original hourglass, and replace it with the flat one. Hurry up," Hermione said, her face flushed red, as she struggled to maintain her magic. Harry and Ron looked at each other and reached out their hands in a jittery fashion. Harry clutched the time turner that kept spinning around like a dazed golden snitch, and Ron took the opportunity to wriggle the round-headed hourglass within. "I can't get it off," Ron shouted. "Then use a little more force," Harry said with a scrunched face. "The thing is frighteningly strong, and it is desperately trying to get out of his grip." Ron gritted his teeth, put both hands on it, and pressed hard. Click, the hourglass was successfully removed. Harry immediately picked up the grey hourglass with the other hand, find the right position, and put it into the empty space. Done. At that moment, a sudden shock wave spread out with the golden time turner in the center, throwing all three of them away. Harry sat up grimacing, his arm bumped into the sharp corner of the workbench. He suspected he might have broken it, and then he heard two audible inhales. Harry looked back over his shoulder. Ron and Hermione both looked in the same direction with their mouths open, and he inclined his head. His mouth dropped open in an equal measure with shock. The time turner hovered in midair, emitting a dazzling golden light, and Harry squinted, clearly seeing the grey and dull surface of the hourglass shined as if it had been wiped by an invisible hand and reborn. The sand inside the hourglass, those dark golden lumps, continued to melt, twisted and deformed while glowing with a beautiful metallic luster. They don't know how long passed when all the golden light disappeared. The time turner dropped from midair and rolled on the ground twice and became still. "We succeeded." Ron found it incredible. "Yet, luckily it worked," Hermione flashed a smile. "Once it failed, we'd have to spend the whole night looking for scattered parts." After a half-hour break, the trio emerged out of the room of requirement. The clock ticked down to midnight, so they cautiously returned to the common room, and before they went back to their respective dormitories, Ron asked them eagerly, "That's incredible, we restored a perfect time turner, when can we give it a try?" "Just for once." "Not now," Hermione replied. "I know. I mean, when the tournament is over, Hermione, I never got to experience that yet," Ron said in a pleading tone. There is a moment of silence. "Well," Hermione said hesitantly, "it's not that you can't use it, but there could be risks, and you've seen what happens to wizards who get trapped by time, right? We'd better take it to the professor to check it out first." Ron got convinced, and he made one request. "Don't tell Professor McGonagall. If she knows we have an uncontrolled time turner, she definitely would confiscate it." "We can get Professor Hap's help," Harry chimed in, thinking Ron's words made perfect sense. In fact, he couldn't think of any other adult who would allow them to possess a time turner except Professor Hap. On the morning of June 23, Felix invigilated the final exam he needed to and returned to his office with a relaxed look on his face. Valen is sitting lifelessly on his desk, her nose twitching as she sniffs. Her hand squeezed a postcard, and when she saw Felix enter, Valen looked up at him with puzzled black eyes. Kiki. A familiar smell. Chapter 476. It is well known that Niffler has a preference for everything that shines, which makes it particularly suitable for finding treasures. This stems from their unusually keen sense of smell, and at that moment, Felix looked at Valen with a new idea in mind. Clatter. Felix raised his hand to clear a vacant space in the office. The ring on his hand emitted a strong bright light, followed by a variety of miscellaneous items erupted out like a volcanic eruption: parchment, handwritten notes, scrolls, potions, letters, as well as Christmas gifts from the past few years, lined up and covered most of the room. Felix sat in a chair behind him, looked at the frozen Valen, and explained, "All the people I know, their stuff is pretty much here, and the letters or the scents on the gifts are well preserved. Hard work, Valen, try to find that person." Valen looked at the pile of junk that towered higher than herself when she stood on the table, her body shook a little, and at Felix's expectant expression, she stood on her tiptoes and rummaged through a pair of blue wool socks with crudely embroidered black lightning bolts and silver balls of light, a gift from Dobby to Felix. He kinda liked them, the problem is the socks are 2 sizes too small to fit. Valen leaned over the edge of the table and pulled the drawer open most of the way backward. From Felix's direction, he could see a stack of written parchment, and Valen looked back at Felix with exasperation, pointing her small hand down very hard. "Kiki. This is it." Felix stunned, "Ain't she too fast?" He raised his hand instinctively, and the stack of parchments flew into his hand. He already knew what it is, but still stared carefully at the parchments for a while, and raised his head to confirm, "Are you sure?" "Valen, this is not a joke." Valen arrogantly raised her waist and nodded heavily. Felix's eyes once again fell on the parchment, which is a thesis. The content is about the dismantling plan for the Time Turner. He just read it 2 days ago. It is from Hermione Granger. Hermione Granger, it really is her. Felix exhaled lightly. Since the target has been identified, he does not have to look for clues everywhere like a headless fly, but then he frowned. More than once he stressed to Hermione the dangers of long-term time travel. She knew all about it, but still did it. Is it a last resort, or a mistake? This just occurred to him, because the core parts of the Time Turner in Hermione's hand came from an evil dark wizard who lived 2,000 years ago. Although Felix had confirmed with his magical perspective in the underground chamber of the Egyptian pyramids that the Horcrux statue and altar bearing Herpo the Foul did not have any magical traces left, but he knew nothing about time. So when Hermione told him she was going to replace the hourglass in the Time Turner with the one that was found on the altar, he was happy to see it. As long as they seriously do it, whether it succeeds or fails, it is a huge gain, with many benefits. He added only one insurance, cautioned Granger not to use it even if the replacement is successful. Felix thought that would be enough, but it became clear that the future occurred in unexpected developments that exceeded his, and Hermione's expectations. For example, he died. It is more accurate to say that Granger thought he was dead. Coupled with the urgency of the situation, she could not confirm the real situation, or possibly she did not want to confirm. In any case, she hurriedly used the Time Turner, and the result was an accident. Felix thought silently and barely managed to sort out a reasonable timeline. But there are still a lot of unexplained problems. Valen has gotten used to the occasional inactivity of the Great Demon King. She sniffed the postcard. Yes, it is the witch with messy hair who likes to hug her, and the office is full of her scent, which she didn't notice it before. Valen looked at the pile of junk on the floor with both eyes. It is a mountain of treasure. She glanced at Felix and understood that this situation would continue for some time as long as she did not disturb him. Valen ran 2 steps, leaped high from the table, like diving, and landed on a pile of colorful socks. With 2 small hands paddling, she soon disappeared into the clutter. The joys of treasure hunting. Valen happily wandered through the dazzling array of objects. The probability of meeting a treasure is amazingly high. She quickly found a few golden galleons. Her mouth could not stop from beaming. She is so happy. She stuffed the coins into her pocket, then she looked to the side and found another thermostatic pendant. Valen hesitated for a few seconds and resolutely decided to give up. She already has 3 lockets in her pocket. It is not rare. Valen sniffed softly and smelled the familiar scent again, the same smell from a stack of rolled up parchment. She saw the words House Elf and Inspection in the loose corner, and after thinking for a moment, she got out of the pile and placed the roll of parchment next to the postcard. Kiki. And this? She shouted a reminder. Valen's heart is pleased. She is working for the Great Demon Lord, in exchange for reasonable compensation for her work. Felix looked back and watched Valen rummage around, occasionally poking her head out to put a thing on the table. He took a cursory glance. These all are Hermione's things, papers, gifts, and handmade items. At the same time, he also keenly noticed that Valen's belly became round. If he saw it correctly, a part of necklace peeked out of her pocket. Felix pondered whether to find time to educate Valen about the relationship between job content and remuneration. If the employees in the company knew Valen's labor cost, they would surely cry. Once again, Valen emerged out of the clutter. After shaking the black fluffy body, she took a card in one hand and clutched what looked like a glass ball sneakoscope in the other and shoved it hard into her pocket, but the pocket seemed to be full, and she tried several times without success. Felix did not look at this greedy little fella, and beckoned. Valen uncontrollably flew over. Meeting the displeased eyes of the Daemon King, Valen realized that she was too greedy. She shrank her body and curtly handed him the sneakoscope in her hand. Felix continued to stare at her. Valen blinked, showed an expression of dawning realization, and handed him the card in her other hand, as she said empathically. Kiki. So hard to find. Felix looked at Valen with a blank face. You think I don't know what you have in mind? He was about to say something when he caught a glimpse of the birthday card, and suddenly his eyes widened and his heart surged with fear. The card came from Ms. Jane, more than 2 months ago, along with a huge birthday cake mailed to him. Felix's hand shook involuntarily. More than 10 years ago, to be exact, at the opening banquet of his 4th grade, he received a letter from her for the first time. Out of hundreds of abusive letters, this was the only one that encouraged him, and the lady sent several more letters after that until he graduated. Felix recalled Nicholas Flamel's notes, his heart growing heavy. No single case showed an example of someone surviving long-term time travel. If Granger was taken by a time turner a decade back, how bad should the backlash of time be on her? Cannot easily jump to conclusions. He knows nothing about the field of time. Nicholas had never experienced time travel either. He had just collected that information. What is the most important thing right now? Felix asked himself softly. Yes, that's right. He held out his hand with an expressionless face, and the miscellaneous items on the floor flowed like water into his ring. Valen hurriedly climbed onto his shoulders and looked down at the spectacular scene, and after 2 minutes, only 3 items remained on the floor. FEBNL.com. His self-made Marauder's map, the half-finished sneakoscope Valen was holding earlier, and the small glass vial containing a handful of grey hair. Felix spread out the map. The ink lines on it expanded outward from a central point, quickly revealing the full extent of Hogwarts Castle, and the ink trail did not stop there, stretching all the way to the Forbidden Forest. The Black Lake and the surrounding mountains, including the position of the other 4 schools, are clearly visible. Hogwarts Castle only occupies a tenth of the entire map, dense of dots and dots of names clustered together, like a squashed, constantly wriggling ball of wool, which will make one's skin tingle. Felix took out his wand to tap on the map, and whispered, Hermione Granger. The map suddenly changed, the writhing lines melted like spring snow and disappeared. Only one golden name remained on the entire map, Hermione Granger, who is taking her final exam in the potions classroom. There's only one name. Felix said with some disappointment. The door to the potions classroom opened and the students streamed out. Hermione packed her school bag while talking rapidly. The questions aren't too hard, but I'm not sure if I wrote the steps clearly. I should have waved my wand before mixing the potion. Harry and Ron showed a very helpless expression, and as they passed through the corridor Hermione still reviewed potions class test questions, so Harry said her helplessly, Hermione, you're the only one among us who actually took the test seriously, and we're not even sure which question you're talking about. Yet, Ron smiled in a surprisingly good mood. I was reading a comic book during the test. You should have seen the look on Snape's face. Oh, sorry, Professor. As he turned back to speak, he bumped into Felix head-on. I'm the one who got in your way, Felix said with a smile. I was in a hurry to visit Professor Snape for a small matter. By the way, Miss Granger, I'm still a little uneasy after thinking about it. If you plan to fix that time turner, you should mention it to me in advance. We've already fixed it. Harry said. What? We already fixed it, just last night. Harry said. Wait, Felix stared at Harry and then turned to Hermione. I thought you said you wouldn't try to fix it until the end of the 3rd task. Oh, well, Hermione smoothed her hair somewhat flustered. There was some mishap. I was in good shape, so it was, finished early. She stammered. She really didn't want to let the professor know that she was worried about meeting with her parents, so she brought the plan forward on a whim. Professor, do you need me to bring the time turner for you? I left it in my dorm room. Hermione changed the subject, and both Harry and Ron's heart raced. Despite the fact that they had decided to let Professor Hap examine it, they are still worried about hearing words such as dangerous and confiscated from the professor's mouth. No need for now, you guys can prepare for the 3rd task in peace. I still hope you can win the trophy. Felix did not hesitate to postpone her offer. Hermione stared at Felix's figure disappearing around the corner and asked, somewhat suspiciously, do you guys find the professor somewhat odd? Did you? Ron asked, and Harry looked at her puzzled. Just Hermione opened her mouth and found herself unable to describe how that sense of disconnection originated. Hey, forget it. We've got the history of magic test tomorrow, are you guys still going to read the storybook in class? There was a clear dissatisfaction in her tone. I asked Professor McGonagall specifically, the parents are coming over tomorrow morning. Hermione, you're not planning on leaving them out to take the test alone, are you? Ron. No. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Actually, she suddenly stopped and looked around. What's the matter, is someone there, Hermione? Harry asked, sensing a vague hint of something unusual, but he failed to spot a thing. Hermione drew her wand and pointed around a few times, finding nothing. Maybe I'm just mistaken. She said hesitantly. It's not a ghost, is it? Move on, it's over if Mrs. Norris finds you casting spells in the corridor. It's strange, this cat is getting more and more agile. Fred and George don't really dare to wander at night anymore, they're asking all around for the reason. Their voices faded into the distance as Felix glanced back from the front of the potions classroom and returned to his office, with a few more long brown hairs in his hand. He took out a half-finished sneakoscope and made a people-finding sneakoscope using Hermione's hair that he had just acquired. Felix stood in the fireplace and locked eyes with Valen. I'm going out, I'm not sure if I'll be back tonight, so don't worry. Kiki? Can I come? Oh, no, Felix whispered, I don't think so. The turquoise flames rose, and he disappeared from the office. For the next few hours, Felix wandered through Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley and the wizarding districts of Britain, holding a people-finding sneakoscope without any luck. That's clever, Miss Granger, you're hiding well. This is already close to dusk. Felix sat in a cafe by the window with a huge clock tower in sight, that is Big Ben, one of the iconic buildings of London. Felix finished his coffee and asked the somewhat balding clerk at the counter, is there a newsstand nearby? Oh, certainly, it's just around the corner. 2 minutes later. Felix stood in front of a newsstand and handed the postcard with the motto to the young lady at the newsstand. He asked politely, hello, do you have a similar postcard here? The young lady took the card and looked at it carefully for a moment. It kind of rings a bell. A salesman recommended a whole series of postcards with famous people's quotes a few months ago, but I had already stocked 200 sets of souvenir cards of London attractions at that time, so I didn't stock them. Want a set? The lady asked, pointing to the souvenir cards of the attractions on the stall. Give me a set. Felix flashed a smile as the lady's words verified his last suspicion. Felix handed her a bill and turned into an alley with a full set of souvenir cards of London attractions, and the next second, his figure appeared 2 blocks away. When he emerged from another alley, his hand is empty. He looked up to see a dentist's clinic on the opposite side of the alley. Almost 3 years ago, he had purchased a wisdom tooth here, and Felix smiled. Mr. Granger must surely remember him deeply, a customer like him would probably be quite rare. Felix tapped his forehead with the second knuckle of his index finger. The absence of any magical glow in the clinic didn't surprise him, he just looked around and took an extended view. His black and white perspective immediately became colorful. He had met Granger once before she had enrolled, and he remembered that she had walked here in casual attire, which seemed to indicate that her home is not far from the clinic. Felix searched patiently and whispered, I told her myself that there are no surviving cases involving long-term time travel, and if she thought she is doomed to die, in the last part of her life, where would she stay? I should have thought of that. Felix gazed at a faintly visible dot of light in his field of vision and curled his lips. It didn't take him much time to get to the street where the modest townhouses are located. This place is a popular choice for the middle class and the nouveau-rich families. Each house is 150 to 200 square feet in area, and 2 or 3 stories high, with a small independent garden and garage. Felix cast a disillusionment charm on himself and stopped near a house, staring at the Granger on the door plate for a moment, then walked into the restaurant with a 24H sign across the street, and randomly ordered a few dishes and went through his plan. He has no intention of meeting Hermione, at least not until he has the ability to fix the side effects of long-term time travel. Time travelers will be sheltered by the Time Turner. If only an hour or 2 back, this protection would not be obvious, but if across years, decades, or even centuries, without the energy of the Time Turner, their fate would be tragic. The most obvious example is the witch who had the misfortune of going back to 5 centuries, When she returned to her own time she instantly became old, from the prime of life to dying. Saint Mungo's tried almost everything, but the witch's body was like a bucket with many holes, all the means to make up for the loss of her life force were wasted. Felix could only pray that the flat-headed hourglass taken from the Herpo the Fowl had enough energy in it. As darkness fell, Felix sat in the back of the restaurant, tapping his index finger rhythmically on the table. The customers ignored him, then a ripple spread out, his magic and thoughts soon covered the restaurant, and then continued outward until the house across the street and the neighborhood covered. He used his thinking room magic to replicate and overlap everything around him, a process much like the one he had used to build the Snowflake Gallery at the Quidditch World Cup. He looked up at the clock on the wall. It is 9 o'clock at night. A car parked across the street and a middle-aged couple stepped out of it. Felix closed his eyes as if he is standing in front of the Grangers. They are talking and laughing as they opened the gate, then parked the car in the garage. The curtain of the second-floor door moved a little. Despite the dim light of the night, Felix clearly saw a furry head. After waiting for a few minutes, he was about to stop the magic, when the second-floor window suddenly opened, and an owl flew out from inside. Under the cover of the night, no one noticed its trail. The owl, like a ghost in the night sky, circled twice over the house and flew off into the night sky. Hermione stared at the owl for a few seconds and disappeared behind the curtains. But she didn't notice that after flying for a while, the owl looked like it had lost its way and kept circling high in the sky, then flew uncontrollably in one direction. The restaurant window opened abruptly and the owl landed straight in front of Felix. "It's addressed to me." Felix stared at the envelope and muttered to himself. He opened the letter. It has a familiar Ms. Jane writing. Chapter 477. The night is young, the 24H restaurant is quiet, the waiter sitting behind the counter chairs dozed off, and the hand of the clock on the grey wall is already pointing at 10 o'clock. Hermione sat on the bed, looking through the window at the bright, clear night sky. She mentally estimated the time. Almost tomorrow at noon, the owl will deliver the letter, right? This unexpected time travel will also end tomorrow. She looked down at the time turner tied around her neck. The dark golden sand has turned pale white, only occasionally flashed with a faint glow. Hermione remembered very well that this phenomenon has been going on for a long while. After a few moments of daze, she pulled a black book from under her pillow to complete today's record, Day 72 of Time Travel. Time Travel Day 72, 7th day at the current timeline. The closer to normal timeline, the closer the sense of reality is, much better compared to the beginning when I wandered aimlessly like a ghost, abandoned by the whole world. Feels bad. When the time turner flash I can't touch any physical object of the time I am at, and if it flashed continuously I will travel a year forward. If not for the small beaded pouch in which I stored some food, it would be impossible for me to survive those early days. Today there are 2 more cracks on the time turner, the reason is unknown. Hermione stopped and stared at the text for a moment, then placed the book on the nightstand. Then she quietly slipped out of the room. The moment the door closed, the black book clattered and turned, and an illusory figure murmured, "The third task, the trophy, the door key, and the root of everything, so it is you, Crouch Jr." On the other hand, Hermione cast a disillusionment charm on herself as she stood at the top of the stairs and gazed at the couple in the living room, who are sitting on the sofa, watching TV and chatting. When I see Hermione tomorrow, I must question her properly. What does she mean about just helping that Harry? Helping all the competition? Mr. Granger said angrily. She grew up with a lot of thinking, and you praised her a lot for her cleverness, Mrs. Granger said, looking at him. So she used her cleverness to lie to her own mother and father. Mr. Granger huffed. You don't know what that wizard said when I brought up all my nerve to ask him about the Tournament of Champions. He said it had been discontinued for centuries because the death rate was too high. You hear that? Hermione's letter said that the safety measures are in place this year, and it got down to the last task, and we saw a safety officer in the footage, didn't we? Mrs. Granger advised, why don't we ask tomorrow what the third task is? If it's too dangerous, we can discuss it with the school. She pursed her lips, and the anger didn't stop. This little girl is too much. When the competition is over we can teach her well. They rambled on for 30 minutes, before turning off the TV and heading upstairs. They passed by Hermione at the corner, and when she reached out her hand, she only caught a piece of air. In the silent world, her hand slowly dropped. 24H Open Restaurant. The silver glint in Felix's eyes gradually faded, and after a moment of silence, he took out 2 glass vials, one large and one small. The larger one contained what looked like a slimy liquid that is bubbling gently, and inside the smaller one is a small handful of grey hair. It is the hair of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic and Polyjuice Potion. Felix's face showed a light smile. The origin of this hair is quite dramatic. 2 years ago, when Fudge visited to see the corpse of the basilisk, he was accidentally poisoned and was sent to the hospital wing for treatment. He took that opportunity to grab a strand. The intentional act at that time saved him a lot of trouble. Felix unscrewed the cork and dropped the ash-color hair into the large glass vial, and the potion inside immediately boiled up, turning to an ugly greenish-grey color the next second, like a vial of boiling cement. "Clerk, bill please," Felix shouted while pocketing the polyjuice potion in his sleeve. When he walked out of the restaurant, the time hit 10:30. The London night is frighteningly silent, in spite of the noise, and Felix walked alone down the street, his booted footsteps reverberating in the darkness. His figure flickered several times as he appeared in front of a dilapidated red telephone booth. He opened the door of the phone booth and walked inside, skillfully dialing the number 62,442, and the voice of a cold woman rang out in the booth. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, please state your name and the reason for your visit." "Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, ask the duty staff to confirm my identity," Felix said calmly, his body already transformed under the effects of the polyjuice potion into that of a short man with messy grey hair, a stubby build, and a large belly. He waited a few seconds, and a distinctly more animated male wizard's voice heard, and his tone held an undisguised surprise. "Minister Fudge? It's really you, what's the matter with you coming over so late?" "It's not for you to know," Felix said in a deep voice. "Oh, of course, but why aren't you using the exclusive fireplace?" "I was visiting a friend's house nearby, and it occurred to me that there is an urgent matter that needs to be attended to. Do you require me to make up a procedure now?" His voice became stern. "No, I'll let you in here," the voice said fearfully. The telephone booth began to descend slowly, and the pavement outside gradually rose past the window. After a period of darkness, Felix regained his vision, and he looked around calmly. The main lobby is considerably darker than the times he came before, the fireplace on the wall is not burning, and the statue in the distance stood dark and silent in a pool of water, and there is no sound except the water flowing in the fountain. At that moment, a rush of footsteps approached from a distance. Felix's eyes passed over the statue and looked at the male wizard running from the security checkpoint. Coincidentally, he happened to know this man. "Eric Munch," Felix said. "It's me, Minister," Eric Munch said with an accompanying smile with a great degree of honor. "I'm glad you're not sleeping in your chair." Felix looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "How can I? Certainly won't be diligent in my duties," Eric reddened and stammered. "Go back to your place, Mr. Munch. I'll leave from the fireplace when I'm done," Felix said. "I understand, Minister." Eric didn't dare to breathe. Felix nodded at him, took a few steps out, and stopped again. "By the way, is there anyone else in the ministry who hasn't left by now?" I'm not sure. Minister," Eric looked at him cautiously, "I guess Ms. Bones, Ms. Marchbanks, and Mr. Ogden should all be in. And those strange people from the Department of Mysteries, the unspeakable, whose whereabouts I never managed to figure out." "It's so late." Felix looked across the table with a frown in mid-sentence, knowing Eric would give an answer. Sure enough, Eric's words became more respectful and humble. "Ms. Marchbanks and Mr. Ogden are working overtime on the wizarding level exam papers. They are very busy at this time of the year, and as for Ms. Bones," he raised his eyelids to look at Felix, "you transferred a group of Aurors as guards for the third task earlier, there is not quite enough manpower for that." Felix remained silent for a moment and grunted from his nose, "I see." He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 9th level, and the gate closed with a thud. The lift made an ear-piercing clicking sound, and Felix exhaled slowly inside. The first step went well. As the elevator came to a stop, a cold woman's voice stated, "Department of Mysteries." The gate then opened and Felix steadily made his way out. Passing through a dimly lit corridor, he stopped in front of a black door, the wavering firelight shining on his face, making his expression bright and dark. In his magical perspective, he saw a large glow of magic that almost blinded him. Just as he debated whether to violently break the door, it suddenly opened from the inside. A middle-aged male wizard looked at him in surprise and froze for a few seconds, then he said with a stiff face, "Minister?" "Why are you?" he said as he quietly reached toward his pocket, and the next second a confuse charm hit him. "Your name?" "Saul Croker," the male wizard said in a trance. May I ask you to be my guide today? Felix asked politely. Minister, this is against the rules. The male wizard suddenly covered his head, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Okay, another question, is anyone else in there? Felix didn't force the male wizard to answer further, he feared that would trigger the secrecy pact of the unspeakable. Bode is still in there, in the Hall of Prophecy. The male wizard's face regained its composure as he replied. Thank you. Then a red light struck the male wizard, and the unspeakable Saul Croaker slowly fell to the ground. Felix flashed in through the door as the black door closed behind him. Felix took out an echo bird, and the little bird shook its fiery red feathers and bounced in his hand. Guard here, notify me if an outsider appears or if this gentleman unexpectedly awakens, Felix instructed gently. The palm-sized bird nodded at him, jumped on the male wizard on the ground, and got into his shirt pocket. At that moment, Felix had time to look around. He found himself standing in a huge circular room, everything from the floor to the walls is black, and some candles with blue flames embellished on the walls, providing weak lighting. There are no windows, only black doors neatly lined in the wall, identical to the ones behind him, 12 in total. Where is the Hall of Prophecy? Felix muttered to himself, wanting to deal with the wizard called Bode first, but he simply didn't see any difference. After a few seconds of hesitation, he pushed open a black door. Inside the door is a deep, sunken pit. The center of the pit is a stone platform on which an ancient arch is erected, a tattered black drapery draped on it, as it moved without any wind. Behind the drape, there seemed to be someone standing, someone he knew well, as if he lifted the drape he could see them. Felix circled around the archway. There is nothing behind the archway. Immediately after that he heard a whisper, the voice is unique. It seemed to be the voice of a young child, and Felix's expression fell into a trance, as he thought of his memories of the orphanage. But he may have heard it wrong because at this time the owner of the voice became a woman, she murmured softly. Felix took a step closer to hear more clearly. The voice became audible as he got closer, and she must have been a very gentle woman. Felix thought. Too bad it's a fake. A clemency operated automatically. He stared at the black drapery for a long time, then exited the room slowly, and the moment he closed the door, an ear-splitting roar immediately followed, and the walls began to spin rapidly. He drew his wand quickly, leaving an arch bridge mark on the door. He glanced at the mark he had left as the wall ceased moving, and then he made his way towards the door next to it. The second room is empty. There is only the huge glass tank full of dark green liquid in the center of the room with some translucent brains floating around in it except for a table placed by the wall. Felix took a quick look at it and left. The third room is a dark room full of planets. Felix stood in the doorway to take a look twice, then rushed to other rooms. Next, he came to an extraordinarily high-ceilinged room. The ceiling is almost as high as a church. The room is lined with towering shelves straight into the ceiling. These shelves are filled with grey orbs of prophecy. Large and small prophecy balls flashed with a faint silvery light. Felix pondered, the Hall of Prophecy, so that Bode is here. Saul? Is that you? A voice asked from afar. Felix approached him silently, without a word. Saul. The voice raised its volume noticeably, and the dimly lit room suddenly lit up with the glow of a wand as a sallow-skinned, mournful man stepped out from behind a shelf, and froze when he saw Felix. Minister. Sorry. The red light flashed and Bode slumped helplessly against the shelf. Felix then took a moment to transport the unconscious wizard to the entrance hall to keep his colleague company, while the echoing bird hid in the shadows of the chandelier above the entrance hall. As he walked out of the Hall of Prophecy, his sense of perspective blossomed for a moment, an odd feeling of intimacy flooding over him, as if something closely related to him is hiding here. Felix closed his eyes and walked to a shelf based on his senses. He opened his eyes and there, at eye level, laid a silver glowing glass orb. It is brighter than those prophetic spheres around it, and quite obviously, much less dusty. As he approached, the glass orb shimmered with a noticeably faster rhythm, as if welcoming him. Felix saw a 2-year-old date on the label, followed by a string of characters, SPT to HJP. To be verified. After making protective preparations, he reached out and took the prophecy orb off the shelf, only to be surprised to find that it is not obstructed in any way. Felix stared at it. The prophecy orb's texture felt out of place in the cold room. It is warm and bright, and when he held it, it felt like standing in the daylight basking for hours. At the same time, a hoarse voice sounded in his head. The unprecedented change of 1,000 years, legendary drama is thus played. Ho, the clown returns on the drumbeat, the warrior is ready to go, the lion grows old, the Firebird of Nirvana. Time. Time. Felix couldn't help but grip the prophecy orb tightly and listen to it again. Clown, warrior, lion, firebird. What do they all refer to? He didn't spend much time thinking about it. Time is short, almost 20 minutes have passed since he appeared in the Ministry of Magic, so he left the place with a big stride, tracing a circle on the black door. Felix went straight to the next room, and the moment he pushed open the door, he realized he found the right place at last. A cacophony of hundreds of ticking sounds mixed together, a beautiful, dancing light that sparkled like gems. He saw all kinds of clocks and timepieces, alarm clocks, stopwatches, travel clocks, floor-to-ceiling large wall clocks, and old sundials, which are either hung on the wall, or on the floor, or on long tables and bookshelves. On a closet with a glass front door, an assortment of hourglasses hung on the wall where the closet stood. Felix, who had always been calm, showed an excited expression on his face. These are the hourglasses used in the time turner, as well as his eyes schemed over the folders on the shelves, the drawers under the long table, and landed on a towering clock-shaped crystal jar that stood at the end of the room. Unlike the other rooms, the crystal jar is the only source of light in this room. The sparkling, gem-like light Felix saw earlier came from it, and the jar is filled with a churning, shimmering gas stream. That is time energy. Time, time, Felix whispered, understanding somewhat why the prophetic orb held a special attraction to him, because I am also a part of the prophecy. He closed his eyes. So who am I? The lion and the firebird are impossible, the rest. Is it a clown? Or a warrior? Or maybe they all exist because of me. His eyes snapped open and his light blue pupils turned into a deep silver blaze that burned and filled his entire eye sockets. The dark floor covered with silver light, and all the earlier scenes were recreated by Felix in his thinking room, only this time he did his best to pull it out of his mind. Then many shadows came out of Felix's body. They are part of Felix's mind, the pinnacle of memory magic creations. These people scattered, and retrieved a copy of the information from the bookshelves, drawers, on the floor, or hovering. They carefully studied all of it. Felix himself stared at the bell-shaped crystal jar, and soon, the first shadow put the folder back on the shelf and came over and merged with him. Felix's body suddenly froze, and after 2 minutes, he finally finished absorbing the knowledge. Then the second and third shadows returned, and this time Felix remained frozen for 5 minutes, during which he resembled a statue made of stone and clay. Felix sighed and resignedly took the Ravenclaw's crown from his ring, which he hadn't used in a long time, and said to himself, should I say that I am lucky that Valen left this for me? He put on the crown, and a cool sensation spread throughout his body. More shadows approached him. In the early morning, Felix held a floating hourglass in his hand, and the crystal jar's cover in front of him also opened. Wisps of air currents injected into the hourglass. This is the harvest of his full effort all night, a mere glimpse into the field of time, but just this insignificant step is enough for him to crack the secret of how to replenish the energy of the hourglass. He also went through the records of the Ministry of Magic's experiments on time travel, more detailed than the information collected by Nicholas Flamel, and there are even many personal descriptions made by time travelers themselves. For example, the experiences of Eloise Mintumble, who went 5 centuries back in time, provided a reference point. Her autobiography occupied 12 parchments, and the analysis and speculation surrounding those 12 parchments occupied a full 30 drawers. When Felix stopped, the hourglass floating in midair fell into his hand, the fine white sand in the hourglass coated with a golden layer of matter. 1 hourglass may not have enough energy, and 2 hourglasses are questionable. I should make more preparations. He turned back to the closet, staring at the hourglasses of various shapes hanging in the closet, and muttered in a small voice, it's only a temporary loan. He waved his hand, and the glass front door of the closet opened, and 1 hourglass flew toward Felix. After an unknown amount of time, hundreds of hourglasses floated crookedly around Felix, at the cost of an empty closet and a dull crystal jar. His magic power also left with only a trace. At that moment, Felix jerked his head up, his eyes fixed in one direction, and the echo bird he had left behind got triggered. Chapter 478. Scrimgeour stood not far from the Fountain of Magical Brethren, a pair of yellow eyes fixed on the empty fireplace. The whole lobby is frighteningly quiet, and every time a new Ministry of Magic employee emerges from the fireplace, he would notice hundreds of people staring straight at him, and Arthur Weasley is taken aback. He looks around. The Ministry of Magic building looked like a place where a massive battle had taken place. The floor is in shambles, and the head of the Auror's office looked like an old lion who would pounce on him the next second. He took a step aside from the fireplace and moved over to one of the wizards on the scene and asked in a whisper, "What's going on, Arnold?" The wizard wiped his sweat. "It's terrible, Arthur. If you had come 2 minutes earlier, you might have bumped into that man." "You mean there was only one enemy? And he got away?" Mr. Weasley asked in surprise. "Yeah, I'm telling you." There came a harsh clicking sound, and Mr. Weasley looked up as the gate of the elevator slid from its center to both sides with an ear-splitting clang as a large group of people rushed out of it. Amelia Bones walked at the front, her wand held high as she strutted over. She looked around, her eyebrows knitted together, and shouted, "Healers, take the wounded to the healing room and treat them. Recon team, cooperate with Auror to investigate the scene." The Aurors present and several of the magical law enforcement recon team members in the crowd responded in a low voice. "Kingsley, Darius." The 2 Aurors who followed behind her straightened their chests. "Take your squad and track the target." She paused for a moment and said, "Scouting is the main focus, don't take this lightly." "Understood." Accidental Magic Reversal Squad. And all members of the Magical Law Enforcement Department. The people in the half of the lobby stood up straight and waited for orders. "Clean up the debris and junk. Those who are aware of the incident come forward and register the clues, while the others do their jobs." Only when the crowd began to move did she turn her head toward Scrimgeour. "Rufus, what have you found?" Scrimgeour rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "I saw his face." Ms. Bones revealed a surprised expression. "Who was it?" "He was in disguise. I'm not sure, there's no evidence at the moment." Scrimgeour wanted to stop. Ms. Bones shot him a stern look. "Come with me, Rufus. I'm going to go help too." "Bye, Arnold." Mr. Weasley scurried off. He is also a member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Goodbye, Arthur," the wizard muttered. "What a wonderful day, and I thought the war had broken out." "Be careful of your words, Peasgood," a cold voice said from behind him. Arnold Peasgood looked back in surprise. "Yaxley." "It's me," Yaxley said. "You sound like you're looking forward to war." The wizard's face turned red, and he retorted loudly, "What a load of bollocks." Yaxley laughed coldly twice. "I hope you'll be equally determined when the time comes." He turned toward the fireplace inlaid in the wall. "Wait, where are you going?" the wizard shouted. "Ordered to be stationed at Hogwarts," he said without looking back. "Came to pick up a few things this morning and didn't expect to see such a big show." Ms. Bones and Scrimgeour made their way to the edge of the circular water pond of the Fountain of Magical Brethren. The sound of crashing water from all directions muffled their discussion, as she asked in a whisper, "You fought him, you should have your own judgment, right?" Scrimgeour didn't directly tell any names. He leaned on his cane and stared at the statues erected in the middle of the pond of water, a set of solid gold statues, larger than life-size. The tallest of them is a dignified male wizard, holding his wand up high. Surrounding him are a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The centaur, the goblin, and the house elf all looked up at the 2 wizards with infinite respect. That man disguised not only his face but also his strength. Scrimgeour stared at the house elf statue, a bubbling stream of water sprouting from its ears. He initially displayed a strength similar to that of Alastor before he retired. I could tell he has experienced many battles and has extremely good judgment. Probably he did not want to reveal his identity, so he used conventional magic. He continued, "But the man's last attack was so phenomenal that I couldn't recognize what kind of magic it was." Ms. Bones listened quietly, deep in thought. She gazed at the fountain and said slowly, "Just one blow broke thousands of pieces of glasses. Do you think it is his normal strength or just an overperformance?" Scrimgeour hesitated for a moment. "I think it's the former. He's very good at disguising himself." Ms. Bones looked at him solemnly. "According to your description, the people who could meet the criteria would be very limited. I only know 2 of them. No, it could be 3. I'm sure there aren't many people abroad who can meet these criteria either, not to mention that it's unlikely for them to break into the British Ministry of Magic without any warning. I need proof." At that moment, a stout Auror approached them together with a guard. "Ms. Bones, Mr. Scrimge, Eric has an important lead to report." Both of them looked at Eric Munch at the same time. Eric's body trembled. I don't know if it's right." "It's okay, we'll make the right call." Ms. Bones reassured him. "Here's the thing, last night when I was on duty I saw someone. I thought it was strange, but didn't think much of it at the time." "Who did you see?" Scrimgeour asked in a deep voice. "Why yes," Eric stammered, his eyes glancing over their backs to see a short, stout man approaching aggressively, his eyes widening. "Minister Fudge. Sir, your destination is here," the driver said politely. "Thank you," Felix said with a tired look on his face, paid the money, and got out of the cab. He took a ring from his pocket and put it on his finger, and with 2 flashes of light, a black wand and a brown amulet appeared in his hand. He put the spare wand away and sat on a bench under a tree with hanging bells. A young mother pushed a stroller to enjoy a leisurely morning. The little baby looked around with 2 fat hands propped up, and when he saw Felix sitting on the bench, he curiously looked at him. Felix winked at the baby, turned his hand over, and took out a vial of potion, as he gulped it into his mouth. He stood up from the bench and walked towards a house, while donning an amulet on himself, and gently pressed it twice. The color of his body gradually faded. Felix cheered up. "There is still one last step to go. You can definitely do it, Felix, just need to transfer the energy, it won't take much work." "I can't believe this happened," Voldemort asked softly, as he sneered. "The Ministry of Magic has lost its status as a lord over a time." "Master, do you need me to leak this out?" Yaxley lowered his head and knelt on the ground, his magnificent, flowing robes inlaid with gold silk just mopping the floor. "Not yet," Voldemort said lazily, "you just need to covertly lead Fudge to turn suspicious eyes to our little friend." "Why?" Yaxley asked, and the next second he trembled. "I am sorry, Lord, I was not questioning you." Voldemort paced in front of him. Yaxley hung his head even lower, and could only see a pair of ghastly white feet. Finally, the feet stopped in front of him. "My lord." "I can answer that question," Voldemort said softly, "although you never reached out to me all these years, Yaxley. You've raised in the ranks and slipped into the sight of my enemies after I lost power, by feigning your innocence and then continued to enjoy glory and wealth, but when you saw me, you chose to return to my arms in the first instance, so I am willing to forgive you." "My lord. I have a plan," Voldemort said softly. "That little friend left a deep impression on me, and when I had just gotten a little better, he suddenly rushed in and nearly ruined everything that I had. At that time, I realized that I couldn't let him grow up. Master, with your power, it would be easy to kill him." "Oh? Is that really the case? If you really believe this strongly, why did you serve our enemies with peace of mind for so many years?" Yaxley stopped talking. "I have done nothing in this period of time. I have not gathered Death Eaters, I have not gathered my old troops, and before you, there is only one loyal servant by my side, so you can imagine why the great Dark Lord has to hide like a rat, right? I said to that little friend, even if he and Dumbledore stand together, as long as he slightly goes against Dumbledore's ideology, their relationship will break. I am looking forward to this scene. Of course, if there is a chance, I do not mind killing him by all means." "Yaxley, my liege," Voldemort lowered his head to stare at Yaxley, "do what you should do, I will wait for my entry." "Someone impersonated me." In the Ministry of Magic lobby, Fudge shouted in disbelief with wide eyes. His eyes swept around quickly, as he lowered his voice. "That's impossible, I've never trusted anyone with my hair. Or it could be a high level of human transfiguration skill." Ms. Bones said. "That must be it." Fudge immediately agreed with her, stroking the button on his stomach in annoyance as his eyes moved over Bones, Scrimgeour, Auror, and the guard. "Don't spread the word about this until we find out the whole truth." "Understood." So, he stretched out his short, thick fingers and gestured haphazardly in the air. "Can anyone tell me what the purpose of that man's intrusion into the Ministry of Magic was?" "It's unclear at the moment," Scrimgeour responded. "Not sure?" Fudge repeated, glaring at him. "Then what have you been doing all this time?" "Waiting for news, Minister." Scrimgeour said stiffly. "There are 2 Auror squads currently working on it, and they are the best when it comes to investigating the whereabouts of criminals out there." He gestured around again. "Others are investigating the scene." "Any witnesses?" Fudge asked again. Ms. Bones, Scrimgeour, and Auror looked simultaneously at Eric Munch, the guard on duty that night, and Fudge irritably said, "I want witnesses other than him. He can't prove a thing." "Not for now, Fudge, we need time for forensics." Ms. Bones said mildly. Time, if those reporters find out, they'll cling like flies." Fudge said with a look of disgust as he lowered his head, a strange gleam creeping into his eyes as he muttered to himself in a faintly inaudible voice, "No eyewitnesses." He left in a hurry. As he said before leaving, "I'll be at Hogwarts this afternoon to act as a judge, so hopefully you can come up with a good news or two before then." Grimmauld Place. Young man, your face looks worse, you'd better visit a doctor. A kind-hearted old woman looked at Felix with concern. Thanks, but I'm fine. Felix muttered. But, your face looks whiter than my hair, the old woman said, looking at him seriously. To be honest, I have only seen this abnormal ash color on dead people. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to. That's okay, ma'am. Felix said patiently, I just stayed up too much without getting a good night's sleep. After persuading the enthusiastic old man away, Felix walked towards the open field between number 11 and number 13, his mind is dizzy, but he still felt that the person just now looked familiar. He seemed to have given her a card with an enchantment. He shook his head to keep himself from falling asleep. He had already refilled the energy of the time turner on Hermione, at the cost of a portion of the hourglass he had brought from the Ministry of Magic crumbling into cinders. And he nearly couldn't even use a single spell on his own. With the only remaining rational thought, he could also guess that Aura is looking for him all over London, so Diagon Alley is a big no, so he chose to come all the way here by Muggle means. Felix very laboriously squeezed into a thin wall of air, and his figure disappeared from the outside world. Defensive magic hasn't changed yet? That's great, Sirius. Felix said softly, and the next second, 12 Grimmauld Place appeared in front of him. Bang! An ugly, old, aged house elf suddenly appeared in the entrance, and Creaker said in a hoarse voice, Welcome friend of the Master, the mighty Mr. Felix Happ, the Master is not at home. I know, said Felix, just wanted to borrow his fireplace for a moment. Creaker bowed deeply, the Master told me to try to accommodate you, and, his voice became emotional, I have seen young Master Regulus's biography, so well written. Young Master's reputation has not been tarnished. It is good that you like it. Felix returned to his office without any incident, a black shadow pounced on him, he subconsciously dodged, but failed to dodge. Valen clutched his clothes. Kiki. She looked at him with displeasure. Oh, Valen, let me catch my breath. Felix covered his chest, and Valen jumped down from his arms, with one hand crossed, as she pointed at Felix with the other, and kept calling him out. Sorry for worrying you, Felix smiled broadly, but I also need a favor. Call Severus and be careful not to be too conspicuous. Valen looked at him suspiciously. Go ahead. After a moment. What have you done now? Snape looked at him with suspicion. Became a thief, was found by the Master, who chased me around, but I barely made it out. Felix said lazily as he slumped on the couch, his outfit is weird, he is wearing pajamas, yet there is a bowler hat on his head. Snape looked at him with a strange look, and for a while he could not utter a word. It took him a long time to sneer in a sarcastic manner, then I need to hear about it, as I can't guess who is the owner that can make you look this bad. A wealthy family. Felix lightly changed the subject. Severus, do you have a potion that can stimulate a person's full capacity? Chapter 479. Stimulate full capacity. Snape looked at Felix with probing eyes and clasped his arms. What do you need it for? I'm a safety officer, I can't go out looking like this, it would be too humiliating. Snape stared at him for a moment, then asked softly, the next time I go to Diagon Alley to buy herbs, I won't see your wanted poster, right? Felix rubbed his chin, it's really hard to say, don't look at me like that, okay, I'm joking, the truth is I've been studying magic too much. He explained in a serious manner. But Snape simply did not believe him, but the next second, a runic pattern emerged on Felix's face, and Snape looked at the scene with amazement. What kind of effect do you want in the potion? The best one, of course, the kind that allows me to drink it and then fight with someone. Felix chuckled, how about a 50% discount for the sake of me being your student? Snape frowned, that potion has a lot of side effects. I can live with that, Felix said seriously, Severus, I need it. After a moment of silence. Wait. Snape said foully, as he swung his sleeve. Thanks, Professor. Felix waved behind him with a grin. Hermione Jane Granger. Mr. Granger shouted, watching in exasperation, as his daughter looked in through the door with her head peering in. Oh, Dad! Hermione came through the door as several other champions and their families in the room watched the scene with interest. She moved in, one step at a time, and looked at Mrs. Granger pleadingly. Mrs. Granger waved her hand and looked like she wanted to watch a good show. I'm waiting for your explanation, too. How about, Hermione whispered experimentally, I show you around the campus. The Grangers stared at her simultaneously as Hermione stammered to finish her sentence, you guys must be curious about this place since it's your first time here, right? I've made some preparations which you will love. And by preparation you mean leaving your parents alone for most of the day. I'm taking an exam. Hermione argued in a small voice. Mr. Granger looked exasperated and Mrs. Granger looked at her teasingly, how did I hear that champions don't have to take exams? It was that friend Harry you've been helping told us personally. You're not trying to hide from us, right? Hermione stood speechless. After spending a good amount of time, Hermione barely calmed her mom and dad down as they toured around the castle before strolling along the Black Lake. On the way, they ran into Harry and Sirius, who tried their best to chat with the Grangers, but it didn't work out that well, as all they could talk about were topics like Quidditch, dueling, and adventure. When Sirius vividly described how he had solved a troll, he received a blank and wary look instead of adoring eyes and follow-up questions about the details. Before the atmosphere dropped to a freezing point, Sirius finally found a common topic. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous, their team is the one that has a high chance of winning the title. And there are safety officers, like Felix Happ, you guys know him already? Meet him at the Leaky Cauldron? Awesome! I know him very well. Harry felt strange that Hermione had been staring at him with a puffed-up face while the adults were talking. He crept over to her, what's wrong? Hermione turned her head to the side and refused to talk to him. Knocked out 3 unspeakables? So the man's target was actually the Department of Mysteries. Fudge asked from behind his desk. That's right, he stole all the hourglass, and half of the energy in the crystal jar is lost, Auror, who is responsible for the investigation, said, as the 3 unspeakables who have had the misfortune of being knocked out stood silently behind the Auror, bowing their heads without speaking. Fudge twirled his quill, and after a while, he looked up. What do you think that man's purpose is? He looked to the 3 unspeakables, to travel through time? To change history? Don't worry, Mr. Minister, he can't do any of that. Saul Croaker said eagerly. Why? The quill in Fudge's hand paused, he took so many hourglasses, just hourglasses. That's right. Saul Croaker is glad that he understood that, the man only took the hourglass in his hand, not the complete time turner. What if he finds a broken time turner from outside, and fixes it? Impossible, no one can do that. Every scrapped time turner has been double-checked by the unspeakables, and it is impossible to fix them. We have been trying for hundreds of years without success, which resulted in fewer and fewer time turners available. An outsider would find it even more impossible to do it. Fudge looked at him suspiciously. It's true, Saul Croaker said with rising confidence, this is his area of expertise, and one more thing, the stolen hourglass has very low energy inside, I guess the person also realized this, that's why he risked staying all night, trying to replenish the energy. So? Fudge asked impatiently. Naturally, it failed. Saul Croaker spread his hands, no one could learn the technique in one night. So the energy inside was naturally lost. But if the hourglass doesn't work, why did the man take them all away? Fudge asked with bull-like eyes. Minister, figuring out the minds of criminals is not my field, I can only give judgments based on my profession. Saul Croaker said with a shrug. The only problem is that the security system of the Department of Mysteries is not good enough, and it's time to upgrade it. Thanks, Croaker, Fudge interrupted, I'll think about it, but you have to understand that the Ministry is tight on funds right now, and if there are new donations, I'll first consider you. A silence fell in the office. After a long time, Fudge asked with a very hesitant expression, did you guys see what the man looked like? Bode and Saul Croaker shook their heads, all they had seen was the appearance of Felix after using the polyjuice potion, and both of them now looked at Fudge with a bit of a weird expression, fearing that he would suddenly pull out his wand and give them a quick blow. What about you? You should have seen something, at that time you meet him the time limit of the polyjuice potion must have passed. Fudge asked sullenly. The third victim said with an embarrassed look on his face, I was diverted, and the man used a vile trap. Fudge lowered his head to look over his testimony, a ball of fire that fell from the sky, burning wreckage? Yeah, vile enough indeed. The unspeakable bowed his head in silence. Fudge continued flipping through the report, got sneaked up on while looking down and only saw a pair of feet, a pair of feet. He looked up, do you remember what those feet looked like? What are the characteristics? The unspeakable shook his head. I'm sorry, Minister, I can't remember very well. I don't think so. Fudge showed a little smile. At least you can get a vague outline, can't you? Like whether the footsteps were brisk enough to belong to a young man. In the evening, the young wizards dined cheerfully in the great hall, waiting for the third task to begin. Fudge, you've brought a bit too many people with you today. Dumbledore asked mildly. I thought it is necessary, the Ministry of Magic has just experienced an attack, Fudge whispered, I must be prepared. Ah, so that's it. Dumbledore said softly, with a look of regret on his face. By the way, Fudge looked around, how come I couldn't see Professor Hap? Maybe something delayed him. Dumbledore said with a smile. Fudge looked around, everyone is eating. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and hesitated for a moment before finally making his mind up. Dumbledore, I need to seek your help. According to the Auror's verification, that lone attacker is terribly powerful, no worse than that person he who must not be named. Dumbledore showed just the right amount of puzzled expression. Dumbledore, I know we have a dispute on some issues. It is not a dispute. Dumbledore said. What do you mean? Fudge looked at him in confusion. It's not a dispute, Fudge, Dumbledore said patiently, your hesitation will cause us to miss a good deal of time. All right. Dumbledore, Fudge said irritably, that is the controversy. I have already backed off and sent an Auror team to check out the Albanian forest. The results will be available soon. What I want to talk about now is another thing. He slapped the table so hard that the forks on his dinner plate bounced around. The headmasters from the other schools on the table looked over in confusion, and Fudge made a curt gesture of apology. When the others turned their heads, he came close again and whispered, Dumbledore, I am now discussing with you how to deal with a dangerous criminal, who recklessly broke into the Department of Mysteries, and stole the Time Turner's hourglass and decades of accumulated energy. My God, what an evil deed! Dumbledore looked at him calmly, with all due respect, Fudge, you don't seem to be in any kind of hurry. Of course, I'm anxious. What if he wants to tamper with history? What if he's on the side of the Dark Lord and wants to caution the Dark Lord about his death? Fudge's temper had a tendency of being out of control again. You should know what serious consequences it will cause. Dumbledore's expression got serious. That's it, Fudge wiped his sweat and continued, so I'd like to ask for your help. Our purposes are the same, and I assure you that as soon as the investigation team brings back strong evidence, I will issue a warning to the public. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment. Do you have any leads? Of course I do, Fudge said with great joy and impatience. He spent the night in the Ministry of Magic, trying to steal energy. He must have been exhausted, and was wounded by Auror, but unfortunately we were not able to retrieve his blood at the scene. Anyway, this kind of injury cannot be recovered in a short time, that's why I am curious about the situation of Professor Hap. I am certainly not suspicious of him, just cooperate with the investigation. Dumbledore's expression became more and more serious, and Fudge thought he had succeeded in his plan, and he was so happy that his eyebrows raised, but at that moment, a man came in from outside the great hall. Fudge glared at the man, Felix's face ruddy, and radiant, without the slightest appearance of injury. He had also deliberately changed into a tuxedo and pulled out a chair to sit in an empty seat not far from them. Fudge's face suffocated to red. It seems that Felix is not the person you are looking for. He is in great shape. This outfit reminds me of the ball 6 months ago. If there is music present, I do not doubt that he will be the most prominent one. Dumbledore closed his fingers and looked at Fudge with interest on his face. I may have gotten off on the wrong track, Dumbledore, Fudge said under his breath, his eyes dead set on Felix, as he reluctantly said, I need to double-check. You're always welcome to my office, Fudge, but next time you should better bring proof. Dumbledore said, his gaze fixed on Felix as well, and unlike Fudge, his azure eyes are deep and profound. Time, he whispered. As the enchanted ceiling turned from blue to a dark purple twilight, Dumbledore stood up at the table and the crowd quieted down. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I'm going to ask you all to go to the competition venue and watch the last event of the tournament. Now I would like to request the champions to depart first with Mr. Bagman. Chapter 480. One by one, the champions stood up and left the room amidst the warm applause and blessings of their loved ones. Mrs. Granger held Hermione's hand for dear life, her eyes welled up with tears. Honey, she'll be fine. Mr. Granger said, hugging his wife. I know, Mrs. Granger can't able to express her emotions. Mr. Granger's eyes turned red as he said to Hermione very emotionally, "Your mother got a little agitated, because of the footage of the second task. We waited in front of the Leaky Cauldron pub the whole afternoon before I found a wizard in a strange costume who brought us in, and then we bought the footage after a lot of inquiry. Anyway, Hermione, we wanted to let you know, that we are proud of you." Hermione's eyes also became moist. Harry and Ron stood at a loss for words as Sirius and Bill held their shoulders left and right. Sirius slapped Harry on the back so hard that he almost stumbled, then Sirius said to the Grangers, "There are 2 men on the team." "Yeah, right, we'll take care of her," Harry and Ron said hastily. As they walked through the entrance hall and made their way down the steps, Hermione still remained a little down. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and Ron said, with a grumble, "Hermione, you should tell your parents some common sense about the wizarding community. Don't they know that you're the strongest of us 3? "Oh," Hermione broke into a smile, "they are under the impression that I just went to school in a different place, just like, well, how to say? A student of the occult? I can't use magic outside of school after all. Maybe the books I bring back every summer also reinforce that impression." They walked carefully on the dimly lit yard. A dozen champions walked in a long line, followed by some people in the shadows on both sides. "Who are they?" Harry looked at the side. "People from the Ministry of Magic, mostly Aurors," Ron said. Seeing Harry's puzzled look, he shrugged, "Someone has to keep an eye on every level in the maze, just in case Professor Hap can't handle it alone. Percy told me about it, and I have to admit, he's been making a lot of money lately." The crowd made their way across the yard, passing near the Quidditch pitch, where several Pukwudgie carrying short bows waved at the champions of Ilvermorny. Hermione tensed up. "We didn't consider how to deal with Pukwudgie. They're not going to appear in the maze, are they?" Harry did not speak, just stared at the silhouette of the Pukwudgie. He is not sure. These little things used to live in the forest, so he guessed they would be like a fish in the water inside the maze. He vaguely remembered that the Pukwudgie's bows and arrows are quenched with poison. "Do you have any antidote with you, Hermione?" he asked. "Yes, I brought it. I prepared quite a lot, but to be honest, it might not be something we could use if we do get sneaked upon," Hermione said as she touched her little beaded pouch. They remained silent throughout the rest of the way. As they walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a path that became more familiar to them before turning around a corner, Harry took one last look behind him. The path they had taken before is covered with dense dots of light, a bright light from the wands as the people in the Great Hall also came out. Because they are so far apart, he couldn't hear a single sound. But Harry could well imagine how excited they are. Seamus and Dean are probably excitedly talking about what will be in the maze. They have been doing so for months. Ginny is probably with Luna, but he really can't guess what they will talk about. Maybe about some strange creature that has not been discovered yet. As for Neville, he had asked Hermione for a list of spells some time ago, and he would surely shine in next year's dueling class. And Malfoy, he might be gnashing his teeth. This last thought gave Harry a little boost. "Oh dear!" Hermione groaned next to his ear. Harry followed her line of sight and his heart shook. In front of him, there is a tower-shaped building that is just a little smaller than Hogwarts Castle, and he can only see the solid triangular prism built with black stone stacked straight upwards, and the space between them is filled with impermeable thorns and bushes. The building is at least 100 feet high, and Harry secretly estimates how many floors the maze will have. The people in front of them stopped. Bagman waited for them to gather and led them towards the side of the huge building. They walked through the sparse forest to a clearing where a huge silver tent stood, faintly glowing in the darkness. Harry fell into a bit of a trance for a moment. He seemed to have gone back to the first task when they had to work together to cope with a dragon, but now it feels like that seemed to have happened ages ago. "Well," Bagman said happily, "you should not be unfamiliar with this place. We have built the maze tower used for the competition on its original surface. The school administration has prepared 2 areas, but I thought the familiarity would make you feel at home." Everyone stared at him. Bagman looked at the crowd gleefully as if he wanted a compliment or two, and an awkward silence followed, so he had to give up on the idea. "So, let me read out the rules. You need to break through the maze. There are 7 levels. The higher you go up the smaller the size, and the top level has no traps arranged with only 1 trophy in it. The use of dark magic is forbidden, and the use of potent spells against people is forbidden." He said everything in one breath over a period of 10 minutes. Harry listened to it with some annoyance. They analyzed these things many times, and finally, Bagman got to the point. "The order of entering the maze will be presented next. According to the rules, Bagman glanced at Harry, the two Hogwarts teams will share an average score, but since they came in first and second place, there is no need for that. It is only necessary to enter based on the highest score order. At that moment, the curtain of the tent lifted from inside. Bagman, the trophies have been put in place. Thanks, Yaxley. This should have been my job, but as you can see, I am occupied. Yaxley flashed his teeth and squeezed a raw smile from between them. You're welcome. The man disappeared into the tent. Okay, the trophies are in place, next I'll introduce the guards of the maze. They're all from the Ministry of Magic, well, except for Felix, the guards don't show up easily, even if you've fainted. The champions looked at each other. So in case an unconscious champion is discovered by a wandering beast, one of Beauxbaton's champion, the girl named Jacqueline Bourgeois, asked, and other champions nodded their heads, sharing the same doubt. Ah, that's where the guards come in, Bagman displayed a smile, they'll watch from the sidelines and won't make a move unless your lives are really in danger. If the unconscious person is lucky enough to meet his companion, then he can still continue the game. The curtain of the tent lifted once more. Kingsley and Felix walked out in a pair. The spectator area is fully seated, Ludo. In 5 minutes, the champions can be assigned to enter the maze, and the staff will take them in through the different entrances. Kingsley said stoically. Great, Bagman said happily, I can't wait to host the game. Wait, different entrances? Buyers of the Ilvermorny team asked. There are 4 entrances, and which one you enter is determined randomly, the only restriction is that the same team must be separated. Felix answered gently. That's right. Bagman echoed, so he looked around. May I say a few words? Felix asked lightly. Oh, what sure. Bagman said. Felix stood in front of the champions and swept his eyes over each of them. You have all worked unimaginably hard this year and gained a great deal at the same time, strength, friendship, courage, cooperation, trust. Although the third task is incredibly difficult, I believe you can successfully overcome the difficulties, and for that, you just need to mobilize your wisdom, trust your companions, and most importantly don't give up hope even in the worst-case scenario. Today is just one of the important points in your lives, not the end. Time is on your side. Chapter 481. Harry felt his blood boil as he listened, and he resisted the urge to applaud, looking at Felix without blinking. Ahem, Bagman sounded less comfortable. Well said, Felix, may I use your words at the end of the game? Just kidding, honestly, you might as well give them a hug. That's right, Professor. Roger Davies chimed in, we need a hug more than anything. Harry thought Roger's words made sense and Hermione's eyes sparkled brightly, but Felix hesitated and smiled, shaking his head, better wait until the game is over. He walked out of the tent, the smile on his face quickly narrowed, the professor's weird pre-game speech, and the refusal to hug done. Next, just wait quietly and try to have as little contact with them as possible, is that all? He paused where he was, as if waiting for someone to respond, then after a short while he turned to leave. He returned to the grandstand, a cheerful, restless atmosphere laced through the air, and at one of the entrances to the maze tower, several aurors who had been handpicked walked individually into the pitch-black entrance. The sounds outside became almost instantly inaudible as Felix strolled through the maze, quietly contemplating, full physical assimilation of rune, can he really do that? Should be possible, just need a little nudge, after all, he has successfully mastered the first level 7 magic. In the 5th level of the maze, a wandering sphinx, whose body resembled a large and menacing lion, huge paws, a long yellow tail, and a tuft of fur at its tip, along with a woman's head, spotted Felix. The sphinx blocked his path and said in a hoarse voice, "You are very close to the entrance of the next level." Felix glanced at it with a flash of silver in his eyes, as the sphinx froze in place, and Felix brushed past her. What exactly is physical assimilation of rune supposed to do? He paced away. Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the Tournament of Champions is about to begin. Let me announce the current score. While the staff can arrange the first team of champions in their respective positions. Hogwarts, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger are in first place with a total of 128 points, which will earn them a huge advantage as each team is given a 5-minute gap. 5 minutes! Harry's heart burst with joy, staring at the pitch-black entrance, which means he has a full half-hour lead over last place. This advantage is too big. With a short sharp whistle, Harry rushed into the maze entrance. He knew that, at the same time, Hermione and Ron will also enter the maze. Everything around him is terribly quiet and dark. The tall bushes nearly met with a dozen feet high ceiling, casting a large black shadow. Every so often, a candle with an ethereal blue flame would dangle from the ceiling, its light is so faint that Harry could only see a very small area nearby. Lumos. He waved his wand, and the surrounding area immediately brightened. Harry's heart rose with a feeling of unease, so he carefully lowered the brightness. A few dozen meters along the passage, he encountered the first fork in the road. "Point me." He rested his wand flat in the palm of his hand and whispered to it. The wand rotated and pointed to the right, which is the direction of north. "Very well." He ran quickly, his head kept swaying from side to side. The first level of the maze should be the easiest, this is the conclusion of their discussion, at least they will not encounter serious danger. Harry recalled the strategy decided before, that is, finding the second level as soon as he can. It is a race to the death. Another fork in the road, Harry this time chose the left one, as he saw a dark shadow flashing on the right. Without thinking twice, he turned and fled. Do not dwell on it, the first 5 minutes are quite important. The first team has gone in, let's see. Oh! They're using a different strategy. Bagman couldn't help but stare. Amazing, Granger's using disillusionment charm very well, for her age. Draco grunted disdainfully from the stand, hugging his shoulders and staring at the huge screen. Weasley walked steadily. He stopped. Did he find the trap? False alarm, probably the wind. The first level did not have too many traps arranged in order to let the champions adapt to the environment inside. The real danger is going to ouch. Bagman ducked his head to avoid a small stone. Professor McGonagall angrily swung her fist at him, and a chorus of boos rang out from the stands. "Ah! Sorry, unintentional mistake, I was not supposed to reveal that, as there are champions here who have not entered the maze yet. Ahem, let's focus our attention on the youngest champion. Oh look!" Bagman quickly changed the subject. "He's running through the maze, did he guess something?" The restless crowd immediately quieted down and stared at the screen. Harry barely hesitated, confirming his direction with a 4-point spell at every intersection and then moving quickly. "Look, Harry's come across a fire trail snail!" Seamus yelled. Ludo Bagman also found this. He stood up excitedly. "Would Potter will avoid it?" "No, he doesn't, he chooses to fight, the silent disarming charm." "Oh crap, the spell bounced off, and a brilliant gouging spell, the fire trail snail is temporarily stuck, the next move should solve it." "Oh, Potter doesn't continue the attack, he chooses to leave, the fire trail snail jumps out of the pit, but it lost Potter." Bagman was excited, the game almost reached 5 minutes point. Potter is close to the entrance to the next level, his 2 teammates are far behind him, and the other teams haven't entered yet. Does he want to be a seeker in the maze now? First to claim the trophy? That's not necessarily wise, his teammates can't keep up with him. The crowd murmured, they could all see Harry racing to the finish line, but they didn't know what he is up to. He wants to be the first to get the trophy, it fits his character, doesn't it? Draco said, still so fond of the limelight. But the trophy is on the 7th level, the further you go, the harder it would get for sure, he'll suffer a big loss. Daphne looked at the screen in confusion. Phew, Harry breathed heavily, his chest felt like it is about to explode, but it was all worth it. He showed a wide smile and walked towards the vine-woven steps, where an entrance is hidden in the ceiling. He braced himself to walk up the steps, his feet felt light, like he stepped on soft marshmallows, and he couldn't muster the strength to climb halfway up the stairs and almost rolled down. But he finally stood at the top, his head pressed up against the ceiling, and he could make out the distance of about a foot between the bushes and the ceiling. Harry grinned, his palms reached out, and a rune flickered and took shape at his fingertips, coalescing into a milky white ball of light. Outside the maze tower, everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes. The ball of light floated away slowly. Harry sat on the steps, stared at the ball of light for 2 seconds, and whispered, "Explode." The ball of light quickly swelled up, and an endless flash of light shone. Milky white light spread through the maze, the bushes suddenly shimmered in the shimmering light, and the effect of the illumination spell quickly diminished, but it was enough. In a different location on the first level, Hermione and Ron looked up at the same time, staring in the direction of the ball of light exploded, and immediately after that their surrounding lit up, stretching everywhere. "Well done, mate!" Ron clenched his fist and roared out excitedly. He ran quickly, the maze is as bright as day at the moment, but he had noticed that the light is rapidly fading. but that is just enough for him to reach the end. Outside the maze silence reigned, from the judges' stand to the spectators, there was no trace of sound. This is cheating! Karkaroff shouted in exasperation. Karkaroff, they didn't break any rules, Bagman retorted out of habit, this magic is not in the prohibited category, and it's not lethal, even if, well, it does have a great range. He froze for a couple of seconds before realizing what had happened, and the implications of doing so. Oh my god! Unbelievable! Potter actually found a way, his two teammates are rapidly moving closer, faster than the speed Harry had previously traveled, and they're chasing the light. Bagman's emotion uplifted, and he excitedly unbuttoned his collar, although I hate to admit it, but the game has lost half of its suspense, the remaining half depends on the other teams, they have to hurry up. Collins, Cedric, and Roger each stood in front of the entrance with bewildered expressions. What had Harry and the gang done to get such a comment from the judges? All the champions realized at the same time that Harry's team had gained a huge advantage, and they had to catch up. Another short whistle sounded and the second team of champions entered the maze. They coincidentally adopted a more aggressive approach. Harry sat on the vine steps and applied 2 healing spells on himself, the soreness in his legs significantly reduced and his chest didn't sound like it would explode soon. He counted silently, as he got close to 100, a footstep was heard and Hermione appeared from around the corner. She walked up to Harry, smoothed her hair, and said with a soft smile, "Harry, you did well." After another 10 seconds or so, Ron came rushing out of another fork in the path. He looked a bit of a mess, his clothes covered in mud. Ran too fast and ran into a big hole. I don't know who made it, they really lack virtue. He said half-truthfully while reaching out and pulling Harry up from the steps. He looked at the entrance overhead with wonder still on his face. We're about to reach the second level here? Too bad it works only once. Yeah, let's go. Harry said. Chapter 482. An hour has passed in the blink of an eye. The game is getting more and more exciting. Now the winner is still unknown. Let me make a summary. Harry's team is still in the lead. The trio's rapid reunion gives them an absolute advantage. Whether it's Boggart, Devil's Snare, or Upside Down Trap, they have easily broken past them, and currently they have just entered the 5th level of the maze. The 3 champions from the second team also made it to the 4th level, but they have yet to reunite, and one of them has just entered, so it is estimated that they will not meet until the 5th level. Some viewers may wonder why the champions are not using the amplifying charm because the shrubs are enchanted with magic that will greatly weaken the sound and light. That magic of Potter is a special case. Uagadu's champions put their strengths to the best use. Let's not forget Rashan Elephandi, who showed the most furious power of the African elephant in the first 2 tasks, but this time he showed us in action that he has extremely fine control over his transfiguration. As the third team to enter, Elephanta used the elephant's vibration positioning talent to successfully reunited with his team in the first level of the maze, after which Blanziger turned into a green eagle and quickly found the entrance to the second and third layers. Then they once again used vibration positioning and headed straight for the entrance with amazing efficiency as they edged closer to the Potter team at one point. But Uagadu's champions suffered a bit on the 4th level when the green eagle got caught up in the wall of thorns, so now they asked Nona Libert to scout their way ahead. The girl is equally fast, and they are the only team that has a hope of overtaking Potter's pace. Next is Bo's Batons, they're on the 3rd level, and they're all approaching the 4th level closely, so they are likely to meet at the entrance. Durmstrang's strategy is noticeably different. Crumb is already on the 4th level for some time, but both of his teammates are still on the 3rd level, so it looks like they have a plan. Yes. Adam Buick stopped at the entrance to the 4th level, he is waiting for another person. I got it. Their intention is to have the strongest one keep going forward and the slightly weaker 2 paired up. Smart move. You know the 3rd level of the maze is not considered dangerous, and the area is 1/3 smaller than the 1st level. Finally, it is Ilvermorny, they only reached the 2nd layer, after all, half an hour late entry. No, they adopted the same strategy as Durmstrang. Only they opted for 3-man team, and although they got delayed in the front, judging from the combination magic shown in the first 2 tasks, they will be very fast next. The audience stared nervously at the screen, various small flags clutched in their hands, and even the judges at the judges' table watched with rapt attention. Will they meet? Will they? Mrs. Granger covered her face, her nails clawing out a trail of scratch marks. I think they will, fight's inevitable. Sirius murmured from the sidelines. The 5th level is dark too. Ron whispered. The first 3 levels still had candles with blue flames, only with longer and longer intervals, and by the 4th level they could barely distinguish the color of the shrubs in the darkness, and now there is not even a little light. He and Harry held up their wands, ready to deal with sudden danger. Hermione leaned back a little and controlled a white flame. The flame hovered over their heads, illuminating a small area nearby. They kept dragging their legs out of the vine-strewn ground and trudged for 10 minutes to cross the long passage. I refuse to believe there's more outrageous stuff ahead, Ron said. Don't open your crow mouth. They turned a corner and suddenly the sky spun around and Harry found himself head down, standing on the ceiling. The blood kept rushing to his head. He had a similar experience in the 2nd level of the maze when he stumbled into a golden mist that hung him upside down, with an endless void under his head. That trap was a test to champion courage, so all he needed to do was pull his leg out firmly. He tried, lifting one leg high, but there was no reaction at all, and he remained firmly on the ceiling, nearly even falling because of his unsteady footing, but not falling downward, but falling on the ceiling. The blood hitting his eardrums made it impossible for him to think. At that moment, he heard Hermione next to him say, "I think we need to walk out like this." Harry was just about to ask how to walk when he saw Hermione move forward step by step. She walked for almost a minute and her whole body dropped from the ceiling. Wingardium Leviosa. She landed gently on the ground and looked up at Harry and Ron, who are still standing there. Just treat the ceiling as if it is flat and keep moving forward, but of course, you need to put up with the discomfort of the blood rushing upwards. Soon, Harry and Ron also smoothly landed. How strange, gravity is still there, but we were attracted to the ceiling by a stronger force. Hermione fondly looked back. What is gravity? Ron asked. It's the force that allows us to step solidly on the floor, Hermione said simply. Isn't that how it should be? Ron wondered. Keep your voice down, don't attract monsters, Harry warned them. For the next 10 minutes, they went through the quicksand trap, when Ron quickly thought of the levitation spell that Hermione used before, and they easily crossed, followed by a hanging bridge. The bridge is not for crossing water, but a bottomless abyss. The levitation spell also disabled, but it did not take much effort for Harry to walk across. This is much easier than Quidditch. Ron was a little slower, but he made it through. Hermione got stuck when it was her turn. I'll try, she shuddered and glanced down, quickly shrunk back. Harry and Ron looked at each other. They remembered that Hermione rarely used a flying broom. Don't worry, it's not dangerous at all. Yet, you took flying lessons and passed the test. I only passed, Hermione whispered. Wait, let me think. She came up with a solution, using magic to conjure up a rope, throwing a section of the rope to Harry and Ron, and tying the other end to herself. If I fall, you guys have to pull me. She walked trembling on the hanging bridge, 20 feet away, like on a rift. When she reached the last step, she plucked up her courage and jumped across at once. Great, Hermione. I'm a little dizzy, Hermione said, covering her head. Let's keep going. Whoosh. A shadow quickly jumped over the hanging bridge after leveraging twice on the wall and disappeared into the darkness with a few ups and downs. What the hell was that just now? Ron asked in horror. If it suddenly sneaked upon them, it would be difficult to dodge. A cheetah, Harry said. The one who gave you the amulet. Ron remembered. She is called. He looked at Hermione for help. It's Nona Libert, Hermione said. It seems she chose to leave her teammates and venture out on her own. She's too fast, we need to catch up. They trotted off, and after hitting 2 dead ends, they took a narrow, rugged path where a large behemoth blocked the middle of the road. It's the Sphinx, Hermione whispered. They walked forward, gathering all their guts, white flames illuminating its body. The beautiful woman's head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing movement, it raised its head, took 2 steps forward, and spoke in a low and hoarse voice. You are already very close to the next level entrance. The fastest route would be going past me. As soon as you. What's the shortest season? Hermione asked, interrupting it. The Sphinx's beautiful eyes blinked, at which point Hermione continued, what is something that is obviously yours, but everyone can use it? Well, there's always fake news in the papers, but there must be truth in one thing, what it is. The Sphinx once again fell into contemplation. Hermione waved at them and carefully passed by, the Sphinx ignoring her. Harry and Ron also passed by without incident. not daring to breathe a sigh of relief as they kept walking a long distance and saw the stairs leading to the 6th level of the maze. "Hermione, how did you know that?" Harry panted and asked. "Hagrid talked about it, have you forgotten? Just say 3 riddles in advance, and it will be spellbounded. I never really believed it before." Outside the maze tower, someone caught up with Potter and the team, champion of Uagadu, but still Potter and the team entered the 6th level of the maze first, but that doesn't mean much. Nona Libert is too fast, her body is covered with many protection spells, which her teammates put on her. Nona took a long detour, and the 6th level is close at hand. Maybe she can get ahead and enter the 7th level, then the Potter and his team will be passive. Bagman shouted. The other champions are also rejoining their teammates one after another, and most of them are gathered in the 4th level, and the advantage Potter's team had in the early stage is rapidly shrinking. Who will win the championship? Let's wait and see. The 7th level of the maze is only half the size of the school's Great Hall, a single crystal stone platform built in the center of the maze with nothing but empty space around it. A trophy is placed on the stone platform. Felix sat on the stone platform and whispered, "The trophy is indeed enchanted." He didn't tamper with the original destination but added an extra transit in the middle. Very clever way, you simply can't detect it without looking closely. "Yes, Professor." A muffled voice came from the hat on top of his head. Chapter 483. What's next? Fight. Only 3 people came up. Nona grabbed the trophy, we stopped her, then Victor came up, and finally Cedric, so we had to fight the final battle in the 6th level of the maze. "I see." After a silence, a voice sounded. "Professor, are you really going to be okay? I saw with my own eyes." "Ah, I made you worry. I recently mastered a new ability and didn't tell anyone about it. But the side effects of the potion? Not a big problem, at most a period of weakness, but," Felix hesitated, "I may be invited for tea." "Tea? It simply means that I have to cooperate with the investigation. After all, there's too much suspicion on me, whether it's the theft of the time turner or what's going to happen tonight." Fudge seized a good chance. "That's not your responsibility at all. Don't worry too much, Miss Granger, I have made some preparations in advance. If things go at the normal progression, Fudge will have to stay in that position for an unknown amount of time, and tonight will be a test for me and him, and if he picks the wrong choice, he'll step down. Oh well, what can I do then? Grab the time to improve your strength, although Voldemort is doomed to fail, but there surely will be a war after a short period, you know, because of the Horcrux, strength is the most important in a chaotic world. And another thing is, do me a small favor." "What is it?" The voice in the hat spoke impatiently. "I've brought some prohibited items in my ring, and in order to avoid being searched by the Ministry of Magic, I need you to keep them for me." "No problem, Professor, I'll make sure to hide it. The things inside are not really much important, but just a little sensitive. I specifically left some information in the runic language, you can take a look. In case." "In case what?" The hat moved uneasily. Felix smiled after a slight silence, "Of course, in case there is a danger during my absence." It is at this point that Felix looks up, someone is coming. He stood up and pointed his wand towards himself, his body becoming blurred and transparent, blending in with his surroundings. He quietly moved to the corner. An athletic figure rushed in swiftly. The 7th level maze became well lit, and Nona Libert caught a glimpse of the golden trophy, and she transformed into a cheetah, nimbly moving, as she picked up the handle of the trophy with her open maw and ran out like the gust of wind. The 6th level of the maze lacked the shrubs that grew a dozen feet high close to the ceiling, instead, there are clusters of shrubs half a man's height that have been trimmed into long slabs. Harry stared at stone statues for a while. They have been at the 6th level maze, and they did not encounter any danger, except for caped squirrels, I can't find its original name, and a group of poggerbans disguised as rocks. It is the first time they have seen poggerbans in reality. At first, they thought these round stones are part of the maze, until the 3 inevitably depressed, which triggered Harry's occlumency, then he realized the problem. Harry used the sharp edge magic, the front of the wand emitted a golden stream of air, condensed into the shape of a long sword. He slapped the stones with the back of the sword, and they immediately jumped up, bouncing around with their big, glossy grey heads, and Harry noticed that when they moved, their hairy bodies became conspicuous. Ron got out of his depressed state of mind too, then he became worried and used his foot to nudge the last poggerbans that fell out of line, This creature, which is only a foot tall, actually has a poor sense of balance. As long as you push it, its huge head will tilt forward. Ron tried a few times, then the Poggerbans curled its body into a ball and rolled away like a pebble. Strange creatures, it's hard to imagine Mr. Scamander scaring them away with the noise he made with the kettle. Ron said. They later encountered caped squirrels which stood on the statue, a magical creature about the size of a rabbit that resembled a squirrel, which looked incompatible with Hagrid's tastes at first glance. It had a furry head and long ears like a rabbit, with red fur and a floppy cape that shone in golden color, making it both cute and friendly. Harry was almost fooled by its cute appearance when he first saw it. The prolonged competition put him in a tense state, so he tried to approach it for relaxation, and immediately these cute little things turned their backs to him, and spread their big curly tails like a fluffy plush cloak full of numerous spikes while issuing a threatening cry. Never irritate it, being stung by this thing is a nightmare. Compared to them, gnomes can be described as docile. Ron said in disgust. You know it? Harry asked. Fred and George caught one, Ron said with an uncomfortable expression, and they tried to extract its stinger. The ones you see, although non-toxic, once stung it can make you want to pass out. He shook his head and dragged Harry away very firmly. Harry did not ask further, he reckoned there must be a tragic story behind it. That's when Hermione remembered its information. Caped squirrels, known for their cute appearance and dangerous tails, have two types of attacks. One is to swipe their tails vigorously when a stranger approaches, and many people who see it for the first time will be curious enough to approach them. The result is predictable. Their stingers have a pain-enhancing effect and can make people feel unbearable pain. The second way of attack is to use their tail to wrap their body into a ball full of stingers, and then like a cannonball they will bounce towards the target. These guys have quite an amazing bouncing power. Harry's body shook a little, as he could not help but turn around to look at the caped squirrel. It has tucked away its tail, and its two small hands curled up in front of its body, with long ears flopping around, looking very cute. These little guys are also very vindictive and a bit crazy. Once they are pissed off, they will chase people until all the stingers on their tails fall off, then they will choose to run away, but don't worry, after a while these stingers will grow back again. Thank you, Hermione, for helping me recall that. Ron said somberly. Oh, we'd better avoid it. Hermione looked around in a panic. Speaking of which, the 6th level of the maze looks like a combination of a chessboard and a garden, with shrubs and statues everywhere. The light is a lot brighter too. Is a little strange, why did they replace the tall shrubs with low ones? Ron chimed in curiously. This is a natural battlefield. Harry suddenly said. Ron and Hermione turned their heads in alarm. A certain amount of light to provide a view, rocks to act as a barrier, and shrubs to create a detour space. Yeah, that's what I thought. Harry said, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he ran in one direction. What's wrong? I saw Nona Libert. Ron and Hermione chased after him. They also saw a shadow quickly jumping between the shrubs. The caped squirrels were enraged, and they all curled up and rolled themselves into a ball of spikes, trying to attack Nona, but Nona left long before that. A dazed caped squirrel rushed toward Harry, who shouted, "Stupefy!" The spell hit the caped squirrel, and it fell from midair and bounced twice on the ground. They ran a dozen steps ahead, and a bright expanse appeared. It is a circular plaza, with a row of upward steps in the center of the plaza linking to the upper level of the maze that is the 7th level, where the trophy is placed. She's out! Ron shouted. A cheetah agilely jumped down the steps, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione raised their wands at the same time. The cheetah glanced at them and turned to run in the opposite direction, and at that moment, she suddenly fell and rolled her body twice on the ground, and despite the critical situation, Harry felt that the action was a bit comical. She ran out of breath. Harry guessed, and the first thing he did is chase after her. The next second, he knew the answer. A loud voice echoed throughout the maze tower, and all the champions looked up in unison as they heard the deafening voice, "Fearless champions, fight on! No amount of difficulty can bring you down. Win valor and honor, and I'll be waiting at the end for you to boil a pot of love potion." "My goodness!" Hermione said, covering her head. Harry cast a quietening charm over himself. The huge roar weakened a lot. He endured the intense discomfort to move forward and keep approaching the trophy. But Nona is having a hard time because she is close to it, which made her dizzy, and she kept shaking her head in discomfort. Finally, the song stopped. Chapter 484. Harry raised his wand towards the cheetah that sprawled on the ground with a pained expression. A keen sensory ability made her suffer, and he debated whether to make a move. He kept telling himself that it is a competition, and as long as they get the trophy, they have won. But another voice told him that he is taking advantage of someone, and Nona had given him a talisman before. At this point, Nona came to her senses. She took a deep look at Harry, before picking up the trophy, and turning around to run. Harry hurriedly intercepted, Expelliarmus. The spell missed. Harry felt remorse. What the hell was he thinking just now? This is a competition, such a good opportunity missed by him. He went after her, hurling spells, but Nona kept jumping back and forth, dodging his spells. A stunning spell hit her, and Harry's heart leaped with joy, but the cheetah's body suddenly burst with white light, and she simply disappeared into the bushes unaffected. Where is she? Ron and Hermione caught up, panting and questioning. She got away. Harry sat down and smashed the ground with hatred. I shouldn't have been lenient. Ron looked off into the distance at a loss for words, where only a cloaked squirrel poked its head through the bushes. Hermione thought for 2 seconds and said decisively, there's still a chance, let's go that way. She pointed in the opposite direction. Harry looked at her with an expectant gaze. What do you mean? She has to take the trophy to the next level and meet up with her teammates. But she escaped in the opposite direction of the 5th level entrance, so we may be able to intercept her in time. Harry could not wait to hug Hermione and kiss her. Then what are you waiting for? They quickly ran back. Left, right, still right. Hermione kept pointing in the right direction, almost there. A shadow rushed out from a diagonal direction. Harry's eyes widened. It is Nona Libert. Then his heart sank. The distance is too far for them to catch up. At that moment, a crisp chirp sounded, followed by something rushing past him. The thing is covered with flames and crossed hundreds of feet in the blink of an eye. Harry recognized it. It is Hermione's ancient magic. The firebird trailed its long plume and blocked the cheetah's path some distance before the entrance. The cheetah gave the firebird a cautious look. The firebird spilled a patch of flame, blocking her path ahead, and in desperation, Nona Libert reverted back to her human form. No one made a move. Nona rose from the ground and tossed the trophy far away with an impatient look on her face. You can't beat the 3 of us. Harry said calmly. Nona smiled, raised her hands, and said in a husky tone, that's not necessarily true. Her 2 hands suddenly interlocked. Protego. Harry instantly cast a shield charm and the magic barrier burst with sparks. Watch out for her gesture casting magic. The warning arrived belatedly. Stomp, stomp, stomp. A man rushed up from the 5th level. It is Crumb. He saw Nona and the trophy on the ground at once. He extended his wand and shouted, Oxio trophy. Harry cancelled the shield charm, and a red light flew from the tip of his wand, which knocked the trophy far away. What? Crumb shouted incredulously, turning back to see the trio. He drew a deep breath and quickly moved closer to Nona's direction. You want to cooperate? Nona asked, looking at Crumb. Crumb grimaced as he looked across at Hermione and didn't say anything. After a moment of stalemate, a 3rd person rushed in. It is Cedric. The scene in front of him also made him freeze. All eyes in the room fell on him. Harry was first pleased, but immediately realized that this is not Classroom 7, they are at the moment in a competitive relationship. Cedric took a hesitant step in Harry's direction. A fair fight. Crumb stated in a low voice. Cedric suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression struggled. Of course, he wanted to get the trophy and let his team win, but right now helping Harry and the group is the best thing to do. After a while, he resolutely walked in Harry's direction. Good point, just a fair fight. Harry suddenly said, 3 against 3, it makes sense, doesn't it? Cedric looked at Harry with a surprised look on his face. I want to win fair and square. Harry said briefly. That's right, we don't want people to talk behind our backs. Ron said, standing with Harry. With a wave of Hermione's wand, the firebird landed steadily in front of her, its long beak and golden eyes gazing at them. How about 3 against 3, no running away, and the winner will get the trophy. Everyone agreed. Outside the maze tower, the audience held their breath as the entire screen switched to the 6th level, shifting through the perspectives of 6 people who had been swept away by the solemn atmosphere. It's wonderful. It is brilliant. Not only did the champions entertain us with a great fight, but they also showed great moral qualities, Ludo Bagman said enthusiastically. It was an honor to host this fight. I'd like to present information about both sides of the battle. Potter, Weasley, and Granger are on the same team, have a better understanding, and each performed well in previous tasks. But their opponents are not to be underestimated, although they are from 3 different teams, but don't forget, they are all captains of their respective teams. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The people on the screen moved at the same time, and in a flash, the spell flew everywhere. The battle went on for a while. Harry ducked his head to dodge a spell and quickly counterattacked. The spell missed by 2 inches and hit the statue. Krum was startled and ducked back behind the statue. Then in a second, another spell flew out from a diagonal direction. Protego! Harry shouted, and a ripple rippled through the magical barrier. Safe, Harry's heart thumped. Hermione, make your Firebird do something. Oh, sorry, Hermione said bitterly, this magic is too powerful, according to the rules, cannot be used to attack people. Then let it attack the statue. Harry shouted. Hermione froze for a moment, makes sense. Wait, I thought of an idea. Ron said, his body shaking badly, it's worth the gamble. What are you going to do? Hermione asked. Apparition. No, it's too dangerous. I'll do it. Harry said, thinking Ron's idea is brilliant, why hadn't he thought of it before? Harry poked his head out and hurled a disarming charm, and the spell hit the statue with a splash of red light. No, Ron refused, topping the runic shield charm and glancing across the room twice before hastily retracting. Listen to me, you're our backbone, and I'm relieved to have you here. If even you fail, Hermione and I cannot hold up against the 3 of them. Harry couldn't decide. Do not hesitate, who knows whether the next second there will be someone else will come up. The problem now is to pick a target. Krum. Harry agreed. Nona Libert. Hermione said. They looked at each other and Ron said, just Nona, I saw her stay away from the other 2. The hovering Firebird turned into golden flames and instantly engulfed a statue, the heat scorching the stone statue in the air, and the champion hiding behind it stumbled back. On your left. Hermione said sharply. I saw it. Ron said, concentrating his eyes on Nona Libert's left, if he attacked from there, he can roll down into the bushes. His body suddenly disappeared and reappeared somewhat dazed, but he couldn't wait, he raised his wand in an extremely awkward position. Stupefy! Ron shouted. Time seemed to pause at this moment, and Nona quickly looked back at her chest incredulously and slowly fell to the ground, with a trace of shock still remaining on her face. Ron lunged to the bushes on his hands and knees, and it worked. He grinned silently as he headed deeper into the bushes. A rustling sound brought him back from his ecstasy. When he looked up, 2 caped squirrels stared at him, and they silently turned around and raised their tails. On the other side, Krum and Cedric both felt incredulous. Apparition cannot be used in combat, this is a common understanding. Currently, only 2 people can break this limit, Harry and Felix Happ, Professor Happ. Ron slipped into the bushes. After only a short moment Krum raised his wand, then a second later, a golden flame exploded in the open space 3 feet in front of him. He hurried to dodge, then the flames coalesced into a firebird, which gently flapped its wings, without attacking. Hermione. Krum's mood is extremely complicated, followed by a numb body, as he slowly collapsed. Harry gasped and appeared behind him. He used the apparition, a rare opportunity, the next second he disappeared again, and reappeared behind Cedric. Cedric turned around keenly, wands against each other. You have won. Cedric said, dropping his wand and sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Chapter 485. Harry grinned and was about to say something when he suddenly heard Ron's scream. He turned back, as Ron rushed out of the bush with his face covered, followed by 2 furry prickly balls, caped squirrels, only their feet and noses visible. They jumped up from high and slammed into Ron's back, and Ron let out another scream. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. Harry and Hermione chanted a spell at the same time, and the 2 caped squirrels were hit. What's wrong with him? Cedric looked at Ron in confusion as Ron groaned in pain. Slapped by the tail of cloaked squirrels in the face twice, Hermione said, reaching into her pocket and rummaging around for a while before pulling out a bottle of potion. You have some small stingers, that need to be pulled out first. I don't know if it will hurt. Hermione pulled a small stinger from Ron's neck. Ron let out a loud yelp. You have to bear it. Hermione's fingers twitched as she pulled another stinger off. Ron screamed even more. She looked at Harry with pause, and Harry walked over to her. "I'll help too." Cedric grabbed his own wand and stood up. "La tall P. Trophy," Ron said vaguely. "What?" Harry questioned flabbergasted. "I think he's talking about the trophy." Cedric chuckled, "Oxio trophy." He pointed at the trophy in the distance, and it immediately flew into his hand. He looked at it twice with mixed emotions and handed it to Harry with fondness. Harry hesitated for a moment. "Take it, it's what you deserve," Cedric said. Harry took it, thought very carefully for 2 seconds, and said to him, "You're a good rival." Cedric laughed heartily, "So you are, Harry." Hermione said impatiently at the moment with her hands in the air, "You two, can you help? We are still in the game. Say, it has been so long, how come the others have not come?" Cedric rubbed his nose a little awkwardly. I guess they are trapped by the puffball." "Wheeze, when, use, you, mees, meet, jamusum, that mushroom?" Ron asked with a big tongue. Cedric explained, "Roger and I met in the 4th level, and after that, we found Collins in the 5th level and moved together. That level is full of strange terrain." Harry nodded, as they also ran into several things. "When we were almost at the entrance of the next level, we accidentally broke into the territory of the puffball. I can't find this creature mentioned. This magical creature has no blood and bones. At first glance, it looks like a large mass of fluff that can split at will. In fact, this is a misconception. They like to live in groups, often large groups of them balled up into one. It is said they're closely related to puffskein. They live like plants. When the wind blows, they will roll together with it. They hunt the prey that approaches them. Once there are other creatures close, their fur will quickly become long and thick, and then they'll warp their fur around the prey. The more you struggle, the more tightly you'll be wrapped." "So Collins and Roger are trapped?" Harry rushed the question when he saw Cedric's tendency to make long speeches. "Only Roger," Cedric said. "We did not take it seriously, the puffball, although extremely tough, but as long as you do not struggle without making a move, the fur will continue to shrink. This and the Devil's Snare are somewhat similar." "There must have been an accident in the middle," Harry said with certainty. "Yeah," Cedric sighed, "in fact, if one is willing to spend some time smoothing out its fur, it will calm down." But 2 other guys from Uagadou showed up. One turned into an elephant and one sat on it as they trampled the floor. Collins went up and persuaded them to stop, but they refused to listen because there was barely a space even for a person to pass, and they thought we are deliberately blocking them. Their suspicions had a point, and the song of the trophy made everyone's heart race. Harry could already imagine the scene. Naturally they got trapped, and because they struggled so much, some of the puffballs were blown around, covering the nearby corridors, and all the necessary paths were blocked. Collins and I were forced to separate. Collins was smoothing the puffball down there, and I came to the 6th level. So, now all the champions except them are mending puffball's fur? Harry imagined the scene and found it weird as hell. After another moment, the stingers on Ron's body were pulled clean. Hermione applied a potion on his face, and the wound healed quickly. In the meantime, the trophy sang twice more like a joke, and Harry had to leave it behind for the moment. "So, see you in a bit," Cedric said as he sat on the floor, leaning against a statue, sleeping next to Nona Libert and Crumb. Ron and Hermione held the trophy left and right, and the key would activate as soon as Harry placed his hand on it. Harry paused and extended an invitation to Cedric. "Why don't we go out together? The rules only state that a team must be gathered to activate the key, it doesn't say that others cannot be included." Cedric smiled and shook his head. "I'm going to wait for my teammates." "All right then," Harry said, turning his head to look at Ron and Hermione who are covered in dirt. He guessed he must be in a mess too, but they both had excited expressions on their faces. "Ready? It can't be that fun. Is this a last bit of misery before receiving the prize?" Ron asked with a grin. Harry grinned likewise and placed his hand on the trophy, then he felt a hook tugging his navel, as the 7th level of the maze disappeared before his eyes, and the last thing he saw was Cedric smiling and waving at them. The competition concluded successfully. They got the championship. Harry now just want to sleep hard. It is best to wake up on the summer holiday. Finally, Felix said with emotion. He covered his bowler hat and his figure disappeared abruptly. When he reappeared, he had stepped on a shabby path in a small, isolated village. Not far from him, a small church stood in the darkness, the outline of which he could barely see. In the distance, there is a looming shadow. "That's the cemetery." "Yes, Professor." Hermione, hidden in the bowler hat, said. Felix's hand on the hat, bent low as that hat flipped, Hermione carefully jumped out of it. With a gold chain more than 10 times bigger than her, the time turner is almost as tall as her. Under the effect of the zooming spell, Hermione grew little by little and regained her original size. This is your beaded pouch. Felix took out a small pouch from his shirt pocket and handed it to Hermione. The zooming spell still has an effect on such magic items, but the time turner is, let's see, oh yes, and the ring. He took the ring off his hand and handed it to Hermione at the same time. Keep it with you for now. Professor, do you really think that the Ministry of Magic will do something against you? How dare they do that? Just be prepared, Felix said with a shrug. We're going to split up, so estimate your time well, use the disillusionment charm and all other concealment magic to hide, and go back when the time is right. You can make it, Gran. Miss Jane. Yes. Felix smiled faintly and turned around to walk towards the graveyard. Chapter 486. Whistling winds and swirling colors swirled around Harry, Ron, and Hermione, dragging them forward, and when their feet touched the solid ground again, they are in a completely unfamiliar place. A graveyard appeared. The trio sat on the ground, feeling very shocked. Where is this place? Ron asked. I can't see a hint of familiarity. This is a graveyard. They are surrounded by erected black stone steel and overgrown grass. Harry shook his head and looked around. He saw a tall redwood tree, behind which is an outline of a building. To the left is a hillock. Harry could make out a fine old house on the hillside. There seems to be a problem with the trophy transmission, Harry said, looking around for the trophy, which laid a dozen feet away from them. Someone from the Ministry of Magic would make such a cheap mistake. Ron asked in surprise. Oh, Harry, look over there, Hermione said nervously, pointing in a direction. The sound of the wind. Ron guessed that the wind had picked up during the night. It's people, take your wand. Harry said, and they squinted nervously into the deep darkness as 3 figures walked toward them, step by step, between the graves. Are they nearby Muggles? Harry thought, but he quickly dismissed the suspicion. They are all cloaked in wizard cloaks. Stop, who are you? Harry shouted at the men. The wind carried the sound of snickering in bits, which is by no means a sign of friendliness, and Harry raised his wand, but they stopped a dozen feet away and reached to remove the hoods from their heads. Harry, Ron, and Hermione relaxed slightly. Harry only felt that the man in the middle with his bare skin abnormally white, like he had some terrible disease, looked familiar. The person on the far left revealed his face. Barty Crouch Jr. Hermione shouted. Harry was taken aback, unable to focus on the middle person. His eyes moved to the left, and memories of Christmas night 6 months ago came flooding back. It's really you. Potter, Crouch Jr. grinned. You should call me Professor, after all, I've taught you. Ron, who stood next to him, tugged on his sleeve. Ha, Harry. Without him saying a word, Harry noticed a pair of eyes full of malice, from the man in the middle. He had just undone his cloak, his nose is flattened like a snake, and his nostrils are 2 thin slits. Harry found this appearance really familiar. The man stroked his forehead with pale and slender hands, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes between his fingers. From these eyes, one cannot find a little warmth. Voldemort! He shouted. How dare you call Lord by his name? Crouch Jr. drew his wand in anger, and a hand stopped him. A sharp voice, cold like ice, heard, They are my guests whom I have invited here with great effort, Barty, and I'll allow them to be rude this time. Voldemort said. Lord, those 2 are in the way, why not leave them to me? Yaxley humbly bowed his head and asked, I came from the Maze Tower in order to contribute. Harry, Ron, and Hermione have not recovered from the great shock yet. The night air is cold as the bitter ice, and a penetrating coldness spread from the lungs to their whole body. However, Voldemort did not respond to Yaxley's words a bit. His eyes turned red, making it impossible to distinguish the pupils from the whites of the eyes for a while, but Harry could clearly feel the gaze that seemed like a substance measuring his body constantly, with greed, hatred, and a hint of worry. Barty Crouch Jr., who is standing on the far left, appeared like a good guy now, lazily playing with his wand and casting a contemptuous glance at Yaxley. He knows nothing yet, still getting this anxious to take his place? Crouch Jr. licked his lips with a sickly smile. So, you've been resurrected. Harry took a step forward, shielding Ron and Hermione behind him, and bravely locked eyes with Voldemort. He had to attract the attention of the opposite side as much as possible, to take the initiative to create an opportunity, so that Hermione and Ron could have a chance to escape and tell the professor. and Headmaster Dumbledore about this. But his heart plunged to the bottom, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. A voice told him that the chances are too slim. Barty Crouch Jr. is stronger than the three of them combined a year ago, not to mention the resurrected Voldemort. Harry stared into Voldemort's eyes, trying to show his fearlessness. But his scar suddenly started to hurt sharply without warning. Never before in his life, he had felt this much pain. His head seemed like it would explode. Harry's one hand covered the scar, one hand still clutching the wand. The pain made him fall to the ground twitching, his stomach turned over, he constantly dry heaved, even suspected that he would die in the next second. He heard Ron and Hermione shouting something, followed by several sharp cracking sounds, as well as the sound of a body hitting the ground heavily. At that moment, a sudden coolness came to his brain, quickly soothing his pain. It is a clemency. Tisk, tisk, your friend really cares about you. The voice said without a trace of emotion. Harry opened his eyes glazed over, his vision blurred, and the effects of the intense pain still lingered. It took several seconds to see the face of Voldemort near him. It looked like the color of a corpse, the color of white bone. There is no trace of hair on his head, and his bright red eyes look eerily appalling in the darkness, with pupils that turned into two slits, like the eyes of a snake. What did he just say? My friend? Harry thought of terrible speculation. No, never. He struggled to get up, every movement is painful, but even so, he did not put down the wand in his hand. If Ron and Hermione really, he dared not imagine the possibility. His stomach began to flip again, his fingers nicked from clutching his wand hard. Harry gritted his teeth, the pain made him feel better. He struggled to get up while staring at Voldemort with a glare of hatred. In response, Voldemort sneered at him with a cold, sharp, grim smile. He staggered to his feet and shook his head vigorously. Voldemort quietly took 2 steps back, still staring at him with that sickening look. At that moment, Harry heard a faint groan. It is Ron. Harry's heart filled with wild joy. He's not dead, great. And where is Hermione? He couldn't hear her movement, it is silent as death on his left side. Harry didn't dare to turn around to confirm. You shot too hard, Yaxley, that girl is almost dead. Voldemort said softly, Barty did just fine. Lord. Yaxley looked up in disbelief as Barty Crouch Jr. let out a silent sneer. I have use for all 3 of them, Voldemort said softly, his eyes still fixed on Harry. Those 2 are not only the best friends of Harry Potter the Savior, but according to Barty, they both befriended Felix Hap. Yes, Master, Barty Crouch Jr. answered respectfully, especially that Muggle girl, who became Hap's assistant in her 2nd year. Voldemort sneered twice. The purebloods have completely degenerated, and their offspring have turned to waste, to let the vile Muggle race climb over them. He began to pace, walking around in front of Harry. Harry stood still glaring, his wand clutched in his hand. Should he shoot a spell against Voldemort? And then use the summoning charm to summon the trophy? No, Barty Crouch Jr. and that Death Eater had their eyes on him. Harry's heart burned. Voldemort did not kill a person for the time being, but he knew it is never because of mercy, but rather because he has an even more evil plan. Harry's mind raced, and he was surprised to find that, even in poor physical condition, a clemency functioned autonomously, keeping him from falling into the depths of despair. I was looking forward to this scene a long time ago, the meeting with the great savior Harry Potter, Voldemort said softly. Harry's eyes followed his long, thin, pale fingers. There is a wand held softly between them, as if a random disarming charm could make the wand come out of his hand. Harry thought foolishly. Voldemort is too arrogant, he is defenseless. Does he think he has no power to fight back? Will this be his breakthrough? I anticipated, to reborn with the help of your blood, to break the destiny, and then kill you in one fell swoop. But I failed, Voldemort said regretfully, his bare feet rustling on the dirt and barren grass. Hogwarts is more dangerous than 13 years ago, in addition to that mudblood and Muggle protector, Albus Dumbledore. It added Felix Hap, who is more aggressive and proactive than the aging Dumbledore. I had to abandon the best option after nearly losing my only loyal servant. Voldemort paused, his snake-like eyes narrowed unpleasantly. Harry tried to keep his gaze at Voldemort's hand from being too obvious. So I backed off. You have no idea how frustrated I was, Harry Potter. I once again savored a setback. Expelia, Harry shouted when Voldemort waved his hand violently. Splat! Harry's wand fell to the ground. Harry's eyes widened, he completely missed it. Voldemort's movements were too fast, as if he had been prepared for it. At that moment, Voldemort slowly turned around, stared at him for a few seconds, raised his wand, and whispered, "Crucio." Harry felt his whole bones burning, his head must have cracked along the scar, his eyeballs bulging and threatening to burst open at any moment under the tremendous pressure, his body bent in the opposite direction as if trying to break him in half. He wished it would stop quickly, wished he would pass out, and die. Harry found the pain in his body diminished a little, and from the location of the thigh came a warmth, the amulet in his pocket. At the moment there are two forces sheltering him, one is a clemency, and the other is the knot amulet that Nona gave him. Although the effect of both was weak, but it did help. Voldemort's serpentine face twisted with a cruel and satisfied smile, and the wand kept pointing at him for who knows how long. The torture was finally over. Harry went limp, his back wet with sweat, panting violently. His head remained against the ground, but he still felt the ecstasy in Voldemort's heart. Why the hell? Does torturing him make him happy? Harry could not understand this emotion, but he is quite sure of one thing, he is not mistaken after all, he can't feel an ounce of joy right now. Tie them up! Voldemort commanded briskly. A man came forward, Harry's face still on the ground, his wand is not far from him, but he could not reach it, a rope wrapped around him, he was dragged on the ground, catching glimpses of Ron and Hermione who were treated the same way. Ron's legs twisted unnaturally, his face looked pale, Hermione looked like a corpse, her chest did not rise and fall. Immediately after he got hoisted up by the rope, his back pressed against the cold flat surface, he froze for 2 seconds before he realized it is the Black Tombstone. He also saw who the man in front of him is, Barty Crouch Jr. He had a silver glove in one hand. Noticed it, Potter? Barty Crouch Jr. licked his lips psychopathically, this is the Dark Lord's reward for me. Harry glared at him, this feeble threat did not affect the movements of the Barty Crouch Jr. in the slightest, the rope wrapped around Harry's body loop after loop, from the neck to the ankle without a single gap. Barty Crouch Jr. walked away. Hold out your arms! Voldemort said lazily, and Yaxley and Crouch Jr. held out their left arms at the same time, and Harry saw a bright red tattoo design. Voldemort pressed his long, pale forefinger on Barty Crouch Jr.'s arm, and the mark turned pitch black as Barty Crouch Jr. let out a faint intake of breath. Voldemort straightened up and raised his head a little, scanning the dark graveyard. How many people would have the guts to come back after feeling it? And how many will be foolish enough not to come? He muttered. Voldemort began pacing again, scanning the graveyard from time to time. Harry did not know what is happening, but he figured it must not be good, he desperately started to think of some solutions. Apparition? No, he lost his wand, and he can't do wandless magic like Professor Hap, not to mention that he has 2 people with him. There is no way he can escape alone. Wait, Professor Hap? Harry's eyes widened, desperately followed that ray of hope, desperately thought of something related to Professor Hap, he finally remembered, the ring of Ouroboros' snake. But Harry was once again disappointed, as he did not carry the ring of Ouroboros' snake with him, to begin with. But, there is someone who might have brought it. He tried his best to incline his head and look to his left, where Hermione still remained unconscious. Hermione, whispered Harry, who had only been separated from Hermione by the gap in between the tombstones, but he was tied up so tightly that he couldn't even extend his foot to kick, and worse, his struggle had attracted Voldemort's attention. Concerned about your friend? Potter. Voldemort said softly, as he paced over, despite being only an inferior mudblood, she's more useful than you think. His eyes scanned Hermione, Harry, and Ron, as he said with dripping malice, Muggleborn, half-blood, and pure blood, what a dramatic combination. Renervate. He pointed his wand at Hermione, who slowly and breathlessly opened her eyes and saw Voldemort close at hand, her eyes widened in fear and her body slumped back, resulting in a moan of pain as it contacted her bruise. But Voldemort looked away from them with disinterest. I think it would be better for your 2 best friends to witness your death. A cruel smile appeared on his face. After that, should I let the pure blood kill the mudblood, or is it better for the mudblood to kill the pure blood? Or, let them both die at the hand of each other? I haven't decided yet, but I'm sure it will be a good show. You are dreaming. Ron said with a twisted face. Voldemort looked over at him and sneered twice, Weasley. A disgusting family crucio. Ron screamed in pain. No. Don't. Harry and Hermione, who had just regained consciousness, screamed, but the smile on Voldemort's face intensified. "I like the feeling of controlling life and death." He continued to point his wand at Ron, making him howl in pain, but this time the torture did not last long. It didn't take long for Voldemort to voluntarily stop and look around. The sound of swaying cloaks abruptly filled the air. In every corner of the dark graveyard, a wizard apparited themselves. They all wore hoods and masked their faces, walking cautiously. Voldemort took a few steps out and stood silently waiting. A Death Eater fell to his knees, crawled towards Voldemort, and kissed the hem of his black robe. More and more Death Eaters did so, including Barty Crouch Jr. and Yaxley, and the only people who were left their heads high at the scene besides Voldemort would be the trio. "Welcome, my Death Eaters," Voldemort said calmly, as he began his comeback speech. Harry didn't bother to listen carefully, as he winked at Hermione, but he didn't dare make it too obvious, so Hermione didn't notice that as she was bruised. "I smell guilt. No one has tried to reach out to me. Didn't you guys know a long time ago that I have a solution to prevent death? Yes, perhaps you think there is a greater power that has defeated Voldemort, the Lord you serve, such as that old man who is hiding in Hogwarts? Or the boy who is suffering before you?" The Death Eaters on their knees shuddered and looked up, gasping for breath when they saw Harry. "Lucius, you're surprised? I heard that your son is in the same grade as Harry Potter." "Lord my lord," Lucius Malfoy's voice came out of the dense line of Death Eaters, "the Malfoys have always been loyal to you, and Draco. Draco and Potter are mortal enemies at school. He hates Muggles as much as I do, hates Potter, hates Dumbledore." Lucius looked up. "Master, it is so nice to have you back." "Lucius," Voldemort said lazily, "my cunning friend, hypocrisy is etched into your bones. You, like the others, have never tried to find me. However, your performance at the Quidditch World Cup site was quite good, and I believe you're still willing to take the lead in tormenting Muggles, right? Even though you let me down for a time. I hope you will serve me more faithfully in the future." "Of course, my lord, of course, you are magnanimous, thank you." Next, Voldemort named one by one, including those who did not come. The kneeling Death Eaters waited on the floor as if they are awaiting their fate. Harry took the opportunity to keep signaling Hermione with his eyes, and he succeeded. Hermione cast a witty glance. "The Ring of Ouroboros," Harry muttered softly. Hermione stared at him, failing to hear. "Ring of Ouroboros." Harry raised his voice slightly, and this time, Hermione heard him. She nodded gently at Harry, her arms moving in small circles, by which time, Voldemort had finally completed his trial to the Death Eaters, and they regrouped under Voldemort's banner. "Next, the highlight of my return night is my carefully prepared play." Voldemort turned around, slit-like nostrils slightly expanded, and Hermione immediately stopped moving. Voldemort raised his wand. "Let us all witness the death of Harry Potter." All Death Eaters raised their wands and said in unison, "Witness the death of Harry Potter." Harry felt the rope that bound him suddenly loosened. He had an idea, so he felt in the direction of Hermione, and with the help of his body as a cover, he pulled Hermione's robe twice. Hermione quickly reached into her pocket. Muffled jeers rang out around the scene. "Ha ha ha ha, I have to reveal before that, the big tough boy needs to suffer some torture." Voldemort held up his wand, the corners of his mouth curled with a cold arc. The crowd laughed even more. "Come forward, Potter, and embrace your destiny." Voldemort chuckled softly. Harry dawdled as best he could, buying time for Hermione. It had been so long, the school must have noticed they are missing. No, they should have known from the time they held the trophy but didn't show up off the tower, but the school couldn't find them. That's exactly where the Ring of Ouroboros comes in handy. "Oh." Voldemort trailed off. "Harry Potter looks a little nervous, you guys make some more room. As I recall, he is supposed to have learned to duel, right?" The Death Eaters laughed and scattered further apart as Harry limped over to his wand and picked it up off the floor, as he also picked up Ron's and Hermione's wands by hand and pocketed them as well. "A child's trick." Voldemort snickered. "Let's bow to each other, Harry," he said and bowed back, but his snake face always looked at Harry. "Come on, manners are meant to be followed. Dumbledore would certainly expect you to behave with grace. Bow to your death, Harry." Chapter 487. "Professor, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Felix got up from the ground, and Harry hurriedly found him a chair to sit on, while he closed his eyes and gasped slightly. The trio looked at Felix worriedly. The professor seemed to have recovered from that horrible state before, but not too completely. His face, neck, hands, every now and then transformed into dense runes, then the next second they turned back into full skin, repeating the process over and over again. I am not yet familiar with this state. In order to avoid scaring people, I will not go out. You go and find Headmaster Dumbledore and tell him what happened. Felix opened his eyes, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione were startled. The professor's light blue pupil is replaced by a myriad of runes. The eyes are like two shrunken runic balls embedded in the sockets. When he finished and closed his eyes, his body began to flicker again. The trio looked at each other. Obviously, the professor needs time to master his new powers, and someone needs to be on guard during this time. Hermione said. I'll go, you and Ron keep watch. Harry decided after a brief pause. You're both injured. You are speaking as if you weren't the one who got hit with several Cruciatus curses. Ron bristled. Harry answered back with a smile. At least my leg is still fine, and he hesitated, not quite sure. Actually, by the end of the session, I didn't feel Voldemort's curse was affecting me that much. It was like, as if my body was gradually adapting to the pain caused by the Cruciatus curse. Ron and Hermione stared at him suspiciously. Ron said uneasily, Harry, you'd better get Madame Pomfrey to look at it. I've heard that enduring multiple Cruciatus curse can cause serious side effects. You think I'm crazy? Harry glared, and Ron averted his gaze from him, muttering in a small voice, it wouldn't be a bad thing to at least make sure. It could be the effect of the protective magic present in Harry's blood, Hermione said, picking her words carefully, let's just not take any wild guesses, and to be honest, I'm a little concerned that Headmaster Dumbledore isn't here. She glanced carefully at Felix, as her hand covered her pocket, where the ring he had handed her is kept. The professor's excuse before was that the ring contained some prohibited materials, and in order to guard against the Ministry of Magic's inspection, it is temporarily given to her for safekeeping. She didn't think much of it before, but now that she was out of danger, she began to wonder if it is just a general investigation. Is it necessary to go to this extent? Harry nodded and walked towards the door. As he was about to lift the curtain of the tent, Hermione called out to him. Wait, Harry. Harry turned around and saw Hermione looking at him seriously. You know what to say, don't you? You know who? Harry didn't understand her for a moment. The Time Turner. Hermione reminded him. It dawned on Harry, yet, Hermione had gone back in time and modified history. No, according to all that information he had recently looked up, there are only two outcomes when using a Time Turner. Failure, the user suffers a backlash and poses a threat to time from the past to the present. Or success, everything the user does while traveling in time becomes a part of history, a kind that complements history. It's like destiny, but Hermione explained to him that the so-called destiny is actually because the user succeeds, and if he fails, it will have extremely serious consequences, like Alois Mintumble. So what should he say? Harry seriously thought about it, and soon came up with a solution. In fact, it is very simple, as long as the process of Hermione using the Time Turner is omitted, it will be all right. As for how the professor came back from the dead, he did not know. Maybe it's a special magic that he is not supposed to know, isn't it? Harry suddenly remembered a small detail. Crouch Jr. obviously recognized the Time Turner, and wanted to break the secret, so the professor chose to kill him immediately. Harry's heart somewhat repulsed killing, but immediately he blamed his weakness. This is war, he admonished himself, not to mention that Crouch Jr. had done so many bad things. Professor Moody had the students read out loud in class about the Death Eaters and Aurors vividly. He had never before realized that war is so close to him. Harry suddenly became emotional, realizing that he would be 15 years old in a month. The night sky is dotted with stars, to his left is the dark and lofty maze tower, standing silently in the darkness, and to his right is the high stands in the circular shape. He squinted, and there are figures walking everywhere on the ground. He saw two large, sturdy figures, several sizes larger than the rest, as if they had been under an enlarging spell. They must be Hagrid and Madame Maxime, and not far from them, Harry saw a tall, thin silhouette with a translucent silver beard fluttering casually in the cool night air. It would be Dumbledore, and Harry's heart quickly calmed as he dragged his weary feet and moved over to them, one step at a time. All around the Forbidden Forest was searched, no trace found. Hagrid waved his arms in great annoyance. I asked the Centaur to assist in the search, and no news yet. You heard it, Cornelius, the specifics are still unknown. I'm afraid we can only wait in peace. Dumbledore said rather calmly. How can I rest easy, Dumbledore! Fudge shouted. 3 champions who won the championship of the tournament just disappeared collectively, their life and death are still unknown. What will those reporters write tomorrow? Cornelius, it doesn't matter what the reporters write, what matters is the meaning behind this incident represents. What meaning? Fudge immediately pursued the question. Isn't that obvious enough? An angry voice roared close to Fudge's ear. Fudge was startled and turned around. Mad-Eye Moody is standing next to him somehow, his heavy body leaning on his cane, as his magic eye staring straight at him. I'm sorry, I can't see it. Fudge said coldly while glancing disgruntledly at the Aurors behind him, who had clearly failed their duties. Think about the reason why I was used as a puppet. And who threw the names of Harry Potter and his 2 friends into the goblet of fire? Moody said gruffly, his cane tapping the ground with a loud thud. Do you mean Barty Crouch, Jr.? Fudge frowned, but he's gotten away, and a third of the Aurors have been tracking him everywhere this whole time, except tonight. So you think it's over? Crouch Jr. and the forces behind him went to great lengths to get Harry out of school and just gave up so easily. Doesn't what happened today put you on guard? Moody spat viciously on the ground, and Fudge turned red. Alastair has a point, Cornelius, you can't turn a blind eye to the approaching danger. I can almost conclude that we are in the middle of a great conspiracy. Dumbledore said lightly. Conspiracy. Fudge repeated the word as Harry stood behind the crowd. The moon isn't exactly bright tonight and Fudge's face is shrouded by a large shadow, which makes him look far less amiable than he did when Harry saw him in the Leaky Cauldron bar, during the summer holidays in the second year, even though they were discussing Harry's illegal blow-up of his aunt at the time. I know what you are going to say, the same old story again. I told you at the dinner, I've sent an elite squad, and everything is subject to their investigation. Fudge said impatiently, if I have to talk about conspiracy, I would like to ask, where did that Felix Hap go? You have been evasive, Dumbledore. I think, Dumbledore said steadily, Felix may have got a special induction about the whereabouts of Potter, Weasley, and Granger, and he is very good at making all sorts of gadgets that often work wonders at critical moments. Like the amulet he gave me at Christmas, which helped me a lot. I don't have time to listen to your ramblings. I was just giving an example, Dumbledore said gently. On the contrary, I'm equally curious. There seems to be one less guard coming out of the maze tower. And where did he go? Fudge turned his head to the 2 Aurors behind him, one of whom nodded toward him and said softly, Yaxley is missing. That doesn't mean anything, Fudge said immediately, maybe he found something unusual, add him to the search list as well. He said to the Auror. The Auror nodded and turned to leave. The Yaxley you are looking for is a Death Eater. Harry couldn't hold back any longer, as he shouted from behind where he stood. The people in the front were taken aback, and the one closest to Harry, one of Beauxbatons' champion Jacqueline, jumped in fright. She followed Madame Maxime to watch the fun, and now her eyes went wide as she looked back at the dirt-covered Harry. The crowd of onlookers broke into a commotion. Harry is back! A voice shouted, he's back alive! The news spread with jaw-dropping speed, and people kept approaching, footsteps coming toward him from all directions. People raised their wands to get a better look, and the dense dots of light made Harry dizzy. There were a lot of gasps and screams, and he heard Mrs. Weasley's distinctive voice among the many voices along with Hagrid's excited roar. Immediately afterward, a pair of strong arms grabbed him, and Harry struggled to keep his eyes open. It is Dumbledore. You're all back? He asked quickly. Yes. Harry said, and in the side glance, he saw Sirius and Lupin trying to squeeze through. So, Felix made it. He continued to whisper in confirmation. Why what? Harry looked at Dumbledore in shock. Dumbledore winked mischievously and mouthed wordlessly, the Time Turner. Harry was too shocked to speak. But Dumbledore seemed to read the answer in his expression, and his voice regained its composure and calmness as he asked at a normal volume, You saw Voldemort? The people around him were startled by this question. Everyone simultaneously stopped the movement of crowding forward, and looked at Dumbledore and Harry with unblinking eyes. Harry noticed that Fudge's eyes widened as big as oxens. Yes. Headmaster Dumbledore, we met Voldemort, who came back to life months ago. He's the one who planned tonight's plot, and Harry suddenly remembered something, Yaxley. He's the one who modified the destination of the trophy. The influx of people once again rioted uneasily, the ripples spreading even wider, and hundreds of people around them drew in their breath at the same time. Are you sure? Fudge rushed over like a brute, grabbing Harry's collar with a death grip and spitting, Are you sure? Where's Hap? Where's Felix Hap? What did he do? He saved us! Harry exclaimed in annoyance. And everyone is alive? Fudge asked with ragged breath spewing from his nostrils. Harry suddenly felt very reluctant to answer Fudge's question, but he saw the Weasleys and the Grangers in the crowd, their eyes flashing with fear and hope. So he said out loud, "That's right. Ron and Hermione are alive, and they're both fine. Except for the Death Eater, I don't know if he died in the aftermath of the battle." Mrs. Granger screamed and then fainted. Mrs. Weasley fared slightly better, just sobbing loudly as their loved ones whispered reassuringly nearby. "Get Madame Pomfrey over here," Dumbledore said in a hushed voice, grabbing Harry's shoulder as Fudge's hand loosened as if he had been electrocuted. "There are some people here who need treatment. Minerva, look after the Grangers for me." Professor McGonagall nodded. At that moment Hagrid squeezed in, Sirius and Lupin following him, along the huge gap that Hagrid had created to get in front of Harry. "You're hurt? Harry, are you hurt?" Sirius tried to discern something from Harry's body, but Harry is covered in dirt like he's been rolling in the mud for half an hour. He couldn't make anything out. "It's nothing," Harry whispered, "just a few Cruciatus curses." "Hiss! That's a Cruciatus curse!" Sirius shouted, "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" He glared at Harry, but Harry felt warm inside, and then Sirius tried to carry him up. "Let me do it," Hagrid said gruffly, and he held Harry in his arms like a baby. "No, wait," Harry struggled desperately in Hagrid's arms. "Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Hap is still in the makeshift tent with Ron and Hermione. Professor Hap, he's dealing with an injury and doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone else." "I see," Dumbledore said, "I'll set up another makeshift tent next to it." Hagrid, Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore and the rest of the group walked in the direction of the temporary tent. The crowd followed in silence. They all wanted to get a definite answer. Fudge stayed where he was, his expression is hesitant. At that time, the Auror who had just left returned and whispered to Fudge for a while. Fudge stared in surprise, his mouth opened and closed several times. "Wait, Dumbledore!" he shouted. "Fudge," Dumbledore showed impatience for the first time tonight, "you saw the state they were in. They need to be treated, not questioned by the Ministry of Magic. If you want to get to the bottom of the matter, you might as well stay tonight, and we'll listen together in the morning." "No, Dumbledore, you'd better listen to this." Fudge's expression looked both confused and relieved as he pointed to the Auror. "Repeat the information you've been given." The Auror, who is watched by the crowd, stammered, "Just obtained the news that Yaxley was found. He died, but before he died, he told us, he said that everything was Felix Hap's conspiracy. He is the culprit." Chapter 488. In the makeshift tent, Ron sat with his feet up on a chair and exhaled a long breath. "It's been a long night." "Yeah." Hermione replied absent-mindedly. "Do you have anything to eat?" Ron asked. Hermione looked back at him. "Hermione, I didn't even eat much for dinner." Ron spread his hands and said accusingly, "If I don't eat something, I'm going to starve to death before Madame Pomfrey comes over." "Eat, eat, eat, just eat." Hermione furiously rummaged through the beaded pouch and took out some snacks from it and threw them at Ron, and only after doing so did she realize that she had just inexplicably lost her temper. "Don't worry, Hermione, the professor has come back from the dead, and will be a lot healthier soon." Ron did understand her thoughts, and after reassuring her twice, he surveyed the package in his hand and asked, "What's this?" "Chips and chocolate," Hermione answered. "How come I've never seen?" Ron muttered in a small voice. He ripped open the bag, picked up a piece of chips to examine for a while, and brought it into his mouth, after which his eyes lit up. "It's a Muggle snack," Hermione explained. "It tastes really good," Ron sighed contentedly. "Is this what you ate when you were a kid?" "I'll try some chocolate." "Hey, it's good too, although I still think the chocolate frog tastes better." It didn't take long for him to finish eating. "Any more, Hermione?" Ron couldn't restrain himself from asking. Hermione carefully rummaged through. "The rest are compressed cookies, nothing tastes." "Never mind." For the next while, the only sound left in the tent is Ron's eating. Crack, crack, crack. "How long do you think the professor is going to keep this up?" Hermione asked worriedly. At the moment Felix looked like a glowing statue. "Well, don't know, Dumbledore will be here in a moment, you can ask him." Chuck crack crack crack. At that moment, a rapid sound of footsteps came from outside the tent. "Someone's coming," Hermione said. "Great," Ron said. "I'll take a look." Hermione looked a little worried as she stood up and walked towards the curtain of the tent. After an unknown amount of time, Felix opened his eyes and slowly glanced around. The tent is empty. He barely suppressed the magical powers boiling in his body to keep them from getting too active. He had experienced, even now all kinds of magical changes continued to occur. First of all, the magic power boiling like water, his state became extremely unstable, so far it exceeded every magic riot he had ever experienced. Even now, the magic power flowed like a gurgling stream. Secondly, the body, the magic power flowing through every corner of his body and prompted his flesh and blood, skin and bones to undergo a mutation. This mutation seemed to touch the essence of life, the essence of magic. Felix thought that his body itself is a huge treasure waiting for him to explore. Only just now, his heart completely relaxed. Felix calmly mused, even if he didn't want to admit it, he was a shade weaker when fighting Voldemort. In fact, the two should be evenly matched, but Voldemort's killing curse was surprisingly powerful, and every time he faced the green light of the curse directly, it gave him a creepy feeling. Never get hit, that's what his survival instincts told him. But then he had to do it, there was no other choice. Golem, thinking room created illusion can't fool a wizard as skilled as Voldemort. He had to die for real. He needed that nudge to complete his transformation process. Unless he wants to see others die. Everyone has a choice. I made my choice, Ms. Jane, goodbye. Felix said softly. There came a low clamor heard from outside the tent, and he heard the messy footsteps of hundreds of people, but Felix paid no attention to it at all, his full attention drawn by the change in himself, and he raised his left hand, a crystalline brightness flowing through every line between his palms. Under his gaze, the Book of Rune appeared out of thin air, with clattering pages flipped, a magic shadow appeared, and Felix's heart moved. He had a feeling that as long as he wanted, countless runes would gush out of his body, no need for him to actively combine them, as in a flash, ancient magic could be formed. So the Book of Runes is supposed to be used in harmony with the transformed body. Felix pondered, he could try it later when he found an opportunity. He took the Book of Runes in his left palm and integrated it into his body. The previous trouble of having nowhere to put the Book of Runes is resolved automatically. At this point, the noise outside grew louder, and he heard Hermione's sharp voice, Harry's irritated shout, Dumbledore's calm retort, and Fudge's exasperated yelling accompanied by an uneasy commotion that made everything seem chaotic. Fudge. Felix's eyes flickered, he expected this scene, it will happen sooner or later, either today or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. As long as Fudge does not acknowledge the existence of Voldemort, he will certainly trouble Dumbledore and him, and in order to avoid the continuation of such days, Felix made some preparations in advance. Dobby, he said softly. A very loud burst of noise is bound in the small space, the sound echoed in the makeshift tent, without being able to spread out. Felix withdrew his hand and looked calmly at the sudden appearance of the house elf. Dobby is still dressed the same way, except for a large bag on his back. So, Voldemort and Death Eaters have left. Yes, indeed, Mr. Hap. You guessed it right. Dobby cringed and shivered at the name, then his big eyes sparkled, and he couldn't stop looking at him with adoration in his eyes. I never thought that Dobby could be a part of something so great. Dobby is so honored. But, he gave Felix a careful look and opened the bag on his back. Few of them were unfortunately damaged. It's not your fault, I was prepared for this. Felix said. In the bag, there are some little handheld cameras and their fragments, well, Muggle products, no trace of magic. The Future World Company purchased a batch in bulk for research and received a discount because of the high volume. While Harry endured the Cruciatus curse, Felix set up some around the graveyard from afar. Because of the great damage to the environment caused by the battle at the graveyard, the loss of some is completely understandable. Dobby gathered all the pieces he could find, maybe it can be fixed. Dobby said with a puffed-up chest. You've done well, Dobby. Felix glanced at the thoroughly shattered tapes in the bag and wondered if he could still fix them with magic. He leaned over and picked up an intact camera, fiddled with the buttons a few times, and looked down to find that the quality of the footage is quite bad, but he is still satisfied. Voldemort's bald head is quite conspicuous. Dobby, hide them and reveal them to no one. As ordered, Mr. Hap. Dobby said cheerfully, pleased to have gained Felix's trust. He picked up the big bag again. Sir, if Mr. Lupin or Mr. Harry Potter asks about it. They don't know about it. Felix said with an expressionless face. Oh, well. Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared from the tent. Felix gazed deep into the place where Dobby had disappeared. He should have called Dumbledore. That would have been safer, but he finally vetoed it. Nothing personal, he and Dumbledore always got along well, but he wanted to minimize the variables and bring the pace of things under his control. So he preferred to use Dobby, instead of revealing it to Dumbledore. People's hearts are unpredictable, he muttered. Felix's purpose for going to such lengths is to accomplish 3 things: to complete the time loop, to solve Hermione's time backlash, and to bring back the trio safely. As for things beyond that, they were not on his mind. All along, he and Dumbledore's tacit understanding stems from their common interest to destroy Voldemort. But this time, Felix's interest has changed, and killing Voldemort became optional, so he was not sure what judgment Dumbledore would make. A worry was born logically. Whether his 3 goals are more important, or the opportunity to destroy Voldemort's flesh and early elimination of war are more important. The uncontrollable factors should be excluded from the plan. This is the true notion of Felix's objective. Then next, go out and face Fudge. Felix said to himself. He guessed Fudge will definitely fabricate some plausible evidence in order to divert public attention, and place the spotlight on him. Can't help it, he was really suspicious. Fudge is likely to link trespassing at the Ministry of Magic to what happened tonight. If Fudge can also think of using Azkaban's Dementors to get rid of him as a threat, then Felix will definitely applaud. When the decisive evidence comes out, Fudge will not be able to escape. In fact, Felix now has evidence of a possible reversal, but he always felt that it is not the correct time. The public evaluation of Fudge has always been weak and mediocre, so this evaluation needs to change into a person who tried to accuse the hero who had fought against the Dark Lord. The former is still tolerable, but the latter will make people angry. And that anger will lead to Fudge's downfall, whether he likes it or not. Felix waved his hand to cancel the sound ward he had placed in the tent just now, and the noise and clamor from outside poured in just in time for him to hear Fudge's frantic roar. Do you want to fight against the Ministry of Magic? Felix's expression was stunned, and his hand on the curtain retracted. A few minutes ago, Fudge was walking around the clearing with a large stomach. Less than 100 feet away from him, 2 makeshift tents are erected, one being used as a makeshift hospital, the other, where the target of his trip is present, but it is guarded. He stared at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who stood guarding the doorway, in an irritable mood. He had a strong urge to order Aurors to force their way in and bring the people out, but he felt a little scared. Dumbledore is not far away, not to mention that even if he succeeded and took that person away with great fanfare, how would he explain to the public when the investigation finally showed that he had taken the wrong person? The public's spit will drown him. Control them. Fudge turned his head to the side and looked at Dumbledore. They are openly fighting against the Ministry of Magic, against me as I said. I will only request Felix Happ to cooperate with the investigation. It is not a conviction, it is only a precautionary measure. Cornelius, Dumbledore said quietly, I'm not rejecting your request, it's just as Miss Granger said, you need to wait for a while. Felix has just been through a harsh battle, and he needs time to deal with his injuries. I've been waiting outside for an hour. After you made your concessions, how much longer do you want me to wait? Fudge yelled, am I going to mistreat him? Surely a healer from St. Mungo's will be called. The professor is the best healer, Hermione said, shivering from the cold night, her voice sounding shrill. Besides, are you really sure that St. Mungo's healer can handle the injuries left by Voldemort? She said the name with difficulty, and an intake of breath resounded around her. Fudge glared at Hermione and yelled down, don't mention that name. It's not certain yet that the Dark Mr. Minister, Harry gestured at his shirt, I can assure you that Voldemort is really back. You may have fallen under the Confondue's charm, Crouch Sr. was saying for a while that his son was innocent. Fudge said impatiently, you don't know anything. You could have someone examine it, Harry said sincerely, I've been hit by a couple of Cruciatus curses that should have left a mark. No. Standard lie, Fudge waved his hand, there's no way a student can take the pain of a Cruciatus curse, let alone several of them. You dolt. Professor McGonagall shouted, I can feel the storm from what I read in the papers. Think about Crouch, think about the Goblet of Fire's temper, think about everything Harry said. Fudge's face turned purple, it was all an accident. Minerva. My information tells me that the boy, he pointed at Harry, has nightmares all the time, and by God, he can talk to snakes. And now he claims to have survived a several cruciatus curse. Mr. Minister, Ron held up his hand, I hate to interrupt you, but I actually suffered a cruciatus curse too, and it was really hard, and I hated that I couldn't die right away, he grimaced and chuckled, but now I feel quite clear-headed. A loud sob came from the crowd. Oh, poor little Ronnie. Poor Harry. What on earth have you endured? Mrs. Weasley said, sobbing as Bill and Mr. Weasley hugged her left and right. Fudge still stubbornly stared at them as he looked over at Hermione. You aren't going to claim that you've endured a cruciatus curse too, are you? Well, I am not, Hermione said calmly, but that person named Yaxley hurt me, a guard sent from the Ministry of Magic, who was ordered to protect us, that's why I refused to let you in. What if there are Voldemort's undercovers among you? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Fudge exclaimed, under his breath, I repeat, the truth has yet to be found out, you cannot tell your speculations as if they are facts. He looked at Dumbledore and said in a pleading tone, Dumbledore, you think about me, I have to do something. Fudge, Fudge, Dumbledore said sternly, your biggest problem is that you have done too little before, and now you want to do too much, going further and further down the wrong path. What you need most now is to calm down and remove the Aurors, and I promise you, that you will get the whole truth first thing in the morning. Fudge's face turned pale as he looked at Dumbledore with trepidation. Tomorrow? The truth about what? The truth that you want. As soon as the words came out, he regretted it. His words stirred a hornet's nest. Professor McGonagall shouted a rebuke, Hagrid and Moody's rough voices echoed in the night sky, and the students stared. What had they heard? Fudge was slandering their headmaster? Fudge's body cringed and shook. Dumbledore, as you can see, the testimony of 3 students or a reputable gentleman, which should I believe? Not to mention that Yaxley is dead. His heart clouded with gloom. Yes, Yaxley is dead. Who is the power behind him in the end? Could it be? Impossible. At this time, the sound of large footsteps approaching from a distance, the crowd gave way to them, and the aura reinforcement from the Ministry of Magic rushed over. Minister, all the Ministry's Aurors and hit wizards available have arrived, but, Darius said as he cautiously glanced around. Very well, said Fudge, very well. He said it again aloud as if countless courage added from thin air. He stared into space, not looking into Dumbledore's eyes, and barked orders at Aurors, arrest Felix Hap, any obstruction, is considered obstruction against law enforcement and can be arrested together. Listen to me, Fudge. Think about what you are doing. Dumbledore took a step forward, surrounded by unspeakable power. Fudge could not help but take a half step back, but he still stubbornly did not look at him. You should also think about what you are doing, Dumbledore. He choked back, waving his hand as the black mass of Aurors and hit wizards raised their wands and advanced one step at a time. Sorry, can't let you guys take away Professor like this. Hermione winced and raised her wand. Mr. Minister, I used to respect you quite a bit. I didn't think. Harry shook his head and took a step forward as Ron stood next to him. Fudge finally lost his head as he shouted in a loud growl, do you want to fight against the Ministry of Magic? That depends on how you define fight against the Ministry of Magic or against tyranny. A voice in the crowd said quietly. Fred and George stepped forward and drew their wands and pointed at Fudge. Fudge's eyes widened. Then another student stepped forward. My grandmother said to stick to what's right. What you're doing is not right. Neville said, trembling all over while raising his wand. His words drew a crowd of Gryffindor students to follow. Mr. Minister, we hope you will consider this carefully. Cedric said as he, Collins, and Roger stepped in front of Harry. Some of the students from the other 3 houses came out, led by the 3 champions, and they stood in front of Harry and the others, pointing their wands at Fudge and a group of Aurors. We'll head over there too. Draco Malfoy's eyes twinkled, looking at the converging crowd, as he said to his 2 followers. The members of the Magic Rune Club stepped forward. Some of the students who had taken the dueling class walked forward. A number of students who had taken ancient rune classes also stepped forward. And students who had, on more than one occasion, received casual instruction from Felix stepped forward. Red sparks burst from the tip of the wands, shining brighter than the starry night sky. When only 1 or 2 people came forward, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic was able to calmly advance forward. When the number of people pointing at them reached a 1/3, they stopped in their tracks. When more people were infected by the sad and solemn atmosphere, driven by their peers to silently raise their wands and look at them with eyes full of anger, as the number exceeded half the crowd, the Aurors just wanted to flee the place immediately. You guys! Fudge looked blankly at the wands pointing at him from all sides, as the courage gathered by the group of Aurors burst like a soap bubble in the sun, and he became dizzy with only one thought in his mind. He is doomed. Chapter 489. Click. Several young wizards who are holding up their wands stared at a pot-bellied man who carried a large, faintly smoking camera in his hand, which had just made the sound. Bozo, take a few more shots. Rita Skeeter, ordered the photographer next to her, as she trembled with excitement. This is big news, comparable to the Ilvermorny student protests in France, if not greater. The president of the Magical Congress of the United States of America didn't step down then, but it seemed to Rita Skeeter that Fudge's resignation is almost a foregone conclusion. She looked up and unexpectedly found herself in the center of attention. The people need the truth, and well, I'll report it as it is, she said with a fake, false smile. Today, Rita Skeeter is dressed in a dark red robe with some sequins attached to its hem, which isn't exactly that conspicuous at night. At least it's a lot more low-key than her previous appearances, which is why a lot of young wizards didn't notice her. Harry noticed that her nails had changed from a bright red to emerald green. Nasty fellow, Ron whispered, then he added, not really that bad, apart from the fact that she was truly obnoxious at the start. She did things quite honestly and even helped us out on a couple of occasions. It's weird. Cornelius grunted from the side. What? Ron asked in a small voice in confusion. Haven't you read her coverage in recent times? Cedric stammered. After a few months of silence, she started publishing a lot of articles, rumors about the champions, fabricating private lives. Cho Chang had fussed with him about it a few times, but it was in happy trouble. The short photographer named Bozo is quiet but grumpy. This photo will win a press award, he said gruffly, as he elbowed a young wizard out of the way, and selected the right angle, accompanied by a few click sounds and purple smoke, as Fudge's big face stayed on the film. At that moment, Felix came out of the makeshift tent, clearing his throat and looking around. Professor, you're awake. Professor Hap. Great. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exclaimed in surprise, each taking their eyes off of Rita Skeeter's strange curly hair and the purple mist that kept spewing from the black camera to look at Felix in unison. Well, thanks guys, Felix said, you did help a lot, and if my healing had been interrupted, it would have had a considerable impact. The trio understood the unfinished meaning of his words for an instant. The other students understood the truth from what Hermione had said earlier. They waved their wands gleefully, and Fred exclaimed, that's what we should do, Professor. How much detention you've helped us escape. The originally serious atmosphere was broken by Fred's gag, and surprisingly, a number of students actually nodded in agreement. Professor Hap has instructed me the technique of extracting the fish bones using spell. He knows all about the creatures in Black Lake. Legend has it that the kitchen house elves hold a set of mysterious recipes that Professor Hap contributed. No wonder I can often hear about the Professor and Valen eating midnight snacks. Professor Hap caught me trespassing in the Forbidden Forest. Not only did he not detain me, but he also invited me to walk with him in the Forbidden Forest. Then we encountered a horrible acromantula, and I had nightmares for 2 days. Afterward, I thought it might be arranged by the professor. How cunning the professor is! The students murmured. Professor McGonagall's lips pursed into a tight line, her stern gaze glancing between the students and Felix. Forget it, Minerva, look how popular he is. Professor Flitwick said with a smirk. To use a common phrase, he was the one who initiated the violation, but I didn't notice, Professor McGonagall said with a guilty conscience. I have to make sure it won't happen again. When the voices subsided, Felix turned his attention to Fudge and Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. They looked like pumpkin lamps that added a festive atmosphere to the Christmas dinner, as they stood still. Allow me to make a few points in my defense, he said, and if Mr. Minister still thinks I'm responsible for what happened tonight, I'm willing to cooperate. Professor. Harry looked at him anxiously. It's okay, Felix shook his head at him, looked at the 3 close, dirty faces hesitantly, and said to Hermione, Miss Granger, can I ask you a favor? Hermione nodded her head repeatedly. Felix looked into her eyes and thinking room magic flashed and faded. Then he pulled out his wand and placed it in front of her. Hermione reached out and grabbed it, and immediately afterward, wisps of mist began to pour out of the tip of the wand, and they got wrapped in a soap bubble-like thing, and the mist stretched the bubble bigger and bigger. Imagine the memory you remember most vividly tonight. Felix said, of course, this is for everyone to hear. he had communicated the specific things with Hermione in the thinking room. When the soap bubble is as big as a person's head, Felix disconnected it from the wand, and the bubble slowly floating in midair as it glowed in the black night sky. I think I can see some figures. A young wizard who had been staring at the soap bubble for a while said. I saw it too. When the bubble flew to a height of 30 feet, hundreds of people around can clearly see it. Then Felix waved his wand as the bubble poof exploded, and the mist inside sprinkled like snowflakes, forming a dynamic picture. Those present saw Harry, as well as a flicker of Ron, who was tied to a black tombstone. This is clearly from the bystanders' point of view. In conjunction with the professor's action, it should be what Hermione saw. The image of Harry covered in dust, with his back turned to them, as he shouted emotionally, "You're afraid to use the killing curse against me, aren't you? You are afraid of the magical protection my mother bestowed on me with her life, and fear that the curse will bounce back against you again and be doomed. And completely become a joke, right?" Everyone stared blankly, and then they saw the person opposite to Harry. His many students and aurors sucked in a cold breath. They saw a nightmarish face, whiter than a skeleton, with bloodshot eyes, and what should have been a nose now only had two thin slits, like a snake. He was draped in a thin black robe, his clothes rolled in the night wind, revealing a skeletal figure. "You know who?" Someone shouted in panic. "He's really back." Adults including the professors, aurors, and the rest of the faculty present showed a cautious look. Some of them may have seen the horrors of Voldemort, and some had never even heard of it, but the oppressiveness of this man in the picture accurately conveyed to their hearts. Even just the knowledge of a resurrection from the dead is enough for them to be on the alert. In the picture, Voldemort's red eyes stared at Harry, as if he was staring at them all, and then he smiled a dreadful smile and recited the incantation, Crucio. There was another gasp from the crowd. Some of them no longer dared to look. However, Harry surprisingly resisted, held on, and did not fall back, as he had provoked him even loudly. Everyone could not help but sweat for him. Sirius stared at Voldemort's shadow, with his teeth clenched. Voldemort was obviously enraged by Harry, so he loudly recited the Cruciatus curse, at which point a red light descended from the sky and blocked in front of Harry. "It's Professor Hap. He's in the air, it's incredible. You didn't see the silver wings he displayed in the second task. I just didn't think it was possible to fly with that thing for real." The scene ended here. Felix did not intend to show the full process for the time being, to avoid the world seeing how powerful Voldemort is and thus losing confidence. Secondly, he did not want the process of his death and resurrection to spread around. He glanced at the Rita Skeeter in the corner. She was stretching out her thick fat fingers to signal the photographer to hurry up and photograph it. It is enough for him to highlight a section that shows the cruelty of Voldemort. "This is all for now," Felix said in a stifling silence. "It's just supportive evidence, not considered absolute evidence, and Granger's state is somewhat poor." Hermione gasped at the right time. "I have more evidence that is more reliable than memories, but maybe we should wait until the trial to bring it out, right?" He looked as if asking Fudge's opinion, who looked ashen as if he hadn't heard him at all. "Of course not," Dumbledore said gently. "I will summon the entire Wizengamot members to a meeting as the Chief Warlock of Wizengamot, and Felix, I hope you will be present to testify." "This is what I should do," Felix said cooperatively. Fudge kept muttering to himself, "He's back, really back, how can. So, Mr. Minister, do you have any more questions? Or are you worried that I'll run off before the meeting?" Felix asked. Fudge's lips quirked and trembled. "No, not," he forced a stiff smile, but someone interrupted him nonchalantly. "It is Madame Pomfrey, who has been waiting on the sidelines for a long time." "So it's over at last? Thank goodness." She walked quickly to Harry and the group. "You need treatment, it's been hours. Do you really think the Cruciatus curse is that easy to resist?" She jostled and pushed Harry, Ron, and Hermione as if they are herding ducks. "Ouch!" Ron cried out in pain. "Gently, Madame Pomfrey. Wasn't you heroic just now?" Madame Pomfrey looked at him with displeasure and said, "That's an unforgivable curse." "But it was my leg I broke." Ron looked at her accusingly. "Well, okay, and I'm not going to argue with the patient," she rambled, leading the three to the makeshift tent next door to receive treatment. Dumbledore also duly arranged for the professor to return to the castle with the students. "As much I appreciate the great integrity and courage you have shown tonight, I must remind you that it is late, so go on, go back to sleep. There will be no classes scheduled during the last week of the school year." The students cheered loudly, then a few yawned, as if it was contagious. Very soon everyone was yawning and drowning in sleepiness. When no one noticed, Fudge slipped away quietly like a fat mouse. "Wait, Minister, you have left your bowler hat." George picked up a dusty hat from the ground and shouted at him. Fudge looked back woodenly as the bowler hat flew towards him under a spell and hit him on the nose. The students who saw this scene laughed under their breath. The Aurors didn't react to this a bit, as they dragged their heavy feet and left. "Darius," Felix called out to the Auror walking behind Fudge after watching Fudge's dilemma with satisfaction, "give Ms. Bones a message for me that I will take the time to visit her in the next 2 days." Darius nodded. Fudge, who also heard this, paused in his steps, but he didn't turn around, just stumbled a lot more and fell twice in quick succession before he disappeared from Felix's sight. "I used to get along with him fairly well," Dumbledore said softly, looking out into the distance. "When he first started as a minister, he asked me for advice and assistance for a couple of days, but then his confidence grew, and he was able to make his own decisions, perhaps out of a sense of caution from his previous journey to power. He became obsessed with power and watched everyone who might shake his position with a vigilant eye." "Albus," Felix smiled faintly, "I'm already looking forward to a day without Fudge." Late night. The room is dimly lit, and the portraits of the headmasters on the walls are snoring. Dumbledore sat in the chair behind his desk, quietly thinking, the silverware on his desk making loud noises. After a long time, he opened the left-hand drawer, where a pendant case and a wand were placed. Both items are related to Voldemort. The former is one of his Horcruxes, and the latter is his wand made of yew wood, which Dumbledore seized from the Crouch Senior on Christmas night. But in addition to the locket and the wand, there is now another ring in the drawer. The ring is large, like it's made of gold, roughly crafted, and embedded with a heavy, black stone with a cracked center. "The Resurrection Stone, it is not the right time," Dumbledore murmured softly, his fingers brushing over the black stone on the ring. He closed the drawer with great patience and gasped slightly. "You're getting old, Dumbledore," the Sorting Hat on the shelf said. "Thank you for the reminder." Dumbledore smiled faintly. Then he lapsed into contemplation, "Just a year or two." After a moment of silence, he waved his wand, conjuring up a silver phoenix patroness, and said calmly, "Severus, come to my office." Chapter 490. Felix woke up from bed very early the next morning, looking radiant, without any trace of fatigue. The side effects of the potion seemed to have been neutralized by his body's mutation. As he stared at the grey ceiling, he heard the sound of Valen's unconscious smacking of her beak as she slept in her crib. Felix smiled and got up from the bed as he stretched. Bang! The metal alarm clock on the cabinet exploded at once, and Felix looked down at the broken parts, frowned, and let the alarm clock recover with a wave of his hand. "It'll take a while for me to get used to it," he mused and said to the sleepy-eyed Valen, "It's okay, you can sleep some more," he said and walked out of the bedroom. Valen waved sleepily at him and rolled over on the comfortable, soft velvet sheet, her body curled into a ball as she continued to sleep. She had stayed up all night once again to wait for the great demon to return last night. Outside the office window, you can see the lush forbidden forest and stretching mountains. The sky is clear and bright, like a halo of blue ink, and the breeze will tickle your face. A yellow-brown owl flew towards him with a newspaper in its beak and landed in front of him with its wings folded as it approached the windowsill. Felix flipped open the paper and Fudge's big face is the first thing that caught his eye, indeed the level of a press award. Felix muttered, at which point the owl hooted at him a few times, "Oh, oh," to which he handed it 5 nuts. The owl raised its wings and flew away. Throughout the day, he stayed in his office to exercise his new powers and was surprised to find that his magic is growing considerably, and he reckons this may continue for some time. In the afternoon, he took the time to visit the hospital wing. Just as he reached the door, he heard Mr. Weasley's voice. So he pushed the door in. "Fudge has shut himself up in his office and isn't seeing anyone," Mr. Weasley said. "I guess he wants to take advantage of the last bit of time to sit in the Minister of Magic's chair a little longer." Perhaps realizing he was being too mean, he shrugged and didn't continue the conversation. Anyway, Fudge did a decent job and appointed Ms. Bones to handle the Ministry's affairs temporarily before his sabbatical. "Thank you, Arthur," Ms. Bones said with a tired look on her face. There are quite a few people in the room. In addition to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who are lying in their beds, and Mr. Weasley, who is talking in the room, there is also a strange woman in the ward, Amelia Bones, along with Sirius, Lupin, Professor McGonagall, and Dumbledore. "Can I come in?" Felix asked. Of course, Mr. Hap. The woman said, there are many subjects that cannot go without you. Felix looked at her twice with interest, before picking a chair at the wall and sitting down. Ms. Bones said solemnly, there are no outsiders here, so I'll be blunt. The ministry is now on edge. The news the Aurors have brought back has frustrated everyone, and once today's newspaper came out, panic will instantly spread throughout the wizarding community. We have to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. Headmaster Dumbledore, I need your help. Dumbledore nodded slightly. We can't afford to disorganize ourselves while the darkness is at bay. That's it. Ms. Bones said approvingly. She took out a document and put on her monocle, then looked down to examine the contents of the document. Then, first I must verify that the Dark Lord truly returned. Her two thick eyebrows raised high. It's not that I don't trust them. I've listened to your statements, and it's remarkable that you have thought of using the Ring of Ouroboros to request help in that situation, but I have to be 100% sure before I can firmly implement wartime policies. A very reasonable request. Dumbledore smiled. Amelia, I think what you need most now is a decisive piece of evidence, right? Ms. Bones nodded solemnly. Dumbledore looked to Felix. Okay, but just to be clear in advance, you can't see the full footage, Felix said, snapping his fingers and calling softly, Dobby. Dobby, the house elf, appeared in the middle of the room. The great Mr. Hap, you oh my, what did Dobby see? Dobby blinked, startled by a room full of acquaintances, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Harry Potter and his friends the Weasley and Miss Granger, Mr. Black and Mr. Dumbledore. He let out a cry. Hello, Dobby. Harry and Hermione whispered a greeting. Dobby, Ron couldn't stop himself and immediately Dobby looked at him with sparkling eyes. Actually, the pronunciation of my name, I'll talk to you later. He really didn't have the courage to discuss the difference between Weasley and Weasley with Dobby in front of big guys. Well, Dobby, I will get their autographs for you later. Felix said, now get the things I asked you to keep for me. As you wish. Dobby said excitedly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Ms. Bones turned her head to Mr. Weasley. Shouldn't we be on guard against their magic? They're not restricted by the anti-apparition charm, right? Ms. Bones, I don't think. Hermione nervously gripped the sheets and said pointedly, you shouldn't suspect Dobby, or the kitchen elves, who have been at our beck and call. Yes, you're right, Ms. Bones said, looking down at Hermione for a moment, but we all know that the you-know-who has pulled together a large group of pure-blood families who are equally not lacking a house elf's service. Hermione stopped talking. At this point, Felix rummaged through a nearby cupboard and pulled out a piece of parchment and quill, and scribbled on it, excuse me, can a few of you sign this, please? Dumbledore readily agreed, and from the length of his signature, he should have written the full name. Everyone signed their names one after another, and when the parchment was passed to Harry, he stared at the writing on it, to brave Dobby, who obtained the key evidence under the nose of Voldemort. At the bottom is a row of signatures. Harry also signed his name. After waiting for a few minutes, Dobby reappeared in the hospital wing ward, carrying a large bag behind him. It's all here, Mr. Hap. The few people present watched curiously as Felix fumbled through the bag and pulled out an oddly shaped square object, and started pushing buttons on it. Felix fiddled with it for a while and handed it to Ms. Bones. You have to select the glowing place. Yes, that's right. He actually did only two things. One is to avoid the scene of Hermione using the time turner in the footage of the camera, and the second is to adjust the playback progress to after his appearance. Otherwise, it is not easy to explain why he watched for so long without doing anything, and also it is not good to reveal the presence of Lucius. Ms. Bones did as he said. She first frowned at the poor picture quality in the camera, followed by her mouth wide open. She just watched quietly for a few minutes, and then put down the camera with a complicated face. If I'm right, this is a Muggle item? Ms. Bones asked in a low voice. Yes, you will notice that there is not a trace of magic on it, which will avoid the attention of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Felix put the camera back. You can find an expert in this field to investigate. Because of the technical difficulties, the footage captured by the camera cannot be modified, so it is very convincing. Then can I take it? Ms. Bones asked tentatively. Not for now. Felix thoughtlessly refused. Because I trust you, I let you see a lot of content that should not be revealed. For other people, I must do some precaution. But you also said before that it could not be modified. Ms. Bones asked suspiciously. Ma'am, it is true that it cannot be modified, but it can be overwritten. Felix said emphatically, for example, if I cast a permanent presence enchantment on the writing on the wall, you will never be able to modify it again, but a new layer of paint can be applied on the surface of the wall to cover the writing. I understand, I will arrange for someone to verify it. Ms. Bones did not dwell too much and said calmly. In fact, her inner mind had already rolled up with a shocking wave, coming back from the dead. She fully understood Felix's reason for not wanting to disclose the complete footage. And this happens to be the illusion that Felix brought to her to cover up one secret with another, to bury the time-turner in history. After all, history always has buried countless secrets. So Ms. Bones tried to reorganize her words. The second thing, the external announcement about confirming the you-know-who's appearance, well, I think it would be best to postpone it for a few days. Why? What's the difference between you doing this and Fudge? Harry asked aloud. Very different. At least the Ministry knows about it, and I won't deliberately stop the news from spreading. It's just that, official recognition means war is coming, and a few days later may keep the other side at bay, which will buy us some time. Ms. Bones said calmly, the Ministry is urgently publishing the Wartime Survival Manual. I also need time to convince those who have weight, as I said before, to gain common ground. In addition, she hesitated, I want Cornelius to come forward and announce this. That wimp. Sirius said disgruntled. Ms. Bones gave him a stern look, watch your words, Sirius, he's still Minister of Magic. Yes, head girl Amelia, Sirius said lazily. Harry looked at his godfather in amazement. He suddenly remembered Sirius' own admission that he had made her cry when he was at school. At that moment, Harry looked at him strangely. Ms. Bones glared at him but still explained calmly, Cornelius. Fudge probably won't remain in office for longer, and I hope the last impression he leaves on the public will be one of standing up bravely and announcing the return of the you-know-who, rather than slipping out of office before the war and disappearing from public sight. And you plan on retaining him? Sirius shouted, look at all the bastard things he had done. Ms. Bones didn't look at him as she looked down at her papers. Character flaws aside, Cornelius is more than capable enough to be a good advisor. Sirius muttered discontentedly, which sounded a bit like a woman. Several ladies in the room glared at him at the same time. Sirius shrank his neck, it's my fault. Since we're talking about advisors, Ms. Bones' fingers traced over the file, there's another important thing, Dumbledore, I assume you've reactivated the Order of the Phoenix. The atmosphere in the ward became eerie as everyone looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded slightly, you're right, Amelia. He patiently explained, you should know that when the war begins, Voldemort will wildly place spies into the Ministry of Magic, and I wanted to make sure that there is a resistance force independent of the Ministry. I think, Ms. Bones pursed her lips, we should cooperate. Your suggestion? Dumbledore looked at her curiously. The Ministry of Magic will not interfere with any of the actions of the Order of the Phoenix, but at the very least, we should exchange information, which will benefit both sides. Ms. Bones said very fluidly, as if she had written in advance, and in the short term until the situation is stabilized someone must be stationed on the other side as a messenger. You mean, a two-way residence? Exchanging personnel with each other? Dumbledore asked. That's right, Ms. Bones said, I can't and won't order you to, but being able to pull the strings with the greatest white wizard is the best way to stabilize the situation at this critical time. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared in disbelief. It is hard to imagine that this woman would talk about using Dumbledore's reputation so openly. I have asked the Ministry's Aurors before I came, and there was quite a good number of applicants, Ms. Bones said with a helpless expression. If you agree, I will provide a list of names for you to choose from. I have no problem. Dumbledore consented. The candidates on your side are? Ms. Bones asked with a long breath of relief. Dumbledore thought for a moment and looked up at someone. Sirius is watching the show leisurely with crossed legs, mentally planning what to do over the summer, until Dumbledore focused his gaze on him, so he looked up alertly. Headmaster Dumbledore, you don't want to send me to the Ministry of Magic, do you? He jumped up at once. You promised to make me a professor of defense against the dark arts during the new school year. I've been preparing for so long, struggling with those mischievous students at the Muggle school. He became more and more aggrieved as he spoke. It's only temporary, Dumbledore said with a small smile spreading from the corners of his eyes. You'll only have to stay for a month or two, it won't affect your work during the new school year. What about the rest? Hagrid? Remus? And? They all have their own things to do. Dumbledore said. Yeah, the headmaster's right, you're the most idle of them all. Felix couldn't help but add his voice. The thought of a free-spirited Sirius joining the Ministry of Magic inexplicably gave him a sense of pleasure. Sirius shot him a vicious glare and looked around, only to find that everyone is looking at him with a playful expression, even his own godson is looking at him with expectant eyes. Sirius got so angry that his teeth itched. So hey Amelia, I want an advisor title too, can't be worse than, well, can't be worse than Felix and Fudge. It's only temporary. Ms. Bones agreed rather reluctantly. She had an equally strong opinion about Sirius, an impression that stemmed from unforgettable memories of her school days. One last thing, she said, taking a large bag from Mr. Weasley and placing it at Harry's feet, as it clattered. She said briefly, the prize money for the tournament, which was supposed to be 1,000 galleons, I'm offering 500 galleons as compensation, personally. These are far from enough, Sirius couldn't help but nitpick. They suffered so much and showed fearless courage to escape from under Voldemort's hands, they deserve a medal from the Ministry of Magic. Ms. Bones' chest began to rise and fall violently, she said word by word, I was about to say it. She took a deep breath, regained her composure, and looked over at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The Ministry is considering awarding you all the second-class Order of Merlin for your bravery in the face of the you-know-who, and for fighting to the death and Mr. Hap, we're considering awarding you the first-class Order of Merlin. Felix smiled and shook his head. You deserve it, Ms. Bones said immediately, we need to set a few examples in the current war. If I survive to the end of the war, I'm sure a lot of medals will be handed out. Harry was once again shocked by Ms. Bones' frank and straightforward words, but he thought this is not bad. I'll leave you alone, Ms. Bones said, Arthur, I'll give you a few days off to spend with your children, but don't take too long, the ministry will be quite busy soon. She walked to the door of the ward and paused, humming heavily from her nose. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Sirius Black! Follow! She shouted angrily at Sirius, who slumped in his chair with a listless expression. Sirius pointed at himself incredulously, now. After receiving an affirmative answer, he hung his head and stood up, muttering in a small voice, well, the head girl Amelia is now capable of ordering people around, he muttered until the door to the ward closed behind him. The people in the ward looked at each other. Is it really okay to let Sirius go over there? I'm not doubting his abilities, but character-wise Professor McGonagall asked with a serious expression, I'm worried he'll make a mess of things. Don't worry, Professor McGonagall. Lupin said with a smile, Sirius learned how to deal with this minister when he was in school, maybe we have a chance to turn her into a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Professor McGonagall didn't look too convinced. At this point, Mr. Weasley could hardly contain the keen interest in his heart and pointed at the camera that is held in Felix's hand as he asked, it can record footage? Without any magic. After receiving an affirmative answer, he said with a look of awe, it's incredible, it's so wonderful. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and finally, he couldn't resist asking Felix, Mr. Hap, can I ask where you bought it? I want one for my collection. Felix wrote him an address and warned him, it's best not to keep this at home, it will be damaged by magical influence. By the way, you know how to locate Muggle address, right? I can call a cab, I know how to do that. Mr. Weasley said cheerfully, as if he had been looking forward to this very thing for a long time, I have a garage at home, that holds many of my treasures, have you heard of pins? I have several. Did I ever tell you guys that my dad is crazily obsessed with Muggle gadgets? Ron whispered, covering his face. Harry and Hermione nodded their heads in small measure. Harry reminded him, Mr. Weasley even gave me a tour through his garage, have you forgotten? A few weeks before the start of the second year, he said and looked at Dobby, because of Dobby's kind prevention, he was misunderstood by the Ministry of Magic for casting a spell outside of school and given a written warning. What's worse, the letter was seen by Uncle Vernon. After a year at Hogwarts, the Dursleys were cautious and indifferent to Harry. They were mainly worried about having a pigtail on them, but the Ministry's warning letter broke the false balance and Harry was locked in his room, with iron bars nailed on the windows. That time was a nightmare. While he was worried that he would miss the school train and be expelled from school, he was also worried that he would be starved to death, or Hedwig would be starved to death. So, every time he thought about it, he felt very grateful to the Ron and Weasley twins who came to his rescue. But that was a long time ago. He is doing well now, Dobby. He whispered. The house elf perked up his bat ears and looked at Harry with admiration in his eyes. Here's your autograph, the professor got it for you. Chapter 491. Dobby left happily. Ron thought the house elf's screams were too appalling that they scared the others away. The ward is left only with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Felix after Mr. Weasley went to visit Mrs. Weasley, who lost sleep all night. "Professor, here's your ring," Hermione said reluctantly, pulling a ring from under her pillow. "I haven't had a chance to open it yet." Felix accepted it, but seeing the look on Hermione's face, he dumped a large pile of runic journals out of the ring, nearly overwhelming her. "It was meant for you, Miss Granger. What you need now is to read and practice broadly and develop your own perceptions. No one else can help you much in this regard." Harry took the opportunity to ask about the protective magic in his body. "That's an area I haven't touched," Felix said with a shrug. "I suggest you find the opportunity to ask Headmaster Dumbledore. He has placed more than one protective spell on you." Ron looked at Hermione as she gleefully collected the runic journal into her beaded pouch, and asked curiously, "Professor, how did you come back from the dead?" "And," he deliberately lowered his voice, "Hermione used the time turner, which means you arrived early and watched the whole time." Felix laughed. "In fact, at that time I was placing cameras around, did not see the specific process, but your scream was quite seeping, I almost thought there was an accident," he said to Ron. Ron scratched his head in embarrassment, but when he thought about the terrible torture of the Cruciatus curse, a shiver ran down his spine. "As for coming back from the dead, I have never died. You can assume that I have mastered magic like apparition, only it looks a bit intimidating," Felix explained. "So? Ron's kind of disappointed. "I thought I could resist Voldemort's killing curse directly," Felix asked with a smile, and Ron nodded. "That curse is probably Voldemort's best magic. He understands the killing curse better than anyone else in the world, and I'm not interested in experiencing it personally. Cruciatus curse, Imperius curse, and killing curse, they are together referred to as 3 unforgivable curses, because there is no counterspell. Besides, there is another important reason thought, that is, the power of the curse vaguely touches the realm of the soul." "Soul?" Ron asked in shock. "Yes, torture, control, destruction," Felix said softly, and the 3 people on the hospital bed couldn't help but shudder. "Although I haven't tried it personally, I believe these 3 curses are effective against ghosts as well." Seeing their faces filled with horror, Felix changed the subject and said, "In fact, the first 2 curses still have solutions to counter them. A high-level memory magic is one, of course. I believe it is the result of an extremely high degree of control over one's will." "Do you think willpower can help us resist both Cruciatus curse and Imperius curse?" Hermione asked sharply, thinking this claim is a bit of a myth. "It's a firm will," Felix corrected. "I can point you a few examples, such as the Longbottoms, and Harry's experience last night, but of course, the evidence is flimsy and there are too many interfering factors. However, there are quite a few records that indicate that wizards are able to get rid of the influence of the Imperius curse by themselves." He cocked his head toward Harry. Harry had gotten rid of Crouch Jr.'s Imperius curse when Crouch Jr. was disguised as Professor Moody in class, and Harry had approached the real Moody to confirm it, who regretted very much that it was not an idea he had come up with. Just as Felix recommended the cheering charm to Harry and Ron, Madame Pomfrey walked in and poured a large glass of the elixir that induced euphoria for each of them, regardless of the protests of the 3. After drinking it, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all giggled. Madame Pomfrey said worriedly, "I can only do my best to keep them positive and upbeat, without allowing them to think about the horrible experience they had that night for a while. Maybe it won't be so horrible when they remember it again after some time." "Madame Pomfrey, they are stronger than you think," Felix said to her as he walked out of the ward. At the door of the ancient rune office, he saw Juria, Byers, and Bethany waiting outside. They had come to say goodbye. "Mr. Happ, I appreciate the exchange during this time, and I have an idea starting a newspaper to promote the views of the Revolutionary Society. I would like to ask if you would mind if I release some of our previous discussions on." Felix didn't see any reason to refuse. Harry spent 5 full days in the ward, cooperating with Madame Pomfrey on various examinations every day, and he felt like a mouse. Hermione was the first to heal and leave the hospital wing, followed by Ron, which made his next few days difficult. Madame Pomfrey finally agreed to his request after he applied for discharge a dozen times. But before he left, Madame Pomfrey gave him a large pot of elixir that induced euphoria, and Harry felt that the entire stock of the hospital wing is here. "All 3 of you, have a small glass a day during this time," she said seriously. Look at her stance, if Harry did not agree, she would force him to stay and supervise him to drink all the potion in the jar. Harry didn't know where to go for a while when he left the hospital wing. He thought he must look pretty silly holding the pot. He also did not want to go back to the common room and spent the last few days in bed. He, Ron, and Hermione spent a lot of time discussing the impact of Voldemort's resurrection, Hermione constantly searching for useful information from the newspaper. His brain is somewhat numb. He stood in the hallway, looking out of the window. From where he was he could see Hagrid's hut, and Beauxbaton's carriage is still there, but the statue of the magical creature at the Quidditch pitch where Ilvermorny is stationed is gone, and Harry realizes that the Tournament of Champions is over, and they should have left Hogwarts. However, Durmstrang's spooky sailboat is still docked at the Black Lake, and he saw ant-like figures moving around on it and wondered if Krum is in there. "Hey, Harry!" Neville's voice said, "You're out of the hospital. Wow, this must be euphoria, but you're holding a lot more than Ron's one. You missed something while you were in the hospital." The Ilvermorny and Uagadu's teams left. Harry felt some regret. He hadn't thanked Nona in person yet, and her amulet still worked pretty well. Then there is Byers. He thinks they are already considered friends, but Dumbledore forbade others from bothering them during their hospital stay. It couldn't be helped, they were so popular that Madame Pomfrey carried baskets of fruit and flowers that filled the ward. They couldn't meet you, so they prepared some farewell gifts and left them in the dormitory. Ron decided to wait for you to return before opening them. He is holding back quite hard. Neville said with a stifled smile. Harry thought about it and grinned. Why Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are still here? He asked. You mean this? Neville scratched his round face. Beauxbatons students are staying behind voluntarily, and Madame Maxime is still at the school, which I don't know why. But the Durmstrang students are screwed. What happened to them? The headmaster of Durmstrang, the one called Karkaroff, left his students and slipped away. No one knows when this happened, but Oris Polyakov claimed that Mr. Karkaroff has been missing since the night you returned. Harry got surprised. A magic school headmaster was scared away by the presence of Voldemort who was hundreds of kilometers away? It made his heart sink, his stomach felt like bolting a stone, a heavy falling stone. So how are they supposed to get back? They must be freaked out. To Harry's surprise, Neville laughed. Well, to be honest, they're pretty calm. Karkaroff isn't very popular, remember? Just because Polyakov demonstrated some dark magic in dueling class, he was given a serious lecture by Karkaroff when he got back. But he was trying to defend his school's reputation. Harry shouted. Neville shook his head, likewise finding Karkaroff's actions incomprehensible. At that moment, Professor McGonagall hurried over from the other side of the hallway. Potter, come with me, the headmaster wants to see you. Harry said goodbye to Neville, who offered to help him bring the elixir back to his dormitory, which made Harry a million times more grateful. He followed Professor McGonagall to the statue that stood in front of the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall didn't follow him, so he pushed the door open alone and almost collided with Snape. Snape's face didn't look that good, his face looked paler and radiated coldness from the inside out. Not waiting for Harry to look twice, Snape flung his robe and walked away from him. Harry walked into the office. Headmaster Dumbledore rested his hands on the table, staring at a shallow metal basin. Harry recognized what it is Pensieve. It would be the first time he had ever seen a real Pensieve, but he had seen something similar at the Magic Rune Club. You should have recognized what this is, right, Harry? Dumbledore looked up with a smile. Yes, Professor. Harry's heart thumped up. Professor Happ has made some runic artifact by imitating a Pensieve. Ah, ancient runes do come in handy, Dumbledore said with a smirk, both for ancient magic and for making artifacts. If I wasn't busy these past few years, I'd have certainly spared some time to study. So, Harry, perhaps you can guess what I'm looking for you. He folded his fingers and quietly looked at Harry from behind his glass, his gaze carrying too many emotions that Harry couldn't read them all. Well, I guess you wanted to tell me something. Harry honestly said what he had in his mind. You can also put it that way, Voldemort is resurrected, and Harry, you are already deeply entwined with his fate. I think it's time to let you know something and clear some of your doubts and focus. Dumbledore's blue eyes peered through his half-moon glasses as he said, and, of course, I have a request. A request? Harry looked at him in surprise, unsure of what he can do for the headmaster. I want to see what happened that night, Dumbledore said lightly, through different perspective. My perspective, Harry repeated slowly, his mind clouded a little. Yes, as I told you in the first year, Voldemort's failed killing curse linked you with him, which allowed you to perceive his emotions in some special situations. Is that why you asked Professor Hap to teach me the occlumency? Harry blurted out. That's right. Dumbledore nodded gently, considering that Voldemort is becoming stronger and his resurrection seems unstoppable. I feared that as he grew stronger he would discover this connection and even control you with it. Harry was horrified greatly, he dared not imagine this scene. The scar on his forehead ached vaguely, but it is nothing compared to the potential consequences. He had never considered that his scar would become something like a medium for an imperious curse. But you've learned occlumency fairly well, Dumbledore said with a small smile. I'm just explaining the worst consequences to you, and I'm sure Voldemort would have a hard time controlling your body from a distance. Harry breathed a little sigh of relief. He thought about the headmaster's request again, and an thought popped into his head, so you believe that I can see things differently through a different perspective. His attitude began to waver again. So far, his connection with Voldemort had been a good one. But the potential dangers could not be ignored. I can't give an exact answer to that, Harry, Dumbledore said, but I have a theory that when you and Voldemort get too close, the connection is strengthened. Perhaps it'll reveal some of the secrets that are hidden in your memories. I agree. Harry said, then he hesitated, but I don't know how to extract memories. I know the theory, but never tried it myself. I can assist you in casting the spell. Dumbledore said, but there's no rush, let's look at a few memories together first. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy froze while holding a letter. The letter was sent to him by his mother. At first glance there is nothing unusual about it. The content of the letter is full of a mother's love for her son, not to mention that the letter also thoughtfully enclosed a list of cuisine for dinner. It was only when Draco read it a second time that he realized something is wrong. His mother is rarely this nagging. The Malfoys had many rules, but only one seemed to satisfy the situation at hand. Draco mentally recited a series of numbers while sorting out the words on the letterhead in order, and soon his eyes widened at the secret message. Find a chance to fight with Potter. The night before their departure from school, the front page of the Daily Prophet splashed a hot topic of discussion at Hogwarts as Fudge finally stepped out of his office and hastily acknowledged that the you-know-who is truly back. After that, he made it clear that he is not fit to lead the wizarding community, which is currently entering a state of war, and decided to voluntarily step down from his position as Minister of Magic. Harry stared at the photo of Fudge surrounded by flashing lights in the newspaper for a long while. Fudge looked like he had aged a dozen years when he showed up again. His whole body had lost more than a circle, and he looked haggard and relieved at the same time, and Harry felt some pity for him. At that moment, Dumbledore stood up to give a speech. He affirmed the truth of the Ministry's claim that Voldemort had come back from the dead, and restated the purpose of the tournament, emphasizing that understanding and unity among wizards is more important than ever. Every guest in this great hall who wishes to return here is welcome to do so at any time. Harry stared at the newspaper. The new Minister of Magic who would succeed Fudge next week is Amelia Bones, the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Is Sirius with her now? Voldemort's methods of creating conflict and hostility are very clever. We can only fight it to the end if we can display an equally unbreakable friendship and trust. The second page featured the Ministry of Magic's Emergency Wartime Survival Manual, which will be distributed in the last few days and sent by owl to every wizarding family. Let's hope it works. We are all going to face dark and difficult times. Many families will be torn apart by this, and you will have to choose between the right path and shortcuts. The fourth page featured bad news. A mass prison break occurred in Azkaban and the Dementors rebelled en masse. The good news is that there were not many casualties, and Acting Minister Ms. Bones decided to ease up on the restrictions and recruit a bunch of Aurors and hit wizards. The war picked up the pace. We still have 4 people to thank, 3 of whom are still students. I'm talking about Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, who has shown the fearlessness in all areas that only a few people have shown in the face of Voldemort, courage and wisdom in equal measure, cleverly calling Professor Felix Hap for help and successfully escaped Voldemort's clutches and brought Voldemort's schemes to light. Dumbledore raised his goblet. Harry followed suit fumblingly and welcomed the various looks from the people in the Great Hall, along with Ron and Hermione. The school year is over, Harry thought. But the war has begun. Chapter 492. Early the next morning, the students packed their bags and gathered in the entrance hall to wait for the carriage to take them to the station. Harry carried his suitcase in his left hand and the cage with Hedwig in his right, as he watched Madame Maxime and Fleur walk toward the lawn where Beauxbaton's carriage parked. Fleur mentioned that she intended to get a job in England, in this sensitive time. What does she think? Ron asked. Harry shrugged, he has no answer to that question either. As his line of sight passed over the crowd, he saw that Hermione and Krum were exchanging their final goodbyes. Krum said something, but Hermione shook her head in embarrassment. They're all in their final year, aren't they? Harry suddenly realized this. Exactly, which shows how valuable our trophy is. Ron said with satisfaction, what's more, counting the reward from the Future World Company, I've saved almost 1,000 galleons, which is a lot of money. He said with a flushed face. I heard that you guys want to become an Auror. Collins asked with a hint of smugness in her tone. Yet. Ron said as he slowly looked back at her. Then you'll have to work harder, or you'll have a hard time when you get in. Collins said. Ron was still trying to figure out what she meant by that comment when Harry's eyes had widened. Collins, you wouldn't have already. I'm glad you realize that, Harry. Collins narrowed her eyes and smiled, which made her thick eyebrows stand out even more like two caterpillars as she said happily, I'm already a reserve Auror. Ms. Bones wrote back to me personally. That's not possible. Ron shouted. Collins smugly pulled a letter out of her pocket. It arrived this morning, a little scribbled, but understandable. I think she must have been busy these days. Harry stared dumbfounded as the letter fluttered in front of him. The words on it could no longer be described as scribbled, it looked like chicken scratches. What struck Harry was that the handwriting looked really familiar. It was written by Sirius. Wait, Ron also found something. He narrowed his eyes to examine the letter, and seemed to have recognized it. Harry hurriedly slapped Ron on the back and said aloud unnaturally, Collins, you admire Ms. Bones. Collins grunted twice and withdrew the letter with satisfaction. That's for sure, I'm aiming to become our next Minister of Magic. At that moment Hermione came back and cleared her throat behind Collins. So, I have a rival? She asked with a smirk on her face. Collins looked back and shot Hermione a scrutinizing look. You want to be Minister of Magic too? Sparks seemed to fly between the eyes of the two girls, making Harry and Ron wince. Hermione did her best to puff up her chest and meet Collins' gaze. What are you thinking? Want to make history and become the first Muggle-born Minister of Magic? There already is, Nobby Leach, he's the first. Hermione said without thinking. So, the first female Muggle-born Minister of Magic? Collins instantly asked. I'm not really interested in that title, I just think something has to be done. Hermione stared at Collins' face and seemingly asked without thinking, by the way, do you have any house elf at your home? Yup. Collins replied. Do you have a good relationship? Hermione immediately followed by asking. Not bad. Collins was confused. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then we've got something in common. I founded an organization, well, it's temporarily suspended, but if you're interested, she pulled Collins to the corner. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Hermione shouldn't be thinking. The odds are. They stared unblinkingly at Collins and Hermione's faces. The entrance hall is so noisy that they can't hear what they are saying at all, so Harry and Ron observed the two girls' expressions. Within a few moments, Hermione came over smugly. You made it? Ron asked incredulously. Well, in a way. Hermione shook her head. She was quite interested, but she was very resistant to that name. You're right. Ron said dryly, why the hell, the House Elf Rights Promotion Society can't be called Vomit. I told you. It's not Vomit, it's S.P.E.W. Hermione exclaimed with annoyance. At that moment, the horse-drawn carriage wheeled towards them, and they hurriedly hopped into a carriage. Harry stared at the side of the carriage for a while. There's something there, right? A horse called a thestral. It is strange that he had not noticed this for almost 4 years prior. But once he knew the name from the book, he was able to spot a lot of anomalies. The faint panting, and the sound of hooves on the ground became so obvious. Hermione also stared at the blank space. The carriage began to move forward under the pull of an invisible force. I've only seen these creatures in pictures, of course, I don't feel any regret, as they don't really have a good reputation. It has to do with their traits, only those who have seen death can see them, probably a unique invisible principle. Luna can see Thestral. Ron suddenly said, then explained, I eavesdropped on Ginny. Hermione glared at Ron and said ironically, you're not ashamed of it. I didn't mean to. Ron said with a shrug, it was not long after Christmas break, and she was making a birthday present for Luna. Harry suddenly remembered the experience at Future World Store No. 1 before school started. Luna had followed her dad along, and she had never seemed to have mentioned her mother in the long time they had known each other. "I hope we never see it for the rest of our lives," Ron said with hope as he stepped out of the carriage, "although it's a little unlikely, very unlikely." Harry and Hermione smiled at that. The sky is bright and clear, but the mood between the trio became melancholy. They found an empty compartment on the train as soon as the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, and Harry put the cage containing Hedwig in the corner, as far away from Ron's pig as possible. The pigwidgeon is too noisy, it would affect Hedwig's dozing, while Hermione's Crookshanks huddled in the empty seat next to her, resembling a squishy cushion. "Does Krum want to invite you to spend the summer with him?" Harry asked, having heard Hermione mention it before. "Yeah," Hermione said, "but I turned him down, as you know, under the circumstances." At that moment, the door pulled open from the outside. Fred poked his head in, and asked with a playful smile, "Wanna play cards?" Then he glided in. "Don't push me, George. I'm not. This door seems to be broken." George slammed the door hard, making a clunk sound. "Ouch!" A scream of pain sounded against George's ear when the door slammed shut. George took a few frightened steps back and stared at the door in shock. "There's something there," he said with certainty. He didn't have to tell anyone in the compartment for them to notice the anomaly. Outside the glass window, a round, startled face emerged from thin air. "It's Crabbe!" Harry shouted. He thought of something, immediately drew his wand, looked around, and kept searching the surrounding area. "What?" Ron and Hermione questioned with a gasp. Ron had a large piece of cauldron cake stuffed in his mouth. But the long acquaintance made both of them pull out their wands simultaneously. The glittering wand passed through the air, and Harry's eyes widened. Then, as if someone had lit a box of fireworks in the compartment, spells fired from different angles, and bright light and loud noise erupted in the small space. When everything quieted down, Harry, Ron, and Hermione lowered their heads and looked at the unconscious Draco and Goyle in the corner and froze. Fred crouched next to them to check them out. They seemed to have used the disillusionment charm, which caused a wonderful reaction with the hex on their body. Draco and Goyle looked miserable, with bruises, various hairs, and pustules growing out of their bodies. George pulled open the compartment door, and cast a quick glance at both sides, before turning his head and saying, "The fat boy got away who used the Harry hex?" he asked as he examined Draco on the floor. "Me," Harry said. "Wonderful results, Fred, what ya think? Maybe we could develop a series of hairy people," he said tersely. Finally, they put Draco and Goyle in the next compartment and came back to play Exploding Snap. Fred and George were in high spirits, and by the fifth game, Harry couldn't resist asking them, "Is there anything fun happened? We're that obvious?" Fred and George looked at each other and asked in unison. "Yeah, stop playing coy," Ron muttered, his face plastered with notes, "we're in need of a bit of fun." "Well, then," George said with a straight face, "we can't wait." "Can't wait for what?" Harry asked. "The prank on the professor. Didn't we say we'd try it on the professor's next birthday?" Fred said with a smile, "but then, on second thought, it would be a shame to wait for a whole year." "What did you guys do?" Harry asked, holding his breath. "Surely the professor will find out." "That's not necessarily true," Fred retorted. "We borrowed the idea from the strange adventures of Mick the Little Wizard, scare box, even the springs, and scary figures are hand-built. I don't believe he will still find it out in advance." "What kind of toy?" Ron gulped. "No nose freak," Fred said without thinking. Ron coughed violently, and crumbs of cake flew out. "God, the you-know-who. You guessed it. Great idea, isn't it? We figured it wouldn't go out of date for another year or two." George grinned. Hermione looked up from her runic journal and looked at the twins in surprise. It must have taken a lot of thought for them to even come up with such a scheme. Meanwhile, Felix sat on the roof of the train, one hand propped up on his chin, staring in boredom at the rapidly passing scenery around him. He stretched out his other free hand and flicked the bald head of the doll, which immediately swayed back and forth under the action of a spring. "The workmanship is quite exquisite, and they're surprisingly bold. I hope the next trip will bring in a few Death Eaters for me to practice on," Felix said with itching teeth. He would not admit for a moment that he got a fright. The Hogwarts Express train passed through the countryside and drove through one town after another, and finally, stopped at King's Cross Station without any incident. As he exited the platform, Harry said goodbye to his companion and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. He turned his head, but that person seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. Strange, was it Professor? Or was he mistaken? I repeat, what are you waiting for? Uncle Vernon looked at Harry with an irritated look, or rather, at the cage with the owl on it, as the muscles in his face twitched. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Strangely, there was no trace of ripples in his heart. The Dursleys aren't all that unbearable compared to the trouble that lies ahead. Chapter 493. At dusk, a tall figure appeared at the edge of a Muggle town. He turned into a fork in the road and walked for 10 minutes through the dimly lit woods, with no path in front of him, but he didn't stop until he reached an old, dilapidated house. Knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded rhythmically. With a tooth-aching creaking sound, the door opened carefully from inside. Who is it? A raspy voice that sounded like someone had been soaking in an ocean for days and nights asked. Immediately after, a wand emerged from the darkness with a shaking hand. Red Scar? The young voice asked. The strange visitor ignored the wand pointed at him, looked down and examined a list, and made a tisk sound under his breath, reading the text in an intrigued tone. Lyndon Seymour, born in the Timothy village, the village of witches which is famous for their matriarchy, born in 1947, raised by his aunt. Well, even though you are male, she passed you all kinds of weird dark magic legacy. After growing up, you smuggled and sold dark magic artifacts and put all your earnings to study dark magic. During the Wizarding War, you chose to provide support to Voldemort, and reportedly you were acclaimed by the high-ranking Death Eaters. That's you, right? The visitor looked up, revealing a young face with light blue eyes that seemed to glow, and from time to time an image of a rune or two flashed through his pupils. The wand fell to the ground at once. You are Felix Happ. You finally found your way here. The dark wizard named Lyndon Seymour sprawled against the door frame. The dim light from outside hit him, revealing a terrified face. The man in front of Felix dressed like a typical dark wizard. His right index finger is coated with a layer of silver powder, but if you look closely, you will find that it is wrinkled skin, and his neck reveals a tender red flesh that keeps twisting up to half of his face. It is bright red and seems to have just healed, but that scar has been there for more than 20 years. That's where he got his nickname from. Felix strode into the room, his eyes glancing around, walking cautiously across the floor. In addition to avoiding mold and dusty mess, it is also not to touch any traps in the room, and eventually, he picked a fairly clean chair to sit down. The owner of the house regained his composure, at least on the surface. Red Scar clutched his wand, his eyes fixed on Felix deeply, as if to separate himself from his earlier cowardly appearance. He said in a low voice, "You shouldn't be here, Hap. I'm not one of those lone wizards you drove away. I have friends who..." "Are you talking about Bonar, Anurin? Or Kennedy?" Felix asked. Red Scar looked at him in surprise. "What did you do to them?" Right now, the wizard is glancing around, seemingly looking for an escape route. "Well, after I persuaded them, they obviously realized how unwise it was to stay back in this situation, so they decided to temporarily leave," Felix said lightly. "It took some time to convince them, but the good thing is, the results are positive. I told them that when the news of Voldemort's death spread out they can come back in peace." "Well, then we have to wait for too long," Red Scar said with a mocking expression. "How long is it since the last war?" 10 years. "No complaints," Felix nodded his head in the direction of the file. "Do as you're told." Red Scar's nose twitched uncharacteristically, a vivid crimson trail crawling along half of his face, as he growled, "You're trying to eliminate opposition. You never accused me of a single crime a decade ago, but now you want to throw me out of England for some unknown reason. There was just no evidence." "What? The reason why you weren't arrested then was because you were doing it very covertly, Red Scar. The Ministry of Magic didn't get solid evidence, but don't pretend you're innocent because of that. You can't fool me, you can't fool a memory master, which is why this job fell into my hands." Felix calmly pointed to his eyes, and a few silver dots of light flashed around the pupil, like a ring belt around a blue planet. Red Scar cowered and averted his eyes. He had never seen such terrible eyes. Felix raised the paper in his hand again. "There are hundreds of examples like you, and the Ministry of Magic is having a difficult time dealing with you. If we let you go, it might not be long before you will be pulled over to the other side, but still it would be too cruel to do something in advance, like locking you up, even though, well, forgive me, in my eyes your crime is so obvious." "Don't read my mind!" Red Scar yelled sharply, memories never count as evidence. His wand lit up, a black mist wrapped around its tip, and the entire room became unbearably dim. Are you sure you want to do it? Felix asked softly. The courage Red Scar had gathered deflated like old tires, and he leaned against the table in the corner, his eyes averted from Felix. What do I need to do? He asked in a low voice, his wand loosely grasped. As I said before, get out of here, find a place to take a holiday, travel, muddle through, until the fall of Voldemort, when you can safely and boldly come back and continue your promising illegal work. At that time it will not fall under my control. Red Scar muttered under his breath. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Felix asked. Since when do you work for the Ministry of Magic? Aren't you a professor? Red Scar couldn't figure out how he had bumped into him. It is Felix's turn to sigh. It couldn't be helped, they made an offer I couldn't refuse. Actually, I could still refuse, but my morals don't allow me to owe favors, and frankly, I'm not averse to this temporary job to exercise my magical abilities in the process. He touched the ring on his left hand, where the hourglass obtained from the Ministry of Magic is stored, and even half of it is filled with time energy. After the Wisengamot meeting, Ms. Bones pleaded with him to eliminate some of the unstable elements. Each of them has a previous record but escaped punishment for various reasons, and although they may be just minor players who waved flags, they are worthy of caution all the same, because together they can be considered as wings of you-know-who. She also made a veiled allusion to the invasion of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. Whoever it is, I just hope that person is not on the side of the you-know-who, she said with a headache. The Unspeakables concluded that there is nothing to worry about, but I think, alas, perhaps this is a good thing, at least the you-know-who can no longer think of a similar thing now. Bones' attitude represented that of the Ministry of Magic itself, that is, wavering. They wanted the hourglass of time turner back but feared that Voldemort would snatch it away before it could even warm up. And the latter can cause significantly more harm. Red Scar stared at the black square table with a few newspapers and 2 booklets on it. One is a handbook for survival in wartime sent by the Ministry of Magic, and the other is an easy illustrated guide to Ancient Rune, released months ago by Felix Co. Publishing, with a fancy cover that looks like a children's book. Ancient Runes? How enviable, he said sourly. You bought it too? Felix asked in surprise, following his eyes to the booklet and asking with interest, how's it to read? Not that good. Red Scar shook his head as he held out his hand, his face turned red, and it took quite a while to condense an ancient rune, but the next second the rune shattered. I'm old, not very adaptable to new fields. Could it be because you're studying dark magic? The feedback from the others is pretty good. Felix calmly discussed it with him. Yeah, well, I'll try again. Felix took a moment to point him out. Then Red Scar began to pack up. Although the Ministry of Magic prohibited the misuse of undetectable extension charm, but it obviously cannot constrain dark wizards, not to mention the Red Scar himself is considered half alchemist, so he can make his own storage items. All the furniture was discarded, and Red Scar picked out bottles and jars from all corners of the room, some of which are obviously enchanted and can hold things many times their size. Finally, it took some effort for Red Scar to squeeze them all into one trunk, as he panted slightly. Are you going to stare at me till I apparite? Red Scar picked up the trunk and looked around sadly. I have limited mana, I will only be able to leave tonight. Oh, no, I can provide some anonymous port keys. Felix waved his hand, and a row of broken items appeared in front of him, boots, boxes of cans, bottles of butterbeer, and a rotten piece of wood. Red Scar hesitated for a moment. Any recommendations? There won't be an aura across the street once I teleport there, right? Felix shook his head slightly. There is no need for that. What you need to worry about is whether to continue to do your shady stuff, or to start over in a new place and honestly accept the local Ministry of Magic's rules. Red Scar sneered and ripped open his shirt, where there are large patches of scars. Someone like me. He said nothing more, picking a random portfolio and holding it in his hand. Where he was going didn't affect him much. So, I'll see you in 10 years, Mr. Hap. It won't be that long, remember to read more newspapers. Felix waved his hand at him. You're really just going to let me go? Don't you need me to sign a magic pact? In case I sneak back in, Red Scar seemed confused. Red Scar, Felix said calmly, who do you think this approach will benefit? Don't be silly, if it is a Death Eater who appeared at your door today, you simply have no choice, and when I see you mixed in with the ranks of the Death Eaters will never show you any mercy. As the wizard in front of him disappeared, Felix ticked off the document. All the best. Chapter 494. Meanwhile, 4 Privet Drive. So, that guy got a job for himself? Uncle Vernon asked with a wide eye. Yeah. Harry said dully, thinking that it is a good thing that Sirius is working at the Ministry of Magic, because as far as he knows, Sirius has never had a proper job in his life, except for a few months as an assistant teacher at a Muggle school. In Harry's imagination, his godfather is going to be like Mr. Weasley, commuting to work at a regular time with a regular schedule. But he overlooked one thing: it is different now than it was before, completely different. He hadn't seen Sirius for several days in a row. For the first few days of the holiday, Sirius had been happy to sit down with Harry and laugh at how he had tricked the head girl Amelia, even though it was quite uncalled for, and how he had gotten the upper hand in a verbal fight, and it was obvious that Sirius took it as a serious fight, with both sides going back and forth, like a sparring match in a boxing ring. But soon, almost as fast as the naked eye could see, his time with Harry decreased dramatically. One day Harry stayed in Sirius's rented house until 11 o'clock at night and did not see Sirius return. This made Harry horrified. Is something wrong? His heart was so tangled, as all sorts of terrible speculations rushed into his head, and Harry could only desperately convince himself that Sirius was temporarily caught up in something. It took a lot of willpower for him not to act impulsively, and return to the Dursleys' bunk to toss and turn for the rest of the night. As soon as the day dawned he got up and ran to Sirius's rented house without even bothering to eat breakfast, filling his stomach with the wind. There was still no one inside. Harry was so panicked that he tried to use the apparition to go the Burrow or Diagon Alley. He even drew out his wand, only to find a scribbled note on the table by accident. It was actually quite conspicuous, and when Harry thought back on it afterward, he thought that he was just concerned, but it was good that he didn't get into more trouble because of his impulsiveness. The contents of the note made Harry sigh with relief. Sirius had come back late last night and had thought he could rest a little longer the next day, but he was called again before dawn. So Sirius left Harry a note explaining the situation. From then on, Harry always wanted to find the opportunity to let Sirius bring the two-way mirrors so that he could always contact him. But every time he saw his godfather's tired face, he was simply too embarrassed to bring it up. For the next week, Harry only saw Sirius twice, and each time he returned late. Sirius' two eyes were also swollen, and he began to doze off without saying a few words, and when Harry handed him chips, he shoved them up to his nose. What does he do for work now? Uncle Vernon asked at the dinner table. Nothing major, Harry said in as calm a tone as he could manage. He's now the assistant of the Minister of Magic. The Dursleys showed a puzzled expression. The equivalent of the position of secretary to the Muggle Prime Minister. Harry changed his statement. He got satisfied to see them showing surprised expressions and tried not to let his smugness show too much. It's nothing, his last job was a teaching assistant in a school. Dudley probably knows a lot about that, doesn't he? Dudley immediately choked on the dry salad and coughed audibly. Boy, what have you done? Uncle Vernon stared viciously at Harry, while Aunt Petunia patted Dudley's back and cried under her breath carnally, Dudley sweetheart, what's wrong with you? Did you choke on your food? Dudley reddened, as used his fat arm with 3 layers of flesh stacked up to distance Aunt Petunia's thin arm, and his shoulders shrugged. Although he wanted to watch a little longer, but Uncle Vernon's face had already changed to the color of a pig's liver as if he is the one who is now choking on the salad. He kept flexing his fingers as if he would rush over and grab Harry by the throat in the next second. I didn't do anything, Harry said hurriedly, I guess he just misses his assistant gym teacher who taught him for 6 months. He met Uncle Vernon's small eyes and said, yeah, Sirius was teaching at that, Smelling Academy for his last job. It's Smelting's Academy. Uncle Vernon growled. It was his alma mater, and it made him very proud that Dudley managed to go to school there. Dinner is getting restless. Uncle Vernon's reaction to Sirius' presence at his and Dudley's alma mater greatly surpassed Harry's expectations. He seemed to believe the wizards, freaks in his word, had finally set their evil intentions on his baby boy. Are they going to spy on us on all fronts? Aunt Petunia also exclaimed and began to nag Harry endlessly. It was strange how she could wipe her tears while making her vicious words so precise and clear. It was a complete coincidence. Sirius went to Muggle school to gain experience. He is going to teach at Hogwarts the next year. Harry explained, and he's resigned now. That hippie can be a professor. Vernon said with a disdainful look on his face, at which point Dudley finally stopped coughing and began to have a hiccup. After some time, Uncle Vernon muttered disgruntledly, "Look at you people. I just can't believe you guys have a school, and a government. How many of you are there?" he asked, turning on the TV as he did so. "Probably tens of thousands," Harry said dryly. "No wonder." Uncle Vernon barked as if all his previous doubts had found a basis, and he wanted to say something else, but the evening news came on the TV. "The people need not worry. The slowing economy and soaring unemployment are temporary, and it won't be long before it gets better." The man on the TV was making a speech at the top of his lungs. Only an idiot would believe his words. Uncle Vernon's attention was drawn to the TV sound, and he stared at the screen and said, "This Prime Minister is awful." Harry glanced at it too, and the next second he got drawn to the man next to the Prime Minister, tall, dark-skinned, wearing a dark suit, which gave him a very dignified look. Harry looked twice more, and yes, it is Kingsley Shacklebolt. What the hell is going on here? Harry could not believe his eyes. He stared at the TV screen for a moment, but the screen remained fixed on the Prime Minister's face, not even giving a single shot to the next person for a dozen seconds. Harry scratched his ears in anxiety. When the Prime Minister finished babbling, wiping his bare forehead with a handkerchief, ready to get up and leave, the camera finally recorded the person next to him. Harry held his breath to double-check, finally sure he saw it right. "You can also watch the news," Uncle Vernon said maliciously to Harry. "Bloody hell, how can our news have something to do with people like you?" "It's a shame," Harry said calmly, pointing to the TV, "I just saw someone I know." At Uncle Vernon's dumbfounded expression, he shrugged, "Yeah, looks like the wizard Muggle connection runs a lot deeper than you think." Before Uncle Vernon got mad again, Harry hurriedly slipped back into his room, where he slumped on his bed and stared at the ceiling in disbelief. Sirius should still be working at this hour. He could go over there in another hour, but how to kill the time is a bit of a dilemma. Harry picked up a small purple booklet next to his pillow with the striking words printed on the cover. "A handbook for survival in wartime, published under the license of the Ministry of Magic. Protect your home and family from the dark arts." Harry turned to the first page, which contained something like a table of contents. "The wizarding community is currently under threat from a group calling itself the Death Eaters. Obeying the following simple safety guidelines will help to protect yourself, your family, and your home from attack. 1. Do not leave your home alone. 2. Extra caution is needed at night. If possible, return from an outing before it gets dark. 3. Check the security wards around your house, and make sure the whole family knows some emergency magic, such as how to use shield charm, disillusionment charm, etc. The minor children in the family need to learn sight-along apparition. 4. Arrange a security code to identify Death Eaters who are using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate your friends and family, refer to page 2. 5. If possible, master the anti-dark magic spell like Bright Fire Making Spell." At some point, the sound of tapping on the glass sounded outside from the window. Harry sat up sharply from the bed and did not even notice that the booklet that covered his face fell to the floor. He looked over to where the sound was coming from, and a furry, squashed ginger-colored head pressed right up against the window. Startled, he flinched so hard that he almost fell out of bed. "Crookshanks!" he shouted incredulously, taking 3 steps to the window and pulling it open in one fluid motion as the ginger cat jumped over the edge and into the room, whimpering at him. "Crookshanks, what are you doing here? Hermione asked you to deliver a letter?" "But this is too far," Harry said, feeling a little overwhelmed. Crookshanks licked his paws and pointed outside. Harry mechanically twisted his head and looked out the window, and the next second his eyes abruptly widened. Hermione is standing beside the flower bed of 4 Privet Drive with her suitcase Indiana one hand and waving desperately at him with the other. Harry scrambled down the stairs, followed by Crookshanks, causing his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia to shout out of their heads as he rushed out the door in one breath and ran to Hermione. Why are you here?" Harry panted. "I wrote to the professor, asking where I could cast a spell without any worries," Hermione said happily, smoothing her hair. "But I can't cast spells here at will either," Harry gasped, gulping. "Sirius is not at home during the day." "I know, and the place the professor was talking about isn't here either," Hermione said. "So, you're here to say goodbye to me?" Harry asked with some disappointment. He had thought he would have some extra company. "No one informed you?" Hermione asked him in surprise. "We're leaving together." Chapter 495. Harry had a belly full of questions. But 2 weeks of continuous boredom had made him impatient to get back to the wizarding world, especially since Hermione had given him a very tempting reason to do so, to cast spells without worry, and he couldn't ask for more. "I'll pack my bags right away." Harry hurriedly left after dropping a sentence. The Dursleys watched from the window, looking cautious and skeptical, with an identical look of suspicion in their eyes. "Who is she?" Uncle Vernon asked first when Harry stepped into the doorway. He looked carefully at Hermione, who is standing alone near the flower bed, and even with his discerning eye, he couldn't see a flaw. "She's also goes to that school with you." "Yeah, right." Harry walked right past them and walked up the stairs, turning around. "Get it straight. What's she doing here? You gave our address to someone else." Uncle Vernon chased after him aggressively, finally rushing ahead of Harry to block the stairs, pointing at Harry's chest, with spittle flying. "I don't know if we gave you the wrong impression, but this family, I will not allow it to become a concentration camp for freaks." "She has a name," Harry exclaimed with annoyance. "Her name is Hermione, and she's not crashing here." He ducked his head to get through the huge gap under Uncle Vernon's arm. "She's here to inform me to get out of here, and I'm leaving soon," Harry said in a tone that suppressed his joy. "Boy, don't talk to me in that tone. We adopted you. You've got to learn to be grateful." The bedroom door cut off Uncle Vernon's gruff voice from the outside. Harry didn't care at all. He will soon be going to another place, and there is a voice inside him humming with joy. He looked around and suddenly found his room in disarray. A few sheets of parchment, a bottle of ink, and a few quills on the floor, his unfinished astronomy class assignment, a small pile of sweets stacked on the wobbly bedside table, the bag of snacks brought back from the train half torn open, the chocolate frog with half of its head bitten off. There were also books that he had left lying around for the past 2 weeks, including Hedwig's Owl Cage. Luckily, Hermione didn't follow him in. Harry couldn't help but relish at the thought. He sat on his butt on the bed and bent down to pull the trunk out from under the bed. A few Muggle clothes and wizard robes were piled up in a mess inside, and the socks Dobby had given him looked especially conspicuous when they had turned over to the top at some point. For the next few minutes, Harry packed the trunk with scattered books one by one. He thought happily about where he would go next as he recalled where he had hidden his possessions. There were comic books, unused textbooks, and snacks locked in the cupboard, the former being the complete set of The Strange Adventures of Mick the Little Wizard comics, and the latter being the Gilderoy Lockhart's series of books which Harry always wanted to find a chance to throw away. Lockhart's true nature is actually that of a con man, who became famous by putting other people's stories as his own, and served as a professor of defense against the dark arts during Harry's second year. Though halfway through the school year, Lockhart's bad behavior was discovered, and he was imprisoned in Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic. Harry grinned. He, Ron, and Hermione had contributed in this case. He opened his cupboard, rolled his dirty clothes into a ball, and stuffed them into the empty space of the trunk, then smoothly picked up the purple booklet from the edge of his pillow and placed it on top of his clothes. For a moment, Harry stared at the booklet and froze, gazing at the words on the cover. The Handbook of Survival in Wartime, published under the license of the Ministry of Magic. Protect your home and family from the dark arts. Harry held his breath and carefully turned to the first page, repeatedly reading the contents of Article 4. Arrange a security code to identify Death Eaters who are using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate your friends and family. Refer to page 2. His breath suddenly quickened and his mouth went dry. Harry slowed down and tiptoed to the window, as if doing something bad, and darted a quick glance outside. Hermione is gone. Harry's brain went blank. What is going on? Could Hermione be a fake? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forced himself to calm down. Hermione suddenly came to the door to take him to a place, which is actually nothing. He gave her address, but someone should have informed him. Could it be that Sirius was so busy that he forgot there is such a thing? But Professor Hap wouldn't forget. Harry thought he is overthinking. If Hermione is the disguised Death Eaters, the first time she saw him she should have cast a curse on him, instead of letting him go upstairs to pack his luggage. But he could not help but wonder, what if the Death Eaters want him to leave willingly? The suspicion would only fall on the real Hermione if he had an accident, and it would increase the difficulty of the subsequent investigation follow-up. Arrange a security code with his friends and family. He didn't even ask Hermione where they are going, he was overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. Polyjuice Potion, he had seen it, but how to identify it? He had no idea. Harry glanced out of the window again. Hermione is back, and she obviously spotted Harry on the second floor and smiled at him. Where she had been? Who was she talking to? Harry's heart thumped. Crookshanks, that is strong evidence. Death Eaters can't transform into animals using a polyjuice potion. Hermione proved it by experiencing it before, but Harry is not sure if it is transfiguration, which he didn't notice before. Harry scrambled downstairs with the trunk and cage. The cage kept hitting the stair railing. Hedwig let out a disgruntled yelp, yet, it occurred to Harry as he stood downstairs that he might find someone to ask if there is such a thing. But it seems to be too late. If Hermione is really a disguised Death Eater, she will not give him much time to delay. Even if he delayed briefly, the next second the Death Eater and her companions are likely to rush in. Harry stood frozen in place, his head felt chaotic. Boy, what are you waiting for? Nobody wants to keep you. Uncle Vernon yelled from the living room, his voice drowned out the sound of the TV show Goal. 1:0 lead. Harry turned his head with a stiff expression and looked at Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley, as each of them minded their own business, as they usually did. Harry's heart stirred strangely. He could operate in advance if he really encountered danger, but it meant that the Dursleys would face unknown risks, such as bearing the wrath of the Death Eaters who failed to catch him. But who made them treat him badly, Harry thought, his eyes slowly gliding over the people in the living room as if he wanted to re-examine them, judging, from a different perspective. No ice cream. Dudley's fat arm slapped against the table. There's plenty in the freezer, baby. Aunt Petunia said as she stacked the plates together in a pile. I want a chocolate one. That new brand one. Dudley yelled out. Okay, Diddykins. Aunt Petunia said dotingly. She put down the half-cleared table and wiped her hands. Mummy will get it for you now, and hurry back quickly. In the meantime you can have another piece of fried meat. She walked in the direction of the door. Harry stared at her, as her hand rested on the doorknob, and his heart raced. Don't leave, he said in a hoarse voice. Aunt Petunia looked back in surprise, her eyebrows quirked oddly, her thin lips pursed into a line, the doting look in her eyes quickly chilled. You haven't left yet, she said, turning back to put one hand on the doorknob and giving it a firm twist. Don't step outside, Harry said, seemingly regaining his mobility and walking forward to pull Aunt Petunia away from the side of the door in one fluid motion, before drawing his wand. The Dursleys screamed and jumped up. Put that thing away! Aunt Petunia exclaimed. How dare you! It is Uncle Vernon. Harry ignored them. He carefully hid his wand in his sleeve and looked out through the window, the Dursleys frozen in place, stunned by his attitude. Harry pushed open the door, where the noise obviously reached outside because Hermione is poking her head into the yard to look inside. Harry slowly walked out. What's the matter, still not finished cleaning up? Hermione asked. Harry said as he searched his brain, I suddenly thought of a question, where are we going? And returning date? He shrugged with mock relief, you know, I've got too much stuff, and it's hard to pack. Oh, Hermione didn't doubt it. I don't know, Professor told me to come over at 7, he said if I came early, I could go ahead and wait at Sirius rental house with you. Harry breathed a small breath of relief that she at least knew that Sirius had a rented house nearby. He couldn't help but grumble, it's only a little past 5 in the afternoon, you're too early. Hermione grunted, I had to leave you time to pack up, and we've never been here before, so Mum and Dad were worried they couldn't find their way here, but to their surprise, everything went pretty smoothly. Mum and Dad? Harry yelped. Yeah. Hermione looked toward the corner of the street, and Harry followed her gaze and saw a small car parked on the road. He recognized two familiar silhouettes that, if his memory is correct, would be Mr. and Mrs. Granger. You told me how unfriendly the Dursleys are, Hermione pursed her lips, and I thought if there are too many people blocking the door, it might cause you trouble. Well, that's quite considerate. Harry stammered, all his doubts cleared up. But now he didn't know how to go back and explain it to the Dursleys. He turned around nervously, and through the large living room window, he could faintly see two round figures huddled together, highlighting Aunt Petunia, who looked thin and skinny like a dress that had been laid on Dudley, as she also huddled together with them. Harry froze for a moment, his mouth opened and closed, and he waved his hands in a downcast manner. I'll get the luggage, he said in a sullen tone. Harry returned to the living room, the trunk and birdcage still untouched on the floor, the Dursley family huddled in a corner of the living room, just as he had seen from the outside. Harry lifted the cage in silence and held the handle of the trunk with his other hand, mentally praying that he could just leave and pretend as if nothing had happened. Boy! Explain what kind of trick you're playing! Uncle Vernon yelled, blowing his mustache while trying to hold Aunt Petunia and Dudley behind him. But his intentions are clearly unrealistic. Anyone can look past him to see Dudley, who is as fat as a young whale behind him. On the contrary, it is Aunt Petunia, flushed crimson, as if she had been squeezed out of breath. I misunderstood, Harry said dryly, the wizarding world is not peaceful lately, I have to be careful, that man is back. Who are you talking about? Uncle Vernon asked. Voldemort. Harry said in a dry voice. Let him go, don't ask questions, you guys don't know. What? Uncle Vernon shook his head and tried to put on a thoughtful expression. Back. At this point, Aunt Petunia asked softly from behind, the murderer, he's back. Uncle Vernon looked at his wife and then at Harry, as an expression of realization dawned on his face. I've heard that name, he's the one who... The man who killed Harry's parents. But no one answered him. Harry stared at Aunt Petunia. At first he felt it is strange, and there is a hint of an absurd sense of confusion in the wizarding community. No one will call him by the name Voldemort out of fear, as he had influenced and terrified wizards, but in the Muggle world, he is just a murderer, so no one will fear him just by hearing his name. But from Aunt Petunia's light-colored eyes, which were widened by fear, Harry vaguely realized that in this room, he is not the only one who knows exactly what Voldemort's comeback means. Aunt Petunia looked at him with a strange look that she had never shown him before. This made Harry very uncomfortable, and the atmosphere in the room seemed to take his breath away, so he quickly picked up the trunk and cage with Hedwig in it as he dashed out of 4 Privet Drive. Let's go. Harry panted and said to Hermione. What's wrong with you? Hermione asked as she took Harry's cage, in which Hedwig had just been roughed up and looked groggy in her cage, her otherwise bright, majestic amber eyes becoming lost in focus. She purred angrily. It's nothing. Harry said. You look like you just got into a fight. I'll talk about it on the way. Harry said. Mr. Granger got out of the car and helped Harry load his luggage in the boot. Thanks, I'll carry the cage. Harry said in a panic, as he sat in the back seat with Hermione, nearly squashing Crookshanks, who jumped into Hermione's lap and whined at him. Harry didn't notice that the Grangers are equally silent, as he has a belly full of worries. Which way next? Mr. Granger asked in a hoarse voice. Turn around the intersection and go a little further, it's very close. Harry said, and then he heard a low sob. Harry looked up and saw Mrs. Granger in the front row wiping the corners of her eyes in the rearview mirror. The atmosphere in the car seemed even more depressing than at 4 Privet Drive, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what the hell is going on, so he could only look at Hermione, who shook her head slightly, as her eyes reddened. The car stopped in front of a small red house. Harry got out of the car with Hedwig's cage, took his and Hermione's luggage out of the boot, and walked towards the front door. But no footsteps followed behind him, so he looked back and saw the Grangers hugging their daughter tightly. Harry suddenly understood the strange atmosphere in the car before Hermione's parents had long been aware of the news of Voldemort's resurrection, to the extent that they had nearly witnessed the event themselves. He spent a boring 2 weeks in the Privet Drive, and in the meantime, the Granger couple suffered a huge psychological pressure, fearing for their daughter. Finally, Hermione and her parents separated. She watched them get into the car, and then disappear around the corner. Hermione stared motionlessly at the place where the car disappeared, and after a long while, she wiped her eyes and walked towards Harry, dragging her luggage. Is this the house Sirius rented? Hermione asked sullenly. Yes, Hermione, you could have stayed home for 2 months, Harry said, mustering up the courage. You're not like me. Don't be ridiculous, Harry. After knowing that war is approaching, how can I do nothing? Hermione interrupted him and said fiercely, I don't want to die in the middle of a war. Chapter 496. Let's go inside. Harry whispered to Hermione, and together they walked into Sirius' rented house. But there is already someone inside the house. Harry stared, glaring blankly, at a bearded stranger in front of him. The man had ginger disheveled hair that looked like Crookshanks after he had rolled around in the mud a few times. He lounged lazily on the couch, with a short, rotund leg slouched on the table as if he is asleep. Who are you? Harry and Hermione drew their wands at the same time. Crookshanks crouched on the floor and let out a threatening cry. The man in the tattered coat awakened. He rolled over and sat up, looking up to see a smoking wand against his neck, so he meekly raised his hands in surrender. My name is Mundungus Fletcher, commissioned by Dumbledore to protect you. The short, fat man said. You're lying, Hermione said pointedly. How could Dumbledore send you, your kind? Mundungus gave her a reproachful look. What's wrong with me? I'm working for both Dumbledore and Hap, and I joined the Order of the Phoenix more than a decade ago. But how come you're here? This is the house Sirius rented. Harry asked while continuing to point his wand at the man. He told me to come, he is unable to leave right now. Mundungus leaned back cautiously. So you're the one that was supposed to inform me to leave early. Harry's eyes widened, but you didn't do anything and sleeping here. He said with an annoyed tone as he had nearly misunderstood Hermione just because the information did not arrive. Mundungus pointed to his own lax and bloodshot eyes. Look at me, just finished a big job, so sleepy that I can't even open my eyes. I arrived early, with the idea of having a nap, didn't expect you guys to come here by yourselves. You were busy working for the Order of the Phoenix. Almost, Mundungus said vaguely. But weren't you ordered to protect Harry? Ahem, a temporary assignment. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. How this guy looked very suspicious and sneaky-eyed. Since you were the one who was sent to inform Harry, you, should know where we are going. Hermione asked. I can't say the exact address, at least not now, not until, said Mundungus, waving his hand. Wait, don't be impulsive, it's Black's old mansion. Harry and Hermione put down their wands. How do we get there? Through that, said Mundungus, pointing towards the fireplace. Flow network. And the time? 7 o'clock, plus there's a man we need to wait for, and he's got a note in his hand. Mundungus muttered, don't ask me, I don't know who it is either. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, and they pretty much guessed who it is. What is the note you just mentioned? A specific address is written down by the secret keeper, which serves as the key to the house. Mundungus explained, the place we are going to be is under Fidelius's charm. After the spell has been cast no one can reveal the address to the public again, and outsiders simply cannot find it, only the secret keeper has the right to decide to whom to reveal the secret. At the time we speak again without regard. Harry and Hermione temporarily believed his words, but the essential cross-examination is still necessary. You know Sirius well? Harry asked. That's for sure, I always borrowed the fireplace here, it's safe, secluded, and not regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Mundungus said. Not regulated? Yes, I guess the Black family people must have paid a small price to get this piece of technology. Think about it, if I can master it, I can set up secret strongholds around the world, how convenient. And you can also perfectly avoid the Ministry of Magic. Mundungus said proudly, praising his grand plan. Unfortunately, the plan got stuck on the first step. Mr. Fletcher. Just call me Mundungus, little girl, I'm not a distinguished person. Mundungus said, scratching his bearded chin. Well, Hermione's voice paused, I've heard that you need permission from the owner to connect a private fireplace and that no wizard is allowed to connect a Muggle fireplace with Flow Network unless there is a valid reason. Mundungus waved his hand. The rules are dead. You know what I mean. He squeezed his eyes at Hermione with a knowing comical look. You dare to say Sirius ancestors never had a private Flow network? And the Ministry of Magic just saying. He started rummaging through his pockets everywhere and finally pulled out a black pipe full of dirt and stuffed it into his mouth, only then did he look up at Harry and Hermione. Do you guys mind? What? Oh, of course not. Thanks. He lit his pipe with his wand and took a deep puff. A few seconds later, exhaled a large cloud of greenish, smelly smoke. Gotta have a few puffs every hour to refresh myself, said Mundungus amidst the smoke, as if explaining to them. Harry and Hermione did not respond and shrank to the other end of the couch, far away from him. Do you want to eat something, Hermione? Harry asked aloud. Now that you mention it, Hermione glanced at the smoke that continued to expand outward and stood up decisively. I do feel hungry. They walked towards the kitchen. Bring one for me, too, please, Mundungus shouted from the living room. Do you know how to cook? Hermione asked in a whisper from the kitchen. A little, I practiced at Disley's. How about you? I know a little too, Hermione said vaguely. Harry's hand touched the fridge door. Oh no. He said. What? There are only 2 tomatoes on the top shelf of the fridge, otherwise, it is empty. Harry reached out and fiddled with it. There are large patches of mold on the tomatoes. I forgot that Sirius doesn't eat at home much these days. Harry said. Hermione blinked, Can you handle a compressed cookie? I suddenly feel less hungry, Harry said hastily, I just finished eating. Me too. Hermione squinted her eyes as she said. In the end, only Mundungus ate the compressed cookies, as Harry and Hermione did not have much appetite. Because of the smell of burning stinky socks everywhere in the house, Harry was forced to open the window to ventilate. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure approaching from across the road. Professor! He exclaimed with delight. Felix shot a glance at Harry at the window, and nodded with a smile on his face, immediately irritated by the smell of the house. Ventus! The house was swept away by a whirlwind of smoke and dust, and Harry and Hermione visibly relaxed, with Hermione breathing heavily and freely. I got there half an hour before and found you had already left, Felix said to Harry and Hermione. They got stumped by a few things, so it took a while to convince your family. You met the Dursleys? Harry exclaimed. It was more than that, Felix thought. He glanced at Hermione, whose parents were also quite persistent, as if they had expected him to drop by, so they had stood guard on the side of the road to block him in advance. Yes, Felix said briefly, your cousin had some sort of situation and started squealing at the sight of me, and your aunt's husband almost rushed up to hit me. Harry looked at him with confusion. Only later it became clear that it was your cousin that stole your Honeyduke's ice mice, and I had no part in it. Felix looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Almost time. He retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Harry. You two look it over and remember this address, so you won't need it later. Harry and Hermione took it. The note wrote 12 Grimmauld Place. The two memorized it several times, and then the note turned to dust. Professor, are you the secret keeper of Black's old mansion? I am not, Felix did not elaborate. Dumbledore is, and he provided the note. At exactly 7 o'clock, a turquoise flame rose in the fireplace. As promised, we have about 2 minutes, hurry up. Felix pushed Harry in front of the fireplace and urged, we'll talk over there if you have any questions. He took all the luggage in the ring. Harry carried Hedwig and stood in the flames, calling out 12 Grimmauld Place. His figure swirled and disappeared, followed by Hermione holding Crookshanks, Mundungus and Felix at the end. Young Master Harry! A low, hoarse voice called. Harry startled, his glasses blocked by the thick dust, so he could only vaguely see a thin figure. Creaker? He asked tentatively. It's Creaker. The aging house elf said happily, taking out a chicken feather duster from behind him and bouncing around to help Harry clean the dust off his body. Oh, then thanks. No, I can do it myself. Harry said as he saw a small rectangular thing dangling in front of his eyes, then he took off his glass and wiped it on his clothes. By then, Hermione, Mundungus, and Felix also passed over. Harry finished wiping his glasses and stared at the green object that he had just seen. It is a locket hanging on Creaker's chest. Sirius gave this to you? Harry asked in amazement. This thing is Regulus Relic, a fake Horcrux. He had seen Creaker wearing it before through the two-way mirror. He thought it would be an imitation, but he didn't expect it to be real. The master is very generous, he allowed me to keep this thing. Creaker said. At that moment, a man rushed out of the living room. Remus, Felix greeted, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Your mission is finished. Yeah, Lupin said oddly. I'm going to go change and then we'll stay in the study for a while. You can answer their questions. Felix said. Lupin nodded, leave it to me. I'm going to have a nap too, call me at dinner time. Mundungus said, yawning and walking towards the living room couch. The professor has joined the Order of the Phoenix too? Harry asked with interest as he stared at Felix's back as he disappeared down the stairs. He hasn't. Lupin said, but he's on our side, sort of our ally. Chapter 497. Hermione pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Harry smiled more uncaringly. What's wrong? Lupin asked suspiciously. Nothing, nothing, Harry laughed even harder. Of course the professor is on our side, that's quite natural. You have a point, Lupin said with a straight face, but he's so self-willed that sometimes I can't keep up with him. I almost got killed by him. What happened? Harry stopped laughing. I took a few days off a while ago to catch up with my kind, Lupin said gloomily. You should know very well what I mean by my kind. Harry and Hermione nodded lightly, knowing he was talking about werewolves. Originally Dumbledore wanted me to infiltrate the werewolf community, but I have gained some fame as my pictures have been in the newspaper a few times, so I simply organized some semi-public activities and tried to convince the relatively mild werewolf groups by promising a steady supply of wolfsbane potions to get them to side with us, or at least to remain neutral. One time, I ended up running into Felix, who came looking for a dark wizard at the door. Werewolves and dark wizards have a complicated relationship and they sometimes will mix together, probably because they are both on the edge of society. It is just that the werewolves are forced. There was a bit of conflict afterward, and a few impulsive werewolves rushed up, and the next second they were splintered back by black lightning. The speed is too fast to react, Lupin said with palpitations, but the mission was accomplished, the group of werewolves removed overnight. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Children, I'm not saying this to blame Felix, although he did act a little brutally. Lupin concluded, but you must recognize one thing, werewolves are dangerous. Although they are divided into brutalists and moderates, they are all still within the realm of danger. The difference only lies in whether or not they actively attack people, so do not form the illusion that moderates are good-tempered. I don't think so, Remus, you have a better personality than most people I know. A young woman's voice emerged from the living room. The witch had a pale, heart-shaped face, a pair of sparkling black eyes, short, spiky hair that glowed in a vivid, violet color, and she dressed in a Muggle style, with a weird shirt and patchy jeans, like the rebellious teenage girls Harry occasionally saw. Harry found her a bit familiar, and it took a few seconds of close examination for him to remember that he had seen her in his 3rd year. Hello, Tonks. Lupin calmly introduced her to the two. Tonks is an aura in the Ministry of Magic and has been chosen as a permanent member of the Order of the Phoenix to act as a mutual link between the two sides. Harry and Hermione understood at once. Tonks stepped forward and sized them up with great interest as she held out her hand. Hello there, I've been trying to find a chance to talk to you, she said freely. Harry and Hermione reached out their hands fidgetingly, and Tonks came closer and said quietly to them, I've joined the Order of the Phoenix. Congratulations, Harry said woodenly. He couldn't really think of anything to say in response. All this time, Creaker remained silent, and only when Harry looked over at him, he bowed respectfully. Please allow Creaker to make tea for the young master. Oh, okay, Harry said. Then Creaker disappeared before his eyes. He thought there is something odd about Creaker's attitude. He treats us like air, Lupin said. For me, it's because of my werewolf status, but he actually should have treated Tonks better, but my mother was erased from the Black family. Tonks shrugged and said, I don't think he approves me either. Erased? That tapestry? Harry asked. Yet. Tonks made a gesture of fire sparks. Hermione watched the conversation between them in confusion. Harry explained in a whisper, there's a tapestry on the wall on the 1st floor drawing room that shows the Black family tree, but not everyone is on it, and some members who seriously violated the family traditions were erased from the tapestry, like Sirius was before. Hermione nodded in understanding. So welcome to you all. Lupin smiled as he opened his arms and hugged them. Harry and Hermione sat on the couch, finding the novelty all around them. Is it just you guys? Hermione asked. Of course not, Sirius has contributed this place to serve as the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Usually, we are all very busy, and it is rare to get together and find free time to drop by. Lupin explained. Molly tidied up a few rooms, making it barely habitable now. I remember Sirius and Creaker used to tidy up the house. Harry said. He had lived here for a few days, and it was considered worse then. Well, let me put it another way, it's barely adequate for the new occupants, Lupin said with a smile. Sirius is a bachelor and Creaker is old if you ask me, although he's still doing his job, and I strongly suspect that his sense of perspective has been skewed. Lupin looked up at the time. Sirius will be back pretty soon, he said he'd try to finish as early as possible today, so I'll make some dinner. Need a hand? Tonks asked. No need. Lupin said, but Tonks followed him anyway, and within a few moments, the sound of banging and Tonks' apologies came from the stairs below. Oh, sorry. Just as the two had left, Creaker appeared. He brought up a kettle of tea. This is for young Master Harry. He thoughtfully filled the cups with hot tea, then he glanced at Hermione with big eyes, without moving. Hermione poured herself a cup of tea with some embarrassment and took a small sip. If young Master Harry has any orders, just call Creaker. Creaker is always at your service. Then the house elf disappeared with a bang. Harry explained in a whisper, Creaker has been serving the Black family for generations and has been greatly influenced by pure blood mentality, it took Sirius a lot of effort to get him to stop cursing, but I guess it only worked half the time. Kreaker now completely ignores non-pureblood wizards. I can understand that. Hermione held her cup of tea and surveyed the direction Kreaker had disappeared in with great interest. Come on, I'll show you around the house. I've been here a few times before, but it's strange, I didn't find any place suitable for practicing magic. We're on the first floor now, the entrance hall and dining room are on the ground floor, and there are a few bedrooms on the third floor, but a lot of rags were piled up inside during the major cleaning earlier. I don't know what the situation is now. The end of the corridor is the study. Harry and Hermione glanced toward the study and saw the professor sitting in a chair, muttering to himself, "Animagus." He looked up at Harry and Hermione as he asked, "Has Sirius come back yet?" "Not yet," Harry said honestly. "Professor," Hermione asked, "where can we practice magic?" "There are two places. The fourth floor has 2 bedrooms that once belonged to Sirius and Regulus, as well as a spacious activity room that was previously chained up, so practicing general magic isn't a problem, and on the ground floor there is a hidden entrance next to the kitchen where a long staircase leads down to a huge area that can barely count as the second basement, which I guess might have been the Black family's spell testing room, but then later abandoned. But the walls are built with extremely strong stone, with all kinds of magic protection." Felix finished his explanation and asked, "By the way, do you know about the award ceremony?" "Award ceremony?" Harry and Hermione asked in unison. Felix smiled. "Didn't Ms. Bones had said that you have a chance of receiving the second-class Order of Merlin?" "It is not a lie." Harry completely forgot about it. All the way back to the living room, Harry's mind was giddy. He is about to get the Order of Merlin? The time approached 8 o'clock when some loud noises came from downstairs. Harry pricked up his ears. He heard familiar footsteps. "It is Sirius." "Harry." Sirius appeared in the living room doorway and flashed a smile at Harry. Mundungus finally managed to pull off something solid. He sat down across from Harry and almost placed his butt on Mundungus. "Ouch! Is it dinner time?" Mundungus asked sleepily. "Not yet," Sirius said. He changed his seat and Crookshanks jumped on him, making Sirius scratch his chin. Mundungus muttered something that no one heard, then he pulled his ragged clothes over his head, and went back to sleep. "What have you been up to lately?" Harry asked. "There are tons of things to do." Sirius leaned back wearily on the couch. "We're in the preparation phase, both sides are cautious, in fact, we haven't gone head-to-head since if you don't count a few incidents of Dementors injuring people. We think Voldemort is secretly gathering troops, recruiting forces, or planning some kind of conspiracy. In any case they won't be idle. We are also doing the same thing, but we are firmly on the defensive side." He glanced at Harry. "While there is no place to live, we still have a big family, that's how it is. The magical world has been peaceful for many years, most people have little vigilance, there are many loopholes to exploit. You should have heard about Azkaban. Amelia has been working on it during this time. And the Flu Network?" Mundungus muttered in his sleep. Sirius grinned. "That's right, who would have thought the unassuming Flu Network Authority would become so important in wartime? Amelia ordered the Flu Network management team to clean up old and illegal lines, and to monitor them for anomalies." "And what about here?" Harry asked, thinking of what Montengus had told them earlier about the Black family's mastery of some technology that is needed to build the Flu Network. "There's no need to worry about it yet," Sirius said cunningly, baring his teeth. "It's under the Fidelius charm, so the Ministry of Magic can't find it. At best they'll find an uncontrolled node, but they won't be able to pinpoint it." At dinner, the group exchanged information as they ate. Fudge was sent to various European countries to persuade people to be alert about the activities of Death Eaters in their region. "It's considered as making good use of people," Sirius said with a shrug. Harry looked amazed. "Molly told me she'll be moving in a couple of days, with her kids." Lupin also revealed a piece of information. Both Harry and Hermione perked up at the news. "I'm leaving for a few days," Felix said, "and we'll be back before the awarding begins." "Going where?" Lupin asked perceptively. "To visit Mr. Scamander. I kind of miss the little ones he keeps in the basement." Chapter 498. North coast of the English Channel, Dorset. Key. How long do we have to wait? Be patient, Valen. It's almost time. Both Felix and Valen are slumped over a thick patch of dead leaves, each with a telescope in hand, looking off into the distance. A nest made of woven vines is hidden 60 or 70 feet away from them in the dense forest all around. The bird's nest is exquisite, with 6 or 7 silvery artifact-like eggs huddled together inside, in the middle of a pile of leaves. This is Newt's commander's home, or more precisely, a sub-basement unit. Felix and Valen have been here for almost a week now, and they have spent most of their time in this place, experiencing all kinds of wonderful adventures without even stepping out of the house. Last night they were boating in the swampy waters, and today they are in the woods watching Akami breaking out of their shells. It all happens in Newt's commander's magical basement. This place is no worse than a Romanian dragon sanctuary, where magical creatures gather. Since Newt retired, he runs outside much less often. Many countries' ministries of magic quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But the size and variety of magical creatures not only did not decrease but became increasingly numerous. In addition to the ones Newt brought back, there were also his sons and grandsons, as well as the Ministry of Magic employees, magical creature associations, sanctuaries, and also admirers from abroad who visit him with all kinds of magical creatures, when they ask for his held advice. Felix also brought a full set of Future World Company products to Newt couple this time, as rent for his bizarre trip. Newt was shocked at the time, but his wife was quite fond of these new gadgets. When Rolf visited us, he brought a chair that is very comfortable to lie on. Tina Goldstein told him. Ta, ta, ta. A crisp metallic clanging sound rang through the forest. It's going to break the shell. Felix whispered to Valen, and the two raised their binoculars, and watched the nest carefully. At first there was only one source of the sound, but then all the Akami eggs made the same sound as if the first one was a signal. Key. Valen poked Felix gently. The video record button? The red one, Felix whispered while watching with rapt attention. A crack soon appeared on the surface of the silver eggshell, followed by twisting and distortion of the shell, as if something huge is expanding inside, and after a few tries, it started pecking again, as the crack widened. The click-clack sound echoed like a symphony. Finally, the first Akami broke out of its shell. Akami are winged, two-legged creatures with the body of a snake and beautiful feathers, which are usually delicate, with glossy bright blue color, albeit with some exceptions. The newborn Akami's legs are feeble, so it can only be tucked into the sides of its carapace and moves around more like a snake. The newborn Akami roamed around in circles in its nest, curiously surveying its siblings. They are still trying to break their shells. Did you get it on tape? Felix whispered. Next to him, his partner Valen hummed twice happily, her heart filled with glee. Perhaps the footage she captured now would become prized footage released by the Future World Company, and be seen by thousands of wizards. I also recorded it. When we go back, we can compare. Let's get closer. The Akami's mom is not at home. Kiki. Because it was lured away by you using a jar of bugs. Hey, don't be like that. Mama Akami needs supplements, no? We came quietly and left quietly. Kiki? Any transformation to watch? Valen asked. The Akami has a skill that is considered special even among magical creatures. It can expand and shrink at will, both large enough to fill all the space and small enough to escape in narrow space depending on its need. You mean them, or me? Felix said, pointing to the Akami's nest close at hand, the binoculars in his hand about to poke into the nest. The first small Akami emerged out of its nest, attracted by the sound of their voices and the shiny lenses, cocking its head to peer at them curiously. The Akami's eyes moved from Felix to Valen, staring at her long pink beak for a while, and then turned sideways to examine its own appearance that reflected in the silver eggshell surface. After finally confirming that the two guys in front of it were not its mother, the little one immediately opened its pair of bright blue wings to demonstrate at them. The Akami's body also swelled up a notch. Valen looked at the scene in shock. Niffler didn't have this ability. She slowly put her hand behind her back and waved it over and over at Felix, who grinned and handed her a small glass jar. Valen stared at the Akami and waved her fist in front of its eyes, revealing a beetle in her hand. The little Akami, which is still trying to make itself swell, stopped and cocked its head to survey the food in Valen's hand. Its stomach let out an indisputable grunt. Although it did not speak, its mouth leaned closer and closer. The little Akami quickly fell for the temptation of food. With the first example, the other Akamis who had just emerged out of their shells didn't have time to think about the complicated question about why mommy looks different from them and began to scramble for food, while Felix and Valen took the opportunity to reach out and stroke their beautiful feathers. Especially Felix, his fingertips dense with the light of magic while touching, not to hurt, but to analyze. The pleasure of throwing food was short-lived, and it wasn't long before Valen shook the empty glass jar and held it up for Felix to see. "No more?" Felix asked. Valen turned the jar upside down and shook it twice. "It is completely empty." "That should be enough, they are just born, it is best not to feed them too much at once," Felix wondered. At that moment, a rustling sound came from behind them. Valen tilted her head and opened her mouth wide while looking through the bottom of the glass jar. Well, Felix also felt slightly uncomfortable, and he looked back to see the mother Akami slowly raising her body from behind them, expanding in size and pressing her huge, bird-like head down toward them. The Akami will attack anyone who comes near it, especially if it's trying to protect its eggs. While these words passed through Felix's mind, he had already pulled Valen to apparate 20 feet away. This little distance is nothing for the mother Akami, a quick dash is all she needs to reach them both, but fortunately, Felix has also been here for a few days, so he can barely recognize their actions. The mother Akami just wrapped her nest around and looked at them warily. Felix and Valen compromised by stepping back, then the mother's body began to shrink a little, soon revealing its hidden nest, and the baby Akamis chattered and crawled on top of their mother, flapping their wings rustily as they watched the distant keepers. "Well, let's head back home," Felix said contentedly. On the way back, they passed an empty hole in the tree. "Hello, Blaze," Felix said in greeting, and Valen waved back at the tree hole, which is the home of demiguise. They then passed a small open plain and walked across a long, monolithic bridge back to a settlement. It is adjacent to the exit. The most human-like place in the entire basement appeared. There are jars, pans, and books everywhere. Felix thought he had returned to the potion class professor's lab when he saw it for the first time, even though the jars contained very different things. But he is certain about one thing, that is not introducing them to each other. It is destined to be an unfriendly meeting. Chapter 499. "Hey, Newt." Felix addressed the busy figure, "Got anything?" "I'm not certain." Newt straightened up from his chair, and hastily jotted down a few notes, before staring at a few big scorpions rampaging in the glass case, and said hesitantly, "Hagrid called it blast-ended screw-it? It seems to be grumpy, is it in heat? Some creatures in heat will become dumb in the head, some people too. No one can say for sure, this creature only appeared in existence less than a year ago, no one can figure out its habits." Felix said, "Originally Hagrid was taking care of them, but he has some errand to run, so he handed me the last few before he left. He's also keen to get your opinion. It will take some time to observe." Newt stared intently at the glass container. It is essential to confirm that the blast-ended screw can reproduce stably under natural conditions, which is the first priority, otherwise they will just disappear in history. There are too many examples of human intervention in the creation of new species, and most of them ended in failure, and Hagrid didn't let magic get involved, which is good, so there is a possibility of stable existence. I think I should build a field. Your magic has been constraining them." He looked up with an impatient expression and jumped to his feet. "Build it sturdy," Felix reminded him. "I've never seen a docile blast-ended screw before, they just don't seem to have an organ called brain." Newt nodded. Felix held Valen and looked at a ball of spiny cocoon with her, that dangled above their heads. As they watched, the spiny cocoon suddenly unfurled into some sort of giant butterfly-like reptile with a pair of skeletal wings and a terrifying bat-like appearance, that hung upside down and stared at them, startling Valen in his arms. The next second, it retracted. Swooping evil shrink themselves into a spiny cocoon when not flying. "This one isn't that dangerous, but you better not get too close, Norris is a little shy," Newt said with a dark smile. "Key." Valen startled and patted her small chest. "Norris, that's his name," Newt repeated, "just like your Niffler, but has a name Valen." He looked over at Felix. "I can't believe she's already learned to write. It's a little ugly, but, it's an excellent improvement. It reminds me of my brother." His last sentence was nearly a whisper. Felix gazed at the curled-up swooping evil and couldn't help but smack his lips. "Valen looks better." Valen also didn't want to look like that. "So you trained it?" He suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "This thing is quite dangerous in the wild?" Newt showed a reminiscent expression. "I once had a swooping evil that helped me a lot, and Norris is his offspring." "I see," Felix nodded, as he asked quietly, "I guess that swooping evil helped you catch Grindelwald." "Oh," Newt looked at him, "Headmaster Dumbledore told you that?" "No, my source is an Ilvermorny School's teaching assistant." Felix explained. he told me that there is a statue of a swooping evil in the halls of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, near the courtroom. The inscription on the stone slab states, "It has assisted in defeating the source of the unrest." The statue is said to have been placed there by Serafina Picquery, the President of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, which, combined with the context of the time, leads me to speculate so. He added. Newt dropped his hands and fell into a distant memory. I can't reveal more. It involves Headmaster Dumbledore. But so far, what you've said is correct. What kind of man was Grindelwald? Felix asked keenly. I don't suppose that's forbidden. Oh, not really. He was very arrogant or confident and charismatic, although I don't really like him. Newt's voice trailed off, and only now he looked like an old man approaching 100 years old. 2 days later, Felix offered his farewell. Hello Blaze, you're here too. Felix said to the demiguise next to Newt, which had revealed its form today and looked like a sloth in appearance. Felix handed it an apple. Are you done with your research? Newt asked. Done, quite a bit faster than I thought. Felix said satisfactorily, I guess it might be because I actively abandoned some of the targets. After all, the Erumpent and the Mooncalf are not very suitable. And the appearance is not that good either. I wonder if I can ask. Newt showed an intrigued expression. You said to me before that you wanted to observe the structure of magical creatures, using magic. That word is scan. He glanced at Felix, who nodded at him. Well, scanning with magic, to be honest, I don't really understand it. It sounds like the process of getting familiar with creatures for self-transfiguration. You're right. Felix said with a faint smile. Is it really self-transfiguration? But should not the general transfiguration can only change the appearance of magical creatures, and it is impossible to demonstrate their essence. Even the high-level animagus rituals only removed some of the flaws. Newt muttered to himself for a while. Even Headmaster Dumbledore also. Wait, I seem to have seen a similar instance, but not a full transfiguration, with only a minimal alteration on the skin. I always thought it is magic that I did not know. Newt's eyes shone brightly, staring at Felix with an insatiable desire to learn. Can you really do that? Can I see it? Of course, it would be my honor to show this skill to the world's greatest magi-zoologist. Valen stood at the table and looked at Felix with equal anticipation. Even though she had seen it in advance, she still felt amazed. What kind of species is the great demon king going to change? The demiguise that is nibbling on the fruit at the side suddenly opens its eyes wide and the fruit fell to the floor. It had already seen the next scene. Felix tilted his head, gazed at his fingers with a cautious gaze, and began to cast a self-transfiguration spell. Strange sensations spread throughout his body. His body seemed to melt, his hands began to shrink and blend into the sides of his body, his torso and neck continued to elongate, and a pair of blue wings broke through his clothes like a curved blade and spread out from his back. Felix felt a warmth instead of pain. There is no internal panic, only peace, because he knew what the goal of the transfiguration is, and also knew that his body can adapt to this degree of change. He is a magical being. Felix lowered his head, but his body swelled rapidly, towering higher than Newt. The blue, bird-like head is about the same size as the demiguise, towering over those present. His field of vision shifted slightly, making it possible to easily see the rivers, caves, and plains further away. Tall and brightly feathered, his body length exceeded 100 feet. He turned into an Akami. Chapter 500. Newt looked both amazed and fascinated. He gazed at the unusually big Akami, his eyes intent and scorching, as he murmured under his breath, Am I dreaming? I hope Tina doesn't wake me up in the middle of it. He tentatively approached, but the Akami seemed intimidated by his attitude, flapping its wings to bring up a strong wind that pushed him back a few steps. Whoa, calm. Newt fished out a jar from some corner of his body, which is stuffed with beetles. I know you like this, I mean no harm. Look, it's food, he said as he tried to slowly screw open the lid. He discovered that the Akami was slowly starting to get smaller. Felix? He asked with obvious confusion. Soon the Akami was only about the size of a newly born out of its shell. Valen jumped down from the table and locked eyes with the Akami. Her dark eyes sparkled. Both are surprisingly about the same size. Key. Valen just wants to reach out to grab, but the Akami has scurried to the side, as Felix's figure reappeared along with a burst of mist. He reached out, and his robe covered his body, as before. Show's over. Felix snapped his fingers and the fog quickly dissipated. Newt showed an obvious look of disappointment. You're not trying to study me, are you? Felix asked warily. Oh no, how could? Newt said in a slight panic, but his eyes still fixed firmly on him. Of course not. I can tell the difference between you and the Occamy. There is no such a big Occamy in reality. At least I haven't seen one. Is it big because of you? He lamely changed the subject. But to be honest, Felix was secretly pleased that Newt had just looked at him like he was looking at a new species of magical creature that he liked, and hadn't seen before. It should be me. He sat on a rock and said, I've tried a few magical creature transformations in the meantime, but for me, this newly mastered Occamy transformation is far easier and seamless than the rest. I guess it's probably because I've mastered the zooming magic quite well. The spell you used on the blast ended. Screw it. Newt asked perceptively. Felix nodded. No wonder then, Newt said, the connection between ancient runes and magical creatures runs deep. I've read your paper but, He considered the wording. You should understand there is a difference between the two, I mean ancient magic and magical creature innate gift, they are different. I understand, Felix nodded. Perhaps, in the beginning, ancient runes did created based on imitating magical creatures and plants, but once the wizards created the first entirely new magic by the combination of pure rune symbols, the two became distinct. However, I will try to recover their abilities. His light blue eyes showed infinite longing. The gifts of some magical creatures are truly fascinating. He looked down at the demi-guys. This little guy has the ability to briefly prophesy the future in addition to his invisibility, and then he thought about the phoenix fox in the headmaster's office, rebirth through fire, that must be incredibly difficult. You are the most qualified to say this. Newt also spoke with emotion. Everyone underestimates the potential of ancient runes. When are you coming next? I can't wait to see your new changes. When I hit a bottleneck, Felix said with some regret, I need time to digest the existing gains, and I expect to be very busy in the next year or two. The war. Newt whispered. From Newt's house, Felix first went to the company headquarters in Diagon Alley and strolled around. Future World Company is on the right track, and Felix was surprised to find the employees are generally not that old, and even a number of them are Hogwarts last 2 years graduates. We currently have 267 people, and at your request, the development in the UK is being held at the same level as it is now, in exchange for rapid expansion and establishment of our presence abroad. Clammy said while holding a thick document. Is the plan to introduce the foundation of alchemy being executed smoothly? Those with a foundation in ancient runes are grasping it quickly, the rest is progressing more slowly. There's no rush, Felix nodded. What about self-defense training? Clammy sighed. Not all wizards like to fight, especially since the dueling class in the school has only been offered for the last few years, and you know what level the previous defense against the dark arts class was. More than a third of the employees have not even mastered a single dueling spell, let alone combat sense. They do know quite a few minor hexes, but it has no other use other than pranking people. Pranks are not bad when used well, Felix said, but the company's employees must master the most basic self-protection, the runic shield charm. He paused to think about it. Forget it, not everyone knows ancient runes. But they must master shield charm and stunning spell as soon as possible. Apparition and runic spells can be delayed. Orders can be postponed for a while, or given to foreign employees to do. We currently have no competitors. Clammy quickly jotted down. What about the progress of the thief's downfall? Remus is still discussing with the Gringotts, but the goblins are indifferent to him. Clammy said indignantly. Goblins want to stay neutral, or the more intense we fight, the happier they are, Felix said. Isn't the Ministry of Magic still there? The Ministry of Magic has the technology, but it hasn't been used in centuries, Clammy said with an odd look on her face. They couldn't find the right people to build a thief's downfall. Didn't the Alchemy Society send someone to assist? Felix asked curiously. No, it is after all a magical organization that operates all across Europe, Clammy shrugged. Many people are reluctant to come over at this sensitive time, and there aren't many native British alchemists, who are famous, unless you count Zonko. Zonko? Felix looked a bit speechless. Zonko is the owner of Hogsmeade. Zonko's joke shop, was once an alchemist, but he did not start off well, barely making ends meet after a few years of struggle, almost starved to death, then had no choice but to switch to research pranks and trick products, which unexpectedly became a hit, and since then he has gone farther and farther in that field. Then how to do it? Felix fell into contemplation. As his goal is getting bigger and bigger, he is worried that Voldemort will put his eyes on the employees of the Future World Company. Compared to the regular protective wards, Thief's Downfall has more strategic value, it can wash away all the spell effects, all the magical disguises, the effective range even covers the polyjuice potion and Imperious curse. Professor, Clammy raised her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Felix's heart pounded. You guys want to try it? That's right, Clammy said, relieved that the professor and her thought aligned together. We have over 50 R&D wizards, each specializing in 2 or 3 fields, and they've also experienced the development process of multiple new products, and I can't think of a more well-integrated group. Felix mulled over the feasibility of the plan. The Ministry of Magic has the technology, while the future world has an established team with enough brain power. It seemed like a win-win, except I didn't know if the Ministry would agree to part with the technology, and it wasn't easy to predict. During the First War, the Ministry of Magic had reached a partnership with the Daily Prophet. The Daily Prophet also grew rapidly after the war. Professor, Clammy said eagerly, right now is an opportunity. All right. Felix agreed, I'll talk to Ms. Bones, and if she doesn't have a better option now, I'm sure I can convince her. Is there anything left for me to learn? There is. Clammy said, but it's all minor stuff. She flipped through the papers quickly. The Weasley twins are interning here, and there. Wait, Fred and George are here? Right here at the headquarters? Right now? Felix asked in surprise. Yeah, Clammy nodded, they came over on the first day of their holiday, with a belly full of weird ideas. Remus thought highly of their proposed spell-proof hat, and spell-proof cloak series, and appointed them as team leaders. I personally guided them a few times, she pursed her lips, though Remus rejected their you-know-who prank series, the scare box, constipation kits, and all that sort of stuff. Fred kept yelling that Remus doesn't have good taste, and said you liked it a lot. Is that true? Well, I appreciated their thought process, but it's not really appropriate to make fun of Voldemort now, otherwise the Death Eaters will chase their arses chanting killing curses. Clammy stared at Felix's not-so-natural face for a moment and showed a puzzled look. Ahem, let's continue. Because of the endorsement of the Ministry of Magic, the number of sales of rune cards has increased dramatically, and it is estimated that at this rate, it will soon be possible to reach 1 set per household goal. In fact, things related to the promotion of runes are selling well, whether it is comic book extras released by Andes, or rune booklets, both repeatedly reprinted. Many people wrote to ask about illumination casting techniques, and Penelope often worked overtime during this period. Felix is not too surprised by this. Illumination is considered to be the easiest and safest ancient magic. He said. Maybe that's not the reason, Clammy said oddly. The Dark Force Defense League recently published some spells that are effective against dark magic, and besides the bright fire-making spell, illumination is also on the list, with the suggested effect of mass exorcism of Inferius. Is this why? I thought it was out of love for ancient runes. Felix said jokingly. Professor, Clammy said with a poker face, the Inferius are not considered even a chore to you, but during the First War, the Dark Lord created hordes of them to spread terror, and that was a nightmare in the minds of countless wizards. Felix scratched his chin. She was right, he never saw the Inferius as a threat. After all, he can solve them in many different ways. But when he thought about it, the Inferius aren't that easy to deal with. They are not slow, they don't feel pain, and they can resist regular spells. It's a nightmare for wizards who don't know how to operate together with their families. When you combine them with an army of Dementors, it's even more terrifying. He went to the Ministry of Magic that day to discuss cooperation regarding the research of Thief's downfall. Ms. Bones readily agreed, I'm also fed up with the attitude of those goblins. The whole process did not have a ripple, apart from a fight between Sirius and Bones that Felix watched with relish. The cause for that was the Longbottom's return from their journey. The Ministry of Magic had recently recruited a group of reserve Aurors and hit wizards, which would result in a decline in the average fighting level, and the Ministry is desperately in need of experienced Auror team captains to guide and train them, so Bones was fuming greatly about it. Then, the Order of the Phoenix has digested 2 important combatants without a word. Ms. Bones said with dissatisfaction. Sirius's stance was simply being in denial. Is there such a thing? I hadn't noticed it, I've been very busy these days, and you haven't paid me yet. He stuffed one hand in his pocket and squinted, and his tone was curt. And are you really sure that Frank and Alice are part of the Order of the Phoenix? Sirius Black. My brother was one of the first members of the Order of the Phoenix. You think I don't know the truth? Bones yelled at him. Sirius immediately went silent, and unusually he did not retort, as he said with a complicated look on his face, Edgar, he was a brave man and a reliable comrade, and I'm sorry for what happened to him. It took a long time for Bones to calm down. I'm sorry, I'm a little out of line, Felix. Let's talk about the arrangements for the award ceremony. Dumbledore fears that the Death Eaters will attack that day. Alas, in order to cheer people up, we had to make a big show, and many people know about it. If even the Ministry of Magic Cleaners knows about it, then there's no way for the Death Eaters to not know about it. On the day of the awarding, we will arrange for Aurors to be on strict guard the whole time, all of whom are the most trusted people. Moreover, with Dumbledore and you around, the possibility of danger is very low. I even think, she said after a moment's hesitation, we can take the initiative and lure in a group of Death Eaters. Absolutely not. Sirius objected out loud, I can't let Harry and the group act as bait. Not them. What? It's not them acting as bait, it's our people, Ms. Bones said, and I'm one of them. Sirius looked at her in shock. What? What do you think made me the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the decade you were in prison? Ms. Bones asked calmly. Sirius was subdued by the confidence in those words. Crybaby became a cool girl, Felix said as he sat in his chair flipping through a comic book, and both of them glared at him in unison. Felix closed the book and said as if nothing was wrong, Bones, I'm interested in the part about the baiting, and we can have a good chat. Back at 12 Grimmauld Place again, Felix arrived just in time for dinner. There is a large group of people sitting around the table, Sirius, Tonks, Moody, the Weasley couple, Bill, Fred and George, Ron, Ginny, Harry, Hermione, and... Hello, Professor. Neville said coyly. The Longbottoms, sitting on either side of him, greeted him with a smile. Mr. Hap, we last saw each other on Neville's birthday, almost a year ago. Yet, Harry couldn't help but say, I just realized today that Neville's and my birthday are only one day apart. It looks like we're going to have to prepare 2 birthday parties in a row. Mrs. Weasley said with a smile, Felix, I've prepared the soup you love. Oh. Molly, Felix has only eaten your cooking once. Mr. Weasley reminded his wife. It'll happen more often. Mrs. Weasley gave her husband a sneaky slap and said to the crowd, hurry up and eat, the kids are tired. Thanks, Mom. Fred and George said in unison. I'm not talking about you guys. Mrs. Weasley gave them a cross look and turned to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville with a smile. You've been in the basement for the past few days, it's not healthy, you need to get more fresh air, it's good to visit the burrow for a few days, otherwise you will be suffocated by holed up in the same room for too long. Yet, Mr. Weasley also said, you should enjoy your summer holidays when you're young, with us in front, the war might be over before you graduate. So go play Quidditch with Cedric. Their family moved near the burrow, to look after each other. Is there such a thing? Sirius asked. That's right, and we tried to convince the Lovegoods, but they refused to move. Well, Sirius frowned, looking at Harry and the gang, are you really staying indoors all this time? Practicing magic every day? What do you have in mind? Harry silently paddled the vegetable in his soup bowl. Hermione raised her head to look around, and then lowered it again. Ron muttered, you won't let us participate in the Order of the Phoenix meetings, so we have to find something to do. Ronnie, you're not old enough, Mrs. Weasley said. About that, we might be able to help a little. Fred and George looked at each other and said slyly, there's this thing called extendable ears. Shut up, you two. I haven't finished yet. Mrs. Weasley said sternly. Ron spread his hands and said to the rest of the crowd, as you know, even Fred and George left the house because they are adults, and the age difference between us, them, and Tonks are just a few years. Tonks made a demonic face at him from across the room, a real demonic face. They're trying to fight you-know-who and the Death Eaters. Ginny said pointedly, her fiery red hair tossed back sharply, I wanted to train with them too, but they didn't want me and kicked me out. Ah, shut up, Ginny. Ron said. I hope that's just a long-term goal, boys. Mr. Weasley put down his cutlery and said slightly more seriously, otherwise, we'll need to talk. After dinner, the parents talked to their children individually. They wanted us to settle down, you know, stay in school and deal with boring textbooks. Ron described Mr. Weasley's mindset. It was as if the war would be over in a flash before we even could react. Back in the bedroom on the second floor, they each exchanged information. Harry, in a depressed mood, said in disbelief, why don't they understand? Of course, I'm not going to sneak out of school, but the necessary preparations still have to be made, right? For the time when Voldemort approaches me. He touched the scar on his forehead, and despite his unwillingness to admit it, he really connected with Voldemort deeply, not just by the scar, but by a more emotional level, hatred for each other. They hate each other so much that they can't wait for the other to disappear the next second. Trouble is looking for us. I don't think I'd end up well under his rule, Hermione said, sitting on the other bed. The problem is, it's obvious they want to keep us out of the war, away from Voldemort. She stammered. He is always the one that approaches me. Harry exclaimed. Pop, pop. Two harsh pops echoed through the old room as Ron's two older brothers Fred and George suddenly appeared on the bed where Harry was sitting and tumbled with Harry. Ouch! Harry sat up with his head covered, his scars hurting badly, but he is pretty sure it isn't because of Voldemort this time. What are you guys doing over here? He said with a grimace. Came to see you all, poor wretches wandering in misery, George said in a singing tone.